Chronicles of the Protagonist Transmigration. Parallel Universe number 996, Harry Potter. Name * Hydras Lestrange. Gender * female, date of birth * May 22nd, 1975. Father * Tom Marvolo Riddle. Mother * Bellatrix Lestrange. Abilities * magical. Physique, maximum magical affinity, capable of replicating and mimicking the physical attributes of magical creatures. This is a tale of a transmigrator striving to evade the climactic battle at Hogwarts, while relentlessly pursuing her goal of lounging in luxury on gold galleons. However, despite her desire to lead a life of idleness, she finds herself entangled in the ambitions of both the Dark Lord and the Light Lord, as well as the Light Lord's husband, all of whom seem intent on elevating her status. She merely yearns to exist as a carefree young lady, with gold being her utmost affection. Yet, one must glance at her current reality, the wealthiest witch in the wizarding world, the destroyer of the mainland, the most beloved female vocalist in the Muggle realm, the most celebrated female singer in the wizarding community, the heir of ancient magical legacies, the youngest professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, the scion of the Death Eaters, the legitimate heir of Hogwarts, the leader of the GGA, the most enigmatic assassin in the wizarding world, a recipient of the second-class Merlin Medal, a master of potion making, a master of transfiguration, a master of alchemy, a master of martial arts, and a plethora of other illustrious titles. Yet none of these accolades align with her desires. Chapter 1: The Plan of Survival and Wealth. Parallel Universe number 996, Harry Potter. September 1st, 1986. Ben Nevis Mountain, Western Highlands of Scotland, Lestrange Manor. Miss Hydras Lestrange, the butler, Norson Grey, bowed before the 11-year-old Hydras. You have reached the age of 11, yet no acceptance letter from Hogwarts has arrived. Hydras shrugged, having anticipated such a day since she resolved to conceal her true self. Mr. Grey, is it because I have been confirmed as a squib that you intend to expel me from the manor? The 11-year-old girl, with raven hair and eyes like black jewels brimming with vitality, wore a sweet smile on her delicate face. Her composed demeanor stirred something in Norson Grey. If this young lady were not a squib, if she could fulfill the potential she had displayed at birth. No, Miss, Norson replied, producing his wand and aiming it at Hydras. Though your parents are imprisoned in Azkaban and unable to convey messages, I firmly believe they would never permit their daughter to be a squib. He elegantly traced an arc with the tip of his wand. So go meet Merlin, Miss Hydras. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light shot forth, missing Hydras but scorching the surface of the purple velvet sofa into a charred black. Hydras had already rolled away, landing in the vacant space to the left of the sofa. She quickly rose, adopting a defensive stance. Her remarkable reflexes and formidable physique had enabled her to evade the killing curse. But how could a sheltered young lady possess such strength? It was because, over the past 11 years, she had continuously dispersed the magical energy within her magical circuits throughout her body, rendering her magical circuits perpetually devoid of power. This made her appear as a squib. Yet, having been steeped in magic for so long, her body had been reinforced to a degree comparable to a 4x magical creature. Seeing Hydras nimbly evade the Avada, Norson narrowed his eyes, his wand trembling as he unleashed a red light followed by a yellow one, both directed at the girl. As the butler, Norson had unrestricted access to the Lestrange family library, thus his magical prowess was commendable, likely on par with that of Lucius Malfoy. Yet again his spells fell short. The girl ducked low, evading while striving to close the distance to Norson. Hydras believed that with her strength, once she got close, the battle would be swiftly concluded. Before her transmigration, she had been an ardent fan of Zhang Weili, passionately training in mixed martial arts for 2.5 years due to her fascination with the UFC. Though she had ultimately given up due to a lack of talent, the skills she had acquired would now be magnified in her current formidable body. Mr. Grey, Hydras inquired while dodging the flying spells, is today's action of yours a personal initiative or a directive from the Grey family? In Norson's view, an 11-year-old squib, regardless of her combat potential, would undoubtedly perish before him, so he unabashedly responded, Rodolphus and Abastin are imprisoned in Azkaban, and as the sole heir of the Lestrange family, you happen to be a squib. Those two gentlemen will never return. Rather than entrusting the Lestrange family fortune to a squib such as yourself, it would be better for the Grey family to seize it, thus preserving the honor of pure blood lineage. Hydras scoffed. Preserving the honor of a pure blood family? Was it not mere avarice at play? Whether or not Hydras was a squib held little significance. Since the Grey family had taken an interest, she, a mere child, was powerless to prevent them from gradually usurping her inheritance. At present, she was conveniently a squib, providing the Greys with a pretext for their actions. Eliminate her first, then disseminate the news of Hydras Lestrange being a squib, and everything would be resolved. Brutal methods rife with flaws? Not at all. We merely expelled the little squib from Lestrange Manor. Whether she lives or dies, how would the Grey family be aware? Thus, the matter would conclude without further inquiry. After all, the magical community has never concerned itself with the existence or demise of squibs. A shattering noise echoed as a beautifully crafted vase was reduced to shards, fragments scattering in every direction. "Hey, Norsen, be more careful," Hydras complained. That was a Chinese vase from Louis XIV collection, worth over 1,000 galleons. Norsen, wielding his wand, pressed on with his assault, responding with a smile, "You need not worry, my lady. From this day forth, all of this belongs to the Grey family." Hydras felt a twinge of anger. If the Grey family consumed the Lestrange wealth, what would remain for her upon her triumphant return 12 years later? This was not in alignment with her original plan. She had only pretended to be a squib to evade the conflict between Voldemort and Dumbledore. How could she not cherish the rare opportunity of transmigration and simply live? 11 years prior, shortly after emerging from the womb, her magical surge had obliterated the entire nursery, nearly killing Bellatrix in the process. As a result, Voldemort regarded her as a treasure. "Ha ha ha ha, such potent magic. This is a gift from heaven, Bella. Nurture her well. She shall be my most formidable ally against Dumbledore." It was terrifying. Hydras was so intimidated that she lost control, genuinely wetting herself right in Voldemort's embrace. Her life had been orchestrated from birth to confront the Light Lord. Either become Voldemort's vanguard, clashing head-on with Dumbledore and the Chosen One, or be perceived as a traitor in Voldemort's eyes, swiftly dealt with by the Death Eaters. Sigh. The young girl sighed. Could it ever be all right again? Thus, the moment she was born, she devised a series of plans, aptly titled Survive Until the Great Battle, Become Rich Overnight, and Ascend to the Pinnacle of Life. She resolved to feign being a squib. In doing so, she could distance herself from the epicenter of conflict, Hogwarts. Consequently, she endeavored to disperse her magical energy from her magical circuits, integrating it into her body. Do not inquire how a mere child who had just transmigrated accomplished this. Simply put, it was the privilege of a transmigrator, what of doubling one's mental fortitude, or amplifying one's soul power, and the like. Such endeavors are perilous, for no one has ever undertaken such a venture. The risk of self-destruction is not to be dismissed. Yet, there exists a saying that encapsulates truth: the potential of an infant is boundless. Although Hydras is reckless, she succeeded. Her body acclimated to the infusion of magical energy, and she became accustomed to the magic circuits dispersing power throughout her. Form though the dullard shall undoubtedly be cast out, it matters not, as long as she lives incognito until the climactic battle, by which time her parents and uncles will have departed this world. She shall merely need to reclaim her identity as a sorceress to inherit the vast fortune of the Lestrange family. There shall be no need for arduous study, nor for battles to the death. She need only survive until Voldemort's defeat to secure a lifetime of opulence. How enticing indeed. The plan unfolded with remarkable success. Hydras did not receive an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and she even reveled in this for several nights. However, now her scheme teeters on the brink of ruin, threatened by the Grey family. Cursed be it. She had even deceived them regarding the acceptance spell and the entry parchment. Yet, she had not accounted for the complexities of human nature. The Grey family. What of the loyal old butler persona promised? Once again evading the Avada, Hydras's eyes gleamed with determination, for she had discerned a flaw in Norsen. With a surge of energy, she propelled herself toward Norsen like a cannonball. Norsen, caught unprepared and unable to cast another spell, could only watch in dismay as her fist loomed larger. Ecstatic within, Hydras thought, what matter if she lacked magical prowess? Victory was ultimately destined for her. To snatch her inheritance from her grasp? Not a chance. Not even a single canute would she relinquish. Obstacles abound. A flash of turquoise sparks illuminated the air, warping the space around her. Hydra suddenly felt herself ensnared, the atmosphere growing unbearably heavy as though she were sinking into a quagmire. Turning her head, she glanced at the staircase. There stood Stevenson Grey, Norsen's nephew, brandishing his wand. It was he who had cast the impediment curse mere moments ago. How careless of her, to underestimate that Norsen had an accomplice. Was she merely a powerless fool? Norsen retreated a few steps, momentarily calming the turmoil within, recognizing the peril he had just faced. Then a sinister grin spread across his face as he waved his wand, his incantation brimming with triumph. Evie, farewell Miss Hydras. In the next life, may you be reborn into a fortunate lineage. R.A. Upon my return, I shall prepare for you a splendid coffin. Sizzle. That was the sound of apparition manifesting. A small yellow-green figure appeared beside Hydras. Seeing this, Norsen panicked and hastily completed the remainder of his incantation. Cadavra. Sizzle. That was the sound of apparition displacement. The green light struck a grand vase, costing the Grey family a fortune of 1,000 galleons. Yet Hydras's form had vanished, leaving Norsen and Stevenson in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Chapter 2. The Treasure of Hydras. With a sudden pop, the house elf appeared at the edge of Loch Ness, accompanied by Hydras. Momo, Hydras shrugged. Why did you rescue me? The house elf, named Momo, gazed at her with wide, watery eyes and timidly replied, the young mistress is the sole heir of the Lestrange family. As Momo is the house elf of the Lestrange household, it is only natural to protect the young mistress Hydras. Hydras chuckled, but I am a mute. My parents would never acknowledge me as an heir. Momo shook her head earnestly, saying, the young mistress is far from a mute. Since birth, you have been deliberately channeling magic throughout your body. Momo has witnessed it all. She gazed up at Hydras with the utmost admiration. At first, Momo did not understand why the young mistress did this, but now seeing how strong you are, almost like a fire dragon, Momo realizes what a remarkable witch you truly are. No one has ever been like the young mistress, never. Hydras asked seriously, can you perceive my magical flow? Momo nodded. It flickers in and out of visibility, but I can see a hint of it. Hydras couldn't help but lament the tragic fate of house elves. A race endowed with superior magical talent, yet relegated to servitude. Momo, now that the Grey family has severed ties with me, it's dangerous for you to be with me. Are you not afraid? Momo recoiled slightly, whispering, I am afraid. However, in the next moment, something seemed to embolden her, and she straightened up, exclaiming, but the young mistress Hydras treats Momo so well, and even allows Momo to learn the magic of witches. Momo will protect the young mistress, even if it costs her life. How can true hearts be discerned? Only in times of hardship. Hydras smiled, for although her plans had been disrupted, gaining the unwavering loyalty of Momo brought her immense joy. It was as if a parched and cracked heart had suddenly sprouted a spring, gushing forth with clear, soothing waters. Hydras gently patted Momo's small head and commanded, let us go, Momo, take me to the Gunter estate. The Gunter estate? Certainly, young mistress. With a pop, Momo transported Hydras to the entrance of the Gunter Manor. Prior to turning 5, Hydras often accompanied her mother to this place, where Bellatrix would toss her into the garden, leaving without a trace. Thus, she was quite familiar with the dilapidated little estate. This time, however, she came solely to reclaim the treasure she had buried here. Alas, it is even more rundown than before. Hydras complained as she navigated through the overgrown estate. The garden sculptures and fixtures were cloaked in moss, and the pathways were obscured by various plants, making them nearly invisible. Relying on her memory, she swiftly located 3 French hollies arranged in a triangular formation. Momo. Hydras pointed to the ground between the 3 trees and instructed, dig down from here. As you wish, young mistress. Momo cheerfully summoned a small shovel. With a snap of her fingers, the shovel began to dig autonomously. Before long, a metal box, approximately 10 inches in width and length, emerged before them. Hydras eagerly stepped forward, barely pausing to extract it from the hole before excitedly opening the lid. However, the brilliant golden glow she had envisioned was absent. The box was utterly empty. Where are the gold galleons I placed inside? Where are the jewels? The alchemical items? My beloved shimmering treasures? Where have they gone? Momo. I must be seeing things. Hydras closed her eyes. Could you check for me and see if there should be an abundance of treasures inside? Momo hesitated, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, and said, you mean the 800 galleons, 2 necklaces, and the magical pocket watch of Galen 3 that you buried here when you were 6? Hydras nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Those are exactly what I hid. Momo's eyes began to well with tears. She was on the verge of crying. Young mistress, you left those treasures buried here for years. So Momo thought you had forgotten them. After all, little wizards play treasure games every year, and often lose their parents' galleons. She shook her head repeatedly, her large ears flapping. So Momo took those treasures back to your bedroom. Hydras. But those were my living expenses I had set aside. Even if I were cast out, I intended to live as a noblewoman. With a deep sigh, Hydras patted her chest. Calm down, calm down. She took a deep breath and tried to keep her voice pleasant. Momo, honestly, what about the treasure I hid at Uncle Abaston's estate? Momo retrieved it. At the Black Tea Garden? Retrieved. Under the tree in the backyard of the Muka Potion shop? Momo retrieved that too. As Hydras continued to inquire, her heart sank deeper, her expression resembling that of a despondent fish. Meanwhile, Momo became increasingly flustered, ultimately bursting into tears. Bad Momo. Bad Momo. She struck her little arms against her head with fervor, tears streaming uncontrollably like an unstoppered faucet. Momo has failed the young mistress. Momo is not a good house elf. What could Hydras say? The little creature meant well. Enough, Momo. I command you to cease punishing yourself. Momo halted her self-inflicted blows, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at Hydras with a pitiful expression. The little one had hit herself so hard that her bald head was now swollen with lumps. Momo. If the money is gone, it is gone. We will find another way. Hydras gestured with her right hand, pinching her chin in a thoughtful pose akin to that of Kudo Shinichi. But we must consider where to stay tonight and what to eat. Momo trembled all over, vigorously wiping her tears, first with her left hand, then with her right. She rubbed her wet hands on the clean pillowcase with determination. Momo has made a mistake. Yet the young mistress is merciful and does not blame Momo. Therefore, Momo must make amends. Momo will go retrieve the young mistress's treasures. Young mistress. Momo has stored your treasures in the secret compartment by your bedside. Momo will go get them. Hydras wanted to stop Momo. After all, returning now was too perilous. The Greys would undoubtedly be searching her room for clues to ascertain her whereabouts. If Momo plunged headfirst into that, she might very well encounter the Greys in her bedroom. However, the little elf moved with astonishing speed and vanished with a pop. Sigh, I will need to train her better. Being so reckless is of no help. Hydras dared not stray too far, fearing that Momo would not find her upon her return. She looked towards the old manor, dilapidated with rafters protruding. Hiding within it Voldemort's Horcrux, the ring of Marvolo Gunter. As the resting place of Voldemort's Horcrux, that house was fraught with traps, and any ordinary person entering would surely meet a grim fate. Miss Lestrange chuckled softly. She mocked Voldemort's ignorance in using the Resurrection Stone, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, to create a Horcrux. With another pop, Momo reappeared, her petite frame burdened by a large parcel. The pillowcase, which had only moments ago been slightly damp, was now charred. Large patches of skin burnt, and her once sparse hair was completely singed away. Momo. Hydras rushed forward to support her. Momo managed to muster a weak smile. Young mistress. Momo has brought back your treasures. Momo, where is the healing spell I taught you? Use it on yourself immediately. Momo's eyes fluttered heavily, nearly succumbing to slumber, revealing the severity of her injuries. As the incantation remained unfinished, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Hydras frowned, deeply concerned that such grievous wounds could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized in the vicinity of Hydras: Norsen Grey, Stevenson Grey, and Daniel Grey. Daniel, Norsen's younger brother, managed the herb garden of Lestrange. Hydras swiftly lowered her body, concealed among 3 holly trees, their dense foliage and waist-high weeds effectively camouflaging her presence. Yet, how did the Greys ascertain her location? Hydras glanced at the burden Momo carried, a suspicion forming in her mind. Could there be an alchemical item capable of tracking her hidden among her personal belongings? Quite resourceful, the Greys. Chapter 3, Parseltongue. Hydras quietly unfastened the package. The gleam of gold galleons and jeweled trinkets dazzled her eyes. This was her painstakingly amassed treasure over 11 years. She retrieved a small charm pouch from around her neck, opening its clasp. This compact object, enhanced by a seamless extension charm, held a volume of nearly 1 cubic meter. Not large but entirely sufficient. Within the space lay various vials and jars containing potions she had brewed over the years. Typically, a squib could not concoct potions as they lacked the necessary magical elements. However, Hydras possessed magic, albeit its essence was not where it ought to be. There was also a birth certificate, serving as proof of her identity as Hydras Lestrange. Hydras delicately placed the gold galleons into the charm pouch, her movements slow and cautious to avoid making any sound. She dared not take the jewels or alchemical items, uncertain which might be the tracking device. In contrast, the galleons were a safer option, being fairy-forged currency imbued with fairy magic, thus making it harder to alter and less likely to be a locator. Uncle. She's over there. In the holly bushes. Stevenson Grey's voice echoed, causing Hydras's heart to skip a beat. Caught. Hastily, she grabbed a handful of galleons and stuffed them into the pouch, then lifted the unconscious Momo, leaping into the underbrush. After her. Don't let her escape. Hydras navigated the desolate courtyard, red and green magical bursts flying past her. In that moment, she resembled a serpent, slipping away with agility and swiftness. Suddenly the Greys, unimpeded, utilized apparition, 2 of them appearing to either side and ahead of her, effectively enclosing her. Miss Hydras, Norsen Grey growled. Are you ready to meet your demise? Standing tall, Hydras faced the most dire of predicaments. She scanned her surroundings. Norsen was to her left front, Daniel to her right front, and Stevenson was undoubtedly positioned behind her. She noted that behind Daniel lay the grand entrance of the Gunter estate. Though the situation was grim, an escape route might still exist. Hydras made 3 wagers. First, she wagered that the Greys in a moment of crisis would refrain from casting a killing curse, while all 3 were certainly capable of such dark magic. Her earlier encounter with Norsen indicated his inexperience, His casting speed lagged half a second behind that of ordinary spells. In a moment of emergency, they would likely resort to spells they wielded with greater proficiency, rather than waste precious time on a killing curse. Second, she gambled on her speed being sufficient to surpass the activation speed of magical traps. The Gunter estate was riddled with traps, but triggering a magical trap required time. Typical wizards struggled to evade them. However, Hydras possessed a physique akin to that of a magical creature, which might aid her in dodging such snares. Third, she relied on her throwing accuracy to strike the grace spells. This last point was of lesser importance, merely a means to bolster her perceived cleverness. Drawing 3 gold galleons from her robes, she flashed a smile at Norsen. "Butler, I have a piece of advice." Norsen returned a smile, inclining slightly. "I'm all ears." Feigning gravity, she replied slowly, "Always remember, never underestimate anyone." Before she finished, she cast a flirtatious glance at Daniel, momentarily distracting him. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Hydras surged toward him. Target: the Gunter estate. Daniel, startled, instinctively cast a spell. It was a repelling charm, not a killing curse. The first wager, Hydras had won. With 2 galleons clamped between her teeth, her left hand hoisting Momo, she flung a galleon with her right. As long as it wasn't a killing curse, her margin for error would be significantly higher. She could afford to act boldly. The galleon sped forth, colliding with Daniel's repelling charm. The charm was nullified, allowing her to dash straight toward the entrance. The third wager, she had also won. With a swift motion, she reached Daniel's side, merely 2 steps from the door. At that moment, both Norsen and Stevenson unleashed their spells. Though Hydras couldn't discern the specifics, the light emanating from their wands was not green. Turning, she hurled the remaining 2 galleons, targeting Norsen and Stevenson's spells. Yet this time, she did not succeed. Norsen's spell was manageable, but Daniel, positioned to her left, absorbed the impact, rendered motionless. However, Stevenson's spell intertwined with a galleon, striking Hydras. In that instant, she recognized the curse. It was a binding charm. During her 11 years of feigning as a squib, she had not been idle. Invisible chains enveloped her, binding her tightly. Yet, the momentum of her forward charge remained. And even ensnared, she crashed through the decaying door and into the old estate. Alas, the second wager had failed. She could hardly claim her speed would evade traps now. Lying just 3 meters from the entrance, utterly immobilized, Daniel, closest to the door, cast a stasis charm on himself before cackling as he stepped inside. "Miss Lestrange, the game of cat and mouse is over. You are finished." Suddenly, a dark beam shot forth from behind the umbrella stand, striking Daniel directly. Bewildered, he turned to face the umbrella stand. His wand clattered to the ground as he let out a wail. "No!" In moments, Daniel's form rapidly faded, his body disintegrating into ash, scattering with the wind, leaving only a skeletal remnant behind, which clattered to the floor. The sight stunned Stevenson and Norsen. Hydras felt a surge of elation. "Thank you, my Lord Voldemort. Your trap has proven invaluable." Seizing the opportunity while the 2 greys stood agape, Hydras began to struggle, realizing the binding charm could indeed be broken. Crack. To her surprise, the chain snapped as she exerted her strength. Was Stevenson simply too weak? With a swift motion, she sprang to her feet, grasping Momo, and dashed up the stairs, remarkably avoiding all traps. Stevenson, too engulfed in confusion over Daniel's demise, focused solely on capturing Hydras and executing her. Thus, the Grey family could prosper, and he would be able to indulge in the life of a noble scion. Upon witnessing Hydras hastening to the 2nd floor, completely unscathed, he immediately dashed into the house without a moment's hesitation. Norsen was taken aback by this reckless act. This dilapidated abode harbored traps. How could one dare to intrude so thoughtlessly? Indeed, Stevenson had scarcely entered for 2 seconds when he emerged, screaming in agony. His left hand began to blacken from his fingertips, the darkness creeping steadily upwards. Norsen, acting swiftly, brandished his wand, uttering "Defendo." The severing charm was cast, and Stevenson's entire arm was lopped off, falling to the ground, where it rapidly decayed into soil as if a button had been pressed to accelerate its demise. Having narrowly escaped with his life, Stevenson gasped for breath, nearly paralyzed by fear. "How could you be so reckless, Stevenson?" Norsen admonished. "This is the ancestral home of the Gunters, once the domicile of that esteemed gentleman. One cannot simply barge in." Gritting his teeth against the pain in his left hand, Stevenson retorted, "But that little wretch went in, didn't she? Why is she unharmed? Indeed, why was Hydras unscathed?" Norsen suddenly contemplated a troubling possibility. It was no secret that Rodolphius, the head of the Lestrange family, and his wife Bellatrix shared a tumultuous relationship. Whispers suggested that Lady Bellatrix was closely associated with that esteemed gentleman. Thus, it was highly probable that Hydras was. If she were his daughter, everything would fall into place. This was a grave situation. That gentleman had merely gone missing. None knew his fate. If he were to return one day and discover that the Grey family sought to slay his daughter, would that not spell doom for them? Shoving aside this terrifying thought, Norsen hastened to bolster his spirits. It cannot be, it cannot be. That little mute could not possibly be the progeny of that esteemed gentleman. I must be overthinking. Moreover, that gentleman had been missing for so many years. It was entirely possible he had perished elsewhere. Regardless, at this juncture, the priority was to eliminate that little mute. Norsen instructed Stevenson to rest at the entrance while he began to circle the old mansion. How could he lure that little girl out? Set the house ablaze? Flames roared to life. Fiery tongues leapt forth. Yet before they could approach the mansion, an unseen force shattered them to pieces. Norsen dared not lay a hand upon the house again. It was far too sinister. Hydras stood by the window on the second floor, gazing down. Although luck had favored her thus far, allowing her to ascend without triggering any traps, she now found Stevenson blocking the entrance with Norsen prowling the perimeter. Momo lay gravely injured, unconscious. At this moment, escape was simply impossible. My young mistress, a youthful, cold voice called out. Do you require assistance? This was not Momo's voice. Following the sound, Hydras beheld a small, verdant snake entwined around a candelabrum, flicking its tongue at her. A talking snake. Hydras, ever the polite young lady, felt compelled to respond. Hiss? Hiss. Who are you? How can you speak? The moment the words left her lips, she clasped her mouth shut, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Am I speaking Parseltongue? It was common knowledge that the Lestrange family did not possess the gift of Parseltongue, nor did the Blacks. Yet the members of this household were all known to hiss when they spoke. The Gunter's old mansion, the last refuge of Slytherin's bloodline in England, housed the most renowned wizard of Slytherin lineage, the infamous Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort. Chapter 4, Talent, Mimicry of Magical Physiology. Hydras reigned in her tumultuous emotions, swiftly accepting the reality. The reason Mr. Voldemort held her in such high regard was not solely due to her extraordinary talent. Her bloodline undoubtedly played a role, albeit a minor one. After all, he was a man utterly devoid of understanding what love entailed. Little snake, what is your name? How did you come to be here? The small green serpent hissed, its voice reaching Hydras's ears as follows. I have no name. I am but a hinkypunk. Since my birth, I have been stationed here by my master to guard this old mansion. The hinkypunk was an exceedingly rare magical creature, scarcely documented in literature, primarily because it had only been discovered in Great Hinkypunk. Some speculated that this snake had been specially bred by the Gunter family, rated between 3x and 4x. With its rating unstable due to the significant individual variation, much like the results of inbreeding within the Gunter family, some were exceptionally clever, while others were profoundly foolish. This magical creature bore a striking resemblance to ordinary serpents, yet it possessed the ability to spit venom, capable of reaching a distance of 50 meters, and penetrating most magical barriers. Should its venom touch the skin of an assailant, if not treated promptly, death would ensue within half an hour. Hydras had read about the hinkypunk in her family's library, and was aware of its capabilities. Elated, she extended her hand towards the candelabrum, allowing the hinkypunk to slither up her finger. It felt cool, if she could suppress her fear of serpents. This sensation was rather pleasant. That man wandering outside, he is my enemy. Can you ensure his demise? The little hinkypunk shook its head. I am still underage. My venom may not suffice. Hydras sighed, her hopes dashed. She had anticipated a delightful surprise from the little creature, only to find herself disappointed. Yet in the next moment, she was astonished to discover a peculiar sensation coursing through her fingers where she had touched the hinkypunk. In an instant, she grasped the principles of the magical physiology inherent to the hinkypunk. Hydras chuckled to herself, pondering how knowing the magical principles of the hinkypunk would aid her. Could she truly emulate the serpent's venomous spitting? But the next instant, she felt an odd sensation growing in her throat. It was an intense itch, almost unbearable. She felt compelled to cough. Clearing her throat, she expelled a glob of phlegm. Forgive her. It was not a matter of etiquette. Sometimes, physiological reactions were simply unavoidable. However, she was taken aback to find that the phlegm was a deep shade of green. When it fell to the floor, it immediately began to emit smoke, and before long, it corroded a small hole into the wooden boards. My young mistress, how could you expel the venom of our hinkypunk? Hydras stood frozen. Did she possess the talent to mimic the extraordinary physiology of magical creatures? Had her unintentional transformation granted her such a capability? Did this mean she could later acquire the breath of a dragon, the strength of a giant, the invisibility of a thestral, the rebirth of a phoenix, the flight of a magical creature, the splitting ability of a niffler, the size-altering capacity of a nagini, the spatial traversing ability of a snallygaster, and the storm-summoning power of a thunderbird? Well, she could definitely scratch off the ability to cultivate plants from the droppings of a mooncalf. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Hydras suddenly realized something. House elves were also magical creatures. Gently, she cradled Momo in her arms. The unconscious little elf trembled instinctively at the touch of her wounds. Under normal circumstances, house elves avoided any physical contact with their masters as a sign of respect. Therefore, Hydras had never before touched Momo. The same mysterious sensation returned. And Hydras instantly comprehended the magical workings of house elves. Their method of channeling magic differed from wizards, resembling more the harnessing of ambient magical energy. Hydras swiftly grasped the apparition technique employed by house elves, and with a mere thought, she transported herself from the window to the doorway of her master bedroom. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It was a sensation of having navigated through a crisis. With the ability to apparate, she could leave this place at any moment. However, with the acquisition of the house elf's magical constitution, the powers of the arrow snake were lost. Simultaneously, she gained mastery over 2 additional abilities inscribed within the very soul of the house elf. An unparalleled proficiency in domestic magic, and an exceptional talent for winemaking. She strained to recall the magical essence of the arrow snake, attempting to emulate it. Within a few seconds, she was once again able to spit venom. Unsurprisingly, the magical constitution of the house elf faded with the return of the arrow snake's powers. Thus, it seemed that only one magical constitution could be wielded at any given time. This realization suggested that such abilities were not particularly suited for switching mid-battle. Nevertheless, having at least one was far better than none. And at this stage, her newfound talent was proving to be invaluable. Now she could effortlessly transition to the house elf's constitution and make her escape. Yet, after her plans for a grand confrontation and a meteoric rise to riches were thwarted by the Greys, she could not swallow this bitter pill. Alone and outmatched, she could not reclaim her inheritance in the short term. Even if she could, it would require meticulous planning. Otherwise, the tale of an underdog vanquishing a wizarding family to reclaim her fortune would seem utterly implausible. Attracting Dumbledore's attention would certainly complicate matters. However, ensuring the Greys paid a price first was still within her grasp, perhaps by orchestrating the untimely demise of the 2 downstairs. Considerate interest for the harm they caused me. Hydras peered through the window, observing that Stevenson remained at rest, yet was stationed firmly at the entrance, glaring with palpable malice. Norson was still wandering aimlessly around the estate, seemingly in search of a breach. Little arrow snake, descend and lurk near that individual, Hydras instructed, pointing at Norson. When you see my signal, unleash your venom. The green serpent nodded obediently and slithered down, its simplistic mind solely focused on following its master's command, oblivious to the success or failure of the mission. What? This little girl isn't the master? Nonsense. The potent scent of Slytherin blood emanating from her was almost overwhelming, far more intense than that of her master. She must undoubtedly be the little mistress. Hydras waited in silence. Momo moaned in agony while unconscious, prompting Hydras to retrieve a stimulant potion from her charm pouch. This concoction could alleviate minor injuries, though it might not suffice for Momo's extensive burns. After administering a vial, Momo's condition visibly improved. The potion proved effective, and Hydras felt a slight sense of relief. Calculating the time, the little arrow snake should be in position by now. Hydras leaned out of the window and indeed spotted a green figure trailing Norson. Upon noticing Hydras, the little creature lifted its head as if to say, "I am in position, little mistress. Please give me your command." Hydras smiled gently and called out, "Norson Grey, I truly feel remorseful for the labor you have so diligently undertaken to guard this abode." Norson looked up to see Hydras leaning against the windowsill, waving at him. Her radiant smile was irresistibly enchanting. Though merely 11 years old, one could already envision her future beauty as breathtakingly captivating. However, this smile failed to soothe Norson's heart, instead igniting a furious rage within him. He perceived her words as a mocking affront, a blatant act of disdain. "Hydras, come down at once. You must be hungry, right? I can ensure you are well fed before I kill you. Being a glutton before death isn't such a bad fate, don't you think?" Suddenly, a curse sliced through the air, Avada Kedavra. Hydras recoiled slightly, evading the strike. TSK. Hydras shook her head. "My dear butler, have you truly ceased to even address Miss Lestrange with respect? I was only trying to remind you to be cautious, yet you respond with a killing curse. With a smile that was both playful and melancholic, she added, your actions are truly disheartening. Norsen, bewildered yet alert, asked, be cautious? What do you mean? Hydras pointed to a spot below where the Hargreaves arrow snake lay in wait, grinning, because since just now a highly venomous arrow snake has set its sights on you. Norsen swiftly glanced in the direction Hydras indicated, spotting a small green serpent opening its mouth to unleash a stream of venom. The venom traveled swiftly, but Norsen was quick to respond. Armored protection. Yet the venom corroded through his protective barrier, striking him squarely in the chest. His clothing rapidly disintegrated, leaving him aghast. Dispel. A vanishing spell made the tainted garments disappear, but it also left Norsen bare-chested. Curiosity piqued. Norsen wondered why Hydras had warned him, considering he sought her life. But upon looking up, he was met with a torrent of green venom spewing forth from the little girl's mouth. The speed of the venom's projection surpassed that of the arrow snake, catching Norsen off guard. Hydras felt a sense of satisfaction. This maneuver was called a diversion. Had she not allowed the little arrow snake to strike first, her direct attack might not have found its mark. Watching Norsen tremble and collapse, she felt no fear. Her delicate features bore an expression of calm indifference. The manic bloodline of the Gunther family seemed to grant her an innate resilience to the brutality of life. Hydras leaped from the second-floor window with the poise of a superhero, lifting her head and tossing her hair back in a fluid motion. The sequence was executed flawlessly. Alas, it was a splendid performance for an unappreciative audience. Stevenson, sensing danger, had already fled. At that moment, he dashed into the garden of the Gunther estate. This little girl was cunning. She could spray venom. Wounded as he was, he doubted he could overpower her. Don't run, Hydras called as she pursued. But Stevenson dared not pause. The lush foliage provided ample cover, and he emulated Hydras's earlier tactics of utilizing the environment to conceal himself. With a sudden rustle, Stevenson seized an opportunity and vanished into thin air. Hydras felt a pang of regret. With Stevenson's escape, some of her information would inevitably be compromised. Yet, that was of little concern. The most pressing matter at hand was what could possibly be more important than my treasure? Hydras rubbed her hands together and sprinted toward 3 holly trees. She needed to swiftly locate the alchemical items that could be tracked and then abscond with her riches. This way, she could enjoy a few years of carefree living, awaiting the grand confrontation to reclaim the Lestrange estate. Who truly understands the life of a wealthy woman devoid of pressure? Though some wealth would inevitably be lost, that was a necessary sacrifice. Consider it an investment in comfort. As for the Greys? The day my parents and uncle escape from prison will mark the downfall of the Grey family. Of course, Hydras was not one to simply endure. Given the chance, she would not hesitate to inconvenience the Grey family. Hydras's piercing scream echoed across the sky. Which scoundrel has stolen my treasure? Who is it? Stevenson? You are doomed. You are utterly doomed. Mark my words. Chapter 5. The Resolution of Grey. Hydras returned to the old estate with a morose expression. She sat beside Momo and emptied the pouch of all its gold galleons. Counting each piece meticulously, she did so 6 or 7 times. There could be no mistake. There were a total of 73 galleons. She would need to survive for 12 more years. What could this meager sum accomplish? Right. She also needed to account for the 3 galleons she had just discarded. The little arrow snake was perplexed as to why its little mistress was rummaging about the courtyard. Consumed by her relentless pursuit, Hydras ultimately conceded after an entire afternoon of searching. As dusk descended, she had only managed to procure a single galleon, lamenting the bitter loss of 2. Returning to the second floor, she found her house elf, Momo, still in a state of unconsciousness. Hydras surmised that Momo required a wound cleanser and a burn ointment, and perhaps some internal injuries necessitated the attention of a professional. Unfortunately, her small pouch contained no such medical potions. Despite Momo's previous mischief that had cost her dearly, her unwavering loyalty warranted that Hydras expend some galleons on her behalf. Yet more expenses. With a forlorn expression, Hydras transformed her physical form into that of a house elf. Feeling the magical elements swirling around her, she realized she could manipulate them freely. While her magical circuits held no power, in this state she could cast spells at will. House elves were truly a remarkable species. Arrow snake, Hydras inquired of the small serpent. Do you wish to accompany me on my departure? The arrow snake shook its head. My master has commanded me to guard the old manor. I cannot disobey. Hydras nodded, gently caressing the smooth head of the little serpent. Very well, I must take my leave now. Perhaps fate will allow our paths to cross again. The arrow snake nodded, and with a whoosh, Hydras vanished before its eyes. At the Grey family estate, torrential rain poured outside, with lightning roaring through the clouds. A long table in the hall flickered with the light of candles, where over a dozen men and women of various ages sat, their expressions grave. Stevenson Grey, pale and trembling, stood before them, missing a hand. Stevenson. Are you implying that Hydras Lestrange is not a mere puppet? I do not know, grandfather, Stevenson replied, his voice quavering. I witnessed that girl spit out green phlegm. And then Uncle Norson perished. Did Daniel and your hand suffer, due to the curse of the Gunter Manor? Yes, grandfather. The patriarch, Bode Grey, rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, drawing the attention of all the Greys. Outside, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Bode's voice remained clear amidst the storm. It is highly probable that Hydras is the daughter of that individual. Everyone knew to whom he referred. And a chill crept up their spines, making them shudder in unison. There is no turning back now, Bode declared, turning to face them. The tempest outside forming a dramatic backdrop. We must locate that girl and eliminate her. Another thunderclap echoed, and Bode appeared even more imposing against the blinding light. Notify the Ministry of Magic, stating that Hydras Lestrange is a dark witch who has fled after killing 2 members of our families. Serenus Grey asked anxiously, Uncle. The Ministry may not believe us, considering that Hydras has not received her Hogwarts acceptance letter this year. In their eyes, she is merely a puppet. No matter, Bode replied. Barty Crouch has a deep-seated hatred for dark wizards. If we inform him that Hydras may be the Dark Lord's daughter, he will issue a warrant. A sinister smile played on the old man's lips. Minister Millicent Bagnold is aging and losing her grip on the ministry. With enough Galleons, we can find someone to deal with that little girl. He glanced at a bag of treasure on the table, grinning wider. Stevenson. You are quite clever to have brought this back. Bode chuckled. That girl is shrewd as well. She understands that Galleons are not easily obtained. With a flick of his wand, a silvery mist enveloped the air, revealing a moving image of Hydras hunched over in the grass, searching for Galleons. Suddenly, rain began to pour, prompting her to rush back to the old manor. Little did she know, the Galleons in her bundle were enchanted with a tracking spell. Ha ha. Boom. The night's thunderstorm was indeed ferocious. At London's cleansing department store, an old red brick establishment, the black stains of age contrasted with the vibrant bricks, whispering tales of centuries past. Hydras materialized at the store's entrance, the rain pouring heavily and the streets nearly deserted. Ignoring the sign indicating renovations, she approached a display window. Inside, an ugly doll with faded button eyes gazed back at her. Understanding the customary procedure, Hydras addressed the doll. My house elf has sustained magical injuries and requires treatment. The doll nodded stiffly, its movements eerie, and gestured for her to proceed. Thus she stepped through the glass, rippling through space and arriving at the waiting area of St. Mungo's hospital. A plump, blonde witch greeted her warmly. Oh, whose little darling is this? She is absolutely lovely. She hurried over to Hydras, taking in the sight of Momo cradled in her arms. Such severe injuries. You should head to the 2nd floor for the magical injury department. Come along, dear. Following the rotund witch into the magical injury department, they passed closed rooms where anguished cries from patients echoed in the empty corridor. Do not fear, dear. The witch reassured her. We at St. Mungo's have developed a comprehensive set of safe and effective treatments for common injuries. Typically, the healing process is nearly painless. The ones who scream the loudest are often the foolish ones. Their injuries exceed our expectations, if you catch my drift. Upon reaching the doctor's office, a brief examination ensued, and the doctor proficiently treated Momo, employing potions and spells that visibly improved her condition. All done, the doctor proclaimed, clapping his hands. Now, you simply need to wait for her to awaken. That will be 7 Galleons. Such an exorbitant fee. Hydras felt as if her heart was bleeding. She now had only 67 Galleons left. After paying, she cradled Momo and made her way towards the hospital exit. The day was waning, and she should seek refuge at the leaky cauldron for the night. She was also quite hungry, having been drenched in the rain and in dire need of warm food and a comfortable bath. Young lady. Just as she reached the staircase, the doctor called out from behind her. Hydras turned, suspicion in her eyes as the doctor continued. I believe your house elf may need further observation. Why not let her stay overnight? Hydras shook her head. No thank you, your skills are impressive and I trust you. 7 Galleons. That was nearly the price of a young wizard's first wand. If you cannot treat this, perhaps St. Mungo's should close its doors. No. For safety's sake, I strongly recommend that you keep her here for observation. We have several vacant wards, and I can arrange for you to stay free for one night. Free. The word struck Hydras, who had been resolute in her decision to leave. Hesitantly she inquired, "Is there any food?" The doctor laughed heartily. "Given how adorable you are, I will treat you to our hospital's patient meal." "Very well," Hydras nodded, relieved to save a few coins. "I will stay here for one night." Hydras and Momo entered the hospital room, where the doctor instructed the house elf to prepare some food for Hydras. He then cast a complex glance at the closed door of the ward. Such an adorable young girl, she hardly resembled a cold-blooded dark wizard. Alas, how could one so young find themselves on a wanted list? Chapter 6. The 11-year-old fugitive. Observing Momo peacefully lying on the hospital bed, Hydras felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Just this morning, she was sipping red tea, basking in the privilege of being a young lady, and by nightfall, she had fallen into destitution, homeless even. She had remained in the hospital merely for a free dinner and a night's lodging. Shaking her head, she rose and approached the bedside, drawing back the curtains. The window was sealed shut, utterly immovable. Outside was a brilliantly lit London nightscape. Yet Hydras knew this was merely an illusion conjured by magic, for London was currently besieged by torrential rain. Drawing the curtains closed, Hydras felt an unsettling sense of peculiarity about the events of the evening. Why had the doctor insisted she stay overnight? The physician was a stranger, and the one who had brought her for treatment was merely a house elf, often looked down upon by wizards. From any perspective, the situation reeked of strangeness. With quiet determination, Hydras slipped open the door and stealthily made her way toward the doctor's office. She could not remain in ignorance. Eavesdropping on the doctor's conversation might yield answers. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her, as if some tragic fate were poised to descend upon her. This intuition had been with her since childhood, and it had proven reliable. Hastily, Hydras darted into a nearby room, pressing her ear against the door. Outside, she could hear the clamor of hurried footsteps and the doctor's voice shouting, "Oris, hurry! She is in that ward." Oris. A sinking feeling enveloped Hydras. Could it be that she was the one being hunted? "Who are you?" A young woman's voice inquired from behind her. Caught off guard, there was someone else in the room. Hydras turned swiftly, adopting an innocent and pitiful expression. "I must have taken a wrong turn." "Hydras!" exclaimed a girl with pink hair, who rushed excitedly toward her and enveloped her in a tight embrace, much to Hydras's bewilderment. "Nymphadora Tonks, is that you? I told you not to call me Nymphadora." This girl was indeed Nymphadora Tonks, the niece of Bellatrix Lestrange, making her a true cousin of Hydras. It was remarkable how fate could bring them together in such circumstances. Tonks beamed with joy, and Hydras reciprocated the sentiment, for Tonks was a natural metamorphmagus, capable of altering her appearance at will. In that very instant of their embrace, Hydras gleaned the principles of the metamorphmagus's magical essence. "Well then, dear cousin," Hydras smiled radiantly, feeling elated at the prospect of becoming a metamorphmagus herself, despite the fact that pursuers were hot on her trail outside. "What brings you here?" "Isn't today the first day of school?" Tonks, now 13 and in her third year at Hogwarts, glanced at the middle-aged man sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. "My father has been suffering from a case of sunflower hemorrhoids. You know that ailment in, well, that area." The young woman blushed slightly. "He has been in the hospital for 2 days, and it took a lot to get him better. Mum stayed up 2 nights in a row, and when she could no longer bear it, she went home, leaving me to look after him for the night. I'll head back to Hogwarts in the morning." Just then a commotion erupted outside, and a voice echoed through the room. "The locator has confirmed she is still here. She can't have gone far. She is in the vicinity. Be cautious. According to the Grey family, the dark wizard possesses exceedingly cunning methods." Tonks eyed Hydras curiously, noticing her cousin's unusual behavior, as she seemed preoccupied with the sounds outside. Was there something more thrilling than a family reunion? "Hydras, you." Suddenly Hydras's expression shifted dramatically. "Tonks, I have urgent matters to attend to. We shall converse another time." With a swift motion, Hydras vanished from the hospital room, leaving Tonks in stunned silence. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries had an anti-disapparition charm in place. How had Hydras managed to apparate from there? Not that it mattered. The truly absurd aspect was that she could apparate at her age. Moments later, the door to the ward swung open, and 2 Aurors burst in, immediately commencing their search of the room. Snapping back to reality, Tonks fumed. "Who are you? Don't disturb my father's rest." The Aurors coldly replied, "We are Aurors, pursuing a wanted fugitive." Tonks froze, piecing together the implications. Hydras's recent actions were indeed suspicious, and coupled with the Aurors declaration, disbelief washed over her. Hydras was a wanted criminal? The last time Hydras had been seen was before her arrival at the Leaky Cauldron. She sighed deeply. In her first escape, she lost her status as a young lady. In her second, she forfeited most of her fortune. And now in this third escape, she had lost Momo. The Grey family's ability to convince the Ministry of Magic to pursue her was beyond her expectations. At such a juncture, discussing innocence seemed futile. If captured, there would be no trial. The Grey family had myriad ways to ensure her demise. Wait, hadn't she just heard something about the locator confirming her presence? With a swift motion, the Aurus apparat, surrounding Hydras in an instant. Has the anti-disapparition device been activated? It has, sir. A well-dressed man with neatly combed short gray hair nodded, stepping forward to declare. Hydras Lestrange. You are under arrest for the heinous murder of 2 members of the Grey family. Hydras recognized this man. He had frequented the Lestrange manor after her adoptive parents were imprisoned in Azkaban. This was Barty Crouch, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. To him, Hydras was merely a seed of a dark wizard, a threat that required constant monitoring. Not to mention, it was highly likely that she was a descendant of Voldemort. With leverage in hand, Crouch would never let Hydras slip away. Despair engulfed Hydras. She was merely 11 years old. At such a tender age, she had already embarked on a tumultuous journey as a fugitive. This was not in accordance with her plans. No, she must rectify this. She had to prove her innocence. Sir, Hydras spread her hands in a gesture of surrender, indicating her lack of threat. I don't know if you've heard, but I did not receive my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, and I turned 11 back in April. What are you implying, Miss Lestrange? Crouch's expression remained as frigid as ever. I'm saying I'm a squib. How could a squib possibly kill 2 adult wizards? Unmoved, Crouch retorted. How do we know your identity as a squib is not a facade, or that you don't have accomplices? The head of the department smirked slightly. Moreover, how did a squib manage to apparate, Miss Lestrange? This line of reasoning was futile. This old man was determined to send her to Azkaban. An 11-year-old witch. Yet to enter Hogwarts, was on the brink of incarceration. Who could fathom such a feeling? This was not her life. Shaking her head, Hydras vanished with a swift flourish. The apparition of a house elf proved to be remarkably useful. Hydras, how can you claim you possess no magic? Barty Crouch seethed with fury, turning sharply to reprimand. Did you not claim that the anti-apparition charm had been activated? An Auror, drenched in sweat, gestured toward the device for Crouch's inspection. Director, indeed it has been activated. Another Auror interjected. Sir, I will immediately search for her location. Within the shimmering, indistinct image, Hydra began to discard gold galleons from her pouch, casting them to the ground one by one. Her expression was one of profound sorrow, as though she had lost her entire family. She was near the World War II memorial. She was discarding galleons that had been enchanted with a locating spell. We must reach her before she finishes throwing them. Why can't I apparate? I can't either. Barty Crouch's forehead throbbed with veins. Fools. Deactivate the anti-apparition device. Yet it was too late. In the silvery image, Hydra tossed the last galleon to the ground before vanishing from sight. Barty Crouch's complexion turned ashen. A girl, labeled a mute, had managed to bypass the anti-apparition charm. And crucially, she was likely the daughter of the Dark Lord. The Grey family, obscure and long overshadowed by the Lestrange family, had somehow cast a locating spell on multiple galleons. Such magical prowess, as far as he knew, was possessed by only a handful in the entire wizarding world. Both sides were formidable. Barty Crouch felt a pang of regret for having meddled in this murky affair. Hydra appeared in a narrow alley, the torrential rain having subsided to a gentle drizzle, its cold droplets seeping into her very bones. In this flight, she had lost all her possessions. Overwhelmed by despair, Hydra raised her head and wept bitterly. How tragic she was. Sitting on the small steps of a nearby house, she sobbed inconsolably. Suddenly, a door swung open behind her, and a young mellifluous voice inquired, "Who is this little girl, and why do you weep so sorrowfully?" Hydra halted her wailing, the question restoring a semblance of rationality. She struggled to shift her magical form, her gaze fixated on the Roman holiday poster across the streetcar platform. Moments later, she turned around, her youthful visage reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking sympathy. I have no home. I have nothing left. Chapter 7. Audrey Astley. Rick Astley was a young man harboring dreams of musical grandeur, hailing from a quaint locale known as Worryton. He had been discovered only last year by music producer Peter Waterman, and brought to London. Today, while he endeavored to compose a song, he was interrupted by a chorus of sorrowful cries. Enraged, he rushed downstairs, intending to shoo away the uninvited guest at his door, but as he approached, the girl's heart-wrenching lament inspired boundless creativity within him. Her ethereal voice, tinged with sorrow and despair, intertwined exquisitely with her enchanting timbre. As if she were narrating a tragic family chronicle. Upon opening the door, he beheld a small figure seated on his steps, her frail shoulders trembling, evoking pity. "Who is this little girl, and why do you weep so sorrowfully?" Rick could not help but ask, prompting the girl to cease her wailing. Though she continued to sob quietly, it felt like an eternity before she turned her head. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlight, the rain added a veil of mystery, and a familiar face suddenly leaped into his heart. How could he not recognize it? He encountered that face daily on large posters. The exquisite beauty of Audrey Hepburn captivated him. He often fantasized about being born decades earlier, imagining a grand romance with Audrey. But why did this girl resemble her so closely? Was this a divine answer to his wishes, a little angel sent from above? "What is your name, young lady?" Rick inquired in the gentlest tone he could muster. Hydra hesitated, having hurriedly switched to the magical guise of a disguised Muggle. Although her appearance had transformed, she had forgotten to adopt a pseudonym. Continuing as Hydra was clearly inappropriate, so she resorted to the formidable spell of amnesia. I forgot my name. And where do you live? I forgot. What of your parents? I forgot. It's cold outside. Why not come in? Hydra nodded and followed Rick into the house. It was a modest two-story dwelling. The ground floor featured a fireplace, with a low table set upon a worn rug, surrounded by 3 aging leather sofas, all cloaked in a thick layer of dust from disuse. Just a moment. Rick dashed into the kitchen, retrieving a damp cloth, clumsily attempting to wipe the sofas and table. It was evident that he was unaccustomed to household chores, his awkwardness prompting Hydra to feel embarrassment on his behalf. While Rick re-entered the kitchen to wash the cloth, Hydra transformed back into her house elf form, regaining her original appearance while snapping her fingers, an inherited household charm. The increasingly stained table and sofas were instantly restored to cleanliness. She then took 5 seconds to revert to Audrey's visage, standing quietly to await the impending astonishment. Rick gazed at the now pristine sofas, bewildered. They had not appeared this way moments ago. He turned to Hydra, who was now looking down, her foot tracing the edges of the rug, as if trying to smooth the frayed threads. It seemed unrelated to the girl. Thus, was the cleanliness of the sofa merely another sign of divine favor? Rick reverently crossed himself before returning to the kitchen. 20 minutes later, Hydra perched on the edge of the sofa, her upper body leaned toward the low table, voraciously consuming a bowl of oatmeal. "You must be famished," Rick said, feeling a pang of compassion. "Do you truly have nowhere to go?" Hydra did not raise her head, merely emitting a soft "If you," Rick hesitated for a few seconds, but ultimately resolved, believing it to be divine guidance. "If you truly have nowhere to go, you may stay with me, of course. I promise I won't do anything strange to you. Please rest assured." The man before her was peculiar. Though she was the one in need, he seemed to be pleading for her to stay. "I'm Rick Astley, a singer." Hydra's beautiful eyes widened suddenly. She had heard that name before. Rick Astley was a singer who had enjoyed immense fame in the late 80s and early 90s. His song "Never Gonna Give You Up," even in the 21st century, was a legendary hit. So at this moment, Rick resided in such an old, modest home? Considering the timeline, in just 2 years, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence. Hydra fell into contemplation. Observing her deep in thought, Rick grew anxious, fearing she might utter a refusal. He could not comprehend why he felt such concern for a girl he had never met before. Perhaps it was her striking resemblance to Audrey, her melodious voice, the strong sense of familiarity she evoked, or perhaps her tragic plight. As a musician, he trusted his instincts. Surely, one would not produce such heart-wrenching wails unless their suffering was profound. Hydra lifted her head, her eyes clear and innocent, and nodded. "Then I shall trouble you." "No trouble at all," Rick exclaimed, his youthful visage aglow with sheer delight. "Well, you must have a name, otherwise, I wouldn't know how to address you." Hydras nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you should give me a name, brother." She called me brother. A surge of joy swelled within Rick as he blurted out, "How about calling you Audrey?" Hydras was momentarily speechless. Just because she resembled an Audrey, did that warrant such a name? "Fine," she conceded with a nonchalant expression. "Then I shall be Audrey Estrella. From this day forth, my name in the Muggle world shall be Audrey Estrella." Rick, witnessing Hydra's accepting the name he bestowed upon her, and even adopting his surname, felt an inexplicable sense of responsibility to nurture this young girl into adulthood. Unbeknownst to them, Hydra's body had been steeped in magical essence for 11 years, perpetually emanating an aura of magical elements. While wizards may be accustomed to such magic, Muggles standing in close proximity to Hydras would inevitably be drawn to her natural scent. "Audrey," Rick beckoned, "come upstairs with me. Let us explore your new room." Audrey nodded obediently and followed her brother upstairs. The upper floor contained 3 rooms. The front one served as the master bedroom, the middle one was Rick's studio, and the furthest room was designated for guests. Rick led Audrey to the guest room. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a space that could have easily doubled as a set for a horror film. The little girl had anticipated the room's condition, having been deeply impressed by the dust-laden living room on the first floor. "Oh, my apologies, Audrey." Rick scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "I didn't realize the room was in such disarray. Would you like to watch television while I tidy up, and then you can come in?" Audrey chuckled and gently pushed him into the studio, filled with an array of musical instruments. A simple desk was cluttered with papers, a fountain pen lying uncapped atop them, evidently abandoned mid-creation. "Brother, you attend to your own matters. I shall clean my room myself." Though Rick wished to protest, he was met with Audrey's sweet smile as she closed the studio door behind her. Left alone, the new brother murmured helplessly to himself, "It's your first day here. How could I possibly let you do the cleaning?" In truth, he should have been contemplating not the cleanliness of the room, but rather the peculiar acceptance of the reality that he had multiple younger sisters now. That was the true oddity. Returning to the guest room, Audrey smiled softly, channeling her newly acquired house elf physique, and waved her hand. The trash scurried away on its own, and the cobwebs vanished without a trace. Flinging open the window, she welcomed in the moist air, placing her hands on her hips in satisfaction. The modest room paled in comparison to the opulence of her accommodations at the Lestrange manor, but it had the advantage of being free. Free. She tapped her finger against herself, and in an instant, her body transformed from sticky and damp to dry and comfortable. From the adjacent room came Rick's soft humming, prompting a gentle smile from Audrey. Fate seemed to favor her. While she was being sought by the Ministry of Magic, she had unwittingly acquired a new identity in the Muggle world. Her guardian was a good man. Well, albeit one who appeared to be somewhat dim-witted. She gestured with her right hand, forming a figure 8 around her chin. It was still only a little past 7 in the evening, the long night stretched ahead, and she couldn't afford to waste time. Perhaps it was best to bring Momo over. As for how to explain Momo's existence to Rick, that was simple enough. A confundus charm from Momo would suffice. If she wished to come, she would. If she wished to leave, she could. With a whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Hydras found herself in the staircase of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries on the 2nd floor. After a brief pause, she pushed open the door to the staircase and emerged, now wearing Tonks's face. Chapter 8. Repaying kindness with kindness, and grievances with honesty. The corridor was devoid of any presence. Not a soul in sight. This was highly irregular. Logically, the Grey family and the Auror should be on high alert, laying traps in wait for her arrival. After all, she was certain to come for Momo, especially after revealing her formidable skills in disillusionment. Hydras cautiously approached Momo's hospital room, yet maintained an air of composure and serenity. Who knew if some crafty Auror had cast disillusionment, and was lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. With natural grace, she opened the door and stepped into the room, only to find the bed empty. Momo had been taken away. Hydras sighed, "Well, if you've taken her, at least leave me a clue. Otherwise, how am I to lure you into a trap? I don't even know where the trap is." It seemed she would have to part with Momo for the time being. She had grown quite fond of that little house elf girl. As she opened the door, a wand was thrust against her forehead. It was a well-maintained wand, with a glass-like texture that gleamed in the light. "Who are you? And why are you in this room?" Indeed, Aurors could be quite cunning, just as she suspected. They were lying in wait with their disillusionment charms, hoping she would walk right into their snare. Had she not borrowed Tonks's face, she might have already collapsed from the force of a spell aimed at her. The Auror was a black man, sporting an African-style cap. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a familiar face often accompanying Barty Crouch on visits to her home. A member of the Order of the Phoenix, an elite Auror, and a future minister of magic. "I am Nymphadora Tonks. My father is Ted Tonks. He is a patient here, and I merely walked into the wrong room." Kingsley regarded her with skepticism. "Take me to your father's room. I trust you won't make another mistake?" That was easier said than done. Hydras shrugged. The rooms on this floor all bore a striking resemblance, and without room numbers. They were merely marked by illustrations of magical creatures. Quite a challenge. She pointed at the door's plaque behind her and remarked, "There are countless four-legged magical creatures. Who can distinguish them all?" Kingsley glanced at the brass plaque she indicated, which bore the silhouette of a four-legged creature with a long tail and round head. Indeed, it was rather difficult to discern. At that moment, the door of the diagonally opposite room swung open, revealing a girl with pink hair peering out. I think I just heard someone call my name?" Kingsley's eyes widened in surprise, darting left and right. How can there be two identical girls? He was aware of Ted Tonks, who had married the youngest daughter of the Black family. Since Ted was a Muggle-born wizard, that daughter had been permanently removed from the Black family tree. To his knowledge, they had only one daughter. Not twins, then. So it must be Polyjuice Potion? Tonks was equally perplexed. Is that me over there? Who am I then? She swiftly sorted through her muddled thoughts. Though only 13, she was destined to be an Auror and quickly recognized the source of the confusion. The girl before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance, was dressed in the same outfit Hydras had worn just moments ago. Indeed, Hydras was being pursued by the Aurors, and her little cousin, like her, was also a master of disguise. Caught off guard, Hydras felt the sting of her own deception as reality struck her hard. In that moment, all that echoed in her mind were 4 words. How awkward. Look, Auror, she blurted, isn't this my father's room? With that, Hydras brushed past the still-dazed Kingsley and hurried toward Ted Tonks's hospital room. In Kingsley's eyes, the girl who had her back turned to him saw her hair swiftly transform from pink to black. Conversely, through Tonks' perspective, as she approached, her face rapidly morphed into that of Hydras Lestrange. Don't move, Kingsley shouted, for this girl was very likely the infamous Hydras Lestrange. Tonks wore an expression that suggested she had anticipated this outcome. Hydras paused, raising her hand. All right, Mr. Auror, you've caught me. Tonks, yearning to act, found herself momentarily bewildered. Her cousin was merely 11 years old. What crime had she committed? Yet in the next instant, Hydras playfully winked at her. 5 seconds cooldown complete. Switching to house elf magical physiology. With a whoosh, Hydras vanished before their eyes. Minutes later, Audrey was frying tomatoes and eggs in a skillet. Rick appeared to seldom cook at home. The cookware was almost all brand new. The vegetables in the fridge looked as if they had been purchased 10 days prior. Wilted and far from fresh. Ding. The toast was ready, and Audrey poured the tomato and egg mixture directly onto the toast, bringing this innovative late-night snack upstairs. She knocked on Rick's door. Brother, it's nearly 10 o'clock. I've made you something to eat. Rick opened the door astonished, and as the enticing aroma wafted towards him, he took the plate. Is this your cooking? Audrey nodded. There aren't many ingredients at home, so this is all I could manage. Wow, Rick exclaimed as he eagerly took a bite. The young man, accustomed to English cuisine, was instantly captivated by the dish. I mean, wow, this is marvelous. Audrey graciously accepted his praise, flashing a sweet smile. I'm glad you like it. Just don't stay up too late. It's not good for your health. Okay. Rick stammered, flustered, and foolishly gazed at Audrey as he retreated to his room. Wow, I've really struck gold with an angel. However, an early night was out of the question, Mr. Peter Waterman was to come by in the morning to check the progress of his work. She had to revise the 4th draft of the song tonight. But first, she had to finish this delectable dish. It was simply delightful. Hydras locked the door and plopped down on her bed. Okay, Rick, won't he bother me tonight? The reason was simple. Hydras had added just a hint of the draft of living death to the tomato and egg dish, a potent sleeping potion. She was preparing to return to the Lestrange manor. The night was dark and all was silent. She intended to play the part of a clever intruder in her own home. That phrase always sounded a bit odd to her. She chuckled. The Grey family would never suspect she would make a sudden return. With a whoosh, Hydras reappeared in her room at Lestrange Manor. However, upon surveying the bare room, she began to doubt whether her disapparition had actually succeeded. Was she still at Rick's house? The room remained familiar. Yet where was my bed? My vanity? My wardrobe? Hydras burst out of her bedroom, standing dazed at the doorway, utterly distraught. Not to mention the precious paintings and rare collectibles. Even the woolen carpet that adorned her home's corridor had been taken, leaving behind only the bare, unwaxed wooden floor. In truth, that floor was made of precious agarwood, immensely valuable. But she couldn't very well pry up the floorboards of her own home to sell them, could she? The Grey family certainly never anticipated her audacious return, for there was no need to worry about such matters. The entire manor had been stripped bare. Grey. Hydras gasped for breath, her small fists clenched tightly. Since you have been so ruthless, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Even if you seek to capture or kill me, I could easily disregard it. Had you left me a modicum of wealth to indulge in, I might have allowed you to survive until Voldemort's resurrection. But now, you dare to empty my precious coffers? Very well then. Let the games begin. The day after tomorrow marked the date when the Lestrange family would transport the profits from their various enterprises to Gringotts. Clearly, that Galleon treasure would no longer find its way into the Lestrange vaults, but instead into the hands of the Grey family. Hydras resolved to reclaim that treasure as her first act of revenge against the Greys. Undoubtedly, Gringotts boasted the most formidable security, at least for the current Hydras. She lacked the confidence to breach the goblins' defenses and pilfer galleons from the Grey Vault. Thus, the only remaining option to acquire this treasure was through a bold robbery. At that time, for thestral-drawn carriages would depart from locations across the country towards London. As the heir of the Lestrange family, she was well acquainted with the flight paths and departure times of those 4 carriages. The only problem was she didn't know how to fly. At least not at the moment. But who needed to fly when she possessed the ability to replicate the magical physiology of creatures? As Draco Malfoy's cousin, she had spent ample time at the Malfoy Dragon Reserve. Hey, have you ever experienced riding in a flying carriage, counting galleons, singing a tune, only to be unexpectedly scorched by dragon fire? That must be exhilarating. Grey family, just you wait. Chapter 9. The Power of Dragons. The Speed of Dragons. The Flame of Dragons. It's all about dragons. The Malfoy Dragon Reserve lay in Romania, quite a distance from the British Isles. Fortunately, Hydras had prepared in advance and studied the map. Before she turned 5, during the days when Voldemort had yet to fall, she had pestered her parents to travel far and wide, dreaming of one day being able to disapparate anywhere. At that time, her parents were preoccupied with the Dark Lord's affairs, and it was the deceased Norsengray who had accompanied her on countless escapades. The first stop was Normandy, across the English Channel, the second the Eiffel Tower in Paris, the third the Golden Hall in Vienna, and the fourth the Malfoy Dragon Reserve on the outskirts of Târgu in Romania. At this moment, Romania was tranquil in the deep of night. The Dragon Reserve was equally silent. Evidently, there were anti-disapparition charms in place, yet they could not hinder the innate talents of house elves. On the cliffside, there lay a man-made cave, serving as a habitat for the fire dragons. The most numerous dragons at the Malfoy Reserve were the Welsh green dragons, which suited Hydras perfectly, as their temperament was among the mildest of fire dragons, minimizing the risks when approaching them. She had appeared via disapparition a short distance from the dragon's nest, in a small villa that served as the Malfoy family's vacation retreat. She had once spent a few days here, but following Voldemort's downfall, the Malfoys had hastily severed ties with the Lestranges. In the 6 years since, she had not once seen her Aunt Narcissa or Uncle Lucius. It was no secret that pureblood families valued profit over blood ties. Hydras shook her head. Why dwell on such matters? The priority was to swiftly replicate the fire dragon's magical physiology. Disapparate. The young girl materialized at the entrance of a dragon's lair, a foul odor assaulting her senses. She wrinkled her nose and ventured deeper into the cave. Having feigned ignorance for 11 years, she didn't even know a single Lumos spell. Had she known she could replicate the physiology of house elves, she wouldn't have neglected her magical studies. Now when she wished to learn, the family archives had been stripped bare by the Grey family. It was infuriating. The deeper she went, the darker it became, until she could not see her own hand in front of her. Damn it, I'm not about to stumble into a fire dragon's maw, am I? Beneath her feet, the ground varied in depth and texture, some parts firm while others were soft. Hydra, having cast aside her concerns over what she trod upon, compelled herself to disregard the repulsive thoughts and quickened her pace. The heavy breathing of a dragon echoed nearby. The fire dragon must be ahead. Keep going. Touching the dragon would signify victory. Just a brief contact, then a swift retreat. As these thoughts raced through her mind, she was startled by a sudden burst of flame that erupted nearby, barely 4 or 5 feet away. It was the dragon's breath. In the next moment, a wheel-sized, waxy yellow eye opened, emanating a gentle glow as it fixated on her. The immense silhouette, illuminated by the faint light, loomed before her. Goodness! Having an up-close encounter with such a legendary beast, Hydra finally grasped the true meaning of the oppressive presence of a top-tier predator. Paralyzed by fear, she found herself unable to move, her entire being frozen in place. To rush forward, touch it and flee? Such thoughts had long been discarded to the far reaches of her mind. So this was the creature Harry Potter faced in the Triwizard Tournament. Truly remarkable. One could only commend the child of destiny. Greetings, Hydra called out, preparing to make her escape at any moment. I merely wished to befriend you, if that is permissible? A resounding roar, both peculiar and beautiful, echoed from the Welsh green dragon, the force of its voice causing Hydra's eardrums to throb. As the green dragon sang its mighty song, the entire mountain of dragons responded in chorus. With a deep rumble, the green dragon nearly caused Hydra to apparate away. Yet she spotted kindness reflected in its eyes. A glimmer of hope. She must endure. In the next instant, the dragon's colossal wings enveloped her, gently guiding her to its head, where the cold, smooth surface of its skull nudged against her. What was the meaning of this? Having perused the dragon bestiary, Miss Lestrange was acutely aware that this action was a maternal gesture of affection from the Welsh green dragon toward its young. So, I have unwittingly become a dragon's godmother? In the next moment, sensing the magical essence of the Welsh dragon, Hydra instantly opted to switch her own constitution. By Merlin's beard. Strength. Power. Damn still power. The dragon's essence was overwhelmingly potent, causing Hydra's human form to struggle under its weight. Her eyes transformed into waxy yellow slits, and green scales visibly emerged upon her exposed arms. Her nails sharpened, and her throat began to gather warmth. With an uncontrollable roar, Hydra exhaled, releasing a breath that scorched the ceiling of the dragoness lair. Oops. The green dragon murmured reproachfully, and Hydra clasped her hands in a gesture of apology. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Suddenly, a series of loud bangs echoed as 5 wizards materialized before Hydra. They raised their wands, and she swiftly assumed a defensive stance. A flicker of light. One of them cast a Lumos spell, while the others unleashed unfamiliar incantations, compelling the Welsh green dragon behind her into a deep slumber. More footsteps approached. With her dragon-like vision, even without the Lumos spell, Hydra could discern the newcomers clearly. Pale golden hair, cold gray eyes, and a gaunt pointed face. It was Lucius Malfoy. Who are you? Lucius demanded, pointing his wand, disguised as a cane at Hydra. What is your purpose intruding into my dragon sanctuary? Oh, I simply stumbled in, Hydra replied with a smile, though her scaly visage appeared far from benevolent. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your slumber. Answer me, intruder. Lucius's gaze remained fixed on the young girl before him, though her bizarre appearance was undeniably alarming, causing the Malfoys to tense. Shouldn't Mr. Lucius Malfoy be at Malfoy Manor in England? How could he possibly be here? After pondering this question, Hydra clapped her hands and answered herself, of course. Your family vacations here every year to escape the summer heat. How enlightening. The intruder's refusal to answer his questions, coupled with her apparent knowledge of his family's customs, only heightened Lucius's anxiety. Yulling out of the hole. Hydra observed with interest as Lucius invoked the famous spell from India, summoning a snake of considerable girth that coiled and rose menacingly before her, hissing threats. Perish. Hydra promptly retorted, hiss. I am not your enemy, begone. The serpent paused, then lowered its body, swiftly retreating from the cave. Parseltongue. Lucius gasped, astonished. Who are you truly? Hydra approached Lucius with measured steps. His hairline had yet to reach its notorious extent, but his complexion had grown even paler. She softly remarked, you truly are forgetful. Dear Uncle Lucius. Uncle? Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief. You are Hydras Lestrange. Hydra beamed, thank you for your fire dragon, Uncle. However, I must be on my way. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future. Good night. She dashed past the stunned Lucius, racing toward the cave entrance. Her speed was astonishing, each powerful push against the ground propelling her several feet forward. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, she leaped high into the air. Though she possessed no wings, this did not impede her flight. Dragons rely on magic for their soaring, else how could such massive creatures take to the skies with their flimsy bat-like wings? Wings merely serve to maintain balance and execute aerial maneuvers. Hydra soared, fluctuating in height and speed, embracing the damp night breeze of Romania as she released a joyous cry. Roar. The Welsh green dragon's melodious roar erupted from Hydra's throat, inciting a raucous response from the dragons on the mountain. Are we to be deprived of our slumber? Meanwhile, Lucius Malfoy, having reached the cave entrance, gazed skyward at Hydra's flight through the night. His eyes narrowed as he pondered his thoughts. Chapter 10. Rick. You are committing a crime. That night marked Hydra's most liberating experience since her arrival in this world. Though she mourned the loss of her beloved companion, the facade she had maintained for 11 years shattered in that moment, allowing her to embrace her true self. She reveled in the exhilarating freedom of soaring through the skies. The fierce winds roaring beside her, flames flickering upon her tongue. The sensation of power was intoxicating. She adored it, like a child who had just received a new toy. The thrill of flight was irresistible. Hydra soared from Romania to Hungary in a single breath. Only when fatigue set in did she realize she was still merely an 11-year-old child. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Audrey awoke, having returned home at 3 a.m. the previous night, and she found herself rising rather late. She pushed open the door and stepped outside. Oh dear, Rick forgot to prepare my toiletries last night. After all, Rick was merely an inexperienced 20-year-old lad. Managing his own affairs was challenging enough, so how could he think of such details? Audrey shook her head as she descended to the kitchen. With limited resources, she decided to whip up something simple. After making a few pancakes, she couldn't help but reflect on her culinary skills, which had waned after years of being pampered. Nevertheless, those golden brown pancakes would surely taste far better than Rick's oatmeal porridge. Sprinkling some sesame seeds atop, she inhaled their delightful aroma, her eyes instinctively narrowing in pleasure. Alas, if only she had some scallions. Wait. We must take Rick out shopping. Today is a rare opportunity to indulge in the long-forgotten life of a Muggle. Especially since tomorrow we are to engage in a fierce battle. No. No. A scream echoed from upstairs, prompting Audrey to place breakfast on the small kitchen table, with a puzzled expression before hastening upstairs. No. The sound originated from the workshop. Audrey pushed open the door to find Rick vigorously massaging his head, his brown curls tousled and wild. How did I fall asleep? The new song isn't finished, and Mr. Waterman will be displeased. No. Brother Rick? Audrey's light voice broke through his thoughts, causing him to freeze momentarily before turning around, his face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, it's you, Audrey. He nearly forgot that he was not alone in the house. Well, I usually don't act like this. Rick hastily explained, not wanting to appear deranged in front of Audrey. I was supposed to present my new song to Mr. Peter Waterman today, but I inexplicably fell asleep last night, and didn't finalize the song. He hurriedly gathered the scattered sheets of paper, exclaiming, I don't know what to do. Audrey chuckled softly, dismissing the importance of the new song. Come on, let us eat breakfast. But my song. She felt a twinge of guilt. Had she not drugged Rick last night, he would have surely completed his new song by now. Of course, this guilt was minimal. After all, they had only known each other for a night. Though they called each other brother and sister, they were still strangers. If the song remained unfinished, the worst he would face was a reprimand, but if breakfast went cold, it could lead to an upset stomach. Reluctantly, Rick was pushed downstairs by Audrey, his expression one of resignation. Did you make this? Yes, who else would be here but me? Rick nodded, realizing Audrey was right. An incomplete song would only earn him a scolding, but wasting such a splendid breakfast was inexcusable. He eagerly forked a piece of pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. Delightful. As the siblings savored their pancakes with milk, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Rick shot up like a rocket. No, it must be Mr. Waterman. It has to be Mr. Waterman. Audrey sighed, urging, calm down, brother. Sit down and compose yourself. I'll go answer the door. Like a marionette on strings. Rick sat down but could not find his composure, his eyes darting towards the entrance. Audrey opened the door to reveal a sharp-looking middle-aged man. His neatly groomed brown hair and gold-framed glasses gave him an air of sophistication, while a prominent mustache and thin, tightly pressed lips conveyed a serious demeanor. It must be Mr. Peter Waterman. Audrey greeted him with a smile. Please come in. Mr. Waterman appeared surprised, yet he followed Audrey inside, politely responding, hello, as you know, I am Peter Waterman. May I ask who this lovely young lady is? I am Audrey Estrella, Rick's sister, she said, guiding him towards the kitchen. Has Mr. Waterman had breakfast? Would you like to join us? Rick's sister? Observing Rick's awkward greeting, Peter glanced at the poised Audrey. This girl, named Audrey, bore no resemblance to Rick, and he wondered how Rick's mother had given birth to such a pair of siblings. However, any lingering doubts were swiftly dismissed when Mr. Waterman tasted Audrey's pancakes. Delicious. Of course they were. These pancakes contained magical elements, though the creator of such delightful fare remained blissfully unaware. She was currently in a state of vexation, having merely intended to be polite, yet Mr. Waterman had boldly seated himself at the table. The pancakes were meant for two, and now she would not have enough to satisfy her own appetite. Reluctantly, she reignited the stove to prepare another batch. Rick, Peter remarked after sipping his milk and relishing the lingering taste of the pancakes, have you completed your new song? I've arranged for you to record it at the finest studio. Rick's anxiety surged. While he had indeed written a new song, he was not satisfied with the third draft, and although the ideas for the fourth draft were excellent, he had yet to finish it. Splendid. Once we finish breakfast, I would love to see it. Sweat instantly beaded on Rick's forehead. He felt he had failed to meet Mr. Waterman's expectations. The worst outcome would be if Mr. Waterman lost faith in him, forcing Rick to return to the countryside and play in his little band. As Rick spiraled into anxious thoughts, Audrey, while preparing the batter, began to sing. It seems that things are quite clear. Everything is not as beautiful as I once envisioned. I realize you love yourself more than you love me. Go tell your friends. I am a difficult madwoman. It's all right, I will tell my friends. You are a homosexual. This song, set to be released over 20 years later, belonged to Taylor Swift and was a quintessential country rock piece. Audrey's enchanting voice and lively melody entranced both Peter and Rick instantly. See how I ignite this match, burning away the time I once wasted. Now I finally understand. You are merely another burnt photograph. Burn baby burn, just another burnt photograph, baby burn. As she spread the batter in the pan, she kept an ear out for the commotion behind her. Rick, I've ruined your chance to unveil your new song, so let this one be my compensation. Rick. Peter leaped to his feet, excitement radiating from him. Is this your new song? A song you've written for your sister? He mused aloud. Although the lyrics do not fit the young girl's age, when sung by her, there is a striking contrast. It is a kind of navette. Yes, navette. Peter clapped Rick on the shoulder. Well done, Rick. But, are you planning to let your sister take the recording opportunity? Rick was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Audrey expertly flipped the pancake and interjected, Mr. Waterman, of course, this song is meant for my brother to record. Peter was utterly astonished. While Rick could certainly deliver a decent performance, he believed Audrey was the perfect fit for the song. He turned to Rick. Is what Miss Estrella said true? Rick, seeing Audrey frantically signaling him with her eyes, nodded in confusion. Ah yes, I suppose so. Rick. Peter slammed his hand on the table with a loud thud, startling Rick and causing his fork to clatter to the floor. You are committing a crime, a crime. Peter was fervently animated, as though Rick had truly committed some transgression. Your sister's vocal talent is unparalleled. You can hear it for yourself, this song suits her perfectly. However, Rick scrambled for excuses, feeling utterly out of control. In front of Mr. Waterman, he had never truly felt in command of the situation. Now he felt completely overwhelmed. He could hardly confess to Mr. Waterman that the song was originally written by Audrey, who was merely a homeless, amnesiac child he had picked up the night before. Yet, Audrey was still just a child. That could serve as a somewhat reasonable excuse. But Peter shook his head. Michael Jackson performed on stage at the age of 7. Age is not an issue. Rick continued, but Audrey needs to go to school. Peter shook his head, stating that attending school was merely a pathway to securing a respectable job in the future. Yet, with Audrey's innate talent, she was destined to become a superstar. Forcing her to engage in the pursuit of trivial knowledge seemed far less beneficial than allowing her to realize her extraordinary singing abilities. Rick felt utterly helpless, while Audrey was taken by surprise. She never anticipated that by merely presenting a song from 2 decades hence to assist Rick, she would find herself ensnared in the situation. Peter Waterman approached Audrey earnestly and inquired, Miss Audrey Astaire, would you be willing to become a singer? Trust me, with your vocal prowess and your beauty, you are bound to captivate all of Britain and the world. Audrey replied, I merely aspire to be a carefree and indulgent woman of means. I never sought to become a star. What was she to do? Yet, the notion of becoming a celebrity among the Muggles seemed appealing. In her past life, she had once dreamed of such a fate, and now, donning this new persona could serve to better conceal her true identity as Hydras. After a moment's contemplation, under the anxious gaze of Rick and the expectant eyes of Peter, Audrey responded, all right, but I must insist on being with my brother. Why not form a duo? Grateful for her brother, Audrey couldn't allow Rick to fade into obscurity. He too was a seed of stardom. She enthusiastically proposed, how about the name the Astaire siblings for our duo? Peter Waterman pondered for a moment before replying, that's a splendid idea. Rick Astaire, utterly bewildered, was at a loss for how to express his emotions. Since encountering Audrey last night, his life appeared poised for a monumental transformation, though he was uncertain whether it would be for better or worse. Chapter 11, Rick's Vow, to protect her for a lifetime. Peter Waterman was nearly beside himself with joy. Rick Astaire had proven to be the finest prospect he had discovered in recent years, but he never expected that he would have a sister, whose talent was even more remarkable. That ethereal melodious voice, as smooth as chocolate, lingered in his mind even now. Regrettably, the foreigner lacked the cultural references to express this adequately. They did not possess a phrase as vivid as lingering for 3 days. Rick, I believe you should rework that song, Peter interjected, momentarily stunned. What is the title of that song? Audrey eagerly chimed in, it's Picture to Burn. He nodded approvingly. You should revise this song into a choral version. Let us postpone recording for now until you are ready. Rick exhaled in relief. At least today had passed without incident. As Peter approached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Rick, as an older brother, you ought to pay attention to what Audrey is wearing. After returning home last night, Audrey had rummaged through Rick's room and borrowed his shorts and t-shirt as makeshift sleepwear. To Peter's eyes, it appeared rather awkward. The ill-fitting attire on Audrey was quite conspicuous. Had it not been for her striking beauty and poise, she might have been mistaken for a refugee. Rick scratched his head. Audrey just arrived last night. She hasn't had the chance to buy anything yet. Audrey shook her head. Mr. Waterman, you are aware that our family is not well off. Her doe-like, innocent eyes vividly portrayed the image of a poor little girl. To be fair, Bearing a resemblance to Audrey Hepburn in her youth was already a significant advantage. How could Waterman resist? He hurriedly pulled out his wallet. Rick, you should speak up when you're in need. It isn't right for you to suffer while Audrey goes without. In Rick's astonished gaze, Waterman handed Audrey £1,000. Which was remarkable considering Mr. Waterman was notorious for his frugality. At present, Peter Waterman Limited paid Rick a mere £850 a month. The disparity between individuals was indeed striking. Even the naive Rick felt a pang of envy. Audrey, take this money and buy some lovely clothes, Peter said. His face beaming with a smile, a stark contrast to his previously serious demeanor. I look forward to our next meeting in the recording studio. He then turned to Rick. His expression swiftly sobering. I am quite pleased, but for the next couple of days, you must work diligently to arrange the duet version. With that he waved and exited. Rick stood dazed at the door, while Audrey had already dashed into the kitchen. Her breakfast remained unfinished. Rick, once I finish my meal, let us go shopping. Rick nodded and headed upstairs to change. His expression was one of utter bewilderment. He still hadn't quite processed the events. Last night he had taken in a homeless girl suffering from amnesia. This girl had accepted him as her brother. He had named her, effectively claiming her as his sister. This sister was a prodigy. She had composed a song that astonished Mr. Waterman. This sister was a genius, possessing a singing talent that surpassed his own. This sister was a genius, capable of extracting £1,000 from the notoriously stingy Mr. Waterman. The key point was, hadn't she lost her memory? Did all this make sense? In truth, it didn't have to. After all, Audrey had come to his rescue, hadn't she? They were set to form a singing duo, and even if she were not to be his sister, being colleagues would suffice, as long as she didn't take advantage of him financially. Audrey donned her black and white dress, adorned with a striking bow at the collar. Had Peter Waterman been present, he would have recognized that this outfit was a bespoke high-end piece. Unfortunately, Rick lacked such discernment and mistook a fortune for mere rags. Rick's residence was near Manchester Square, and the closest shopping center was Marks Spencer, just a few blocks away. As they stepped outside, they noticed a handful of oddly dressed, unkempt individuals loitering in the usually deserted alley. Rick, with his kind heart, worried that these individuals might pose a threat to the neighbors and approached them, asking, "Gentlemen, what brings you to my neighborhood?" The odd individuals replied, "We are secret police, in pursuit of a dangerous fugitive. That criminal has killed 2 people, and is highly perilous." Rick gasped, "So you are the police?" He was a particularly trusting individual, perhaps too naive. He continued, "Is there anything I can do to help? What does the criminal look like? Do you have a photograph?" The secret police impatiently responded, "That individual is extremely dangerous, not someone you should involve yourself with. Step away and do not hinder our work." Disheartened, Rick walked away, only to complain to Audrey, "I was merely trying to help. And that man was so rude to me. Are secret police really that impressive?" Recalling the secret police from literary works as lawless thugs, Rick felt a shiver run down his spine. "Audrey, we should leave quickly. These secret police are not to be trifled with." Indeed, they were not to be trifled with. Audrey mused to herself. These individuals were aurors, their wands conspicuously displayed in their holsters, a deception that only Muggles would fall for. The dangerous criminal they spoke of was likely the seemingly harmless and adorable girl standing before them. The aurors had noticed the pair as soon as they exited the house, and upon seeing the exquisite attire adorning Audrey, they couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Yet, upon recognizing Audrey's face, their elation swiftly turned to disappointment. The wizards indeed had little knowledge of Muggle attire. They were unaware that contemporary Muggle children would never venture into the streets dressed in such a manner. Thus, the aurors ultimately missed their encounter with Hydras Lestrange. Perhaps this fleeting moment would haunt them for a lifetime. They would never have another opportunity to apprehend her. Macy's was a storied retail establishment. Rick entered the shop with Audrey, instantly becoming the center of attention. It was an unavoidable circumstance. With Audrey Hepburn's visage, she was simply irresistible. "Mommy," a little girl exclaimed to her mother, "that sister looks just like Audrey Hepburn." "Hermione," her mother admonished, "it is quite rude to comment on another's appearance in such a manner. Do refrain from doing so in the future." The little girl lowered her head, a soft "oh" escaping her lips. Audrey glanced over, spotting a 6 or 7-year-old girl with a mass of unruly brown hair, bright brown eyes, and a charmingly delicate face. Though her prominent, beaver-like front teeth marred her overall beauty. What a coincidence to unexpectedly encounter one of the original trio, Hermione Granger, here? Noticing Audrey's gaze, the girl's mother offered a slight nod, an expression of apology crossing her face. Audrey responded with a radiant smile, then pulled Rick into a nearby clothing store. As if She had gone to great lengths to distance herself from Hogwarts. How could she possibly approach a character from the storyline? Was hiding not thrilling enough? Or was it simply uncomfortable to be idle? Half an hour later, Rick, holding 2 sets of clothing, was led out of the department store by Audrey. Audrey, we have the means. Why not purchase a few more outfits? Audrey halted, turning to him with utmost seriousness. Brother, one can have enough clothes. Our family's most pressing issue is that the refrigerator is empty. Concluding their shopping expedition and returning home, Rick felt a profound sense of emotion. Audrey, for the sake of their family, was even reluctant to buy clothes, while he had previously suspected her of harboring ulterior motives. What was he thinking? Audrey was nothing short of an angel. How could she ever harm herself? The more he pondered, the more he realized the absurdity of his thoughts. Wishing he could slap himself. What benefit would she gain from deceiving him? Not only had she never taken a penny from him, but she had also procured a plethora of groceries and household necessities. All this from the money she had earned from Mr. Peter Iron Chicken Waterman. Such a wonderful sister. I, Rick Astley, vow to protect her for a lifetime. God bear witness. In truth, Rick's original intention was to pledge to care for her throughout their lives. But considering his own ineptitude, it seemed more likely that Audrey would end up taking care of him. Thus he altered his vow to one of protection, allowing him to demonstrate his worth as an elder brother. Yes, to safeguard her for eternity. Chapter 12. The Retribution from the Dragon. On the morning of September 3, 1986, at 7 o'clock under clear skies, in the year of the Fire Tiger, the month of the Fire Monkey, on the day of the Metal Dog, during the hour of the dragon, the celestial deity of this hour was the Azure Dragon, foreboding ill fortune. Naturally, foreigners would be unaware of such matters. A public night bus departed from the station by the Swansea in Wales, soaring towards London. Inside the carriage sat a man named Cywin Gray, tightly clutching a box in his arms. The box had been enchanted to lighten its weight. Otherwise, the abundance of galleons within might have crushed Cywin's frail bones. Upon leaving the station, the carriage ascended higher and higher, disappearing into the clouds. This was currently the safest mode of transport, nearly impossible to intercept. Historically, the number of night bus hijackings barely exceeded 5. Just consider the notorious figures who had attempted to seize a night bus in the past. Gellert Grindelwald, Voldemort, and even a dragon. It must be noted that the night bus flew at an altitude far surpassing that achievable by a broomstick, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary wizards. Moreover, this was the heart of England. Who would dare attempt to intercept a night bus here? Cywin glanced out the window, noting that the weather was fair, with a few clouds dotting the sky, but not enough to threaten rain. Though enclosed within the carriage, rainy days remained an irksome prospect, especially when airborne. He caressed the box in his arms, reminiscent of touching a lover's smooth skin. Ah, Galleons, he sighed melodically, how utterly enchanting you are. This public carriage lacked a driver. The night horses knew the route, ensuring passengers arrived punctually at Diagon Alley's night bus station. Otherwise, Cywin would not have dared to engage in such socially mortifying behavior. At over 70 years of age, he still possessed a sense of dignity. What a lovely tune. A young girl's voice suddenly chimed from outside the carriage. If I recall correctly, old man, your name is Cywin Gray? Cywin was startled, immediately turning to peer out of the carriage, yet found nothing but emptiness. With a sudden whoosh, 5 seconds later, a figure materialized opposite Cywin Gray within the carriage. Good morning, diligent old Cywin. Cywin's pupils constricted. He recognized the individual before him without a doubt. It was none other than his former young mistress, Hydras Lestrange, now being hunted by the Gray family. Rumor had it that Norse Gray and Daniel Gray had perished because of this girl. Underestimating this seemingly mute child could prove perilous. Cywin instantly went on high alert, for he had firmly engraved the clan leader's command in his mind. Hydras was a cunning girl. Isn't this Miss Lestrange? Good morning. Esteemed young lady. Hydras beamed, graciously accepting Cywin's bow. Were it not for the wand he tightly gripped beneath the box, one might have mistaken their interaction for that of a harmonious master and servant. Cywin, if my memory serves me right, you were already with our family when my great-grandfather moved from Germany to England. It seems you have been in charge of our potion garden in Wales all along. Am I mistaken? Cywin nodded with a smile. Your memory is remarkable, young lady. Indeed, I have served the Lestrange family for a full 50 years. How delightful, Hydras replied. But it is a pity that the yield from the potion garden you oversee has been declining since 15 years ago, with last year's revenue being less than a third of its peak. Do you have an explanation for this? Cywin shook his head. No need for an explanation, Mississippi. I believe that is the reward our Gray family has earned through diligent labor. He hefted the wooden box, the galleons inside rattling enticingly, drawing Hydra's attention as she narrowed her eyes in intrigue. Yes, that sound is indeed captivating. Siwen's tone was sincere, like a grandfather concerned for his granddaughter. However, seeing you alone seems rather lonely. I shall take the liberty of gifting you this entire box of galleons. Hydras laughed. Those galleons rightfully belong to my family. Is it not a bit excessive to present me with my own possessions? Siwen shook his head. Regardless of ownership, I shall bestow them upon you. No sooner had he spoken than he hurled the box of galleons towards Hydras, simultaneously raising his wand to cast Avada. In his mind, he envisioned Hydras first dealing with the box, creating an opening for him to strike with his killing curse. However, the box merely hovered in mid-air, while his wand failed to budge an inch, as though an invisible, powerful hand had firmly grasped his wrist. The box, floating in the air, shifted aside, revealing Hydra's face. The girl appeared completely at ease, her eyes glimmering with a hint of magical radiance. One hand pointed towards the box, guiding it to gently settle onto the seat, while the other hand directed at Siwen's wrist, halting his spellcasting motion. Clan leader, is this what you refer to as a mute child? Let us not be ridiculous. Shall we? Alas, dear Lord Siwang, your temper is rather excessive. With a mere flick of her finger, Siwang's wand soared into her grasp. It is indeed an unwise habit to resort to the Avada Kedavra at every turn. Should the Ministry of Magic learn of this, you would surely find yourself imprisoned in Azkaban. Hydras, idly toying with Siwang's wand, remarked nonchalantly, at your age, a stint in Azkaban might leave you with but a few days to live. At that moment, Siwang's complexion turned ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Outside the carriage, the sea of clouds lay serene, yet Siwang felt as though he had been drenched by a torrential downpour. Despite Hydras being merely 11 years of age, the air of authority she exuded was akin to facing the formidable Mr. Lestrange himself. In that fleeting instant, Siwang sensed the chilling specter of death looming over him. This girl was indeed capable of acting upon her threats. Of course she could act. Who could truly fathom the depths of Hydra's grief over her lost love? Observing Siwang trembling like a quail, too fearful to utter a word, Hydra shook her head. In gratitude for your years of diligent service to my family, I have decided, after much contemplation, not to consign you to Azkaban. She picked up a box filled with galleons, tucking it into the pouch hanging around her neck. Was she departing? Siwang exhaled in relief. It would be prudent for this little harbinger of misfortune to take her leave. The theft of galleons could be reprimanded by the clan leader, but at least his life would be spared. Ah, Hydra seems to have discovered something new. You just sighed in relief, didn't you? Siwang was taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. Was she not intending to let him off the hook? Suddenly, Hydra's eyes morphed into slitted, waxy yellow orbs, and her exposed skin sprouted verdant scales. Was she transforming into a serpent? Siwang pondered. He had heard that Norsen had succumbed to the venom spat by Hydras. Yet as two pale, dragon-like horns sprouted from her forehead, Siwang was rendered speechless. Was this the ordinary Welsh green? Hydra's dragon claw seized Siwang's wand. With a gentle squeeze, a sharp crack resounded, and the wand splintered into wood shavings. Glancing at the ruined core, Hydras mused, a dragon nerve. Releasing her grip, the wooden fragments and a grayish-black dragon nerve fell onto the floor of the carriage. Well then, dear Lord Siwang, I wish you a pleasant journey. Hydra soared upward, crashing through the carriage's roof. The vehicle lurched violently, and when calm returned, Siwang lay slumped in his seat, utterly terrified. Suddenly, from the damaged roof came Hydra's voice, ringing in Siwang's ears like the death knell. Oh dear, it seems I have caught a cold. I believe I ought to sneeze. A powerful dragon breath erupted from the roof, severing the connection between the carriage and the night steed. Oh, my sincerest apologies, dear lord, I accidentally damaged the carriage. Hydras chuckled mischievously. You must know the levitation charm, right? The wand is still inside. Do remember to use it, or else you might meet your demise. With the carriage rendered powerless, it spiraled down from the sky, soon disappearing from sight. Hydras had no belief that Siwang Grey possessed the ability to cast spells without a wand, hence her lack of interest in witnessing the wreckage and carnage below. Meanwhile, the slender, ebony night steeds continued their flight towards their destination, heedless of the fate that awaited the carriage. Suspended above the clouds, Hydras wore a smile. This was but the first carriage. There were still 3 more to come. After 5 seconds of free fall, she transformed back into her domestic elf form. With a swish, Hydras vanished into thin air. Today would undoubtedly mark a day of significant loss for the Grey family. At this moment, the celestial dragon was the harbinger of misfortune. How fortuitous. Chapter 13. Regarding the likelihood of a fire dragon attacking the night steed carriage. At the night steed carriage station in Diagon Alley, This station was conveniently located behind Gringotts, facilitating the affluent families in consolidating their funds before depositing their gleaming galleons into the underground vaults of Gringotts. Serenus Grey, the niece of the family patriarch Bode Grey, though a daughter, possessed extraordinary capabilities. Thus, Bode entrusted her with the family's financial affairs. She paced anxiously within the station's lobby. Ordinarily, by this hour, for carriages arriving from various locations would have reached the station, and she should be counting the galleons in the VIP lounge. Yet, half an hour past the scheduled time, not a single carriage had arrived. This was clearly abnormal. A rotund man, his face slick with grease and clad in a brand new embroidered wizard's robe, rushed in. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he feigned calmness as he addressed Serenus. Miss Grey. Upon confirmation, the 16 knight steeds that returned empty were indeed those responsible for your family's rented carriages. There is a high probability that the 4 carriages have encountered an incident. Impossible. Serenus retorted, her anger flaring. The 4 carriages departed from 4 different locations. How could they possibly all meet with misfortune simultaneously? Investigate further. Her commanding demeanor belied the icy dread settling in her heart. Her display was merely to position herself for potential compensation from the station. It is worth mentioning that the Night Steed carriage station is a property of the Ministry of Magic. Regardless of the likelihood, the unfortunate event had already occurred. The carriages rented by their family were in peril. Audrey burst through the door of her home, bounding up the stairs. Rick remained in his workshop, diligently revising a musical score. Hearing the commotion, he turned and inquired, "Audrey, you're back?" "Yes, brother." Audrey's voice danced like a joyful sprite amidst the flowers. "I had such a wonderful time playing with so many little animals." "That's great to hear," Rick replied hesitantly, tentatively probing. "Did you compose that song? Would you like to work on it together?" Audrey shook her head. "That song was just something I hummed randomly. I can't recall if I can compose. So there's no need to place your hopes on me." "Very well then, take a moment to rest in your room. If you feel bored, come downstairs to watch television. Although there is not much worth watching." Before he could finish, Audrey had already dashed back to her room, slamming the door shut. Though there was little of interest on television, Rick insisted on finishing his thought, wanting to avoid any awkwardness. Shaking his head, he immersed himself once more in the notes. Audrey locked her door, her heart racing furiously. She sat on the floor, pulling out 4 boxes in a flurry. As she opened each lid, the dazzling golden light nearly blinded her. "Oh, how delightful! Truly delightful! I feel as though I could soar." Her little coins, her precious coins had returned. 1, 2, 3, 6,943, 6,944. Nearly 7,000 galleons. This amounted to purchasing power equivalent to around 200,000 yuan. She was rich. Audrey hummed a cheerful tune as she began counting once more. "Oh, the common folk, today we are truly joyous. The common folk, today we are truly, truly joyous." The more she counted her galleons, the more elated she became, her singing growing louder until even Rick could hear her. Audrey's creative talent blossomed in that moment, as she crafted yet another new song. This tune was jubilant, albeit somewhat peculiar in style. It seemed not to be in English. What language was this? Chinese or Japanese? "Oh dear, I mustn't lose focus. I need to finalize Picture to Burn. I have to record the song in the next couple of days." At the Grey Manor, Bode stood by the window, his face ashen. Serenus stood behind him, head bowed and filled with trepidation. "Are you saying that the 4 carriages we rented were all attacked by a fire dragon? That the galleons have vanished without a trace? And that our people have perished in the fall?" "Indeed, uncle, this is the conclusion drawn by the Ministry of Magic." "Absurd." Bode roared in fury. "This is utterly preposterous. A fire dragon? Simultaneously assaulting our carriages. Are you truly suggesting it was the work of a fire dragon?" He struck the ground forcefully with the tip of his cane, the marble tiles echoing with a resounding thud. Serenus cautiously inquired, "Could it be the handiwork of a certain faction?" Bode exhaled heavily, his breath fogging the glass window, immediately crystallizing into a pattern of frost. "To my knowledge, no faction within the British magical community possesses the capability to simultaneously command 4 fire dragons to assault Nightsteed carriages." Serenus pondered, might it be a family like the Malfoys, who own dragon breeding facilities? Bode cast a disappointed glance at his niece. Dragons raised in breeding facilities are akin to cattle and sheep on a farm. They are merely resources for consumption and materials. They have no means to compel a fire dragon to obey their commands. Furthermore, the major dragon breeding facilities are located beyond the British Isles. "Do you truly believe it feasible to smuggle 4 fire dragons into the country undetected?" Serenus murmured softly, "Perhaps. As long as one could bribe the relevant personnel at the Ministry of Magic?" "Foolish," Bode bellowed. To invest such a fortune to grease the wheels at the ministry, and go through great lengths to smuggle in fire dragons, just for the sake of seizing a mere few thousand galleons from us? Witnessing her uncle's anger, Serenus quickly silenced herself. Though vengeance could indeed drive someone to spend extravagantly on retaliation, their family had always maintained a low profile, and currently, the only adversary they had was the elusive Bellatrix Lestrange. Uncle's reasoning held merit. It was improbable that the fire dragons were the culprits. It must either be someone within the ministry targeting them, or someone who had bribed the ministry. There were no other possibilities. Bode cooled his temper slightly. Has there been any news of that young girl? Serenus nodded. The oars have still come up empty. That cannot stand. Hydras must die. Yes, uncle. Bode regarded Serenese's troubled expression and snorted coldly. Whether it concerns the carriages or Hydras, we cannot circumvent the Ministry of Magic. Go to Gringotts and withdraw 3,000 galleons. Serenus nodded. All to smooth relations with the ministry? Indeed, all of it, Bode retorted vehemently. Those leeches, envious of the Lestrange estate, resort to such despicable means. If we do not satiate their greed, today's events will repeat, twice thrice. Once the funds are provided, urge them. The murderer of our kin must be apprehended swiftly. Serenus expressed her unease. Uncle, is 3,000 galleons not a bit too little? Too little? Bode slammed his cane onto the ground, the tip erupting with a multitude of electric sparks, an intimidating display. They have already devoured nearly 7,000 galleons from us today. If I hand them another 3,000, what more could they possibly desire? Bode resembled an enraged lion, his gray mane bristling with fury. 10,000 galleons. This is a matter of 10,000 galleons. Serenus quickly acquiesced. Yes, I understand. I shall head to Gringotts at once. As she departed, Bode turned his gaze back to the window. The early September weather remained sweltering. Yet the frost on the glass lingered, refusing to melt away. Chapter 14. Beware, Dumbledore is watching you. Hogwarts. The headmaster's office on the 8th floor. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore sat in his esteemed chair. Opposite him sat Frank Mitchell, the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. A retired Oru of 70 years. Frank, I have just received a rather intriguing piece of news, Dumbledore remarked, plucking a fizzing B-shaped sweet from his cherished candy box and popping it into his mouth. 4 Nightsteed carriages were attacked by a fire dragon. Frank shook his head, advising, Professor Dumbledore, when you taught me transfiguration, you were already infatuated with sweets. It is not good for your health. Dumbledore chuckled. Sweet candies are but a tonic. Look, I am 105 years old. Few can boast a longer life than I. Frank shrugged, conceding that this centenarian appeared healthier than many might expect. Returning to our topic, Frank, Dumbledore said, tossing a parchment that glided leisurely before Frank, hovering in the air. What are your thoughts on this matter? Frank scanned the parchment swiftly and remarked, Professor, if I were still in service, your brazen acquisition of confidential ministry information would have me inviting you for coffee at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ha ha ha. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? It is merely a student of mine who found this news amusing and shared it with me at the first opportunity. Frank smiled, glad to see the old man in good spirits. He continued, the occurrence of fire dragons attacking carriages is historically unprecedented. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, I am aware. It happened only once in 1890 during the Goblin Rebellion orchestrated by Ragnarok. He gazed out the window, recalling that he was merely 9 years old at the time, and the witch who resolved that crisis had already graduated by the time I entered Hogwarts. It is indeed a regret that I never had the chance to meet her. Frank disregarded the elderly man's nostalgia and pressed on. What I mean is that the likelihood of fire dragons attacking carriages is exceedingly low. The sole historical instance is said to have been orchestrated deliberately. Dumbledore followed his line of thought. So you suggest that the simultaneous assault on 4 carriages in 4 distinct locations was not mere coincidence. Indeed, someone has orchestrated this incident. It is a crime, Frank asserted confidently, but what puzzles me is that compelling fire dragons to attack specific targets is extraordinarily challenging. What could be so valuable to warrant such elaborate efforts? Might it be possible, Dumbledore inquired, that the assailants were not fire dragons at all, but rather humans? Humans. Frank burst into laughter. Professor Dumbledore, please do not jest. In the wizarding world, aside from you, who else could bring down Nightsteed carriages from above the clouds, causing destruction akin to that of a fire dragon's breath? I appreciate your compliment, Frank. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses. Have you not noticed a commonality among these 4 carriages? They are all rented by the Grey family? Precisely. As far as I am aware, the Grey family is a vassal of the Lestrange family, and recently they have been at odds with the young master of the Lestrange household. Do you think it could have been that young girl? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Frank was convinced that his mentor had truly lost his senses with age. I know that girl. She is currently being hunted by the Ministry for allegedly killing 2 members of the Grey family. For a mute, it would already be a miracle to have slain 2 adult wizards. Knightsteed carriages? That is utterly implausible. He paused, observing Dumbledore's bemused expression, and wondered if he were hallucinating. Do you truly believe that the act of bringing down Knightsteed carriages could be attributed to that mute girl? Dumbledore removed his glasses and placed them on his desk. Reclining in his chair with an air of calmness, who can say for certain? I merely believe she possesses the greatest motive. He indeed had reliable sources of information. The house elf named Momo was delightfully entertaining, but the most intriguing was a certain little anomaly who had been radiating magic since birth. Oh. And the anomaly's cousin is also his informant. With a little coaxing, she divulged everything about her cousin's exploits. This interest stems from the Dark Lord's attention. Today's conversation with Frank left Dumbledore somewhat disheartened. He had hoped that the venerable Auror might impart some profound insights, but alas, it was not to be. Frank shook his head as he exited the headmaster's office, genuinely believing that Dumbledore had grown old, pondering how much longer he might endure. Unbeknownst to him, next June, he would tumble down the stairs, breaking his neck. Hydra appeared in a narrow alley near the leaky cauldron, clad in a newly purchased outfit of Muggle attire, a delightful little dress. As she emerged from the alley, her thick, tousled brown hair framed her face, and yes, she had appropriated Hermione's visage. Only her front teeth retained their original appearance. It was noon, past mealtime, and the leaky cauldron was nearly devoid of patrons. Old Tom sat behind the bar, his head bobbing as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. The grimy and greasy tavern left much to be desired. In the wizarding world, most homes boasted a fireplace, serving as a node for the Flu network. At times, Hydra found it perplexing that, despite the availability of various means of transportation such as Flu powder and apparition, the pureblood families preferred to transport their wealth using the night bus. Was it for appearances? Or perhaps for safety? It was baffling. She intended to divert her gaze, but a wanted poster caught her attention. The poster was prominently affixed above the fireplace. Well, it was Hydra's own wanted poster. In it, her expression was exaggerated, occasionally striking a pose reminiscent of a lion's roar, making her appear quite mad. What a farce. I am, after all, a gentle and demure young lady. Boss. Hydra tapped the bar, startling old Tom awake. Oh, welcome, he exclaimed, shaking his head. A little witch? Hasn't school started yet? As the child of a member of the Sacred 28, Hydra was adept at crafting a believable fib. I accidentally destroyed my wand and cauldron while brewing potions, so. Employing her most endearing doe-eyed charm, she continued, oh, poor child, how careless of you. Come, I'll help you access the passage to Diagon Alley. She was led to a small courtyard behind the tavern. You must have been here before, so I shan't elaborate on how to open the door, old Tom remarked. Enjoy your shopping. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Hydra replied with a slight bow. If you could prepare a small oak barrel of butterbeer for me, my upperclassmen would appreciate such a token. She produced a gold galleon and handed it to old Tom. Of course. Just come to me when you return. Hydra nodded and stepped towards Diagon Alley. Behind her, the sound of heavy boots echoed as a serious-looking lady hurried forward, still dusted with soot from the fireplace, clutching an empty wooden box, and rushed into Diagon Alley before Hydra could. Is that Celine Gray? Hydra mused, watching the woman with the empty box. Was she off to Gringotts to withdraw money? How intriguing. What a fortuitous day this was. A mischievous grin danced upon Hydra's lips. Chapter 15. The Dragon Hydra. Hydra's primary purpose in Diagon Alley was to deposit her savings. She needed her own vault. However, it now appeared she had acquired an entirely new mission. To seize the funds belonging to the Grey family and in the process, to vex them further. Hydra trailed closely behind Celine Gray, and predictably, the financial manager of the Grey family entered Gringotts. Completing the paperwork and accessing the underground vault to withdraw galleons would take approximately 40 minutes to an hour. During this interval, she had ample time for preparation. An entrance to Nocturne Alley was conveniently situated diagonally across from Gringotts. Clearly, the presence of this entrance indicated that dark wizards and those of dubious repute also had financial needs. Without hesitation, Hydra stepped into Nocturne Alley. Upon entering the dim, cramped passage, she was immediately surrounded by cloaked figures. Oh, a little witch. She's wearing Muggle clothes. Is she a mudblood? No matter. Those old perverts are not picky. Whispers reached Hydra's ears, and she sighed. The dark side of the wizarding world was indeed a ruthless arena, devoid of even the slightest semblance of decorum. If you are weaker than I, you deserve to be slain, robbed, or deceived. Child, are you lost? A hawkish-nosed, pockmarked old woman approached Hydra, her mouth full of rotten teeth and a foul odor. With hands resembling decaying branches, she seized Hydra's wrist, attempting to drag her away. "Come with me, dear. I have many fascinating trinkets at home." Unbeknownst to Hydra, the old woman had inadvertently activated a concealed capsule hidden within her necklace, releasing a cloud of confundus potion that wafted towards Hydra's face. Come, follow me." The surrounding dark wizards were filled with regret and anger, lamenting their delayed response as the old woman seized the opportunity. "Damn it, she's gotten ahead of us again." One grumbled. "That old hag is always so quick. Next time, let us not hesitate. We'll act decisively." As the old woman gripped Hydra's wrist, she lowered her head, seemingly entranced by the potion. Much to the delight of the old hag. "Such lovely skin. If I could extract her life essence, I might extend my own for several months." Yet, despite the old woman's pulling, Hydra remained immobile, leading her to feel as if she were wrestling with a dragon. Hydra raised her head, her yellow slit pupils mocking the old woman. The dragon scales emerging on her body made the crone realize she had bitten off more than she could chew. Most crucially, Hydra had replaced the form of the polyjuice potion with that of a dragon, restoring her true appearance. While her body had morphed, her features remained distinctly recognizable. "Miss Lestrange." The old hag gasped, quickly bending at the waist in a show of false humility. "I didn't know it was you, I swear." The onlooking dark wizards scattered, retreating into the shadows of the alley. "Quickly. It's Hydras Lestrange, wanted by the ministry. She has killed 2 adult wizards and evaded capture by Horus multiple times." The actual magical prowess of the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley was woefully inadequate. Even if Lucius Malfoy were present, he could easily dominate. Thus Hydra, who had dispatched 2 adult wizards, was regarded as an immensely formidable dark wizard, an entity they could not afford to cross. The old hag, trembling with fear, continued to bow and apologize profusely. "Please, miss, spare me. I didn't mean any harm. I never said I would kill you." Hydra tilted her head. "You were merely trying to show me interesting things, weren't you?" The old hag smiled broadly, eager to please. Yes. I only wished to bring you joy. How fortuitous that you are a young lady, blissfully unaware of the darkness of human hearts. Strong though you may be, you appear quite gullible." Hydra nodded. "I just thought of something fun. Since you wish to make me happy, surely you will cooperate with me, won't you?" A sense of foreboding crept into the old hag's heart as she tentatively asked, "What is it you wish to play?" "Dear old lady, have you ever soared high?" With that, Hydra seized the old hag's arm and flung her skyward as if she were a rocket. "Isn't this delightful, old dear?" Hydras wore a guise of feigned virtue, calling out to the airborne old Ames. The latter was already petrified with terror. What a fool to be so easily deceived. The girl was clearly putting on a performance. She flailed her limbs in the air, utterly bewildered. "Ah!" With a scream, she plummeted down, her already dwindling lifespan further diminished by fright. Fortunately, she remembered her identity as a witch and just before hitting the ground, summoned all her knowledge to cast a levitation spell. Although she could not entirely mitigate the force of her descent, she landed heavily on the ground, yet miraculously survived the ordeal. "Was that amusing, dear elder?" Hydras approached and inquired, peering down at the prostrate figure of old Ames, who could only see a pair of white leather shoes. She could not discern Hydra's expression, but she was acutely aware that should her answer fail to please the merciless fugitive, this cold-hearted killer would not hesitate to strike again. At that moment, her life would truly be forfeit. "I shall not dare again. My lady, I swear. I shall never transgress again." Old Ames knelt, her rear end elevated high, humbled to the very dust. "It was my folly, my foolishness. Spare me, I implore you." Hydras delivered a casual kick, asking indifferently, "Do you possess any galleons? As compensation for my emotional distress, surrender all the galleons you have." Old Ames was momentarily taken aback, then began rummaging through her belongings, producing 32 sickles and 12 nuts. "Tsk, how impoverished," Hydras remarked with mock disdain. Yet her hands were unrelenting as she snatched the coins from old Ames and turned to depart, leaving the latter prostrate on the ground, as if confessing her sins. But would the matter end there? A flicker of malice flashed in old Ames' eyes as she raised her head slightly to gaze at Hydra's retreating figure. "I must slay this girl, extract every last drop of essence from her bones, and then present her head to the Ministry of Magic for the bounty. No, that is not sufficient. I shall skin her alive, fashion her hide into boots and bags. I will drain her blood to bathe in." With a furious wave of her wand, the old crone unleashed a burst of red flames that struck Hydra's back. It hit. "You wretched girl, let us see how brazen you remain now." Old Ames, surprisingly agile for her age, sprang to her feet, eager to claim her prize. However, before she could even lift a leg, she froze in place. Though struck and seemingly incapacitated, Hydras remained perfectly still. Her face contorted in anger as she turned around. It was all a misunderstanding. Miss Lestrange, it was an accident. My wand went out of control. Old Ames pleaded, but Hydras disregarded her defense, her dragon-like eyes swirling with golden flames. I possess only 2 outfits of such clothing. The magical resistance of dragon scales was exceedingly high. Wizards like Old Ames could not breach its defenses. However, while spells could not penetrate dragon scales, they could damage clothing, particularly that of Muggles. With one outfit ruined, it meant she would need to purchase another. Another purchase meant more money spent. Money. 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 The thought ignited a tempest within her, the brutality of her dragon heritage merging with the cool demeanor of her Slytherin blood, resulting in a remarkable reaction. Unable to contain her explosive emotions, Hydras unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Yet her control was precise, enveloping Old Ames without singeing the wooden sign nearby. The old hag barely had time to utter a cry before she was reduced to a pile of black ash. The lurking wizards in the shadows trembled in fear. This was indeed a human dragon. From that day forth, the fearsome Hydras became an untouchable taboo in Nocturne Alley. To dare provoke her? First, consider the fate of the charred remains of Old Ames. After a few more minutes, Hydras, still fuming, entered Borgin and Burke's. Welcome, Miss Lestrange. The shopkeeper, Borgin, greeted her with a voice as oily as his greasy hair, illuminated by the dim light of the shop, resembling strands just fished out of salad oil. Maintaining her dragon form, Hydras was quickly recognized upon entering, which surprised her. Borgin proved to be rather astute. No need for surprise, dear lady, Borgin smiled. I have many eyes throughout Nocturne Alley. News travels faster than you can walk. As Hydras stepped from the shadows into the light of the oil lamps, she resembled an ancient beast emerging from obscurity, her presence both captivating and intimidating. Although she stood merely 4 feet tall, who could overlook her golden dragon eyes and vibrant green scales? Borgin gazed at her, as if he were once again seeing Tom Riddle, who had worked for him decades ago. Miss, what might you be seeking? Hydras produced an empty box intended for Galleons from her satchel, and declared, fill this box with lead ingots, and if you could incorporate some cursed little tricks into it, that would be splendid. I also require alchemical items with confusion charms to make it appear as though it is filled with Galleons. Are you planning a prank on someone, Mess? Borgin rubbed his hands together. However, lead ingots are not essential, and the alchemical items with confusion charms tend to be quite costly and impractical. I suggest applying a constant confusion charm to this box. Simple and effective. Everyone will believe it is filled with Galleons. Hydras had faith in Borgin's alchemical skills and nodded in agreement. Borgin, pondering, suggested, as for the prank, how about making the person who opens the box break out in pimples? Hydras nodded, recognizing that curses and pranks were merely ancillary. Very well. I entrust you with this task. Please be prompt. The sooner the better. Oh, and also find me a fitted wizarding robe. Not a problem, esteemed lady, Borgin bowed. Taking the empty box. The total will be 7 Galleons. Hydras counted out 7 Galleons, grimacing at the expense, yet contemplating the potential to extract more from the Greys. She resolved that parting with 7 Galleons was not entirely unacceptable. Chapter 16. Just as one wave ends, another begins. Serenice Grey emerged from Gringotts, clutching a box brimming with Galleons. Over the years, her family had thrived by siphoning off the wealth of the Lestrange lineage. Yet they had not reached the heights of immense wealth. Despite their growth, many mouths needed feeding, and her uncle, the patriarch, was involved in costly research, leaving the Grey family treasury with barely over 10,000 Galleons. Having recently withdrawn 3,000 Galleons without profits being accounted for, their reserves dwindled to less than 5 figures. Clutching the box tightly, she hurried towards the leaky cauldron. Once she entered the fireplace, she could hand over the money to her father. Although her uncle had suggested she liaise with the Ministry of Magic, Serenice felt an unsettling premonition, sensing impending trouble. Thus, she aimed to rid herself of this hot potato as quickly as possible. Historically, her father had managed the family's communications with the ministry, so having him step in again would not seem out of place. It must be said, a woman's intuition can be quite formidable at times. Perhaps Serenice even possessed the gift of prophecy. As she ran, she grumbled, why is there still such a long way from Gringotts to the leaky cauldron? Why doesn't the Ministry of Magic establish a Floo network node in Diagon Alley? It was 1986, and Diagon Alley had yet to be connected to the Floo network, meaning that wizards traveling to the alley had to pass through the leaky cauldron. It was not until 1989 that a merchant finally volunteered to contribute their fireplace, providing convenience for the wizarding community. In reality, This so-called voluntary contribution was merely the Ministry of Magic paying an annual rental fee of 100 galleons for the fireplace. After all, with so many wizards needing to reach Diagon Alley, no one wanted strangers coming and going in their homes daily. Hence, that astute merchant ultimately grew weary and constructed a wall to isolate their fireplace. Conversely, Nocturne Alley had been connected to the Flu network as early as 1971. As for its connection point, everyone knew it was in Borgin and Burke's. In old Borgin's eyes, the comings and goings from his shop could potentially bring him a continuous stream of wealth. Thus, in this regard, old Borgin was indeed a shrewd businessman. Regardless, at present, there were no fireplaces available in Diagon Alley for Celine to utilize for her travels. Apparition? Please, she was neither a house elf nor a phoenix, and certainly not Dumbledore. She could not simply will herself to her desired destination. With so many shops in Diagon Alley, and Nocturne Alley adjacent, this area could arguably be considered the most concentrated zone for bizarre alchemical items in the UK, aside from Hogwarts. It was possible that some wizard's residence was warded against apparition, or perhaps some shop displayed items with intense magical fluctuations. Frankly, if one did not possess absolute confidence in their skills or familiarity with Diagon Alley, most would hesitate to apparate or disapparate here. Especially after a witch left behind a pair of her mammary glands while apparating in 1984, fewer dared to attempt it. Thus, no matter how anxious Celine Gray was, she could only rely on her long legs to propel her forward with vigor. However, running fast often led to mishaps. Consequently, she collided with someone, a little dwarf. Yet, Celine felt as though she had slammed into a wall. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, her box flying out of her hands. Alarmed, she wished to take action, but having just clutched the box with both hands, she had not yet drawn her wand. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as the box landed in the hands of the little dwarf. The dwarf was clad in a hooded wizard's robe with wide, thick sleeves. The little figure tightly embraced the money box, concealing it entirely within the folds of the sleeves, leaving no gap visible. "Oh dear, I am so sorry, madam. Did I hurt you?" The dwarf spoke, her voice sweet and youthful. She was a girl. Celine quickly scrambled to her feet, and the girl lowered her hood, revealing a beautiful yet unfamiliar face. "How can you walk like that?" Celine, already in a frenzy, had no intention of being gracious to the one who had bumped into her. "Hand over the box. Otherwise, I shall accuse you of theft." The girl gasped, "Madam, you cannot say that. I did not steal it." As she spoke, she reluctantly extended the box toward Celine. "I merely happened to catch your box. See, it is perfectly intact." Celine accepted the box and glanced at the upper left corner, where their family crest was inscribed. She gently shook it, and the melodious chime of Galleons resonated in her ears. She breathed a sigh of relief. Although her tone remained firm, it had softened considerably. "I'll let it go this time, but if there essay next time, I shall ensure you regret it." This girl was none other than Hydras Lestrange. She smiled as she bid farewell to Celine Gray. Her spirits lifted as she muttered to herself, "A next time? I shall eagerly anticipate that." With Hermione's head atop her own, Hydras entered Gringotts. Gringotts was the sole bank in the wizarding world, characterized by its peculiar architecture and unique decor, which need not be elaborated here. Upon entering, the goblins were busy with their affairs and showed little interest in a minor witch. Therefore, aside from the doorman, Hydras received no reception. She paid no mind. These goblins, ever preoccupied with wealth, recognized only gold, not individuals. She was not unfamiliar with them. Back when she was the daughter of the Lestrange family, she had always been escorted to the VIP reception room. Hydras strode directly toward a counter and promptly articulated her request. "I wish to purchase a vault." The goblin banker, measuring gold, glanced at Hydras and inquired, "What level of vault do you desire?" As it was her first time buying a vault, Hydras was unaware of the market, so she asked, "What levels are available?" The goblin banker detailed, "There is a standard vault for 500 galleons, with a 100-year ownership. Upon expiration, a minimal service fee allows continued possession. Located at the uppermost tier of the underground vaults. As is well known, the deeper one descends in Gringotts, the more secure the vaults become. With fire-breathing dragons guarding the lowest levels. The 2,000 galleon premium vault is larger and more secure than the standard vault, featuring various security services. Most prominent families prefer this level. Just earlier, one such family withdrew their deposits from this tier. Hydra's eyes sparkled with interest. "Was it the Grey family?" "I am sorry, miss," the banker replied earnestly. "We must maintain confidentiality regarding our client's information." Hydras chuckled. "You need not say. I already know it was the Grey family. My family is quite close to theirs. The Celine Gray aunt who just left here is a dear friend of my mother." "Ah, well then," the banker nodded. I did not realize your family had such a close connection with the Grey family. Indeed, you are correct. It is the Grey family. Hydras decisively declared. I have made my decision. I shall purchase a vault of that level. Would you not consider the highest tier? It requires merely 10,000 galleons for a one-time purchase, granting permanent use and protection by a dragon. Truly a vault befitting your family's prestige. The Blacks and the Lestranges possess such vaults. No, I choose the second tier. Hydras insisted. If possible, I would like to buy a vault adjacent to the Grey family's vault. Next time Celine and I come to withdraw money, we need not part ways. The banker scratched his nearly bald head. That poses a challenge. The Grey family's vault is Vault 833, and both Vaults 832 and 834 already have owners. Vault 870 is still available. It is directly beneath Vault 833. While not adjacent, it is sufficiently close, and our minecart will take but a few seconds. Very well. Hydras nodded. Let it be that one. She decisively retrieved the wooden box she had exchanged for 2,000 galleons from Celine, handing it to the banker as she counted out the gold. The banker opened the box, his eyes widening in astonishment. This young girl, seemingly unassuming, was a veritable little heiress. He quickly counted out 2,000 galleons, and returned the remaining 1,000 galleons along with the small box to Hydras. My name is Poochie. I have several investment products available, should you wish. Poochie, spare me the pleasantries. Quickly process my transaction. I wish to deposit my funds. Of course, Miss, Poochie said, his demeanor shifting dramatically from formal to obsequious. May I have your name? Audrey Estrell. Will you be withdrawing based on the key or your personal identification? If we are to proceed with you as the standard, we must conduct a comprehensive data registration. There's no need for such formality. A mere key would suffice. Very well, Miss Estrella. Poochie instantly discerned that this name was a pseudonym. For there exists no prominent family by the name of Estrella in the magical realm, but what concern is that of his? Regardless of her identity, the vault had already been sold from his hands, and he would undoubtedly receive his commission, money in hand, a secure fortune. What is there to fear? Could this young lady possibly be a wanted criminal? Moreover, even if she were, what of it? The Ministry of Magic has no jurisdiction over Gringotts. Here is your key. Please take care not to misplace it. Hydras took the key and stored it carefully. Now, esteemed Miss Estrella, allow me, Poochie, to escort you to your vault. A radiant smile graced Hydras's face. As a notorious miser, having just spent 2,000 galleons, how could she truly be pleased? This was hardly in keeping with Hydras's character. The reason for her contentment lay in the newfound opportunity to exploit the Greys. Yet this time, she intended to engage in a more audacious endeavor. Chapter 17. When Vault Meets Vault. Poochie guided Hydras into the minecart. The labyrinthine tunnels of Gringotts' underground vaults twisted and turned, yet the minecart glided smoothly, akin to a serpent's head, without a single jolt or spin, save for the slightly firm seating, which warranted a 5-star review. 811812, 8308318328333. The minecart sped along. Yet Hydras's eyes, infused with magic, possessed a remarkable dynamic vision. She meticulously noted the location of the Grey family vault. Mere moments later, the minecart made a downward turn and halted before Vault 870. Just as Poochie had stated, this vault lay directly beneath the Grey family vault. Hydras estimated the vertical distance to be around 5 or 6 meters. Please hand me the key. Hydras rolled her eyes. Since a Gringotts banker was to unlock the door, why had they provided her the key in advance? Would it not have been more efficient to unlock it after? Such an irksome ritual. Poochie accepted the key and approached the grand door. Hydras followed closely behind. One could not help but admire the exquisite design and exceptional craftsmanship of this vault. Despite its several hundred years of history, as the key turned, the vault's lock disengaged layer by layer, taking a good 10 seconds to unlock. At last, the door swung open, and Poochie gestured for her to enter. Upon her arrival, the once dim vault was instantly illuminated. Hydras noticed that each wall was adorned with a conical magical wall lamp. From her pouch, she emptied all her galleons, letting them cascade to the floor in a resounding clatter. Mr. Poochie, I am about to commence counting the coins. She gestured for him to close the door, asserting her right to privacy. Could you please shut the door and wait outside for me? Of course, Miss Estrella, remarked Poochie, swallowing hard at the sight of the golden galleons scattered across the floor. This was a significant client. He must ensure to maintain her favor. This is your vault. You are entitled to do as you please. There is a pull ring on the back of the door. Should you wish to exit, simply tug on it, and I shall grant you passage. Hydras nodded in satisfaction, watching as the grand door slowly closed. Counting coins? What was there to count? 6,944 galleons plus 1,000 galleons. Was that not precisely 7,944? If counting was in order, she might as well tally the coins upstairs, transforming her essence, channeling the house elf spirit. Raising her gaze, estimating the distance, off she went. When she materialized again, Hydras found herself within Vault 833, with her head just a few inches from the ceiling. She stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat reckless. Had she ventured a tad farther, her head would have been wedged within the stone. The vault stood approximately 4 meters high. Hydras executed a free fall, allowing her body to plummet downwards. She landed gracefully, and the magical lights within the vault flickered to life. Glancing around the vault's contents, Hydras frowned. Was this truly all there was? The Grey family vault was piled with heaps of galleons, alongside a scattering of silver sickles and bronze nuts. In addition, 2 leather-bound tomes lay quietly in a corner. It wasn't that the galleons were scarce. Rather, the quantity fell far short of Hydras's expectations. In her estimation, the Grey family's savings should have been far greater. Nevertheless, the quantity was of little consequence. She intended to take it all. Hydras squinted with delight, commencing her endeavor to cram galleons into her pouch. Exhilaration. The sheer joy was overwhelming. Her hands danced with incredible speed, so swift that they left behind traces of movement. Within a mere minute, she had completely emptied the vault. Her pouch had a volume of only 1 cubic meter, yet accommodating nearly 10,000 galleons was more than sufficient. Initially, she had anticipated multiple trips to clear out the vault, but it appeared that the Grey family's holdings were rather unimpressive. Returning to her own vault, Hydras spilled her bounty onto the floor. She had indeed emptied the Greys, leaving not even a single sickle or canute behind. Now at last, it was time to count her wealth. Half an hour later, Hydras had a clear understanding of her assets. A total of 16,751 galleons, 622 sickles, and 1,319 nuts. She stowed away the 2 peculiar tomes alongside her potions. Lightly humming a tune, she tugged on the pull ring behind the door. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of the door unlocking harmonized with her melody, as though keeping time with her rhythm. The door swung open, revealing Poochie standing outside with an expression of utmost respect. His gaze swept over the coins piled within the vault, sparking intrigue within him. It appeared that Miss Astrea had not removed all her funds after all. This mound of galleons was estimated to be around 20,000. Enough to purchase the most luxurious vault with plenty to spare. Truly an exceptional client. Miss Astrea, your singing is utterly enchanting. Should your song ever grace the airwaves of the Wizarding Radio, I would undoubtedly be your most devoted listener. Thank you, Poochie, replied Hydras as she accepted the key handed over by the goblin banker, securing it once more. Let us ascend. The air here is simply dreadful. As you wish, miss. Poochie escorted her all the way out of Gringotts, still exhibiting an air of reluctance. It was only when Hydras stepped into the tailoring shop that Poochie sighed regretfully, turning to resume his duties. The tailoring shop was regarded as a high-end boutique within the wizarding community, catering to a clientele vastly different from that of Madame Malkin's robe shop. Upon entering the store, Hydras was immediately approached by a sales assistant. Good day, miss. How may I assist you? Hydras inquired. Do you possess garments that can transform appearance at will? The assistant clapped her hands, exclaiming, You have indeed come to the right place. You could traverse the entire wizarding world of Britain and find nothing like it. Yet here in our store, we have just the thing. She led Hydras to a corner of the shop, where a solitary white dress was displayed. Listen as the assistant enthusiastically introduced. This is the masterpiece of our proprietress from last year. Yet due to the rarity of the materials and the complexity of the design, it comes at a rather steep price thus. Hydras interjected, just how steep is that? Let us momentarily set aside the matter of pricing, and allow me to introduce you to this exquisite garment. The attendant, having realized her previous misstep, chuckled lightly and spoke with remarkable speed, declaring, This attire is enchanted with a spell of eternal transformation, allowing it to assume any form you desire. Naturally, it can also expand or contract to accommodate all female figures, ensuring a perfect fit at all times. It is resistant to wind, water, and fire, though not the most ferocious flames. It comes with its own cleaning and repair charms, ensuring it remains undamaged and perpetually pristine. Furthermore, upon your purchase, you will become a valued client of our bespoke clothing line, enjoying exclusive benefits. Hydras, growing impatient, interjected, I ask you, what is the price? The attendant, momentarily taken aback, hesitated before responding, well, it is 450 galleons. Observing Hydras's expression, she continued, though it may seem a tad steep, I assure you it is worth every galleon. Trust me, once you acquire it, You shall have no regrets. It is one of a kind within our establishment. Silence, Hydras retorted, producing a money pouch, one of 4 generously gifted to her by Puzzle, each capable of holding 500 galleons. Tossing the pouch to the attendant, she declared, "Here are 500 galleons. Count out 50 and return the rest to me. I shall change into the fitting room." With that, Hydra swiftly removed the white dress and turned to enter the dressing area. The attendant stood there, holding the heavy pouch, utterly speechless. "If you possess such wealth, you ought to have mentioned it sooner. Though I am but a novice fresh out of school, speaking so much can be quite exhausting." Upon exiting the bespoke clothing store, Hydras found herself adorned once more in the charmingly lovely dress she had worn upon entering Diagon Alley. Remarkably, the scars of the spell's burning had vanished from the back of the dress. The attendant was right. This garment was indeed a splendid piece of alchemical craftsmanship, and Hydras felt utterly comfortable in it. The hem danced as she joyfully traversed the historic cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley. Her buoyant steps made it unmistakable to all that her spirits were soaring. She still needed to procure a pet and some Hogwarts textbooks. Although reluctant to attend classes at Hogwarts, the prospect of remaining a Muggle was equally embarrassing. However, when she assumed the form of a house elf, she could indeed perform magic, albeit in a manner quite distinct from that of wizards, yet ultimately achieving the same ends. Almost forgetting, she now possessed the ability to utilize her newfound fairy essence, a gift courtesy of Puzzle. Before departing, the enthusiastic goblin banker had insisted on shaking her hand, inadvertently granting her the fairy's magical traits. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Pets and books, what else might she need? She must also procure some treats for Rick. Chocolate frogs might be rather alarming for a Muggle. Perhaps ice cream would be a better choice. Chapter 18. The Gaze of the White Wizard. Hydras stepped into the Magical Menagerie, a shop dedicated to the sale of pets. As she pushed open the door, an unpleasant aroma assaulted her senses. The proprietor, likely attempting to mask the foul scent, had sprayed some potion into the air, resulting in an even more overpowering odor. The shop was crowded, cages piled haphazardly everywhere. The bespectacled shopkeeper, noticing a customer, rushed to greet her. "Oh my dear, what is it that you seek? I have both common and rare pets." Hydras cast a quick glance around the shop. Dismissing the fantastical creatures that bore the distinct marks of the wizarding world, such as orange snails and gem-encrusted tortoises, immediately, her gaze settled on the owls, cats, and snakes. "Would you prefer an owl? Or perhaps a snake? Cats are lovely as well." The shopkeeper's words were abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of noise, clattering, chattering, meowing, and barking. The small creatures in the shop erupted into chaos, all clamoring towards the cage doors in an attempt to escape. Those not confined in cages, birds, snakes, tortoises, lizards, and fluffy creatures, flocked to Hydras with remarkable speed, vying for her attention. A snowy owl perched on her left shoulder, a raven on her right, while several birds circled around her, searching for a place to land. A handful of snakes slithered up her leg, coiling around her waist, while a horde of fluffballs swarmed her, nearly engulfing her calves. The shopkeeper covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Oh my dear! I have never seen these little ones so excited. I have never witnessed them being so affectionate towards anyone." Her voice, though loud, was drowned out by the din of the animals, prompting her to cast a spell to amplify her voice. "Child, from what enchanted realm do you hail?" Hydras covered her ears, acutely aware of the shop's overwhelming noise, yet astonished by its intensity. She had no desire to linger even a moment longer. While being adored by the small creatures was delightful, the disorganized, irritating cacophony was enough to threaten her sanity. Suddenly, she spotted a tabby cat nestled in a corner of the shop. The feline sat serenely, grooming itself, completely indifferent to Hydras's charm. Hydras was puzzled as to why she attracted the affection of these small creatures. She did not wish to ponder it further. However, when an extraordinary presence suddenly caught her eye, she could not resist the urge to approach and touch it. Balancing a large bird coiling snakes, and dragging a multitude of fluffballs, she made her way to the tabby cat. This was a particularly fine specimen. Yet it was evident that this little creature lacked magical lineage, for upon touching it, Hydras felt no trace of magical essence. Meow. The tabby swiftly swiped at her, its movement so quick that Hydras barely had time to react. It was noteworthy that the cat did not extend its claws during the playful swipe. The soft pads merely tapped her hand, causing no pain whatsoever, a false alarm. What a curious blend of gentle aloofness. "This is the one," Hydras declared, pointing at the tabby cat. The shopkeeper, confused, asked, "What? My dear, what did you say?" "I want it," Hydras insisted. "Oh. This little one wandered into my shop on its own. Though it lacks magical blood, It seems to be of an Eastern breed, rather rare around here. So I decided to keep it. The shopkeeper's voice rang clear, bolstered by magic. Hydras nodded, inquiring how much is it? 3 galleons, and the cage is yours as well. After settling the payment, Hydras cradled the cat cage and burst through the shop door, making a hasty exit. At that moment, the shopkeeper waved her wand, casting a freezing charm. The little creatures that had attempted to follow Hydras were suddenly immobilized by the spell. The magical menagerie fell into a serene silence. Except for the frozen pets, the little creatures in their cages instinctively closed their mouths and shrank back. The shopkeeper had never before used magic against them, and today she had wielded her wand. How terrifying! Yet, that young lady was truly captivating. However, in the end they were left with nothing. Instead, it was the aloof cat that emerged as the fortunate one. Hydras dashed out of the shop, glancing back nervously to ensure no pets were pursuing her. Satisfied, she wiped her brow, which was not truly sweaty after all. From this day forth, I shall name you Golden Tiger. Hydras raised the cage and locked eyes with the tabby cat, its golden eyes sparkling with an intelligence that intrigued her. She opened the cage door and gently extracted the golden tiger, carelessly tossing the cage into her pouch filled with fragrant sachets. You ought to be free. I shan't confine you, she said, stroking the tiger's back. If you wish to accompany me, I would be delighted, but should you choose to flee, I shall not hinder you. Consider it an act of charity. Hydras, the affluent Lestrange, was now flush with wealth, no longer the impoverished wretch who once scoured the garden for 3 galleons. She placed the golden tiger on the ground, and strolled toward Florin Foskett's ice cream parlor. The tabby cat shook its head and followed her gracefully. After a few steps, Hydras turned to see the golden tiger trailing her, and her heart brimmed with joy as she walked, playfully winking at it. Suddenly, the tiger halted, covering its eyes with a paw. Confused, Hydras wondered what was amiss when thud. She collided with someone. I beg your pardon, she exclaimed, hastily bowing in apology without even glancing at the person, fully aware that she bore the brunt of the blame for not watching where she was going. Ha ha ha, not watching where you're going is not a commendable habit, came an aged voice imbued with wisdom, strong yet benevolent. Raising her gaze, Hydras found herself before a tall, slender old wizard. His silver hair cascaded down, and his beard, of the same hue, nearly brushed his abdomen. He possessed bright blue eyes that seemed to penetrate the very fabric of reality. Had it not been for these features, Hydras would have found it difficult to identify him, for many an old wizard bore a similar visage, such as the white-robed Gandalf. However, the long, crooked beak of a nose gave away his identity entirely. This was Albus Dumbledore, the Dark Lord she had long sought to evade. My dear child, you possess quite the strength, Dumbledore remarked. You have caused me some discomfort. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me. Hydras reiterated her apologies, eager to conclude this unfortunate encounter and make her escape. Oh, my ribs may be fractured. Mere apologies will not suffice, Dumbledore replied, one hand clutching his side while the other extended in a gesture that suggested he was seeking recompense. Hydras was taken aback. The greatest white wizard, headmaster of Hogwarts, recipient of the first-class Merlin Award, and chief wizard of Wizengamot, was playfully engaging in extortion? Very well, sir, she said, lowering her head in defeat. This is truly an unexpected misfortune. What kind of compensation do you seek? Observing the little girl's pained expression, Dumbledore's spirits lifted, and he chuckled heartily. The ice cream shop lies just ahead. Would you mind offering me a box of ice cream as restitution? Relieved, Hydras felt a weight lift off her shoulders upon hearing it was merely ice cream. All right, I can afford a box of ice cream. A minute later, the old wizard and the young girl sat outside the ice cream parlor. The delightful treat did little to ease Hydras's tension, for Dumbledore's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon her. Child, why are you not attending school? He inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Hydras replied, I am a squib. A squib, you say? The old man stroked his long beard. That must be quite burdensome. How do your family treat you? Hydras paused to reflect before responding. I have left my family and now reside with a Muggle. At this moment, she recalled that she needed to bring ice cream to Rick, and she hurriedly called out to the shopkeeper, Sir, please give me 2 more boxes of ice cream, 1 vanilla and 1 Earl Grey lavender. To go, please. It seems you have quite the fondness for ice cream, Dumbledore remarked. But excessive sweets are detrimental to one's dental health. You, of all people, are the least qualified to lecture on such matters. Hydras thought bitterly, then explained. This is for my brother at home. He is the Muggle with whom I live, and he has yet to experience wizarding ice cream. A brother, you say? Dumbledore's lips curled into a gentle smile, his gaze softening as he regarded Hydras. Before long, both their ice creams were nearly finished. Hydras rose hastily. I sincerely apologize for colliding with you. However, if you have no further business, may I take my leave? Of course, child, I thank you for your hospitality. Dumbledore stood as well. Their eyes met across the round table, which felt like a chasm separating them. Dumbledore spoke, even as a squib, one should hold on to hope. Perhaps one day, you shall become an extraordinary wizard. Hydras inclined her head slightly. Thank you for your kind wishes. It is getting late, and I must take my leave. Farewell, sir. Goodbye, child. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Oh wait, I'm terribly forgetful. I never inquired your name? Hydras froze. Why was this old man asking for her name at such an inopportune moment? Hydras Lestrange is wanted. That name cannot be uttered. Audrey Astery is a Muggle identity I cannot reveal. I currently bear the visage of Hermione Granger, but Dumbledore, as headmaster of Hogwarts, likely has access to the Book of Admission and may already know of a future student named Hermione Granger, so using that name poses a risk. I must concoct a name. Bobby Hydras declared I am Bobby Graham. Bobby Graham? Dumbledore expressed mild surprise. That is indeed an unusual name. He nodded with a smile. If you were to attend Hogwarts, you would most likely be sorted into Slytherin. Now, off you go. Do not keep your brother waiting. Hydras felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurriedly waved goodbye, turning to run toward the leaky cauldron. She raced with urgency, forgetting that she still needed to visit the bookstore. She dashed so swiftly that even the golden tiger could not keep pace. Her hurriedness amused Dumbledore, who broke into hearty laughter. After a moment, he brought back to Hogwarts. Such power afforded one the liberty to act whimsically. He playfully engaged with his phoenix, Fawkes, who had been napping on the perch, appearing quite irritable. However, Dumbledore's good spirits prompted him to say, Fawkes, I met a most intriguing young girl today. She is unlike any other, for she understands love. Meanwhile, the hurried Hydras rushed into the leaky cauldron, retrieving a small barrel of butterbeer from Old Tom before swiftly departing. With the golden tiger in tow, she brought back to Rick's home, quickly transforming back into Audrey. Hearing commotion downstairs, Rick emerged from his room. Is Audrey back? Yes, brother. I brought delicious treats. Come down and try. All right, Audrey. Rick's voice sounded much more settled, no longer tinged with anxiety, as he had just finished fixing the picture to burn. I'll be right down. The harmony of Florin Foskett's ice cream mirrored the unspoken understanding between the Astery siblings, while the smoothness of butterbeer paralleled their seamless ascent in the British music scene, devoid of any hindrances. With each new song released, Peter Waterman was nearly beside himself with joy, for the siblings' talents were nothing short of astonishing. Audrey, on the other hand, expressed contentment with merely being a ghostwriter, relishing in the fact that she need not engage in the arduous processes of composition or arrangement. Her sole responsibility was to sing, a task she thoroughly enjoyed and did not consider burdensome. At this very moment, they are attending a concert in Regent's Park, London, where Audrey is reveling in the spotlight. Standing on stage, she radiates brilliance, embodying the essence of a born star. The enchanting aura she exudes allows the audience to effortlessly empathize with her songs. Her voice, imbued with an enchanting power, captivates all who listen. The audience, a diverse assembly of men and women, young and old, includes a family of 3 there to support her. Mummy! Exclaimed Hermione Granger, perched on Mr. Granger's shoulders, her eyes sparkling with delight. I can't believe Audrey Estrella is the same girl we saw at the department store last time. I told you she resembled Audrey Hepburn. It turns out her name truly is Audrey. Hermione closed her eyes as Audrey reached a soaring high note, and the entire audience held their breath, fearing that any release would interrupt the ethereal melody. What a coincidence to share this moment with my favorite singer! Hermione shouted excitedly, indistinguishable from the fervent fans surrounding her. I've made up my mind. Audrey Estrella shall be my idol from now on. Mrs. Granger chuckled. You have far too many idols. Einstein? Newton? Shakespeare? Aristotle? That's different. Mum. Hermione insisted, her wide eyes fixed on the radiant Audrey. She is extraordinary. As she gazed at the quiet golden tiger sitting beside Audrey, rhythmically tapping its tail, Hermione felt as if she had discovered a new world. Look, even her cat is exceptional. Can we get a cat too, Mum? Meanwhile, 6-year-old Harry Potter hid in the cupboard, listening to the music channel on an old radio he salvaged from the trash, discarded by Dudley. After painstakingly assembling 2 somewhat functional batteries, he turned the volume down to a whisper. He listened intently to the song Sweeter Than Fiction. The singer, though evidently young, possessed a sweet yet not cloying voice, akin to the music of the celestial spheres. I've witnessed your fall, seen you kneel, lost amidst the crowd, and witnessed your fading light. How I wish I could alleviate your plight, so that one day in the future, you would not recall the endless pain you once felt. Harry gently nodded along to the melody, finding resonance in the lyrics. You stand there, tall and unyielding. Fearless, I have long known. Your gaze reaches beyond the distant horizon. This love is sweeter than fiction. The song felt like a comforting embrace from a loved one. The memories of past pains would fade. And if one could traverse the obstacles and persevere until the end, they would discover that life is indeed sweeter than fiction. Harry lifted the old radio, exhilarated, singing along. You stand there, tall and unyielding. Fearless, I have long known. Your gaze reaches beyond the distant horizon. This love is sweeter than fiction. Thud, thud, thud. From upstairs came the sound of Dudley's stomping, followed by his cousin's shout, Shut up, Harry Potter. You sing terribly. If Audrey hears you butcher her song, she'll cry. Harry promptly silenced himself. It seemed that Audrey resonated more as family to him than Aunt Petunia and her household. At least in this song. Miss Astrea would never disdain him, Harry thought. At the Burrow, Molly Weasley, the proud mother of 7, busied herself in the kitchen. As usual, she tuned into the magical radio broadcast, currently airing the segment Magical Time, hosted by the new presenter, Glenda Chittick. Indeed, the wizarding world is whimsical. Magical Time does not discuss magic, but rather music. Melodious tunes flowed through the burrow. The wings of the great fish have become too vast. I release the tether of time. I watch you fly away, realizing you were destined for the skies. Every tear flows toward you, returning to our initial encounter. Molly listened, entranced, waving her wand like a conductor. Of course, she was the conductor, deftly chopping onions while rhythmically stirring the soup with a spoon. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted. Ron. Audrey Astrea is definitely not a Muggle. How could that be? Ron Weasley mimicked Glenda Chittick's tone, gesticulating wildly. The next song is from a Muggle artist. Audrey Astrea. She is 11 this year and, regrettably, has not enrolled at Hogwarts, clearly indicating she is not a wizard. No, George Logid. Not all young wizards attend school. Fred chimed in. You cannot use Glenda Chittick's words as evidence. Ron retorted angrily. But you have no proof that Audrey is a little wizard. George and Fred exchanged knowing glances, with Fred speaking first. Look at this line. The wings of the great fish have become too vast. To my knowledge, Ron, there are no winged fish in the Muggle world. Now consider this line. I release the tether of time and return to our initial encounter. George spread his arms wide. Clearly, this describes time magic. Fred marveled. Time magic. The very thing even Dumbledore has not mastered. Little Ron felt utterly bewildered. He wished to argue but did not know where to begin. Fortunately, his mother intervened. You're making too much noise. You're disturbing my music. The twins made faces at the kitchen and thumped upstairs. Ron quietly listened to Audrey's deep and distant singing, envisioning a magnificent winged fish soaring through the skies. Although he lost the debate with his brothers, he found himself unexpectedly content. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Audrey were a wizard? Perhaps George and Fred were right. She must be a witch. Fast forward to December 1986. Audrey opened her eyes on the airplane, gently stroking the golden tiger in her lap while glancing at the sleeping Rick beside her, a smile gracing her lips. Over the past few months, Rick had taken great care of her, clumsy yet gentle, and somewhat endearing. Thus, she had accepted him as her brother. What she never anticipated was her remarkable talent in singing. In just 3 short months, the Astrea siblings had gained nationwide fame, and even received invitations from the United States. Now, she sat on a flight from New York to London. After completing the American tour, she had promptly submitted a leave request to Mr. Waterman. In his eyes, she was a treasure. How could he refuse? Audrey's lips turned up in a smirk. Her leave was not for rest. Another quarter had passed, and the Lestrange family's income was once again headed to London. Her vault at Gringotts was about to see some action. Chapter 20. A mishap. Hydra stood before the bathroom mirror. Each day, while attending to her personal hygiene, she would switch to the physique of a house elf. She opened her mouth, pointed a finger, and instantly felt her mouth refreshed. She pointed at her face, and it became clean, smooth, and fair. She pointed at her hair, and her long black locks floated up, free of grease, and even braided themselves. Satisfied, she nodded. That day, startled by Dumbledore, she had hurriedly fled Diagon Alley without purchasing her textbooks, feeling a twinge of regret. However, she realized that, at this stage, she hardly needed any wizarding spells. Has the allure of domestic house elf magic diminished? Or has the magical constitution of fire dragons become ineffectual? As for the 2 ancient tomes seized from the Grey family vault, one is inscribed in runic script, while the other is penned in Old English. The runic script requires no further explanation. Hydras has navigated 9 out of 10 intricacies of it. However, the Old English volume, though its letters are familiar to her, remains utterly incomprehensible when assembled. Donning Audrey's visage, Hydras ascends the staircase. Audrey, are you awake? Rick's head peeks from the kitchen. Look at what I have prepared for you. Good morning, brother. Audrey cheerfully descends the stairs. Let me see what has made you so proud. At the dining table, several crooked strips are arranged haphazardly on a plate. I made these according to your description of churros, Audrey. I tasted them, and they are delightful. Observing the unappealing appearance of the churros, Audrey offers an awkward smile. Had she known, she would have refrained from sharing the recipe with Rick. What a blunder. Do these churros even appear appetizing? Rick's enjoyment does not necessarily validate their quality. After all, the British palate is rather peculiar. Dipping one into milk, she takes a bite, only to be pleasantly surprised by the unexpected crispiness and flavor of Rick's churros. Delicious. With Audrey's praise, Rick's eyes crinkle with joy. He muses, had our family's income not increased over the past 2 months, we truly could not have afforded to fry churros. He gazes at the pot of hot oil on the stove with a sigh. Brother, I'm going out to play, Audrey exclaims as she bursts through the door. Hey, slow down. Don't fall. Rick shouts after her, but Audrey, not looking back, raises her right hand high and waves. Got it. Chuckling, Rick shakes his head, ready to close the door when suddenly, a tabby cat darts through the crack, startling him. Oh, is that Golden Tiger? Did Audrey not take you with her? Golden Tiger has been with them for 3 months now, possessing quite the personality, unbearable to hold, impossible to pet, and only willing to consume the same food as them. It refuses cat food or canned meals. If fed late, it resorts to violence. Truly a feline tyrant. Fortunately, it neither wreaks havoc nor causes trouble. And even when it does strike, it retracts its claws, displaying a remarkable sense of decorum. In the air not far from the Welsh Knight Steed carriage station, Hydras hovers, gazing into the distance. Currently, she employs the constitution of the Knight Steed. The reason she refrains from utilizing the Fire Dragon's constitution is her realization of a critical issue. Her mastery over the Fire Dragon's abilities is insufficient. Not only does her body undergo draconic transformation, but her temperament is also influenced by the fiery nature of the dragon. Thus, she now relies on the Knight Steed for flight, swift yet capable of cloaking herself from most prying eyes. Moments later, a carriage departs from the station, heading towards her position. Hydra smiles slightly. Grey family, how forgetful you are. At least change the timing of your transports. Your monotonous routine lacks challenge. Ascending to a greater height, closer to the sky, she observes that the cloud sea below is not merely a monotonous expanse of sheep-like forms. Some clouds resemble mountains tinged with the hues of the setting sun, revealing glimpses of grandeur. As the Knight Steed carriage approaches within 500 meters, Hydras relinquishes the Knight Steed constitution and begins a free fall. 5 seconds later, she transforms into the form of a domestic house elf. With a flourish, Hydras cheerfully appears within the carriage. Without even discerning the identity of the occupant before her, she exclaims, "Robbery! Hand over the galleons at once." This routine is one she knows well, having successfully executed it 4 times before. The individual seated opposite her remains remarkably composed, the box containing the galleons set aside. His meticulously groomed gray hair and tailored black waistcoat lend him an air of sharpness, while the overcoat draping over him exudes an uncommon authority. Hydra's mouth drops slightly in surprise. Bode Grey? She is taken aback. Has the Grey family been reduced to such a state that their patriarch must personally transport galleons? Bode Grey's expression is far from pleasant. Over the past 3 months, the Grey family has become the laughingstock of the wizarding world. Their carriage transporting galleons was assaulted by a fire dragon. They resorted to bribing ministry officials with pranks. They were accused of embezzlement at Gringotts, and they were forced to sell the treasures of the Lestrange family for household expenses. Initially, Bode Grey was at a loss regarding these misfortunes until the notorious name of the dragon, Hydras, fortuitously reached his ears. Setting aside the Gringotts incident, for which he possesses no evidence nor the capability to confront the goblins directly, the robbery of the Knight Steed carriage and the substitution of galleons in Diagon Alley are undoubtedly linked to her. As predicted, Hydras has indeed crashed into his carriage. Attempting the same trick again? Bode Grey is no fool. Miss Lestrange, you have pilfered nearly 10,000 galleons from my Grey family. Do you not owe me an explanation? Actually, it's 20,000. Hydras beams. You know well where your family's wealth originates, don't you, Bode Grey? She relishes this initial exchange, as it affords her ample time to transform. As Bode gazes at the draconic form of Hydras, he exhibits no hint of surprise. Indeed, there is only the misnomer, not the wrong nickname. A smirk graces his lips as he declares, "The dragon Hydras? Today, I shall play the Dragon Slayer. With a thunderous boom, a powerful aura erupts from Bode, unleashing a magical shockwave that obliterates the carriage. The 4 night steeds pulling it sustain injuries, whinnying as they flee into the distance. Protected by her dragon scales, Hydras remains unharmed, but she clearly observes the wooden box beside Bode Grey splintering under the force of his explosion. Inside, not a single Canute remains. Thus, from beginning to end, Bode Grey had merely been lying in wait for a fool to stumble into his trap. Hydras floats in midair, her fire dragon constitution, igniting her fury. Has she truly been outmaneuvered? Bode Grey, enveloped in a tempest, soars nonchalantly through the air, stating, Miss Lestrange, you are not the only one capable of flight. His tone is devoid of emotion, cold and foreboding. Though I do not know how you acquired your current power. It matters not. Bode Grey raises his wand, and the likes of Norson, Daniel, and Stevenson may have failed to take your life, allowing you to linger for so many days, but now for the sake of my Grey family you shall die. Endless ice. The air temperature plummets dramatically as Hydras feels her body stiffening rapidly, ice crystals beginning to form around her. The freezing occurs at an alarming rate. In mere seconds, she may find herself completely encased in ice. With a fierce thrust, her draconic form ascends, narrowly escaping the clutches of freezing. To encase a fire dragon's body in ice is no feat for an ordinary wizard. Moreover, is Bode Grey's magical attack truly of such vast range? From a higher vantage point, she observes a 30-meter diameter area transforming into a deep blue, the icy expanse continuously expanding outward. Hydras gasps in shock. She had not anticipated that Bode Grey, the head of the Grey family, was such a formidable wizard, hidden in plain sight. The astute girl turns on her heel to flee, her instincts warning her that this is an opponent she cannot contend with. She accelerates, hoping to outpace Bode, and then employ apparition to escape. However, the vulnerability of switching magical constitutions, which requires 5 seconds, has been exponentially magnified. These 5 seconds are fatal seconds. Nevertheless, she possesses unwavering confidence in her speed. As long as she can create sufficient distance, a chance remains for her. However, wishing to flee? Sizzle. Bode's phantasm materializes before Hydras. Why not use your phantasm shift to escape? I've heard you excel at that spell. No worries. I grant you the opportunity to shift, and we shall see if I can locate you through magical echoes, Miss Lestrange. Bode's words dripped with mockery, while Hydras's expression turned ashen. She had truly found herself in dire straits this time. Chapter 21. Ancient Magic and the Blue Phoenix. Since escape was no longer an option, she had no choice but to confront him head-on. She was not devoid of counterattacks. In response to Bode Grey's provocation, Hydras inhaled deeply, unleashing a breath of dragon fire. With unreserved ferocity, she painted the sky a crimson hue. The searing heat of her breath, its core a blend of blue and orange flames, warped the air around it. Yet Bode maintained a contemptuous smile, his wand trembling slightly as an ice wall materialized, completely thwarting her dragon fire. Sizzle. He appeared behind Hydras, waving his wand with a flourish, unleashing a barrage of orange-red magic energy akin to a rapid-fire machine gun. The ice wall had yet to crumble under her dragon fire. And caught off guard by this sudden assault, Hydras was struck by the magical projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. Bode's onslaught was executed without uttering a single incantation. He merely projected his magic. No wizard would dare attempt such a thing against a fire dragon without absolute confidence in their abilities. For should the magical intensity prove inadequate, he would not only fail to harm the dragon but might also provoke its wrath. Yet it was evident that Bode's strength surpassed Hydras's imagination, granting him the freedom to act as he pleased. Each of his magical strikes pierced Hydras's dragon scales, causing blood to spew forth. While Bode could have easily dispatched Hydras with an Avada during his earlier ambush, he relished the opportunity to torment her before her demise. He attributed the recent misfortunes of the Grey family to Hydras. In his mind, it was a manifestation of misplaced rage, lacking grace, yet in reality, Hydras was far from blameless. Gritting her teeth, Hydras, having endured the first wave of attacks, began to maneuver in the air, striving to evade further assaults. However, Bode needed only a flick of his wrist to cast magic, while she was forced to make considerable movements to dodge. Indeed, it was not long before fatigue set in. Her movements slowed, and her body was riddled with wounds, blood staining half of her form. Pineapple, pineapple, is this where it ends? With an elegant flourish of his wand, Bode seized the opportunity, directing a powerful surge of magic toward the young girl. The infamous dragon Hydras, renowned yet regrettably weak. The girl appeared to be at her limit, unable to maintain her dragon form, plummeting toward the ground. A triumphant smile graced Bode's face. This obstacle to the Grey family's ascendance was finally about to be removed. Avada. As Hydras descended, her eyes suddenly opened wide. She thought that even if she were to cease singing, she could pursue a career in film. Her acting skills seemed commendable, successfully deceiving Bode and granting her the time to switch forms. Crunch! Sizzle! A green beam of light cleaved through the sky, yet Hydras was no longer there. Bode paused. Astonished, had she escaped? No matter. With his magical prowess, tracking the young girl's phantasm shift would be childish play. Let me analyze the magical echoes left by her shift. But in the next moment he faintly heard the rush of wind above. Suddenly looking up, he found Hydras descending from the heavens. Having chosen not to flee, but to retaliate. What audacity! Taste my fist, you old fool. A powerful punch landed on Bode's face, causing half of his remaining teeth to shatter and scatter. Simultaneously, the struck half of his face erupted in a torrent of blood, revealing gaping bone beneath. Hydras had tirelessly trained in mixed martial arts for 2.5 years in her past life, and now her efforts bore fruit. Bode staggered, disoriented, and began to fall. Hydras gasped for breath, shifting back into her dragon form. Bode had underestimated her, suffering a great setback. She would not repeat such a mistake. Having learned from her previous experiences, seizing the moment, she accelerated toward Bode, inhaling deeply as her dragonfire brewed within her throat, preparing to make him understand the origin of the fearsome name, Dragon Hydras. However, Bode's willpower was extraordinarily formidable. In less than a fleeting moment of distraction, he regained his composure. A glimpse of Hydras charging toward him ignited his fury, and with both hands gripping his wand, he struck fiercely at the air. Above Hydras, the void crackled with electricity as a bolt of lightning, swift beyond measure, crashed down upon her before she could unleash her dragon fire. What sort of magic is this? That was Hydras's final thought, followed by a plume of black smoke escaping her mouth as her eyes rolled back, plunging her into unconsciousness. She fell freely, and Bode quickly pursued, determined to personally deliver the final blow to the Lestrange family. Yet he couldn't help but marvel at how astonishingly resilient the girl was. Any ordinary wizard would have been reduced to ashes by such a lightning strike, yet Hydras merely fainted. It must be noted, this was ancient magic. Avada. Today, Bode Grey had seemingly neglected to consult the omens. Today was an inauspicious day for an Avada. This particular moment's curse was destined to miss its target. A colossal flame phoenix materialized out of thin air, soaring toward him. Bode's face paled, his heart racing. The sole reason for his shock was the blue hue of this flame phoenix, reminiscent of the blue flame on a gas stove. As an elder who had accompanied the late Lestrange from the European continent to Britain, how could he not recognize this magic? Years ago, this very spell had nearly incinerated all of Paris. Though this phoenix was far smaller than the dragon of Paris, it was not something he could withstand now. Damn it. My research has stalled and I've lost 2 volumes. Bad luck. Bode refused to terminate the incantation of the killing curse. How could he stand idly by while Hydras lived to escape before his eyes? This little creature was so formidable at such a young age. What would become of her when she matured? Allowing her to continue growing would be akin to nurturing a tiger at one's door. Crunch. A green beam shot from the tip of his wand, hurtling toward the plummeting Hydras. Yet simultaneously another green beam soared from an opposing direction, colliding precisely with Bode's beam, and resulting in a significant explosion. Alas, Bode shook his head in disappointment. She had successfully evaded with a phantasm shift, departing with remarkable decisiveness. TSK, how could that individual be connected to this little girl? How unfortunate. He immediately cast a healing charm on his left cheek, yet the spell appeared ineffective. Damn it. How could that little brat's fist feel like dark magic, rendering the healing charm incapable of mending his wounds? Half of his face was already numb with pain. This was truly dreadful. He was bound to be disfigured. In a daze, Hydras seemed to hear 2 voices conversing, one old, one young. The young man said, "Uncle, her injuries are severe. Will she be able to endure?" The elder replied, "Her future is clear. She will certainly not perish here. Come lend a hand." "Very well, uncle," the young man declared, brandishing his wand as if he were lifting an extraordinarily heavy burden. His voice strained slightly. "Can she truly bring forth the future we desire?" The elder chuckled. "This time, my dear child, I see more clearly than ever before." "All right then." The young man clapped his hands. "I hope my efforts will not be in vain." "Rest assured, they will not, for this time he stands with us." "Indeed," the young man mused. "It is quite astonishing that he would agree to your plan." "What is so astonishing?" the elder asked as he poured a potion down Hydras's throat. The bitter, foul-smelling liquid slid down her gullet, causing her to furrow her brow. "He is the one who desires change in the wizarding world the most. As long as the goal can be achieved without harm, he will not refuse." The young man began casting healing spells without a wand, several incantations striking Hydras. And after a moment he exclaimed, "Ah, she is about to awaken." Hydras slowly opened her eyes, appearing somewhat dazed. The elder remarked, "I cannot reveal myself just yet. The next steps are entirely up to you." "All right, uncle," the young man leaned closer to Hydras. "I shall take good care of this mischievous little kitten, ensuring she does not harm herself with her own claws." Hydras felt pain coursing through her body, unable to suppress a groan as her vision gradually cleared, revealing a somewhat handsome face, with bright, luminous eyes dominating her field of view. Those eyes seemed familiar, evoking a sense of recognition. "You cannot wake up just yet, princess," the young man teased. "If you awaken now, it will cause me considerable trouble." Collapsing back into unconsciousness, Hydras closed her eyes again. The last words she heard were, "Though I may be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, do not fall in love with me, princess. I am no prince. And even if I were, your age is rather too young for such affairs." What nonsense! In this day and age, still talking about princes and princesses. Feeling warmth envelop her, Hydras drifted back into slumber. Chapter 22. I am quite satisfied with this compensation. When Hydras awakened again, she found herself in her own small bed. When had she returned? Golden Tiger sat quietly at the foot of her bed, meowing upon seeing her awake, then leapt to the door and meowed again. "Are you asking me to open the door?" Hydras asked as she rolled out of bed. "Golden Tiger, can't you open the door yourself?" Complaints aside, she made her way to the door. The wounds inflicted by Bode had healed, leaving only a slight soreness. But who had saved me? With this question lingering, she reached the door, and as she transformed into Audrey, she pressed a hidden button at her collar, and her tattered clothing magically mended itself. The door was locked. No wonder Golden Tiger couldn't get out. As she pushed the door open, she discovered that Rick was not home. It was already 6:30 in the evening. On the dining table lay a note that read, "Audrey, Mr. Waterman has invited me to a soiree. Seeing that you were still asleep, I did not rouse you. I may return late. Please take care of dinner yourself." Audrey chuckled. Cooking was out of the question. A lazy person like her would never prepare a meal. When she first arrived at this house, her obedient demeanor had all been an act. Much like a cat charming its adoptive owner for a mere 10 minutes in exchange for 20 years of comfort. "Golden Tiger, we're off. Let us dine out." Inside the leaky cauldron, wizards were drinking, playing chess, gambling, and creating a lively atmosphere. Hydras hid in a corner, enjoying steak paired with butterbeer. Golden Tiger perched on the table before her, with a plate of food identical to hers. There was also a portion of fried fish she had specifically ordered for it. But it hadn't touched a single bite, infuriating Hydras. It seemed she would have to take it back for Rick instead. As she ate, she contemplated her future strategies against the Grey family. Having suffered such a significant loss, she could not let it go unpunished. However, Bode Grey's strength was formidable, far beyond her current capabilities to confront. What to do? The conversation at the neighboring table captured Hydras's attention. "Did you hear? The Grey family's transport cart was robbed again." "Which Grey family?" "The one affiliated with Lestrange, the same one that bribed officials at the ministry with a confundus charm 3 months ago." "Ha, that foolish family. What happened?" 3 months ago, their 4 carts transporting Galleons were reportedly attacked by a fire dragon, and they lost all the Galleons. "I know about that. They even sought compensation from the cart station, which is a property of the ministry. How could they possibly get reimbursed? Today their transport cart was robbed once more. And the loss is said to be over 10,000 Galleons, but this time the ministry has to compensate. Why? Because just a few days ago, the Malfoy, Greengrass, Avery, and Flint families also had their carts robbed. Who has the audacity to do that? No one knows, but those families pressured the ministry. And the ministry had no choice but to provide compensation. Whether compensating one or a group, it's the same. I heard the Grey family received 17,000 Galleons in compensation. Does the ministry have that much money? Certainly not. I heard they pawned several precious magical items from the Department of Mysteries to Gringotts. Minister Barnold must be furious. Of course, not only did he lose money, but he also tarnished the reputation of the cart station. I doubt many noble families will be willing to use cart transportation in the future. Hydras listened intently. Firstly, her attempt at robbery today had failed, so who had robbed the Grey family? Secondly, there were very few wizards capable of robbing the Nightsteed carts. Coincidentally, Bode Grey was among them. Could it be that those pureblood families were robbed by Bode himself? A thief crying thief, using the influence of the noble families to demand compensation for the so-called losses. The logic was sound. However, regardless of the truth, Hydras knew one thing. The Grey family had money again today. as she overheard the wizards at the neighboring table discussing the Grey family. Others from different tables began to join in. You know, this Grey family is rather intriguing. Oh, do you have any news? Of course. My aunt's cousin's brother has some business dealings with the Grey family. I heard that their vault at Gringotts was robbed by their own financial officer. What? How could such disgraceful things keep happening to them? Of course. Their family once followed the dark wizard Grindelwald. What good can they be? Now that financial officer is locked in the family dungeon, enduring torture daily, but she stubbornly insists she did not steal. Is she a woman? Yes. I believe her name is Solanis or Serenis. I wonder if she has been tortured with the Cruciatus curse. Surely the Grey family wouldn't dare use the unforgivable curses? DADA. These noble families put on one act in public and another in private. How do you know? Inside job? Hydra's eyes suddenly sparkled. If the Grey family classified the vault robbery as an inside job, did that not imply that their vault remained unguarded at this moment? This could potentially yield a substantial profit. As compensation for the injuries inflicted upon her by the Grey family, several thousand galleons would be the perfect choice. Golden Tiger. Eat at your leisure. I have some matters to attend to. Hydras stood up with a smile, walked into the restroom, stealthily took a basin, and turned to leave the leaky cauldron. Splash. Upon her return, she found herself standing upon the iron tracks of the underground tunnels of Gringotts, positioned adjacent to the infamous thief's downfall. It was said that the cascading waters of this waterfall possessed the extraordinary ability to negate all forms of magic. Retrieving a basin, she filled it with a generous amount of water. What was the purpose of collecting this water? What if everything she had heard today was merely a ruse orchestrated by Bode Grey? Who could ascertain whether this was not part of his cunning strategy to ensnare his foes? Their family certainly had the capacity to cast a tracking charm on their galleons, and Hydras could not afford to brazenly pilfer from their vault after all that had transpired. Today's experience had made her acutely aware that Bode Grey was a master of deception. When engaging with him, one could never be too cautious. Splash. Vault 833. A familiar place. Goodness. This time it was much more prosperous than before. Galleons piled high like small mountains. Upon a cursory glance, there were certainly no fewer than 40,000 coins. Of this 34,000 galleons, 17,000 were the ministry's compensation, and 7,000 were the earnings for the current quarter, totaling a mere 24,000. Thus, where did the remaining 16,000 originate? It was needless to ponder. It was highly likely that they were from the Malfoys and the Greengrasses, those illustrious families. What a clever ploy by Bode Grey, indeed. He had robbed the great families, deceived the ministry, and extricated himself from blame. Being the first to suffer misfortune, they had unwittingly become the subject of numerous jokes, ensuring that suspicion would never fall upon them. Remarkable indeed. With a flourish, Hydras poured the water from the basin over the galleons. The splashes sent forth a dazzling array of magical brilliance, akin to a circuit short-circuiting, emitting faint sparks of electricity. Indeed, a charm had been cast. Hydras felt a surge of relief for her astute decision, narrowly escaping Bode's insidious trap once again. It seemed Bode Grey's philosophy was to seize whatever rabbits he could catch, whether they were stolen by outsiders or by Celine. After all, casting a tracking charm required little effort on his part. Yet now, despite his cunning, he would ultimately find himself drinking from the dregs of her bathwater. Clear out, take it all away. Ha ha ha, over 50,000 galleons, sufficient for her to weather the impending grand showdown. As Hydra surveyed the now empty vault, its only remaining feature being the stalactites, her spirit soared. She resolved to treat Rick and Jinhu to a sumptuous feast tonight. Bode Grey, having apparat to the entrance of the leaky cauldron, strode in with purpose. The raucous atmosphere of the pub remained unchanged, with a cluster of wizards engaged in lively conversation while another group was engrossed in a game of cards. A solitary cat occupied a table, elegantly savoring a steak. However, this was of no concern to him, for just moments ago, the tracking charms he had placed on the galleons within Gringotts had all failed. He needed to ascertain the cause of this anomaly. Despite being over 70 years of age, he moved with remarkable vigor, yet one side of his face bore a mask, and the force of Hydra's punch, akin to dark magic, remained unhealed. He silently lamented the absence of a flu network in Diagon Alley. Upon entering Gringotts, he verified his identity against the key, enduring the necessary protocols despite his mounting impatience. As he settled into the cart, he could not help but bounce his legs restlessly, drawing the ire of the banker's gaze. Nevertheless, this Mr. Grey was a valued client, and they dared not treat him with anything less than utmost respect, as it was rumored that he had deposited over 40,000 galleons that day. His reception team was left astounded. The layers of security on the vault door were methodically disengaged. Previously, Bode had found this design reassuring, but at that moment, he cursed the complexity of it. Where was the efficiency? At last, the vault door swung open, revealing the interior. Both the banker and Bode Grey stood in stunned silence. This powerful wizard now resembled a destitute Muggle, tears streaming down his face, kneeling upon the ground, overwhelmed by despair. Who could have done this? Like a ravenous tiger. He leapt up, his eyes ablaze with fury, searching the vault for any trace of magical resonance. Yet, Hydras had acted far too swiftly, and Bode had been delayed by over 10 minutes. By now, little remained of the echoes within the vault. In the previous quarter, he had weathered the storm by selling off the treasures of the Lestrange family at a pittance. What would he do this quarter? He had hoped to engage in some clever maneuvering for profit, yet now, was he to resort to thievery once more? Regardless of Bode Grey's turmoil, Audrey was reveling in her own room, rolling gleefully amidst a bed covered in galleons. Snap. Splash. Splash, splash. Jean, who perched upon the windowsill, observing his young mistress's antics, shaking his head in resignation. No longer paying heed to her antics, the tabby cat cast its gaze towards the moon outside. The new moon had just passed, and a slender crescent peeked through the dark clouds. The moon was fresh. The people were new. Chapter 23. Audrey's first encounter with the crane, the Grey family's unfortunate year. As their holiday concluded, the Astaire siblings returned to their busy lives. Following their success in America, Japan had extended an invitation to them. It appeared that this duo was on the verge of becoming global superstars. Remarkably, they had officially debuted for only a little over 3 months. In 1986, the renowned Tokyo Dome was still under construction, and not yet operational. Thus, the Astaire siblings' concert was hosted at the Nippon Budokan. Since the Beatles' visit to Japan in 1966, the Budokan had become a sanctuary for Japanese rock musicians, a dream venue for countless artists. The concert was scheduled for December 14th, and would run for 7 consecutive days. By the time they returned home, it would be nearly Christmas. It must be said that the Japanese fascination with foreign culture was deeply ingrained during this era. From the moment Audrey disembarked from the plane, she was met with meticulous care and an overwhelming presence of enthusiastic fans awaiting her arrival. Audrey. Rick cast an anxious glance at his sister. These Japanese fans are far too fervent. I can hardly cope. Audrey smiled brightly, waving to the frenzied fans who had been cordoned off by police and security, replying, "This is simply a customary display of affection from Japanese fans for their beloved artists, brother. There's no need to be overly concerned." Jean, who nestled in Audrey's arms, nodded in agreement, for Muggles were indeed fond of such extravagant displays. "Audrey-san, Auntie is washing the railway. How wonderful." In reality, Rick had no reason to be anxious, as the majority of the ecstatic shouts were directed at Audrey. Rick's breakout hit had yet to be released, and at this moment, he was more recognized as the lyricist and supporting member of the duo, much like a certain legendary group, where one member initially played a background role. But when his talents were fully revealed, it left everyone astounded. On the day of the concert, Audrey stood near the entrance, intrigued as she observed the priestesses performing a purification ritual on stage. The young priestesses held ceremonial staffs, dancing gracefully. As they exited the stage, Audrey was astonished to discover that their garments were, in fact, pink. Shouldn't priestess attire be red and white? Audrey was filled with perplexity. However, one small priestess remained behind, standing close to her, bowing her head and speaking softly. "Come here, Toki." Audrey, having been immersed in Japanese anime for a decade in her past life, could understand a smattering of simple Japanese. The little priestess was clearly not calling her name, yet there was no one else nearby. Then, she heard the small priestess exclaim urgently, "Don't say that, Toki. I'll be expelled from school." What is it that clings to my thigh? Audrey looked down, finding nothing there. Yet the sensation felt undeniably real. Glancing at the little witch, she appeared on the verge of tears. Hydras seemed to have an epiphany and extended her hand to explore further. Furry and pleasantly textured, in the next moment, Audrey grasped a new magical essence. A smile involuntarily spread across her face. This was indeed a most useful trait. An invisible beast. The creature, known as Toki, gradually materialized before Audrey's eyes. Still cloaked in invisibility, yet visible to her. "Hello, are you Toki?" Audrey crouched down to address the creature. Toki's melancholic large eyes sparkled with surprise as it opened its arms and enveloped Audrey in a warm embrace. This extraordinary creature, characterized by its silver fur reminiscent of a primate, possessed a gentle temperament, yet due to the utility of its pelt for crafting invisibility cloaks, It had become a victim of excessive hunting, and was now an endangered species. Audrey took its hand and approached the little witch, presenting the invisible beast's tiny paw to her. This is your invisible beast, isn't it? You must keep a closer watch on it next time. You know Muggle? Clearly. The Magical Academy also included some English lessons, though the little witch's grasp of the language seemed lacking. Audrey chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Miss Audrey. I am Hima Tsukiko, please take care of me. Their brief exchange concluded as they parted ways, hampered by the language barrier. The small invisible beast, Toki, was reluctant to leave Audrey, nearly being dragged away by Tsukiko, and its large, sorrowful eyes appeared even more despondent. This was merely a small interlude. Yet it buoyed Audrey's spirits significantly in the following days. After all, she had acquired a remarkably practical magical essence. The invisible beast not only had the ability to vanish, but also possessed some foresight. You read that correctly, foresight albeit limited, yet it was nearly a divine skill. When the siblings returned to England, it was already December 23rd. After the concert, they participated in recording 2 variety shows in Japan, which delayed their return home. Mr. Waterman. I am utterly exhausted. Upon disembarking the plane, Audrey vented to Peter Waterman, who had come to greet her. From now on, aside from singing, I do not wish to undertake any responsibilities. If you dare to force me, I shall strike. As an 11-and-a-half-year-old working child, if Audrey truly desired to strike Mr. Waterman would be utterly powerless. In fields such as the arts and sports, talent is typically nurtured from a young age. Delay would mean missing the prime learning years. Therefore, as long as it was registered with the relevant authorities, it was, in fact, legal for minors to work in certain specialized industries. However, since Audrey was still a minor, should news of Peter Waterman Limited's exploitation of underage artists circulate, it would spell disaster for the company. Public opinion can be lethal. Not to mention, Audrey was currently Waterman's most prized asset. He would naturally not dismiss her demands. From now on, all she needed to do was sing. Indeed, singing was her passion. And that was hardly tiring. As for other matters, they could be as distant as they wished. She would not entertain them. With that time, wouldn't it be more comfortable to lie at home on a pile of Galleons? December 24th. Hydras, with Tsukiko's visage, arrived at the leaky cauldron. This time, she did not bring her golden tiger, as tabby cats were rare in England, and could easily reveal her identity. She came to purchase Christmas gifts for Rick and to gather information about the wizarding world. After all, her last visit to the pub had proven immensely fruitful. Now, more than 2/3 of her pouch was filled with Galleons. It was midday, and the leaky cauldron was not particularly crowded. Hydras contemplated visiting in the evening. But Christmas Eve must be spent with family. She sat for a considerable time, yet heard no intriguing tidbits. Mr. Tom, Hydras waved. Do you have the latest issue of the Daily Prophet? Oh, and another butterbeer, please. Old Tom emerged from behind the bar, one hand holding a butterbeer and the other a stack of newspapers. Here. He handed the items to Hydras, accepted her payment, and turned to depart. Mr. Tom. Old Tom was called again, shaking his head in resignation. He turned back, saying very seriously, Child, my surname is Ibbot. You may call me Mr. Ibbot or Old Tom. Mr. Tom sounds ridiculous. Very well, Old Tom. Hydras replied with a smile, pointing to a wall where several wizards were prying at bricks. I've noticed they've been busy for quite some time. Is the pub undergoing an expansion? No, Old Tom replied. There's a young singer named Audrey who has become incredibly popular in the Muggle world, so much so that it has reached our wizarding community. He remarked that her songs were frequently played on the magical radio network, and many claimed this young singer was, in fact, a little witch. He gestured towards the wizards currently working, noting that next door was a Muggle record shop that played Audrey's songs all day long, drawing patrons who would otherwise have come to drink, now congregating at the door to listen. It was problematic for wizards to gather in Muggle territory, and as a result, I had been warned by the Ministry of Magic several times and had no choice but to have the wall altered so that the music from the record shop could permeate into our pub. Thus, this was a clever ploy to ride the coattails of popularity, which brought a sense of joy to Hydras. Hydras agreed. Indeed, I enjoy listening to Audrey's songs. She is truly remarkable. Of course, Mr. Ibbot, your idea is splendid. It would be a delight to hear Miss Estria's songs in the pub. Yes, I concur. Old Tom turned to leave. Hydras took a hearty sip of her butterbeer, and began to read the newspaper intently. Shame. Made a fool by an old servant. The Foolish Ministry of Magic, by Rita Skeeter. This article detailed the ministry's embarrassment at being outwitted by Bode Grey. Was Bode exposed? Hydras was quite astonished. However, upon reading further, she realized it was yet another of Rita Skeeter's fabrications. The piece was riddled with words like might, perhaps and should, offering no substantial information. To put it bluntly, aside from the title, which inadvertently contained a kernel of truth, the rest was merely a sensationalist piece describing an improper transaction and an overly friendly relationship between Bode and some ministry official. Nonetheless, one must concede that if viewed as a novel, Rita's prose remained quite adept. Another new wanted notice had arrived. Even before the individual appeared, their voice preceded them. The pub's door swung open, and two aurors strode in, clutching a stack of wanted posters. Bode Grey, accused of robbing a gold transport carriage, murdering the guards, and defrauding the ministry, a most heinous criminal. Reward, 20,000 galleons. Hydras blinked in surprise. It was not that she didn't understand, but the world changes rapidly. Bode Grey had become a wanted man? Or, what is the story behind Bode Grey? A patron immediately posed the question. Such matters were of utmost concern to the patrons, and any official news gleaned from the aurors made for excellent conversation fodder during their evening revelries. Bode Grey had robbed the Rosier family's gold transport carriage 2 days prior, and was caught red-handed by the aurors contracted to protect the carriage. To ensure the safety of the nightmare carriage, the ministry had initiated an auror escort service. It seemed the ministry was quite determined to restore the reputation of the nightmare carriage station. As the auror continued, after a fierce battle, several aurors were injured, and Bode Grey made his escape. Subsequently, the Ministry of Magic conducted an investigation at Gringotts and discovered that the Greys, after receiving a compensation of 17,000 galleons from the ministry, had amassed a staggering vault total of approximately 40,000 galleons. This starkly contradicts the Greys' previous actions of liquidating assets last quarter. By correlating the events, we deduce that it was indeed Bode Grey who orchestrated the robbery of the Malfoy family's gold carriages. Now with Bode Grey on the run, the ministry has ordered the Grey family to surrender all proceeds from the robbery, as well as the fraudulent funds acquired from the ministry. Failure to comply within the stipulated time will result in the arrest of the entire Grey family. This unfolding is nothing short of magical, befitting the wizarding world. Bode Grey, who unwittingly placed himself on the wanted list, has now become a fugitive himself. However, what Hydras Lestrange remains unaware of is that it was her 2 vault relocations that had compelled Bode Grey to resort to such desperate measures. Hydras gazed at Bode Grey's wanted poster, which hung alongside hers. In the image, Bode Grey wore a silver mask that obscured the left side of his face, his expression a sinister grin reminiscent of a famished hyena. As a neighbor, Hydras, despite her fierce demeanor, appeared far more endearing in comparison. This was indeed the finest gift this Christmas, she mused. How gratifying it was. Chapter 24, 1991, marks the time when the protagonist must embark on her education. Alas, why must it be me? Celine Grey found herself imprisoned in the dungeons of the Grey Manor, her palms pierced by iron hooks, her body suspended by heavy chains in midair. The bloodstains on the ground had long dried, leaving only dark, crimson traces. Celine, Celine, a frantic voice echoed, prompting Celine to laboriously lift her head. Her once vibrant orange hair had been dulled to a grayish hue by the dust of the dungeon. Through the strands, she vaguely discerned her father rushing down and unlocking the heavy door of her cell. After rescuing her, her father cast several healing spells, and her condition improved dramatically. Although still weak, she was no longer in a state of near death. An emergency family meeting, come with me, he urged. In the grand hall of the Grey Manor, the same assembly of individuals took their seats at the long table. The only difference was that the presiding figure was no longer present. Let us discuss how to proceed, they urged. The ministry demanded a refund of 17,000 galleons and a 5,000 galleon fine. The losses incurred by the prominent families amounted to 15,000, totaling 37,000 galleons. How can we possibly compensate? Even if we were to strip our assets bare, we could not afford it. One voice protested. Perhaps we should go into hiding, dissolve the Grey family altogether. I have a proposal. A family member rose to speak. Celine has always managed the family finances. She should continue to oversee these matters. Indeed, it has been proven that Celine is innocent. She was merely a scapegoat for the Master's wrath. I support Celine. You still refer to that man as the Master? Were it not for him, would we be in this predicament? Exactly. The bulk of our income has been squandered on his research. Now we suffer the consequences. I propose we strip Bode Grey of his title as head of the family. Seconded. Seconded. Why not appoint Celine as the interim head of the family? What does everyone think? After a moment of silence, they instinctively inclined to dismiss the idea. For the struggle for power is ingrained in the very essence of these pure-blood families. Yet, considering the current plight of the family, one finally spoke up. I believe Celine is quite suitable. Indeed, indeed. I support this. Celine, we entrust this to you. Celine rose, silently stepping into the position of authority. Her gaze swept across the room like that of a specter. Having been imprisoned for over a month, she had contemplated many matters. These relatives were truly of little worth. To rejuvenate the Grey family, it would depend on her actions. Moreover, she craved power and sought revenge against Bode Grey. I have 3 directives. First, sell off all the treasures pillaged from the Lestrange estate, no matter how rare, leaving not a single piece behind. Second, to cover the shortfall in compensation, we shall forge signatures mimicking Hydras Lestrange to sell the potion garden in Scotland, which should fetch around 50,000 galleons. Third, any family members without employment must venture forth to locate Hydras Lestrange and Bode Grey. Those who provide accurate information will receive a reward of 1,000 galleons. A hush fell over the assembly. Celine slammed her palm against the table. Although her hand had been healed by her father, the action triggered phantom pain, causing her to wince slightly. Why are you still here? Do you wish for the ministry to raid our home? Yes. Whether the Grey family could extricate itself from this crisis remained uncertain. For now, Hydras had no desire to trouble the Grey family further. Initially, she operated in the shadows while the Grey family remained in the light, but now with the notorious Bode Grey also on the lam, she hesitated to act. The anger she had harbored had been released, and she had already gained considerable advantage. It was time to retreat gracefully. After all, the Grey family would not survive the impending conflict, and her adoptive parents would not spare them. As for the Lestrange family's income being depleted by the Grey family, as long as the family's wealth remained intact, it was of no concern. Hydras had long since ceased to care for those trivial sums. With her talent for amassing wealth, she could boldly declare, I am a fortune unto myself. She was affluent. The Grey family? Merely a staff she had hired to guard the entrance. Well then, all the aforementioned descriptions were merely her excuses. The true reason was that Hydras had grown weary of pursuing the Grey family. Indeed, she had become lethargic. Originally intending to purchase textbooks to learn magic, she had not returned to the bookstore after being interrupted by Dumbledore, not because she had forgotten, but simply due to her lack of motivation. As time passed, her interest waned, and she could not muster the enthusiasm to engage. Her essence was one of both laziness and avarice. This lifetime, the divine had bestowed upon her exceptional gifts, and to not indulge in luxury would be a waste. Spending time on trivial matters was nothing short of squandering life. As for singing, she had mentioned countless times that it was her passion. Thus, she lived a life of leisure, immersed in a cycle of singing, dining, sleeping, and counting her riches until the year 1991 arrived. Hydras was now 16. This year marked the beginning of the schooling for the savior, Harry Potter. Yet, what relevance did this hold for Audrey, who had fully integrated into the Muggle world? Her savings had soared to an astonishing £13 million. Ever since Peter Waterman tirelessly negotiated numerous inequitable contracts, Audrey had finally landed her first advertisement, and it felt as though she had discovered a new continent. This work was a breeze. As she was still a child, the advertising directors catered to her whims. Thus, all she needed to do was pose for pictures, utter a few lines to the camera, flash a delightful smile, and she would amass piles of cash. From that moment, the wealth of our materialistic miss exploded exponentially. This was an undeniable truth, as she could now stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Michael Jackson, her commercial value immense. The most alarming part was that she was merely 16 years old. On July 1st, the final stop of the Astria Siblings UK tour concert took place in London. Rick insisted that the last performance be in London, believing it held significant sentimental value as it was where they had risen to prominence. Before the concert began, Hydra sat in the backstage lounge, her pupils dilating, hands trembling. What had she seen? In her hands was a letter delivered by an owl. This owl had even infiltrated the concert venue through the ventilation ducts. This was absurd. She detested that round-faced, pudgy Scottish owl. Dear Audrey Astery, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed, you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We eagerly await your owl's response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Audrey was taken aback. How had her carefully crafted FAAD crumbled so suddenly? A quick assessment of her internal state left her dismayed. It seemed that with the passage of time, the regenerative capacity of a young wizard's magic grew increasingly rapid. The more innate talent one possessed, the faster the magical energy replenished. At this moment, Hydras's body could be described as one brimming with magical essence. The rate at which her magical circuits regenerated their energy was astonishing. Having matured to this point, she found that the speed at which she dispersed her magic throughout her body could no longer keep pace with the energy being generated within her magical circuits. Consequently, her magic overflowed, and her circuits began to brim with power. Once her circuits contained magic, she was no longer a mere Muggle, but rather a bona fide witch. Heavens above! Hydras was in a state of utter shock. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never pretended to be a Muggle. And now, she found herself in the same year as the illustrious Harry Potter. Was this not akin to walking hand in hand with fate? How much better it would have been to enter Hogwarts at the age of 11. After all, by the time Harry Potter reached his 3rd year, she would have already graduated, allowing her to concoct some excuse to travel abroad for a few years, evading Voldemort altogether. The grand scheme of biding her time until the final battle, then striking it rich overnight to reach the pinnacle of her life, had been utterly thwarted. Defeated? No. She had not yet lost. Audrey rallied herself once more, the prospect of a carefree, opulent life within the wizarding world reigniting her motivation. But why must she confine herself to the wizarding realm, when the mundane world could afford her a life of comfort and ease? After all, her wealth in the non-magical world could sustain her effortlessly for a lifetime. Audrey's rationale was simple. As a chronic procrastinator, she was inherently lazy. Can you comprehend the distinction between walking to the fridge for a drink and simply summoning it to you? The difference was monumental. As she daydreamed about a blissful retirement at the age of 23, her resolve solidified. Nothing could deter her from pursuing the life she longed for. Thus, she devised a plan to continue her journey. Skipping Hogwarts was a splendid idea, direct, uncomplicated, and to the point. Yes, tomorrow she would discuss it with Uncle Wortman. After all, how vast was the market in England? They needed to seize the American market. Indeed, the entire family would relocate to America. They could even change their nationality. Surely, Hogwarts could not recruit internationally? As for America, there was the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ah, what a relief! Ilvermorny had neither a White Lord nor a Dark Lord, making it quite safe. Just as Audrey was fervently revising her plans, the door to the common room was gently pushed open, revealing a small head peeking in. "Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption." It was a girl of about 10. Her demeanor apologetic. "Miss Astery, could you please give me your autograph? Due to certain circumstances, I fear I may not be able to attend your concerts frequently in the future, and I would like a signed record as a memento." "Of course," Audrey replied, taking the record from the girl. "What is your name?" The girl beamed. Hermione Granger." This girl was Hermione Granger. How had she not recognized her sooner? She had once even donned Hermione's likeness in Diagon Alley. Oh, Hermione seemed to have discovered a new world, pointing at the letter in Audrey's hand. "That's the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I just received one too. So Miss Astery, you are a witch as well?" Audrey forced a smile. "Well, sort of." "That's wonderful," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "We are going to be classmates. It feels like destiny." Destiny indeed. It was a most unwelcome twist of fate. She had no desire for such a connection. She wished fervently for the protagonists to keep their distance. Audrey smiled through gritted teeth as she ushered the young girl out of the common room. Tomorrow morning, she would head to America. She could not wait another moment. No, she could discuss matters with Uncle Wortman in America. After her concert tonight, she'd return home to pack her bags. They would leave for America that very night. What if she encountered Hermione again? What if Dumbledore came knocking at her door by morning? Chapter 25. Threatening individuals. Dumbledore is a professional. The concert concluded at 10:30, and the two returned to their new home in London by 11:30. This was the villa newly purchased by Rick, situated in Wimbledon, a mere 5-minute walk from Richmond Park. Upon their arrival, an elderly gentleman had been waiting at the door for some time. The moment Audrey laid eyes on him, a strong urge to flee surged within her. This was the very individual she wished to avoid, Albus Dumbledore. "Good evening to you both," he greeted with a warm smile. "Good evening, sir," Rick replied politely. "And you are?" "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Your sister has been accepted into our school, and I have come to conduct a home visit to discuss Miss Audrey Astery's enrollment. As it is a boarding school, we must obtain parental consent. However, sir," Rick began, only to be interrupted by Dumbledore. "I understand your concerns, but why don't we step inside and discuss this further?" He produced his elder wand and gave the door a gentle tap. With a soft click, the door swung open as if it were welcoming an old friend. Dumbledore entered gracefully, waving his wand as tea sets, a kettle, water, and refreshments floated to the coffee table before the sofa, arranged in perfect order. "Rick, Upon hearing Hogwarts mentioned, had initially suspected he was being deceived, but the scene unfolding before him cast doubt on that assumption. He had known many renowned magicians internationally, yet none could perform such feats. Those magicians could not accomplish this. Dumbledore seemed to read Rick's thoughts. With another flick of his wand, a vase on the table transformed into a dove that flew to the kitchen and returned with a sugar cube. This was not mere magic. This was true sorcery. Rick's mouth fell open, producing a series of incoherent sounds. Ah, wow. As a young wizard born into a non-magical family, Audrey had never been exposed to the magical world, necessitating a visit from a professor like Dumbledore. He summoned a cup of sweet, fragrant tea to float before Rick. Give it a try. It's tea brewed with magic. Dumbledore, Audrey interjected, halting Rick's hand before he could grasp the cup. It's past midnight. If my brother drinks that tea, how will you expect him to sleep tonight? Right. Rick nodded in agreement. Most of the time, Audrey appeared to possess more reliability than he did, which was simultaneously frustrating and a source of pride for him. This is my sister. Dumbledore shook his head. It's quite all right. To a wizard, putting a Muggle to sleep is no more challenging than quenching one's thirst. Rick scratched his head, and under Dumbledore's encouraging gaze, he took a sip of the tea. Delicious, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment at the now empty cup. The tea had been his tea, the water his water, yet the flavor was extraordinary. He felt an unexpected joy bubbling from within. Rick broke into a wide, silly grin, appearing utterly elated, while Audrey's expression darkened. She understood that Dumbledore had added a euphoric potion to the tea. Dumbledore, Audrey spoke up, setting aside the matter of magic. Are you not concerned that you have drugged my brother's tea? Do you not fear it might harm his health? A perceptive young lady, Dumbledore remarked. Dumbledore chuckled, a hint of self-praise in his voice. Yet I truly belong to the elite echelon of the wizarding world. Miss Astrea need not worry about the potion dosage. Moreover, the elixir I have utilized is meticulously concocted by our esteemed potions professor, infused with a secret formula that ensures it bears no side effects. My addition of a slight ingredient was merely intended to foster a more relaxed atmosphere for our conversation. Audrey, I assure you I am perfectly fine. Rick reassured as he gently patted Audrey's hand. I feel remarkably well, unprecedentedly so. As he spoke, he picked up a small cookie and stuffed it into his mouth, rendering his words somewhat indistinct. Dumbledore, in his benevolence, I would indeed like to inquire about acquiring a bit of this marvelous potion, if possible. Dumbledore smiled at Rick. So regarding Audrey's enrollment at the magical school, what is your stance? I have no objections, Rick replied, but my word alone does not suffice. It ultimately hinges upon Audrey's own wishes. Dumbledore turned his gaze toward Audrey. She sighed silently, thinking of her ineffectual brother. Should he not exhibit a semblance of sibling affection at this moment, refusing on the grounds of not wanting her to venture far from home? In truth, I recognized her uniqueness when she was merely 11. Rick's sudden declaration caught both Dumbledore and Audrey off guard as he continued. She is not an ordinary girl. I have long known that she is exceptional. Her talents, her peculiarities, the bizarre artifacts she frequently brought home, her anomalies. At last, I believe I have found a rational explanation. She is a witch destined to be among her kind, Rick said, glancing at Audrey, and though it pains me, I must assert, Audrey, if you wish to go, then do not hesitate. Of course, this home shall always be yours. Should you find the wizarding world unwelcoming, you are free to return at any time. Your brother shall support you for a lifetime without question. Audrey shot Rick a disapproving look. Who desires to join the wizarding world? Besides, who is to say who supports whom? Her ultimate destination may lie within the realm of magic, but certainly not at this moment. Nevertheless, a twinge of emotion stirred within her. Who could have predicted that she would find companionship with this foolish brother, now akin to true siblings? Support? Regardless of who supports whom, money is essential. The mere thought of finances sparked an idea in Audrey's mind. Dumbledore, Audrey sat upright, her demeanor serious. Are you aware of my annual earnings? Dumbledore shook his head. Audrey continued. £5 million a year, and potentially even more in the future, as she spread her palm, displaying the number 5 in a gesture towards Dumbledore. If I were to attend your esteemed institution, it would mean forfeiting tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions, in income. While Dumbledore maintained his smile, he appeared increasingly strained. Over £100 million converted to Galleons would amount to no less than 10 million, a staggering sum. Will my education at your school enable me to earn such wealth in the wizarding world? The answer is evidently no. Professor McGonagall's salary is barely 200 Galleons a month. Dumbledore shook his head, finding himself unable to respond to this conundrum. A triumphant smile spread across Audrey's face. She contemplated that perhaps fleeing to America may not be necessary, and she could forego attending Hogwarts altogether. Money is invincible. Even someone as formidable as Dumbledore cannot withstand its power. Hence, if I were to enroll in your school, under the condition of sacrificing such immense financial gains, what would I receive in return? A few admirers from the wizarding world? Or perhaps the school could compensate me for my losses. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. This child is proving far more challenging than during our last encounter. He recalled their first meeting when she had been more skittish than a mouse before a cat. Mr. Astrea. Dumbledore did not respond to Audrey's inquiries but instead turned to Rick. I would like to speak with Miss Astrea privately, if that is convenient. Oh, certainly. Rick rose. The dosage of the calming draft being minimal, he was now nearing a semblance of normalcy. Audrey, I shall head upstairs. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Once the sitting room was left with only the two wizards, Dumbledore's expression shifted to one of resolute confidence. Miss Audrey Astrea. The inscrutable smile on the old wizardess face hinted at profound knowledge. Should I address you as Bobby Graham, or perhaps Hydras Lestrange? Audrey, what the hell? Chapter 26. A glimpse into the future. Should I call you Bobby Graham, or perhaps Hydras Lestrange? In that moment, Dumbledore revealed his formidable presence. Though he refrained from exerting his will or magic to suppress Hydra, she could sense the air becoming palpably heavier. Is this the aura of the pinnacle of wizards? Hydra regained her true form, her skin gradually turning green, slitted pupils emerging, and dragon horns sprouting from her forehead. Though I do not know how you accomplished this, Miss Lestrange, Dumbledore marveled. This miraculous transformation is indeed astonishing. The nightmare of the alley, the dragon Hydra. Were we in school, I would be compelled to award you extra points. Hydra did not respond but suddenly bolted toward the exit. Empowered by the strength of a fire dragon, her speed was unparalleled. Hydra's singular thought was to flee. She had not forgotten that she remained a wanted criminal by the Ministry of Magic. Bursting out of the villa, she found herself on an expansive lawn, where she unleashed her speed to its fullest, leaving behind mere afterimages. Although she had not practiced anything magical over the past 5 years, her constant absorption of magic had augmented her physical prowess to an extraordinary level. Were she a magical creature, the Ministry would undoubtedly classify her as a 5X. Yet before Dumbledore, even an adult fire dragon appeared no more than a slightly larger animal. Such is the might of the world's most powerful white wizard. Suddenly, a massive stone barrier rose from the ground, encircling her from all sides. Hydra propelled herself off the ground, soaring into the sky. However, Dumbledore's speed in sealing the house's roof evidently surpassed her flight. With a resounding thud, Hydra collided with the ceiling. Her head throbbed. The ceiling conjured by transfiguration or summoning was rather solid. Hydra landed back on the ground. Within this enclosed, colossal box, which had initially been shrouded in darkness, suddenly brightened as Dumbledore conjured a dozen vintage wall sconces. He even took the time to intricately detail the sconces and incorporate an antique aesthetic. With a soft rustle, Dumbledore appeared within. I cannot allow you to leave so easily. Miss Lestrange, Dumbledore chuckled. If a new student were to be frightened away during a home visit, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Dumbledore, what is your true intention? My status as a fugitive is merely a ploy by the Grey family. I am innocent. Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture of neutrality. I am simply here to ensure that our new student arrives at Hogwarts in due time. And then, will I be sorted into Azkaban? Hydra thought bitterly. Her lineage was indeed questionable. On the surface, she was a scion of the Lestrange family. Yet in truth, Voldemort had caused a death. She herself could not fathom that the Dark Lord would spare her. Taking a deep breath, Hydra unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. A searing column of flame surged toward Dumbledore. The white wizard apparat to the side. Yet Hydra's gaze remained locked onto Dumbledore, her breath unceasing. Dumbledore was somewhat intrigued. Why would this young lady, fully aware of her missed target, still engage in such futile efforts? Yet, in the next moment, the venerable headmaster comprehended the reason. The fire dragon's breath had seared a hole through the rock wall he had conjured. What unparalleled mastery! Dumbledore couldn't help but applaud. She had managed to scorch the rocky barrier without allowing a single flicker of flame to escape. Was she perhaps concerned about harming the Muggle houses? His leisurely demeanor only served to amplify Hydra's sense of frustration. Nevertheless, escape was of the essence. With a swift motion, Hydras darted towards the opening created by the flames. Dumbledore waved his wand, causing vines to rise from the ground in an attempt to ensnare her. However, without exception, she evaded them all. Her agility and swiftness were indeed impressive. In the blink of an eye, she reached the opening. She lunged forward, half of her body already protruding beyond the confines of the colossal box. Regardless of the circumstances, Her immediate priority was to flee, having faltered earlier. She knew she must take flight as soon as she exited. She had yet to hear of Dumbledore possessing aerial combat capabilities. However, better late than never. As long as she escaped the box, she would ascend immediately. Yet reality proved harsh. The walls of the large hole she had created suddenly constricted rapidly, trapping her firmly in place. This was indeed awkward. Dumbledore apparat before her, and at that moment, she resembled a half-formed figure embedded in a wall. Hydras reverted from her dragon form and conceded, "All right, you win. Will you send me to the Ministry of Magic, or directly to Azkaban? It's entirely up to you." Dumbledore merely smiled, yet beads of sweat began to trickle down Hydra's forehead. Her previously invincible house-elf-like apparition was rendered useless. Dumbledore laughed heartily. "You attempt to distract me with conversation to lower my guard, while plotting your escape. Quite the clever mind you possess. However, when you eluded the Ministry's pursuit using an apparition that bypassed the anti-apparition devices, I suspected you had mastered the house elf's mode of movement. Your ability to wield the powers of a fire dragon does not preclude your capacity to utilize those of other magical creatures. Based on this assumption, I made ample preparations." Dumbledore's mood was evidently buoyant. After all, Hogwarts hosted numerous house elves, and my dear, it would not be difficult to find one willing to assist me in my research, particularly one named Momo. The scene abruptly halted. "Should I refer to you as Popper Graham, or as Hydras Lestrange?" Hydras transformed, fleeing in one fluid motion. Learning from her past experiences, she soared into the air the moment she exited the villa. This time, surely there would be no issues. A binding curse shot towards her, and Hydras's pupils constricted as she deftly dodged it. However, she suddenly felt a weight. Unbeknownst to her, shackles had encircled her ankles. The other end of the chains tethered to two enormous iron balls. Hydras found herself at a loss for words. The anklet she had yet to remove from the concert earlier that evening had been repurposed by Dumbledore into shackles. Glancing ahead, she saw Dumbledore seated on a flying carpet, beckoning her. "Should I call you Popper Graham, or Hydras Lestrange?" Hydras bent down, and under Dumbledore's puzzled gaze, removed the anklet. Then in one seamless motion, she transformed and fled. This time she was exceptionally vigilant in the air. Indeed, she soon noted a distortion in the air, as Dumbledore appeared on his flying carpet, casting a binding curse directly at her. With ample time to spare, she skillfully evaded the spell. Without the anklet, surely she could escape now? How could a carpet possibly outpace a fire dragon? She landed with a thud. The immense force of gravity hit her. "Ah!" Hydras exclaimed, sprawling on the ground and causing cracks to fissure through the concrete pavement. "Should I refer to you as Popper Graham, or as Hydras Lestrange?" Hydras hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to remove the anklet from her ankle. After contemplating for a moment, she addressed him, "Professor Dumbledore, why not have some tea?" Dumbledore readily obliged, raising his cup for a sip. However, by the time he lowered the cup, Hydras had vanished without a trace. "Ah, this is the ability of the invisibility beast. Miss Lestrange has quite an array of talents," he remarked, his gaze tracking her movements. Hydras thought to herself, "Well, if this old bee can see through the invisibility cloak, he can surely penetrate the stealth of the invisibility beast." With a sigh, she said, "Professor, please enjoy your tea." The headmaster smiled, raising his cup once more. He set it down, and Hydras had disappeared. Dumbledore expressed his bewilderment. He rose and began to survey the living room. Yet, no matter how he looked, Hydras was nowhere to be found. This brought to mind an incident from 3 years prior during the Astria siblings' global tour in India. A lost little bird snake had attached itself to Hydras, granting her its unique abilities. The bird snake could alter its size, proving exceedingly versatile. This ability had become quite useful to her, especially during her slumber. Each night she employed it to envelop herself in a cocoon of small coins, providing a delightful sleeping experience that was remarkably comfortable. What could possibly bring her greater joy? Currently, Hydras had shrunk herself to her smallest form, hiding beneath the sofa. She was poised to wait for the opportune moment to slip out of the villa unnoticed. The diminutive Hydra scurried towards the opposite side of the sofa. However, being smaller naturally diminished her speed. That 1 meter distance took her a good 10 seconds to traverse. "Ah, I found you." Dumbledore's voice resonated. The tiny Hydras rolled her eyes in exasperation. This old coot was quite the trickster. How could she possibly trust him? "I truly have discovered you, little water snake." The old man seemed to relish the game of hide-and-seek with Hydras, teasing her for a while before causing the sofa to levitate. "Child, it would be best to return to your normal size. Otherwise, I might have to employ a magnifying glass to converse with you." Leaning against the sofa, Hydras closed her eyes tightly, appearing to ponder deeply. Dumbledore sat opposite her, quietly observing her form as it flickered in and out of visibility. To her astonishment, Hydras realized that Dumbledore had an astonishingly profound understanding of her. Had he begun monitoring her 5 years ago? A cold sweat trickled down her forehead, to the point where even Dumbledore could not bear to watch. Child, you are utilizing the invisibility beast to glimpse the future, are you not? Do not overindulge. It is not good for your health. Hydras opened her eyes, regarding Dumbledore with a grave expression. There was no escaping. She truly could not escape. Yet among the possibilities she had glimpsed, she had gleaned a wealth of information. Firstly, her house elf Momo was currently at Hogwarts. Secondly, Dumbledore seemed to harbor little malice toward her. Should he wish to apprehend her, it would not require such convoluted means. Lastly, escaping from the White Lord was beyond her current capabilities. Rather than engage in futile efforts, it would be wiser to have a proper conversation with him. Just how supportive would Hogwarts be of correspondence courses? Chapter 27. The Headmaster's Misunderstanding. She is a kind-hearted child. Professor Dumbledore, Hydras said earnestly, I am innocent. Dumbledore was taken aback. Based on his understanding of Hydras, he expected her resistance to be far more vehement. Yet, upon recalling her recent use of the invisibility beast to glimpse the future, he quickly realized the reason. The abilities of this child are truly enviable. Since she wishes to engage in a serious discussion, Dumbledore naturally must set aside his playful demeanor. His exploration of Hydras has persisted for 5 years, and he believes he possesses a sufficient understanding of her. Yet, an elderly man of such age often delights in teasing the young, a rather unfortunate habit. I am aware, my dear child, that you were pursued by the Greys, and it was out of necessity that you ended the life of Norse Grey. The old man sipped his tea, and continued, of course, your subsequent robbery of the carriage did indeed result in the deaths of 4 individuals. Considering the despicable actions of Bode Grey, one might interpret your actions as an attempt to reclaim what was rightfully yours, leading to their unintended demise in the skirmish with the brigands. However, Dumbledore's profound gaze fixed upon Hydras, causing her to feel an involuntary tension. You must never again so readily take the lives of others. It will not bode well for your soul. Moreover, the venerable headmaster imparted earnestly, each life is precious, and we lack the authority to arbitrarily deprive others of their existence. Hydras fell into a prolonged silence, her eyes welling with tears. Despite her 5 years of fame as a renowned singer in the Muggle world, she was in truth merely evading capture. Indeed, no matter how illustrious her status in the Muggle realm, it could not obscure the fact that she was a fugitive in the magical world. Dumbledore's understanding shattered her defenses in an instant, instilling within her the feeling that the most powerful white wizard stood by her side. Moreover, this kind of paternal guidance was something she had never experienced in this life. Child, Dumbledore noted as he observed the redness around her eyes. Might you share with me why you are reluctant to attend Hogwarts? Hydras hesitated, shaking her head slightly. The old headmaster chuckled. Let me take a guess. Is it due to your parents' circumstances? Noticing Hydras's silence, he continued, there are indeed many children of Death Eaters studying at Hogwarts. We do not discriminate against them. No. Hydras shook her head. It is not like that. Ah, I see. Dumbledore refilled his teacup. You are concerned about your true father, Voldemort, Tom Riddle? This revelation genuinely startled Hydras. How do you know? Why, how do I know? Dumbledore replied enigmatically. When you appeared at the Malfoy Dragon Sanctuary, you inadvertently revealed your talent for Parseltongue. You see, after teaching at Hogwarts for so long, I have students everywhere, and information tends to flow rather freely. Furthermore, your ability to traverse the Gaunt estate without triggering the magical traps therein, I have visited, and the estate is rife with magical traps, all of which are universally safeguarded by bloodline recognition spells. Thus, is the truth not abundantly clear? You are the daughter of the Dark Lord, Voldemort. Hydras lowered her head, rendered speechless. Dumbledore continued, I am also aware that you exhibited a powerful surge of magic upon your birth. Voldemort regarded you as a weapon against me. I heard from your house elf, Momo, that from that moment, you deliberately forced your magic out of the magical circuit and into your body. Is that correct? He regarded Hydras with immense admiration, causing her to feel somewhat embarrassed. Most witches remain oblivious to the existence of the magical circuit until their death, while you possessed knowledge of it from birth. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. I suspect you undertook this endeavor to prevent Voldemort from exploiting you, deliberately feigning ineptitude, am I right? Hydras nodded, not denying it. Although the ultimate objective differed, the fundamental logic of feigning incompetence remained similar. Dumbledore spread his hands. You see, you are such a kind-hearted child. How could Hogwarts possibly reject you? Wait a moment, how am I kind? She exclaimed. It is not like that at all, sir. I merely wish to avoid being embroiled in your conflict with Voldemort. I simply desire to lie low and enjoy a peaceful existence. Observing Hydras' silence, Dumbledore did not press her further. To him, the fact that this child possessed the ability to discern right from wrong at such a tender age was a remarkable sign of precociousness. Historically, only the legendary Merlin exhibited such a capability. Yet this precocious child, driven by her innate sense of justice, chose to stand opposed to her biological father. She must be contemplating the true dilemma she would face should she enter Hogwarts, for when Voldemort resurfaces, she would find herself in an inextricable conflict. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore deeply understood the turmoil this child was experiencing. If he were in her position, he too would struggle to achieve a complete severance between his father and the pursuit of justice. However, one prophecy left Hydras hesitant, while another compelled Dumbledore to urge this child to undertake actions she was reluctant to embrace. The author of the latter prophecy was someone Dumbledore trusted, even more than Professor Trelawney. Not to mention, the Ministry of Magic was also intensely focused on this matter. Hence, Hydras must attend Hogwarts. As Dumbledore misinterpreted her reluctance, Hydras found herself at a loss for how to explain. Ultimately she spoke. Might I be allowed to pursue correspondence studies instead of attending Hogwarts? Alas, my child, Dumbledore observed her unwilling expression. Your situation is unique. You may only enroll at the age of 16. This scenario had only occurred 3 times in history, making this the 4th instance. The previous 3 individuals were invariably entangled with ancient magic. It is a form of magic of immense power. Thus you, Audrey Estria, have been of great interest to the Ministry of Magic, especially considering that ancient magic has not been seen in nearly a century. Dumbledore took a sip of his tea, finding it too weak, and added 2 sugar cubes. In their eyes, your significance even surpasses that of Harry Potter. They shall not allow you to be left to your own devices. Ancient magic? Hydras was astonished. She was certainly familiar with the term. Being a devoted fan of Harry Potter, she had purchased the game Hogwarts Legacy on its release day, the main storyline of which revolved around ancient magic. She had assumed it to be a non-canonical spin-off, yet here it was manifesting in this world. Indeed, she had received her acceptance letter at the age of 16. And upon connecting this peculiarity with the plot of Hogwarts Legacy, Hydras felt utterly dismayed. This uniqueness was something she desired to avoid. So if I attend school, I must begin from the first year? After all, I am already 16. No, my child, it is not like that, Dumbledore reassured her. There is precedence for enrolling at the age of 16, so we shall adhere to tradition and permit you to commence directly from the 5th year. This meant that her first year at Hogwarts would entail preparing for the OWLs. Hydras, having been raised in the Lestrange household since the age of 11, was no ordinary Muggle-born witch, and thus Dumbledore need not elaborate excessively on many terms. I refuse, I will not go. Hydras erupted in frustration. Upon hearing that only 3 individuals had previously enrolled at 16, she had sensed an ominous premonition, and now it was confirmed. To master 5 years' worth of knowledge in a single year would be exceedingly arduous. She had no intention of undertaking such a feat. This was a challenge even Hermione could not accomplish. The very thought of it was terrifying. Dumbledore felt a headache approaching. This girl seemed to harbor a pathological aversion to Hogwarts. Was she fearful of confronting her father in the future? He, Dumbledore, was not devoid of compassion despite his past. Perhaps, in the battle against Voldemort, he might enact some ruthless measures. But to compel a daughter to confront her own father, such a heartless act was ultimately beyond his capacity to carry out. Dumbledore indulged in a moment of speculation, unaware that Hydras was merely being indolent. The two exchanged a silent gaze. At last, Hydra softly inquired, "Is it truly indispensable for me to go?" Dumbledore nodded, stating, "Even I must exhibit due respect towards the Ministry of Magic, for it represents the very order of the wizarding world." Hydras, not one to act capriciously, possessed a keen understanding of her circumstances. After a fleeting moment of indignation, she swiftly regained her composure and realized the gravity of the situation. Should she refuse to attend Hogwarts, the Ministry would undoubtedly pursue her relentlessly to fulfill their ambitions of mastering ancient magic. A careless revelation of her true identity would spell disaster. This would necessitate yet another identity change, leading her to forfeit her brother, her career, and her cherished little treasures. Escape to America? How absurd. Once the Ministry had set its sights on her, fleeing would be futile. There would always be those coveting ancient magic, regardless of the location. Did she truly believe that America lacked a Ministry of Magic? In Britain, at least she had Dumbledore's protection. Even in the worst-case scenario, Her father's influence would serve as a deterrent. But in America, it would be akin to lambs entering a lion's den. Thus, Dumbledore, let us return to the matter we initially discussed. As a consequence of my attendance at Hogwarts, I have incurred financial losses. And I hope you might rectify this by assisting me in lifting the bounty on my head. What say you? According to the original plan, once Hydras reclaimed her identity post-battle, she intended to use monetary means to dissolve the bounty. However, with her attendance at Hogwarts now a foregone conclusion, maximizing her benefits was paramount. Dumbledore readily acquiesced, deeming this a minor favor, provided it did not require him to cover the exorbitant sum of millions in Galleons. Of course, I can assure you of that. Hydras nodded. Aside from the initial year being somewhat arduous, attending Hogwarts was not particularly daunting. Entering in the 5th year meant she would only need 3 years to graduate. The final battle? After graduation, she would head straight to America. England, with all its flaws, was no place she wished to linger. Having come to terms with these thoughts, Hydras found herself uplifted once more. Yet, the looming burden of academic pressure was substantial. Alas, the days of ease had come to an end, but having endured the trials of the Gaokao in her homeland, she felt somewhat prepared to face this new reality. A year of hardship for a lifetime of comfort seemed a fair trade, and while it diverged from her original plan, it still presented a commendable conclusion. Upon Hydras's eventual agreement to attend Hogwarts, Dumbledore let out a sigh of relief as he added, however, the Ministry deems you a Muggle-born wizard with insufficient understanding of the wizarding world, and the OWL subjects are a gateway for you to swiftly integrate into our society. Therefore, they have stipulated that you must undertake all 12 OWL's examinations, and only upon passing all of them will you be permitted to advance to the 6th year. The old headmaster chuckled. I believe this should not pose a challenge for you, correct? Hydras rolled her eyes, dismissing the notion that it would be anything less than a mere formality. Just remember, all must be passed. Chapter 28. Professor Audrey and the Wand. Very well, Miss Astrea. Dumbledore reverted to this address, indicating that their private discussion was at an end. Would you care to hazard a guess as to why the home visit originally scheduled for August has been moved up by a month? Audrey's expression darkened. In Hogwarts Legacy, the protagonist receives one-on-one guidance from Professor Fig upon first encountering the wizarding world. If she were to experience the same, it would mean she would have no free time prior to the commencement of the school year. Surely, Hogwarts would not arrange for a professor to conduct lessons ahead of time? Dumbledore clapped his hands in delight. Astoundingly perceptive. Indeed, starting tomorrow, we will assign a Master of Magic to provide you with 2 months of preparatory education. Preposterous. Audrey buried her face in her hands. Pray tell, this Professor 1T be residing in our home, will they? Absolutely correct. Dumbledore exclaimed, nearly bursting with joy. What a clever girl you are. The old man wore an expectant smile. Given your considerable academic workload, I shall also periodically check in on your progress and offer guidance. Audrey sighed. Good days were indeed behind her. Whether taught by 1 or 2 instructors made little difference. Brother. Audrey called loudly to the upper floor. As a singer, her vocal power was formidable, effortlessly penetrating the walls to summon Rick. What is it, Audrey? Starting tomorrow, a professor from the school will be coming to our home for my preparatory training. Please ensure Miss Kappas prepares a guest room. Miss Kappas was their hired maid, responsible for all household chores within the villa. Very well, consider it done, Rick replied readily, but then posed a question. Dumbledore, may I ask why your school provides such preparatory training for its students? Is your service level so exceptional due to competition, necessitating enhanced offerings to attract students? Dumbledore's expression darkened. No, Mr. Astrea. Hogwarts is the finest magic school in Britain, bar none. Audrey interjected, it's not that simple, brother. Generally, young wizards begin their education at 11, but I am starting at 16 in the 5th year. The school wishes to ensure I keep pace with my peers. Hence the arrangement for a professor to instruct me. Ah, now I comprehend. Rick exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He recalled Audrey's initial encounter with him at the age of 11. Could her magical talents have been obscured by amnesia? So, Audrey, you have decided to attend school then? Indeed. Well then, I shall inform Mr. Waterman tomorrow. Dumbledore interjected, no need for that trouble. Mr. Peter Waterman has already been notified of Miss Astrea's forthcoming musical studies, and he will handle all arrangements. Audrey widened her eyes in astonishment at Dumbledore's proclamation. Dumbledore continued earnestly, soon the world shall know that Miss Audrey Astrea has been taken under the wing of Professor Cullen Macmillan of the Royal Academy of Music. Professor Cullen Macmillan. Rick gasped. He is the pinnacle of vocal masters. Becoming his student is akin to climbing the highest peak. Audrey remained remarkably composed. This Professor Cullen Macmillan, he belongs to the Macmillan family. Does he not? Surely he is not also your student? No, he is not my student. I merely know him, and he is a squib. Macmillan. One of the Sacred 28. Audrey shook her head. Regardless of Cullen Macmillan's renown in the Muggle world, as a squib, he was powerless against the dictates of the wizarding realm. Such was the tragedy of being a squib. The following day at 10 in the morning, a knock echoed at the door of the Astria villa. The siblings had been waiting in the living room, and Rick promptly rose to answer the door. Standing outside was a gentleman, nearly 6 feet tall, clad in an elegant woolen coat, his polished leather boots gleaming. Backlit, he exuded an imposing presence. However, upon closer inspection, he appeared to be quite aged. Though his hair was white, it bore hints of pale gold. His blue eyes sparkled with vitality. Albeit the right eye's hue was somewhat lighter, time had etched its unrelenting marks upon his visage. Yet his bone structure suggested that he must have been quite the handsome man in his youth. Mr. Astria? The individual spoke, his voice tinged with a Danish accent. I am Professor Gale Dape, here to provide preschool guidance for your sister. Greeting. Rick welcomed him warmly. Please come in. Headmaster Dumbledore has already informed us of your arrival. Professor Dape followed Rick into the house. Audrey rose to greet him. Hello, Professor, though internally, she was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion. Having perused Harry Potter 300 times, Audrey was acutely aware that this man was not a professor from Hogwarts. She recalled that Dumbledore had mentioned a master of magic last night, without specifying that he was a Hogwarts professor. Gale Dape smiled radiantly, his countenance adorned with a benevolent expression as he regarded Audrey. Indeed, despite his imposing appearance, his demeanor was remarkably kind. Hello, Audrey. As I remove my coat, I hope you will permit me to call you by your first name. You shall be quite occupied over the next 2 months, and I trust you are mentally prepared. Professor Dape, Rick interjected, there is no rush regarding your studies. Might I first show you to your room? Thank you kindly, Professor Dape replied, placing his belongings down, and turning to Audrey. Audrey, we need to procure a wand. Without further ado, Gale Dape took Audrey's hand, stating, I will employ a spell known as apparition. The experience may be somewhat uncomfortable, so brace yourself. With a swish, Professor Dape and Audrey vanished, leaving Rick astounded. He looked around, running up and down several times, finally comprehending that the imposing professor had instantaneously transported his sister away. Remarkable. The two materialized before the entrance of the leaky cauldron. Audrey, unaffected by the effects of apparition, hesitated for a brief moment before deciding to embody the persona of a Muggle experiencing apparition for the first time. She wondered if her retching performance appeared convincing. You needn't behave in such a manner, Professor Dape chuckled. I am well aware of your circumstances. Albus has informed me of your identity. Audrey's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression adorably innocent. But you specifically mentioned that apparition could be uncomfortable. If you knew who I was, why make that remark? Professor Dape replied with a smile. That was for your brother's benefit. Disregarding Professor Dape, Audrey pushed open the door to the leaky cauldron. It was her first time appearing here in such a guise. As soon as she entered, she was immediately recognized. Look, is that Miss Audrey Astria? It is her. I heard she received her acceptance letter from Hogwarts. I've always said it. She must be a little witch. How could a Muggle possess such a melodious voice? Miss Astria, may I have your autograph? The patrons of the bar surged toward her, leaving Audrey momentarily flustered. She was aware that her song had gained a certain popularity within the wizarding community, but she never anticipated it would rival her acclaim in the Muggle world. Upon witnessing the crowd gathering, Professor Dape's expression turned serious. He lightly stomped his foot, and an invisible barrier of air encircled him and Audrey, keeping the patrons at bay. The nearest individuals appeared as if they had collided with an unseen glass door. Pitiful and comical. Maintaining a composed expression, Audrey waved at the patrons as she made her way to the courtyard. Once she noticed no one was following, she let out a sigh of relief. Audrey, you performed admirably. You possess a remarkable talent for soothing anxious hearts. Professor Dape remarked as he opened the door leading to Diagon Alley. Audrey felt somewhat bewildered. Soothing anxious hearts? Surely, OWLs did not assess that skill. Now that the other party was aware of her identity, she saw no need to feign ignorance. She walked directly toward Ollivander's wand shop, her familiarity with the path far surpassing that of Professor Dape. As she pushed open the door, a cheerful bell chimed, revealing a narrow shop filled with boxes stacked to the ceiling. Good morning, a gentle voice greeted them. Mr. Ollivander stood before them. You must be first-time visitors to my shop. Audrey nodded. Yes, it is my first visit. "Oh, you must be Audrey Estrella, a fifth-year newcomer," Mr. Ollivander exclaimed, his expression one of realization. "I am a loyal fan of your music. I often listen to your songs." The elderly man smiled and approached her. "Come, let us see," he said, retrieving a measuring tape adorned with silver markings. "Which hand do you prefer?" "Either hand works, though I tend to favor my right." Every wand from Ollivander's collection possesses a core, either a phoenix feather or unicorn hair. "Professor Dape," Ollivander began, "please refrain from reiterating what we already know and expedite the process. We are pressed for time." He continued, "Miss Estrella requires a wand before her OWLs this year, and we cannot afford to dawdle." "Ah, indeed." Mr. Ollivander swiftly measured Audrey's dimensions, muttering, "What a demanding task." Audrey nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed, it has been quite a challenge." "Try this one, an excellent combination of you and unicorn hair." Audrey took the wand, and in an instant, it burst forth with a radiant light, akin to a divine glow descending from the heavens. "Oh, to find such a compatible wand on your first try." Audrey shook her head. "Sir, may I try another?" The unicorn hair wand was too gentle for her, though it emanated excitement and joy in her grasp. "Then let us try this one, 13.5 inches. Of chestnut with a dragon heartstring. It is somewhat firm, yet possesses good flexibility." As Audrey took the wand, she felt an innate sense of belonging. The wand began to emanate a golden light along its intricate grain, resembling runes, mysterious and exquisite, as if a treasure trove of gold galleons were quietly shimmering in a vault. "My word! This." Mr. Ollivander's mouth fell agape, nearly at a loss for words. In all his years of service, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. After a moment, he closed his mouth and concluded, "Chestnut wands typically choose experienced magizoologists, herbologists, or skilled flyers. Miss Estrella will undoubtedly excel in these domains." "Indeed," Audrey silently agreed. Setting aside her affinity for magical creatures, her ability to adapt to the traits of various magical beings harmonized perfectly with this wand. However, Mr. Ollivander refrained from mentioning a particular detail he deemed unfit for discussion. "The combination of chestnut and dragon heartstring is most suitable for wizards who indulge in the pleasures of luxury, without concern for the means to acquire it." Unbeknownst to him, this characteristic resonated perfectly with Audrey herself. "Very well." Professor Dape clapped his hands together and declared, "Since Audrey has chosen her wand, it is now my turn." Audrey. Ollivander. Chapter 29. The Wandless Professor. Mr. Ollivander was momentarily perplexed. "Do you mean to say that you do not possess a wand?" Gale Dape shrugged his shoulders. "As you know, this world is vast. In some regions, wizards do not utilize wands, and I have been serving in Wakanda, Africa." "That is true. Wands are indeed not used in Wakanda." Ollivander nodded. "However, wands are regulated by the Ministry of Magic. If you have not registered with the ministry or provided valid assurance, I cannot sell you a wand." Professor Dape was well prepared. He extended his hand, and a document appeared in his grasp. "This is the proof issued by Albus Dumbledore," he stated. "He vouches for me, assuring that the wand I am about to purchase shall never be used for nefarious purposes." Very well, very well." Mr. Ollivander laboriously scrutinized the words on the document, confirming that it was indeed Professor Dumbledore's handwriting. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, "To validate your claims, might you demonstrate some wandless magic for me? I have long harbored curiosity about it, yet I never had the opportunity to visit Africa." Audrey blinked her curious eyes, pondering the fact that Professor Depp had previously held a position in Africa. Impossible. With a pallor as white as a vampire and a Danish-German accent, he bore no resemblance to someone who had spent years on the African savannah. She was keen to discover how this old fellow was deceiving Ollivander. Suddenly, Professor Depp brought his hands together, and with a flicker of light, brilliant white radiance emanated from his fingertips. He clasped his hands again and flames erupted. A fierce fire ignited in his palms. Once more he brought his hands together, and a guardian phoenix manifested within the wand shop, soaring around Professor Depp while singing a melodious tune. "Unparalleled!" Ollivander exclaimed in astonishment. "This artistry is truly impressive." Professor Depp, having concluded his display of magic, inquired with a grin, "Now, can you sell me the wand?" Of course, of course." After a brief selection process, a 14-inch wand, crafted from mountain ash and containing a phoenix feather core, was chosen for him. Professor Depp was somewhat taken aback by his acquisition of a phoenix feather core, though it merely prompted him to tilt his head slightly. "That will be 43 galleons. The Ministry of Magic subsidizes the first wand for young witches and wizards, hence the reduced price of 7 galleons." As they exited the wand shop, Depp was about to lead Audrey away when two wizards approached them. One remarked, "Serene's grip is far too rigid." The cities have merely been paying lip service to her commands without openly expressing their dissent. Why should they be cast out of the family? The other replied, yet one cannot deny that under her leadership, our family has flourished year by year. Serenis. They speak of the Grey family. Audrey, not wishing to miss an opportunity, gestured to Professor Depp and followed them. Depp merely smiled, not hindering her. He believed that a suitable amount of adversaries, with the right intensity, served as the best catalyst for a wizard's growth. The Grey family member concurred, indeed. Who would have thought, 5 years ago, our family was burdened with substantial debts, teetering on the brink of collapse. Indeed. Until we find that traitor Bode and that little wretch Hydras, we shall have no peace. Yes, just last month, the Highland family was ruthlessly slaughtered, their possessions plundered. The method of murder bore a striking resemblance to Bode's. To avoid panic, Serenis only claimed it was the work of passing dark wizards. With no legitimate income, he can only resort to robbing his former kin. We should remain cautious. After all, we must acknowledge Bode's formidable power. Absolutely, caution is warranted. Let us hasten to Gringotts and deposit our funds, complete our tasks and return home. Our abode may not be safe. What do you suggest? Shall we pool our resources to purchase a house as our safe haven? Listening to the Greys discuss strategies to evade Bode, Audrey accompanied them to Gringotts. Professor Depp chuckled, patting her shoulder. So having encountered a rival family, what are your thoughts? Audrey shook her head. What thoughts could I possibly have? Merely eavesdropping on their conversation. Now that you've listened, if you have no further thoughts, shall we return? Audrey's eyes glimmered with mischief. Not so fast, Professor, she said, peering through the door into Gringotts. The two members of the Grey family had already entered the inner chamber to conduct their banking business. You just purchased my wand. I must repay you. She smiled sweetly, resembling a little fox. Do not let my appearance deceive you. I still have some savings in my vault. Depp nodded, acknowledging that as the heiress of the Lestrange family, it was entirely reasonable for the young lady to possess her own treasury. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Very well. We shall rendezvous at the Leaky Cauldron. Agreed. Audrey found her old acquaintance, Puzzy. Puzzy, I wish to deposit some money. The banker, Puzzy, looked up, puzzled by the unfamiliar face before him. Do we know each other? I am Audrey Estria. Puzzy certainly remembered the name Audrey Estria, the owner of Vault 870, undoubtedly a small fortune. Yet the girl he recalled bore no resemblance to the lady before him. Audrey waved the vault key. I am availing myself of the key access withdrawal service. Very well. The discrepancy in recognition was trivial. She was indeed correct. As long as the key was right, all was well. The two boarded the minecart, journeying deep into the vaults. The anti-theft waterfall's disillusionment charms proved ineffective. So as before, when Audrey traversed the waterfall, her disguise remained unaffected. Passing by the Grey family's Vault 833, Audrey spotted the two members closing their vault door and heading toward the minecart. Excellent, they had completed their banking business. Arriving at Vault 870, Audrey, as she had 5 years prior, requested Puzzy to shut the vault door, allowing him to reconcile the figure before him with the girl he remembered from 5 years ago. Perhaps she dyed her hair? Or perhaps, as the saying goes, a girl changes greatly as she matures? As Puzzy mused, Audrey transformed back into Hydras, activating her house elf heritage, and with a swish she vanished within the vault. She refrained from using apparition to enter directly as she had previously, for last time it was evening, and Gringotts was closed, reducing the likelihood of being discovered. This time, however, it was during working hours, and a hasty arrival on the minecart tracks could lead to an unfortunate collision with an oncoming cart. The Grey family had completed their deposit and departed. Before her lay a mound of galleons, accumulated over 5 years. With the profits from the Lestrange family's enterprises now belonging to the Grey family, Hydras was not in want of money. She truly lacked for nothing. Today, she merely encountered members of the Grey family, which reminded her of their past transgressions against her. Adhering to the principle of seizing the day, since the opportunity had arisen, she decided to extract a bit of profit before departing. Was this sum substantial? When converted at the exchange rate, it amounted to a mere £500,000. Considering the purchasing power of Galleons, its worth would not exceed £1 million. £1 million? Our dear Miss Audrey Estria could earn that with just a few charming words and a delightful smile. If that were insufficient, she could simply speak a few more words and smile a few more times. How hard could it be? Thus one must ponder. Grey family. What exactly are you fighting so desperately for? Chapter 30, The Shield of Fire. Hydras began to toss her hair, the anti-magic water clinging to her strands splattering onto the galleons. The droplets fell randomly amongst the pile of coins. Yet unlike last time, no magical effects manifested. confirming that these galleons had not been tampered with. This revelation brought a sigh of relief from Hydras. She had no desire to take unnecessary risks by retrieving the anti-magic water at this moment. It was evident that her 5-year absence from the Grey family had allowed them to let their guard down completely. Since the vault number 870 was not subjected to a location spell, let us activate the vault transportation technique by pulling the lever. The grand door of vault 870 creaked open once more. Audrey emerged from within. Upon witnessing the multiplied galleons within the vault, Poochie's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Miss Estrella, he effusively began, would you care to purchase a top-tier vault? Only such a vault would be worthy of your esteemed status. Audrey tilted her head in contemplation for a few moments. She had already infiltrated the Grey's vault, and thus, this vault 870 was no longer a necessary stepping stone. Its proximity to the Grey's vault posed a risk, as her frequent deposits coincided with thefts from the Grey's vault, making it only a matter of time before her activities were uncovered. Acquiring a premium vault was indeed a viable option. The generous commission from selling vaults would at least keep Poochie's mouth shut. The price for the highest tier vault was a mere 10,000 galleons, a sum she could easily bear. Let us proceed with the purchase, Poochie, she replied with a smile. But I need to return this vault 870 and preferably erase all traces of my previous information. That might prove a tad challenging, Miss Poochie replied, rubbing his hands together with a look of concern. Audrey produced a coin pouch filled with heavy gold coins, tossing it directly to Poochie. He caught it carefully, weighing it slightly, quickly realizing it contained at least 1,000 galleons. A surge of joy filled his heart. Miss Estrella was indeed quite generous. Oh, upon reflection, your request is entirely reasonable. Rest assured, I shall see to it with utmost diligence. His delight was so overwhelming that he felt as though he could burst with joy at any moment. Selling a premier vault would net him 800 galleons in commission, and with Miss Estrella's additional gift of 1,000, this amounted to nearly a year's worth of income. Ah, the greedy little sprite. Their thoughts are all too transparent. Audrey felt equally elated. Erasing future troubles was undoubtedly a positive endeavor. Spending 11,000 galleons, one would expect the notoriously stingy Audrey to be in despair. Yet let us not forget she had just reclaimed a hefty sum of 100,000. Such a trivial amount did not faze her in the slightest. After completing the necessary formalities, holding a brand new key, the mine cart sped deeper into the vault. And Audrey caught sight of the formidable Ukrainian iron belly guarding the innermost vault. Upon arriving at vault 691, Audrey gazed in awe at the vast space, several times larger than vault 870. The uneven stalactites hung down, exquisitely carved murals adorned the walls, and the floor was laid with meticulously polished slabs of obsidian. An impulse surged within her. She desired to fill this vault to the brim, and then slumber within it, like a dragon. I apologize, Professor Depp, for the delay, Audrey said apologetically, counting out 7 galleons and handing them to Gale Depp. To express my regret, allow me to cover your expenses at the Broken Cauldron pub today. Professor Depp regarded her with a knowing glance before responding with a smile. That will indeed be quite extravagant. As a student, it is my duty to do so. Though she spoke lightly, her heart sank when she approached the bar to settle the bill, as old Tom's quoted price left her astounded. A total of 432 galleons and 7 sickles. Let us round it down to 432 galleons. Old Tom, Audrey exclaimed, her voice trembling. What on earth did he consume to rack up such a staggering bill? Old Tom chuckled. That was sherry from the Four Titans era, preserved to this day. The bottle itself is an exceptional alchemical artifact. Otherwise, it would not have retained its contents for so long. Professor Depp stepped forward, adding moreover, this bottle continuously infuses the liquid with magical elements from the air, enhancing its flavor. He gently shook the half-full bottle of ancient sherry, proclaiming, such a rare vintage is truly a stroke of fortune. The craftsmanship of such bottles has long been lost. Even Nickleam cannot replicate it. This scene appeared as though Gale Depp and Old Tom were orchestrating a playful ruse at Audrey's expense. The young lady pouted, reluctantly settling the bill. The guilt she had felt for making Professor Depp wait had dissipated entirely. Enjoying exquisite wine worth over 400 galleons, she thought she would gladly wait an entire afternoon for such a treat. That charming old man clearly was not to be trifled with. With a flourish of his new wand, Professor Depp cleared the furniture from the Estrella Villa's living room to the corners, creating a vast open space. We can commence our lesson now, Audrey. Rick leaned over the second-floor railing, eagerly watching the two below. His curiosity about the magical world piqued. He could hardly wait to see his sister wield magic. The tabby cat, Jinhu, sat quietly nearby, its keen eyes observing the proceedings. Let us begin with the shield charm. Professor Depp stated, before one learns to strike, one must first learn to withstand blows. Audrey's expression fell, and she quickly raised a hand in protest. Wait, Professor Depp. Shouldn't we start with the Lumos charm or the levitation charm? Gale Depp rolled his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Audrey was perplexed as to why this old man exhibited such familiarity with disdain. Had he been practicing? His air of superiority was so natural, so ingrained. It felt as though arrogance was etched into his very being. Those basic spells from the textbooks, with your aptitude, should be a mere glance away from mastery. Do you truly require me to instruct you? Flattered by the compliment on her abilities, Audrey found herself disheartened by his tone. The incantation for the Lumos charm is Lumos. Give it a try. Audrey was at a loss for words. Was this truly how one taught magic? Did the tone, inflection, and wand-waving gestures not require instruction? Yet in front of Professor Depp, she felt compelled to showcase her abilities, unwilling to be looked down upon, which struck her as odd. This man must have a peculiar charm. Of course, one could also argue he possessed an undeniable allure. Lumos. Audrey casually waved her wand, and a luminous sphere, akin to a 100-watt light bulb, materialized at her wand's tip. She even sensed that, should she wish, she could control the orb at will. The orb detached from the tip of her wand, and began to dance around the grand living room of the Astrea household. Oh, splendid. Audrey. Rick, from above, clapped enthusiastically. My sister can use magic. He laughed heartily, patting Jinhu on the head. Did you see? My sister can use magic. Jinhu, with a look of disdain, swatted Rick's paw away and elegantly sauntered off to a spot just out of reach, before settling back down. Rick chuckled awkwardly. The cat he had raised had never bestowed him with a pleasant demeanor, proving to be quite the character. In the living room, with a light flick of his wand, Professor Depp made the glowing orb vanish. Audrey, caught up in her enjoyment, was abruptly interrupted and looked at Gale Depp in astonishment. Have you had enough fun, Miss Astrea? The serious demeanor of Professor Depp commanded respect. Now I shall teach you the shield charm. Remember, the incantation is Protego. Following his movements, Audrey mimicked his actions, and a translucent blue shield enveloped her. Professor Depp nodded approvingly, and in the next moment, he waved his wand, sending forth a magical bolt that struck Audrey's shield. Crack! Crack! With the fourth strike, Audrey's shield could no longer withstand the assault and shattered, yet Professor Depp appeared unperturbed, as a crimson beam continued to hurtle toward her. Protego! Audrey quickly cast another shield charm, neutralizing Professor Depp's onslaught. Gellert Grindelwald nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You respond swiftly, not like those foolish individuals who solely rely on magic, but rather you possess the ability to adapt. He continued, next, I shall teach you an advanced spell known as the Fire Shield. Audrey's pupils widened in disbelief as she gazed upon the towering figure before her. The lighter hue of his right eye must have once been a brilliant silver. Audrey distinctly recalled that the Fire Shield was a signature spell of none other than him, the man who once orchestrated the plot to overthrow the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Gellert Grindelwald. Chapter 31. The fourth spell I learned was Avada. The Fire Shield. A circle of azure flames ignited around Audrey, vibrant and fierce. Yet it did not scorch the carpet in the living room. Witnessing this spectacle, Rick danced with excitement, while the golden-hued tiger's eyes revealed astonishment. Indeed, Grindelwald nodded. Such high-level magic, and Audrey managed to succeed on her first attempt, a testament to her extraordinary talent, a rarity he had never encountered in his life. This flame possesses boundless utility. You can merge it with your emotions, intentions, or even other spells, yielding a plethora of effects. Audrey, having watched Fantastic Beasts, was well aware of the Fire Shield's potency. However, the fact that Grindelwald was teaching her this second spell evoked a flicker of emotion within her. Was this old man truly so devoted to her? Surely his third spell could not be Avada? Perhaps she was overthinking it. Dumbledore would never allow him to act recklessly. Audrey, your aptitude for learning magic is remarkable. Next, I shall introduce you to a commonly used, yet highly destructive spell. The Killing Curse, Avada Kedavra. Goodness. It's here. A first-year student is learning Avada. This was something she absolutely could not learn. If she did, Dumbledore would be the first to condemn her. She needed that old man with the white beard to clear her name, and lift the bounty on her head. Audrey exclaimed, Professor Dape, I find myself rather fatigued. How about a stroll outside before we delve into a new spell? Grindelwald tilted his head in curiosity, only to see Audrey calling out to Rick upstairs, Brother, don't you have anything to do? I'll be studying for several years, and it's all on you to support the family. How dare you waste time like this? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to take such a break. Rick chuckled foolishly before retreating to his room. His sister was an exceptionally powerful witch. Even now he felt a bit dazed. The next time he gathered with that group of magicians, he would certainly bring Audrey along. It would elevate his status. Once outside the villa with Grindelwald, Audrey cut straight to the point. Professor, I am quite curious about how you escaped from Nurmengard. Are you teaching me the killing curse, so we might share a cell together? Grindelwald paused, taken aback, before understanding dawned on him. He recognized the girl's keen insight. Yet how had she come to know such secrets? The Lestranges? Ah, that made sense. Hydras' nominal great-grandfather was indeed his cousin, born into the Lestrange family. It was hardly surprising that she was aware of her lineage. Grindelwald smiled faintly. Having relinquished his ambitions, he seemed to shed all burdens. During his days in Nurmengard, he often reminisced about his youth, feeling as if he had reverted to the summer of 1899, that cheerful boy once more. He was not at all perturbed by the revelation of his identity, nor did it alter his demeanor towards Audrey. Rather, his tone softened. Nurmengard? I imprison myself there, Grindelwald declared with pride. If I wished to be free, even in Azkaban, it would merely take a flick of my finger. Besides, what harm is there in learning the killing curse? Mastering it does not necessitate its use. Having a weapon and choosing not to wield it are two distinct concepts. Suddenly, a figure clad in purple robes appeared before them, interrupting Grindelwald's lesson. I didn't expect you to reveal your identity so quickly, Gellert. Audrey rolled her eyes. Reveal? This infamous dark wizard had never intended to conceal his identity. I am equally surprised by the astuteness of this child, Grindelwald remarked. To be her teacher is truly a privilege. Dumbledore sighed. But you cannot teach her the killing curse. Audrey was taken aback and before Grindelwald could respond, interjected, Headmaster Dumbledore. How did you know this man intended to teach me the killing curse? This question bore significant weight, directly affecting her privacy. If Dumbledore were monitoring her every move, that would be dire news. Grindelwald seemed to grasp her apprehension, producing a two-way mirror from his pocket, a device for mutual communication. Albus and I agreed that this must remain open during my lessons. Dumbledore sighed again. I simply feared you might impart some chaotic knowledge to Audrey. And it seems my concerns were justified. Nay, Grindelwald countered, you only know part of the story. I have seen a vision of events months hence. This child is in peril. His brow furrowed, laden with worry for what lay ahead. If I do not teach her the art of combat, she may face grave danger, life-threatening danger. Audrey and Dumbledore's expressions immediately turned serious. Grindelwald was a prophet, endowed with the ability to foresee the future. His prophetic visions far surpassed Audrey's ability to glimpse mere moments ahead. Thus, when he was certain something would transpire, it indeed would. Even so, you should not teach her the killing curse, Dumbledore insisted. There are myriad ways to subdue an adversary. The killing curse is not essential, but it is the most effective. Yet it is also the most dangerous, with dire repercussions. Nay, as long as the will is strong enough, that negativity is hardly a concern. But Audrey is merely a 16-year-old child. As the two debated, Audrey suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. An illusion akin to that of a couple quarreling over their child's education. Let us cease this discussion. If you refuse to teach it, then so be it, Grindelwald finally conceded, but I must impart her combat skills. This is non-negotiable. Agreed. For her safety, I concur, Dumbledore affirmed. A brilliant smile illuminated Grindelwald's face. If such a smile adorned a youth, one might call him a radiant boy. However, now it was a sunlit elder, a resplendent sunset. Perfect. I just acquired a fine bottle of wine. Let us indulge a little. Very well, just a little, Dumbledore replied, extending his right hand, whereupon a stack of tomes materialized. He handed them to Audrey, saying, Audrey, it is now study time. Professor Dape and I shall take a brief respite. Audrey protested, Rest? You're off enjoying delicacies while I am left to study. The tomes in her hands encompassed 1st to 5th year spell textbooks. While she had saved on purchasing them, the weight of such knowledge felt burdensome, and she sensed herself nearing a state of despair. Dumbledore marked an area on the lawn outside the Asterley Villa, casting confusion and Muggle-repelling charms. Even crafting 2 targets with transfiguration for Audrey to practice her magic independently. Meanwhile, he and Grindelwald retreated into the villa to drink, and to add insult to injury, the delicacies accompanying their wine included the exquisite Xianwei ham she had arranged to be brought from China. Wingardium Leviosa. The incantation echoed through the air. You old scoundrel. You wicked old man. Flipendo, she exclaimed, indignation evident in her voice. I knew you would bully a little girl like me. Incendio. She shouted, her rage palpable. Burn you all. I curse your hemorrhoids to rot and fester. Amidst her fervent spellcasting and vitriolic tirade, Miss Audrey Astrea suddenly noticed an individual striding confidently toward her. The stranger exhibited no hesitation, clearly unaffected by the Muggle repelling charm. This was undoubtedly a wizard. Upon reaching a point 50 meters from the villa, the figure halted, brandishing a wand and gesticulating with purpose. After a minute, he dispelled the confusion charm casually placed by Dumbledore and approached her. This man, with his impeccably formal attire and demeanor, exuded an aura of authority. When Audrey discerned his features, a smile broke across her face. "Oh, isn't this an old acquaintance?" Bartemius Crouch, the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Due to the scandal involving his son, Barty Crouch Jr., and his affiliation with the Death Eaters, he had been reassigned to the Department of International Magical Cooperation 2 years prior, a demotion indeed. This shift had also cost him the opportunity to vie for the position of Minister for Magic, allowing Cornelius Fudge to seize the advantage. Audrey had relished this twist of fate for several days. "Audrey Estria," Bartemius Crouch declared, standing before her. "I am Bartemius Crouch of the Ministry of Magic." As he spoke, his gaze bore into Audrey's eyes, as if seeking to unearth some hidden truth from her very soul. "Good day, Mr. Crouch. How may I assist you?" Audrey responded, maintaining her composure. Crouch scrutinized her for a moment before speaking. "I have serious suspicions that you are Hydras Lestrange, a fugitive from the Ministry 5 years ago. I must insist that you accompany me back to the Ministry for questioning." Chapter 32. Conflict. The comfort of being protected. Bartemius Crouch was eager to redeem himself. The Department of International Magical Cooperation held minimal authority, relegated to the periphery of power. Considering the longevity of wizards, he was still relatively young and had decades of service ahead of him. Thus his aspirations of becoming Minister for Magic had not been extinguished. To capture Hydras Lestrange, who had evaded capture for 5 years, would serve as a potent demonstration of his capability and his staunch opposition to the Death Eaters, thereby diminishing the influence of that wayward scion. This could potentially pivot his career in a favorable direction. Why did he believe Audrey Estria was that little witch? The answer was simple. Hydras Lestrange had been witnessed by Kingsley Shacklebolt using Polyjuice Potion, making her transformations hardly surprising. Furthermore, the coincidental appearance of Audrey Estria was indeed striking. An Auror had reported that on the day following the loss of Hydras, they had spotted Audrey in the vicinity of Manchester Square, while tracking residual magical echoes. Her distinctive visage made her hard to miss. However, this investigation had languished for 5 years for 2 reasons. First, there were larger calamities to address, as the chaos wrought by Bode Greengrass was monumental. Second, the suspicion regarding Audrey Estria had yet to solidify into concrete evidence. But now, the situation had shifted dramatically. The renowned 16-year-old songstress, Audrey Estria, had been unexpectedly accepted into Hogwarts. Such a plethora of coincidences could hardly be attributed to one individual. Suddenly, Bartemius Crouch recognized an opportunity for his resurgence. He submitted a request for an investigation into Audrey Estria to the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. Regrettably for him, the entire ministry seemed to regard this 16-year-old newcomer with great significance, believing her to be a key figure in uncovering ancient magical secrets. Amelia Bones decisively rejected his request and reprimanded him for meddling in the affairs of the law enforcement department. Left with no choice, Crouch resorted to clandestine investigation. He had infiltrated Muggle police stations to gather information on Audrey Estria, but her personal records were remarkably comprehensive, leaving him perplexed. It was not until he ventured to the ancestral home of the Estria family in Worrytown that he uncovered a peculiar truth. No one in the small town recognized Audrey Estria. Thus, he became almost certain that Audrey Estria was indeed Hydras Lestrange. While lacking direct evidence, he reasoned that if he could bring Audrey back to the ministry and discreetly administer a few drops of Veritaserum, what secrets could remain hidden? "Mr. Crouch, I only learned of my witchhood yesterday. This Hydras Lestrange you speak of, I've never even heard of her," Audrey replied with remarkable calmness. "Moreover, if you intend to escort me back to the ministry, might I see the relevant documentation? Perhaps an arrest warrant?" Audrey was astutely aware that Crouch lacked official authorization, both due to his demotion and Dumbledore's prior remarks about the ministry's regard for her. Crouch's expression shifted dramatically. "Stop your charade, Hydras Lestrange. I know it's you." His desperation to prove himself had rendered him unhinged. "You would do well to comply, lest I be forced to take action." Audrey shook her head with a smile. "Mr. Crouch, without an arrest warrant, I shall not accompany you." With poise she added, "If you resort to violence, may I assume that you are merely a kidnapper? A criminal?" With her wand lowered and her demeanor cautious, she continued, "After all, my family is quite prosperous, and there are many unsavory characters eyeing my modest fortune. Or perhaps you covet my beauty?" though I am aware of my allure, sir. I am but 16 and still a minor. Crouch was incensed, utterly enraged at being labeled a kidnapper and a lecher by a mere fugitive. In a fit of impulsive anger, he unleashed a spell, sending a red beam toward Audrey, intending to incapacitate her. Prepared for such an eventuality, Audrey raised her wand, invoking the shield charm. Her inner magic surged with remarkable speed. Before the incantation could fully escape her lips, the protective barrier of the shield charm manifested. Just as I desire, so shall it be. The spell's force was deflected, and as Crouch witnessed his attack thwarted, Audrey experienced a newfound understanding of her magical capabilities. Experimenting with silent casting, she waved her wand once more, and in an instant, a similar red beam shot toward Bartemius Crouch. Silent spellcasting appeared to be less daunting than she had anticipated. Once a spell had been cast, it seemed to be ingrained within her muscle memory. As soon as she focused her intent, her magic responded to her will. Unbeknownst to her, this state of effortless casting was a privilege granted only to her body, steeped in magic for 16 years. Even the likes of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, capable of silent spells, achieved such mastery through extreme skill and profound understanding of magical principles. As Crouch realized that Audrey had effortlessly countered his ambush, and was now retaliating, he became increasingly convinced that this was indeed the wretched Hydras Lestrange. He brandished his wand once more, engaging in a fierce duel with Audrey. As the former head of the law enforcement department, Bartemius Crouch was no slouch in terms of power. His abilities were roughly equivalent to those of two Lucius Malfoys. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, he pressed the attack against Audrey. Yet for her, wizard dueling was still an uncharted territory, compounded by the fact that her repertoire of spells consisted solely of those from her 1st to 5th years, hastily learned just half an hour prior. "Fire shield," she cried, summoning a surge of blue flames that enveloped her. Crouch's spell collided with the fiery barrier, erupting in a shower of sparks before dissipating harmlessly into the air. With a flick of her wrist, the flames coalesced into a magnificent dragon, soaring toward Bartemius Crouch. Barty Crouch was taken aback, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this?" He had no time to ponder the question further, as he rolled clumsily to one side, narrowly evading the assault of the blue flame dragon. However, with a swift tug of her wand, Audrey summoned the beast back. Barty Crouch's expression darkened as he plunged his wand into the ground, invoking Colossus. This was, in fact, a variant of a transfiguration spell, and soon a towering 3-meter-tall earth giant emerged from the grass, confronting the fiery dragon and momentarily halting its advance. Barty Crouch deftly dodged 2 spells cast by Audrey, who remained ensconced within her fiery circle, and retrieved a small metallic sphere from his pocket. A pained expression crossed his face. This alchemical item was scarce and precious. He was no longer the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and acquiring such an item again would be akin to climbing a mountain. It was a tool permitted only for dealing with the most nefarious dark wizards. With a flick of his wand, the metallic sphere hurtled towards Audrey. How formidable was the fire shield! It directly intercepted the sphere, but in the next instant, the sphere erupted violently, releasing a cloud of cerulean smoke that spread rapidly. The blue flames were repelled by the smoke, which enveloped Audrey in an instant, leaving her feeling dizzy and half-kneeling on the ground. Deprived of her magical supply, her protective fire shield quickly dissipated. Barty Crouch was elated. He envisioned himself regaining his former power. He was on the verge of a comeback. As the smoke began to clear, Barty Crouch approached, intending to seize Audrey. Suddenly, 2 figures materialized before him. His countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Albus Dumbledore's presence here. This area had been ensorcelled with both Muggle-repelling and Confundus charms, the latter being particularly troublesome, a clear hallmark of a master of magic. If it were Dumbledore, it would indeed make sense. "Director Crouch," Dumbledore addressed him. "What are your intentions towards my student?" Meanwhile, Gellert Grindelwald supported Audrey, assessing her condition. "Albus, it's mandrake metal powder," Dumbledore exclaimed in astonishment. The mandrake metal was known for its capacity to sever magical conduits. Once reduced to powder and inhaled by a wizard, it would severely inhibit their magical control. Furthermore, due to its unique properties, there was nearly no feasible method to extricate it from the body. Only time would allow the wizard's system to expel it, a process measured in years. "Barty Crouch, how could you use mandrake powder on a 16-year-old child?" Dumbledore chastised. "She is a criminal, a wanted fugitive." In the face of Dumbledore's rebuke, Barty Crouch glared defiantly, his frustration boiling over. He had long felt constrained within the Ministry of Magic. What's wrong with employing measures against a criminal? Where's your evidence? Do you possess authorization from the Ministry? You have nothing. Yet you resort to using forbidden alchemical items against a Hogwarts student? What gave you the audacity? His barrage of questions resonated like a thunderclap, restoring some semblance of reason to Barty Crouch. Suddenly, the realization struck him. To condemn Audrey, he must first bring her back to the Ministry, where he could administer the Veritaserum to extract the truth. Once it was confirmed that Audrey Estria was indeed the wanted fugitive, Hydras Lestrange, all his transgressions would be forgiven, and he would earn a reputation for his relentless pursuit of criminals. However, without bringing Audrey back, he could not prove her guilt, and to others, his actions would appear utterly deranged. To use mandrake metal powder against a minor wizard? Such an act could land him in Azkaban for years. Professor Dumbledore. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as Barty Crouch realized he needed to shift his approach. He had to save himself. Thus, he began to articulate the numerous suspicions surrounding Audrey. Do not be blinded by this Audrey Estria. She is in truth the murderer Hydras Lestrange. Dumbledore's expression remained serene. Yet within his eyes, flames flickered. I reiterate, since you have accused Miss Estria, where is your evidence? Hydras Lestrange is a master of disguise. On the very night she fled, Audrey Estria appeared nearby. Moreover, none of the residents of Voritan, the hometown of Rick Estria, recognize Audrey Estria. Isn't this interconnection evidence enough? Dumbledore shook his head. These are mere conjectures, not evidence. Yet your unprovoked assault on a Hogwarts student using the forbidden mandrake metal powder is irrefutable evidence. Mr. Crouch, have you devised a response? Leaning against Grindelwald, Audrey felt weak and fatigued, yet she managed to smile. It felt wonderful to have someone backing her. Chapter 33. Edmund Grindelwald. Albus. Gale Dape exclaimed loudly. Audrey is in poor condition. I will take her inside. Once you are finished here, hurry in. With a swish, Dape vanished from the lawn. Dumbledore regarded Barty Crouch with grave seriousness. Mr. Crouch, I still remember your time at school. You were once an exemplary student. He shook his head slightly, his white beard swaying gently, his tone laced with sorrow. Look at you now. For your own selfish desires, you have abandoned all moral boundaries. Barty Crouch's lips moved soundlessly. He could not find his voice. He was acutely aware that Hydras Lestrange had been wrongfully accused by the Grey family, who relentlessly pursued Lestrange's inheritance. The two who had ultimately been killed had brought it upon themselves. Yet, his yearning for power and fame had led him astray from the very beginning. As Dumbledore had pointed out, his desire for power and renown had clouded his judgment. Professor Dumbledore. His thoughts were scattered, and he finally implored, could you refrain from reporting this to the Ministry? I will find a way to compensate Miss Estria. Compensate? Dumbledore interjected. Are you not aware of the harm mandrake metal powder inflicts on a wizardess body? What could you possibly use to compensate? With a wave of his elder wand, the battlefield of chaos transformed back to its original state. You may leave. I have no authority to judge you. But what happens next will depend on Miss Audrey's own wishes. Were time not of the essence, Dumbledore would not have minded personally escorting Barty to the Ministry to clarify the situation. However, he had more pressing matters at hand. Barty Crouch departed in a daze, his heart heavy with anxiety over how that peculiar girl would deal with him. Would she file a complaint with the Ministry? Or press charges against him? Inside Audrey's room, Hydra's face was flushed, her breathing rapid. With her magical energy in turmoil, she could not maintain her disguise as a polyjuice. She had reverted to her true appearance. Grindelwald laid her gently on the bed, seated himself beside her, deep in thought, his brow furrowed. A golden tiger perched on the windowsill, quietly observing Hydras, its yellow cat-like eyes filled with concern. The mandrake poisoning syndrome was not easily treated, especially for someone like Hydras, who overly relied on her magic. With a swish, Dumbledore appeared in the room. Al, how did it go? Did you kill him? No, Gale, you know me. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not take lives. Umph. Grindelwald let out a cold snort. Now that Hydras has been afflicted by the poison of Mantor, how do you intend to handle the situation? I shall seek assistance from Nicodemus. Would you care to accompany me? No, you may go alone. I have no fondness for that old fellow. Very well, Gale. You shall remain here to tend to Hydras. With a swish, Dumbledore departed. Grindelwald sighed, waving his wand. Hydras's visage gradually transformed, eventually taking on the appearance of Audrey. The GGAD were masters of transfiguration, and such transformations were second nature to them. Edmund, Grindelwald suddenly addressed the golden tiger perched on the windowsill. Hydras's condition is dire, leaving us unable to spare anyone from here. Could you journey to Croatia on my behalf? The tiger leapt from the windowsill, its tabby form shifting mid-air. And when it landed, it had transformed into a handsome young man. Edmund Grindelwald, the nephew of Grindelwald. It was no small feat for Gellert Grindelwald to locate this blood relative after he had distanced himself from the family upon seeking refuge with his Aunt Basharat in Britain during his youth. It was not until half a century later that he discovered the descendants of his father's illegitimate child. Though their connection was devoid of emotional ties, the intricacies of blood relations were enigmatic and inexplicable. The relationship between Edmund and Grindelwald, resembling that of grandfather and grandson yet functioning more like master and apprentice, fostered an amiable bond. "Uncle, what is my purpose in Croatia?" "To seek the gathering place of the Mafka," Grindelwald replied. "I have heard that the elder of the Mafka once cured an old wizard afflicted by the poison of Mantor. You may find a remedy for Hydras there." Edmund nodded, a smile blossoming on his face that bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Grindelwald. He did not lament the impending journey but instead jested. "Well then, the princess has truly become a sleeping beauty. If I managed to rescue her, do you think she would be so moved as to offer herself to me in gratitude?" Grindelwald shot him a glare. "Cease your prattling and hasten to Croatia." Edmund smiled, bowing slightly, and executed a pirouette. With a whoosh he found himself in Croatia, on the island of Susak. This small island, facing Italy across the sea, was home to fewer than 200 Muggles, measuring 3 kilometers in length and 1.5 kilometers in width. On this coastline, approximately 10 kilometers long, lay a peculiar area by the sea. The island's inhabitants never ventured near it, as if that portion of land had never existed. At this moment, Edmund Grindelwald appeared in that very location. If only my uncle had provided clearer directions. Croatia is quite vast. This indeed makes it challenging to navigate. He surveyed the area, which had evidently been enchanted with a permanent Muggle-repelling charm. This was likely the place he sought. Although Croatia was the birthplace of Mafka mythology, the Mafka had largely migrated to Romania and Bulgaria. To locate this place, Edmund had consulted numerous old friends, and used up quite a few favors. Without hesitation, he pressed onward. Hydras was a girl he had witnessed grow from a mere child into a young woman. Her body had become overly reliant on magic. Although it was powerful, should any disruption occur, she would be rendered weaker than an ordinary person, losing even the most basic functions. This was a perilous situation, and time was of the essence. Navigating around a cluster of rocks, he spotted a massive cave entrance. The sea surged within, waves crashing against the cavern's interior, producing sounds reminiscent of wailing. He leapt onto the water's surface, moving as if on solid ground, with each step causing the seawater to swiftly freeze into solid ice beneath him. Upon entering the cave, he raised his wand, and the Lumos spell illuminated his path. Having traveled less than 100 meters, he reached the shore. Do Mafka truly dwell here? Yet soon Edmund's confidence solidified, for upon the damp cave walls, he beheld intricate reliefs depicting beautiful maidens and fearsome avian-like creatures. He understood that these starkly contrasting forms embodied the dual nature of the Mafka. Thus, he had indeed arrived at the right place. Turning a corner, his surroundings suddenly brightened. Vast expanses of azure crystals made him feel as though he had stepped into a crystalline palace. A large opening in the cave's ceiling allowed sunlight to stream in, softened by the mist, casting gentle rays upon coral formations rising 3 to 4 feet high, resplendent in vibrant colors. Edmund did not linger to admire the beauty, but continued onward with purposeful strides. Traversing a narrow, elongated passageway, he came upon a desolate field cultivated deep within the cave. With the aid of magic, many impossible feats were achievable. However, this area had long been neglected, with the remnants of plants decaying in the damp environment, reduced to soft humus. It seemed that the Mafka no longer inhabited this place. Though disappointment washed over him, he pressed on, hoping to find any remnants of records or books. As he ventured deeper, a voice frail and aged halted him. "Young wizard, beyond this point lies the dwelling of our kin. No man may enter without permission." Turning, Edmund saw a semi-transparent avian figure hovering in mid-air. This specter. Why did it bear the form of a Mafka in a fit of rage? "Madam," Edmund bowed respectfully, "I apologize for intruding upon your rest. I have come here for a pressing reason." The Mafka matron smiled. "Is there someone in need of healing? I can scarcely think of another reason that would compel someone to traverse such hardship to find this forsaken place." "Indeed, madam. A friend of mine has been poisoned by Mantor's metal and urgently requires treatment." He continued. "An elder informed me that a Mafka once healed an old wizard of this very poison, so I came seeking a remedy for my friend." The old woman chuckled softly. "Ah, your elder must be referring to me. 70 years ago, I did indeed heal a wizard." Her sharp avian beak paused momentarily, her voice becoming distant. "However, in saving him, I paid the price of forever bearing this form. I am curious, young man, what price are you willing to pay?" Chapter 34. Echoes of ancient magic. Edmund Grindelwald followed the spectre back. As the elder spirit led the way, she inquired, "Is the person you wish to save male or female?" "A 16-year-old girl." "Oh ho ho, I do enjoy this narrative," the old spectre remarked. "I once saved a person, yet he despised my appearance. Are you certain you wish to rescue this girl? The outcome may not be favorable." Edmund shook his head, choosing not to respond. The elder, noting his silence, offered no further commentary and continued guiding him. The pair returned to the cavern adorned with crystals and coral. "Touch the largest crystal, child. Infuse it with your magic." Edmund complied without hesitation. A brilliant radiance erupted from the crystal, causing the massive stones on the lateral walls to vanish, revealing a passageway. "Come, come." The Mafka elder sounded almost exhilarated. "Let us see what transpires." As they traversed the corridor, Edmund beheld a stone altar. Surrounding it were intricately carved runes, glowing softly with a cerulean hue, strange characters he had never encountered before. "Step up, my child," proclaimed the Grand Elder. "For this is one of the greatest secrets of our revered Maiwa ancestral land. The altar of the universal elixir." She spoke with a cheerful demeanor, her voice brimming with pride, recounting how, for centuries, wizards held themselves in lofty esteem. Yet in the ancient times, it was not the wizards who ruled this world. "Behold this altar. Which wizard could possibly craft such a masterpiece? Not even Nicklame could achieve this." After a moment of ostentation, the Grand Elder continued, "The universal elixir produced by this altar does not merely heal ailments. Rather, it eradicates the very concepts of negative states at a fundamental level, thus curing any disease or curse. However, due to its connection to the world's rules, the requirements to obtain this elixir are exceedingly stringent. First, you must harbor love for the person you wish to save. This is a prerequisite. Secondly, as I have repeatedly mentioned to you, a price must be paid." Edmund stood before the altar, lost in contemplation. Did Hydras truly love her? He pondered. He found it difficult to articulate. More often than not, he felt akin to Rick, having spent 5 years in close proximity, regarding Hydras merely as a sister. Thus, the affection of a brother for his sister. Surely that suffices as love, does it not? If that were the case, then yes, he did love her. "As for the price to be paid, madam, will it be my life?" he inquired. "No." The Grand Elder replied, "This altar has never claimed a life. So it is not life that is required." Edmund breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he remained alive to witness the wizards casting spells freely in the streets, all would be well. Besides, Hydras was foretold by his great-uncle to be the one who would transform the wizarding world. Her success could not be compromised. What was a slight price to pay? Thus, he could proceed. Edmund nodded resolutely, steeling himself, and then firmly ascended the altar. At the Astor Villa, Nicklame scrutinized Hydras' condition with great concern. It was dire. Her health was abysmal. Like a candle flickering in the wind, Nicklame shook her head in trepidation. Her body had become deeply entwined with magic. An unprecedented phenomenon in her experience. She withdrew a magic stone from her robes, knowing that if magic could not flow smoothly within her, her body would not endure. The blood-red stone radiated a dazzling light. "I shall use this magic stone to sustain the child's life for now. As for whether she can be saved, that is left to fate." Grindelwald, with a stern countenance, inquired, "Is there no alchemical item capable of extracting the manticore metal powder from her body?" Nicklame shook her head. Manticore metal is inherently antagonistic to magic. No matter how wondrous the alchemical item, it cannot escape the necessity of utilizing magic, thus rendering it futile. From what I know, this manticore metal was created by ancient wizards to combat the gods, and only those who wield true ancient magic can manipulate it. Dumbledore sighed. "Where shall we find a wizard who employs genuine ancient magic?" "Barty Crouch, how dare you use manticore metal powder?" Nicklame continued. "The conventional use of manticore metal involves its fusion with ordinary metals to create shackles, thereby restraining the movements of wizarding criminals. However, the use of manticore powder has always been controversial due to its malicious nature. A notorious incident once occurred where an Auror, using manticore powder to apprehend a wizard, later discovered the wizard was innocent following a trial, resulting in the Auror's financial ruin. Consequently, the Ministry of Magic became exceedingly cautious regarding the use of manticore powder, ultimately banning it after several incidents of friendly fire. Even in the confrontation with Voldemort, the Ministry hesitated to employ it, fearing harm to their own. With such a vile substance at play, one could only imagine how Hydras would confront Barty Crouch upon regaining consciousness. "Look!" Grindelwald suddenly exclaimed. "Her body is reacting." Hydras' form began to emit a red glow akin to that of the magic stone, seemingly in synchrony with its breath. "Inhale," Exhale, flicker dim. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Nicolame's eyes widened. For a woman of her advanced years, this was a feat of extraordinary complexity. Her body was resonating with the magic stone. No, it was a symbiosis. Such an occurrence had never before been documented. Nicolae relinquished her hold on the magic stone, which now floated upon Hydra's forehead. The crimson beam of magical energy penetrating her brow. Under the light's influence, it appeared as though every muscle in the young girl's body writhed, reminiscent of a caterpillar emerging from its cocoon. The three most esteemed wizards encircled Hydras, awaiting in serene anticipation. Her breathing has stabilized. Her complexion seems to be returning. What could be the underlying principle? How marvelous. Ah, this is magic. The enchanting, mysterious art of magic. We once believed we had unraveled its secrets, yet we are still far from true understanding. Hydras opened her eyes, gazing curiously at the floating magic stone before her. A sharp pain shot through her fingertip, causing her to frown as she sat upright. Before her stood the three esteemed figures. Oh, professors and this esteemed gentleman, she felt slightly embarrassed. Before we engage in conversation, I must first address a minor issue. She raised her left hand, where a small protrusion had formed at the tip of her ring finger. This protrusion was the source of her unbearable pain. Concluding it was an obstruction, Hydras retrieved her wand from the bedside. Dissect. With precise control, she cast a slicing spell, cleaving open the skin over the protrusion, and blood immediately flowed forth. Without hesitation, she pressed firmly, expelling a metal fragment the size of a grain of rice. How splendid! Nicolae exclaimed joyfully, this is manticore metal. How did this child manage that? Hydras examined the metal piece closely. Was this the object that had tormented her so? To expel it, with the aid of the magic stone, she had even forged a new magical pathway within her body. A process that was excruciating. Yet it must be said, it was a truly miraculous experience. This novel magical conduit was birthed through the joint influence of the manticore metal and the magic stone, existing simultaneously within her body, and yet seeming to dwell in the void, elusive and intangible. Hydras, allow me to introduce you, Dumbledore began. This is Nicolae, the renowned master of alchemy. Hello, Mr. Nicolae, Hydras said politely as she descended from the bed, offering a respectful bow. This red stone is your magic stone. Is it not? A truly remarkable alchemical creation. She picked up the magic stone that had fallen from the bed, intrigued by the luminous glow it emitted. Is this the flow of magic? Luminous? Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Nicolae exchanged puzzled glances, for the magic stone was not currently glowing. Hydras traced her finger across the stone in a peculiar pattern. See this glow? Dumbledore and Grindelwald appeared bewildered. Yet Nicolae was utterly astonished. The path your finger traced is the final step of the magic stone's formation. The runic lines I inscribed. Logically, these runes should have fused with the magic stone, rendering them undetectable. How did you Hydras return the magic stone to Nicolae? Then glanced at the table where a half-full bottle of sherry, priced at over 400 galleons, sat. An exquisite vessel claimed to be crafted with ancient alchemical techniques. The surface of the bottle shimmered with undulating azure halos, and she comprehended that this was the echo of ancient magic, a vestige left behind after the casting of spells long forgotten. Hydras sighed. It had been mere happenstance that she enrolled at 16. Yet now, akin to the protagonist of Hogwarts' legacy, she could indeed perceive the reverberations of ancient magic. Hogwarts itself was a manifestation of this ancient sorcery. She shuddered to imagine that upon her arrival at Hogwarts, where echoes of ancient magic permeated every corner of the castle, she might be driven to madness. The birth of a second magical circuit had entwined her destiny profoundly with ancient magic, as if it were her fate. She felt tears brimming with despair. Please spare her from such peculiar predicaments. She had no desire to be a guardian. She merely wished to lead a languid existence. Note: historically, a group of wizards adept in ancient magic emerged following the calamity of Isidora Morganana, designating themselves as guardians of its power and knowledge. This is a concept derived from Hogwarts' legacy. Chapter 35. The first day of school and a red-haired mess. Nicolae circled around Hydras like a discoverer of new lands, his excitement palpable. Child, do you wish to learn alchemy? His gnarled, root-like hands rubbed together fervently. If you desire to learn, I shall teach you. Hydras, exasperated, politely declined. Mr. LeMay, I am tasked with making up 5 years' worth of studies this academic year. I fear I shall not have the time to learn alchemy. LeMay dismissed her concerns with a wave. Nonsense. I am quite enduring. I can wait. To not impart alchemy to such a remarkable talent as hers was a veritable desecration of her singular gift. He turned to Dumbledore. Albus, make sure you remind me to take this young lady on as an apprentice. when the time comes. The notion of a 600-year-old man needing a reminder from someone barely over 100 was unfathomable in the Muggle world. Yet here, it unfolded with the utmost naturalness. "Nick, my memory has been faltering as of late," Dumbledore jested. "I nearly forgot that Mr. Astery is still in slumber. If I do not awaken him soon, he may sleep until next week." "Ah, has another unfamiliar wizard joined Audrey's preparatory training?" Rick inquired cheerfully, curious about this venerable gentleman. "I am Nicholm." "Nicholm?" Rick's jaw dropped in disbelief. He scrutinized LeMay's aged form, swallowed hard, and cautiously asked, "Are you the same Nicholm who successfully transmuted mercury into gold in the 14th century?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow in surprise at Rick's knowledge. "Mr. Astery possesses a broad range of knowledge." Rick, a tad embarrassed, replied, "In my youth, I was fond of reading various esoteric texts and greatly admired Mr. Nicholm's exploits." Nick, seemingly eager to dispel any awkwardness, waved his hand and confessed, "Indeed. If there was no other alchemist named Nicholm in the 14th century, then I am the one you speak of." "How incredible!" Rick nearly leapt with excitement, his face alight with admiration. "You have lived for over 600 years? "Yes, I am nearly 661, perhaps even 62, Nicholm replied. Rick marveled, glancing at Dumbledore. "Wow, Headmaster Dumbledore, I must truly re-evaluate the caliber of your faculty. I had no idea that even Mr. Nicholm was among your instructors." Dumbledore smiled but did not respond. In the kitchen, Audrey's voice rang out, "Enough chatter, everyone take your seats, the dishes are ready." Emerging from the kitchen, Audrey was followed by plates of food levitating in the air. At this moment, she was not only adorned with Audrey's visage, but was also employing house elf magic for household chores, an impossible feat until today. However, with the advent of her second magical circuit, she discovered she could wield 2 types of magical abilities simultaneously. How splendid! Nicholm also settled in, volunteering to teach Audrey ancient runes. As the world's foremost alchemist, his expertise in ancient script was undoubtedly unparalleled. Yet, with the addition of another person in the household, Audrey felt an inexplicable void over the past few days. It was not until the 3rd day after she awakened that she realized her cat, Jinhu, had gone missing for several days. "Jinhu, where have you been?" Audrey exclaimed, scooping the cat into her arms. "I have missed you terribly." She maintained a straight face, fabricating a narrative that even if the kitty could not comprehend human speech, it would never know that she had forgotten all about it. "Ah, Jinhu, why has one of your eyes turned gray?" She observed that the tabby cat's once yellow eyes had morphed into a striking heterochromia, one yellow and one gray. Yet it was still rather appealing, and Audrey, unbothered, gently set Jinhu down. "But you must promise not to wander off again, all right?" Jinhu meowed softly and sauntered out of her room, slipping into Grindelwald's quarters. Time passed swiftly, and Audrey's academic progress accelerated. Grindelwald taught spells, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, divination, and arithmancy. Nicholm instructed ancient runes and the history of magic. Dumbledore, under the pretense of assessing Audrey's progress, frequently visited the Astery household for meals. However, in recent days his visits had dwindled, likely due to the increasing demands of school-related affairs. Until September 1st, the day Hogwarts commenced. Audrey awoke that morning to find the clock reading 6:30. The past 2 months had been nothing short of grueling, subjected to the relentless tutelage of 2 venerable gentlemen totaling nearly 800 years. It was an excruciating ordeal, particularly under Grindelwald's instruction, whose lessons in spells and transfiguration had far surpassed the confines of the school curriculum. Although the material was not particularly difficult for Audrey, the very nature of such an intensive educational approach was irksome. Thankfully, the onset of school, which she had initially resisted, now felt akin to embarking on a delightful holiday. With 12 OWLs to conquer, she only needed to tackle care of magical creatures and astronomy. Potions and herbology she had mastered on her own while playing mute at the Lestrange Manor, and Muggle studies? Allow Audrey to take a moment to stand tall. She was a veritable superstar in the Muggle realm. Did she truly need to study Muggle studies? Ridiculous. In light of this, passing all 12 OWL subjects appeared to be a mere trifle. This foretold a smooth and unencumbered Hogwarts experience for her, a veritable walk in the park. At King's Cross Station, a Bentley Turbo R drew to a halt, attracting numerous curious gazes. Once parked, a driver clad in white gloves hurriedly exited and opened the rear door. A black-haired girl wearing sunglasses alighted, exchanged a few words with the driver, and then dragged her luggage into the station. This girl was none other than Audrey Astery. Several passers-by seemed to recognize her, pointing and whispering, yet hesitated to approach, their expressions betraying a mix of uncertainty and anticipation. "Excuse me, are you Miss Audrey Astery?" One brave fan finally ventured forth to inquire. Audrey knew she could not admit it. Otherwise, the area would immediately transform into a chaotic autograph session, jeopardizing her chance to catch the Hogwarts Express. No, I am not, Audrey replied, removing her sunglasses. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Though the facial features were indeed similar, her eyes bore an inverted triangular shape. The individual departed with a look of disappointment, and the crowd dispersed just as swiftly. Audrey smiled faintly. Transfiguration was indeed a marvelous tool. Replacing her sunglasses, she cast a Muggle-repelling charm, knowing that casting spells outside school would be prohibited once she enrolled. Upon arriving between platforms 9 and 10, Audrey effortlessly discerned the entrance to platform 9. The magical resonance emanating from the pillar was so striking that it was nearly impossible for her to overlook. As she focused her gaze, she clearly saw a shimmering portal adorning the pillar. Without a hint of hesitation, Audrey dragged her suitcase towards the column. To the eyes of other wizards, it appeared as though she was walking into a wall. Yet for Audrey, she was stepping into a gateway. In a moment of dazed wonder, she found herself on platform 9, where the red and black Hogwarts Express stood quietly waiting. Parents on the platform were incessantly offering advice, while the children displayed an air of impatience, merely humoring their guardians. Indeed, the interactions between parents and their offspring seemed universally familiar across most households. Percy, take good care of Ron. It's his first term. I know, Mum. George Weasley and Fred Weasley. You too, remember not to bully Ron. Yes, ma'am. How could we possibly bully Ron? He is our beloved little brother. Spotting the cluster of red-haired individuals on the platform, Audrey immediately recognized the Weasley family, an anomaly among the Sacred 28. Removing her sunglasses, she approached the train door. It's Audrey Estrella. Molly Weasley, the matriarch, instantly recognized her. Having read extensive features in the Daily Prophet about the Muggle world's sensational star, due to the lack of a proper interview, the article resorted to using an old photograph of Audrey Hepburn. Given that Hydras had been modeled after Audrey Hepburn's visage, utilizing her image was hardly inappropriate. Regardless, it did not hinder the wizarding fans from recognizing her. Oh, it's truly you. Molly's face blossomed with joy. She bounced on the spot, desperately resisting the urge to embrace Audrey. I absolutely adore your songs. The Weasley children, who had already boarded the train, dashed back down. Percy, George, Fred, and Ron, all with their fiery hair, came rushing forth. Thanks to Molly, they had listened to Audrey's songs incessantly at home, making them quite familiar with her. It's really Audrey Estrella. Praise Merlin. She is actually attending Hogwarts. Miss Estrella, could I have your autograph? The Weasleys' enthusiastic warmth overwhelmed Audrey. Was this family devoid of personal boundaries? Yet, such sincerity must surely have made them adept at forging friendships. Audrey appeared flustered, akin to a startled little rabbit. Could we perhaps discuss this once we're on the train? It seems to be about to depart. Chapter 36. A meeting of fans in the compartment. A small girl hid shyly behind Molly, observing her brothers eagerly assist Audrey with her luggage. This was Ginny Weasley, the youngest daughter of the Weasley clan. Feeling slightly embarrassed by her brother's antics as Miss Estrella required only a single suitcase, yet they all clamored to help. Oh, Miss Estrella, your luggage is quite light. No need for formality. You may simply call me Audrey, George was told. My suitcase contains only a cat, who has been napping lately, but I doubt it would appreciate being jostled about like this. George looked at Audrey in surprise. We just introduced ourselves. How could you distinguish me from Fred? Fred and George were identical twins, so alike that even their mother, Molly, sometimes struggled to tell them apart. Seeing George dutifully hold onto the suitcase, Audrey smiled. Perhaps this is merely a woman's intuition? Yet even Mum lacks such intuition. Fred, however, caught the crux of the matter. Wait, you're saying your suitcase contains only a cat? What about your other belongings? Audrey blinked innocently. What do you think? The presence of numerous brothers lent a cozy, lively atmosphere. Watching them banter while searching for suitable seating, Audrey felt a tinge of envy for such a vibrant family dynamic. Earlier, Harry Potter had successfully maneuvered his luggage into the compartment with the assistance of the red-haired Weasley brothers, only to witness them leap back off the train, eagerly chatting with a girl. This upperclassman was exceptionally lovely, Harry thought, as he tried to hide behind the curtain of the train window, carefully observing the Weasley family, fearful of being caught in his act of peeping. As the train pulled away, their youngest sister chased after it, alternating between laughter and tears, until she was finally out of sight. The compartment door swung open, and the youngest red-haired boy stepped inside. Is there a free seat here? He asked dejectedly, noting that all other spaces were occupied. Harry shook his head, and Ron took a seat beside him. Oh hello, I'm Ron Weasley. Hi. I'm Harry Potter. Harry Potter. You're really Harry Potter? Ron exclaimed, thrilled. Fred and George told me they met you. I thought they were pulling my leg. Harry chuckled. I owe them my thanks for helping with my luggage. Ron was ecstatic, pointing at Harry's forehead. So you really have that mark? Harry pushed back his hair, revealing the lightning-shaped scar. Wow, is that really from you-know-who? I don't know, Harry replied. I was too young to remember. Ron gushed. Today is my lucky day. Not only did I meet Audrey Estrella, but I'm also sitting in the same compartment as Harry Potter. Audrey Estrella? The upperclassman you were chatting with before boarding? Suddenly realizing something, Harry quickly clarified. Oh, I wasn't eavesdropping. It's just your brother helped me with my luggage. And I couldn't help but glance at you. It's all right, Harry. Yes, that's the real Audrey. She looks much younger and more beautiful in person than in pictures. Seeing Ron's nonchalant demeanor, Harry sighed in relief, but suddenly widened his eyes. Audrey Estrella? The singer Audrey? Finding Harry's astonishment puzzling, Ron responded, Miss Estrella should be quite famous in the Muggle world. You don't know her? Harry shook his head. I've only heard her songs on an old radio. I've never seen her in person or in photographs. My cousin has many of her posters, but he never shows them to me. Oh, that is quite unfortunate. Harry laughed, then inquired, if Miss Estrella is here, it means she is a... Yes, indeed. Ron's excitement was palpable. She is a witch, even if she is starting a bit late. When the news of her being a wizard came out, our family celebrated for days. Harry's eyes brightened. Since he was 6, whenever something unhappy occurred, he would turn on the radio. And the popular songs of Audrey always played, soothing his spirit and inadvertently fostering a familial bond with her. And now, the once distant Audrey Estrella was about to become his classmate. Moreover, she would serve as a connection between him and Ron, ensuring he would not lack common ground with his new friend. Harry, I know which compartment Audrey is in. Why don't we go see her together? Ron's suggestion was irresistible, and Harry nodded vigorously. All right, Ron. Let us go. The news of Audrey Estrella being on this train was evidently more sensational than that of Harry Potter, for as they approached Audrey's compartment, the throng of eager young witches and wizards grew ever larger. Ron heard his brother's voice from afar, declaring, I am Percy Weasley, the new head boy of Gryffindor. Please refrain from crowding and maintain order. His bright red head bobbed up and down, yearning for more faces to witness his presence. Oblivious to the disarray his hairstyle had succumbed to. Ron, is that your brother? Someone queried. Ron nodded. Yes, that's him. For the first time. I hope his authority holds some weight. The young wizards jostled amongst themselves, while Harry overheard a platinum-haired peer conversing with his 2 lackeys. Goyle Crabbe. That Audrey Estrella is indeed a witch. Yes, Draco, I too believed it was merely a rumor. The boy named Draco exclaimed loudly, though she is a witch. Her lineage seems rather unremarkable. However, her singing is commendable, worthy of our acquaintance. Ron whispered to Harry, that must be a Slytherin, a fool clinging to blood purity. Harry, still naive to the intricacies of the wizarding world, merely nodded in bemusement. Audrey, cradling a golden tiger, observed George and Fred straining to keep the exuberant young wizards at bay at the entrance. Opposite her sat a boy with braided hair, Lee Jordan. George and Fred's roommate at Hogwarts. He sat there, awkwardly clutching a box tightly, terrified that the large spider within might frighten Audrey. The commotion outside continued unabated, the young wizards expressing their discontent towards the Weasley brothers. We want to see Miss Estrella. Yes. You have no right to stop us. Audrey, addressing the perspiring George and Fred, inquired, brave knights, do you require assistance? No. Audrey, we can manage. They replied. If worse comes to worst, we could always toss dung bombs into the crowd. Fred, how do you still have some left? Mum didn't confiscate them all? I hid a couple in my trousers. Oh, Fred. George marveled. You are quite bold. If a dung bomb explodes in your trousers, you'll become a school legend. Indeed, perhaps even more famous than Audrey. Audrey chuckled at their banter. Yet, despite their light-hearted conversation, pushing a throng of young wizards away was no easy task. Their hair was already a chaotic mess, and George had a pair of fingers from one of the young wizards lodged in his nostrils. Audrey drew her wand and with a gentle flick, her compartment expanded rapidly, transforming into a spacious room capable of accommodating hundreds. George and Fred were left speechless as the young wizards surged inside. Within the vast room, it was eerily empty. Only Audrey and Lee Jordan remained seated, the surroundings unchanged, creating a peculiar dissonance. George and Fred rushed to Audrey's side, exclaiming in astonishment, the undetectable extension charm. A remarkably powerful one at that. But we are forbidden from casting spells outside school. Audrey smiled and replied, I haven't enrolled yet. This statement solidified George and Fred's belief that Audrey was cut from the same cloth as them, an unconventional spirit. Of course, This was merely because they had yet to witness Audrey's true nature. Miss Estrella, may I have your autograph? Miss Estrella, my whole family adores you. It is worth noting that the songs Audrey plagiarized were all the rage post 2010, their musical concepts far ahead of the 1990s by a full 2 decades. This immense cultural gap created a significant impact, which is why both the Muggle world and the wizarding community were mindlessly enamored with Audrey. Not to mention, Audrey's voice was truly magical, unmatched by any other. Audrey Estrella, I believe we should be introduced. A youthful, haughty voice boomed, the condescending tone deeply irksome. Audrey peered through the crowd and spotted a platinum-haired young wizard holding his head high, speaking to her with an air of superiority. As a Muggle-born witch, it should be an honor for you to know the heir of the Malfoy family. Audrey felt a wave of irritation wash over her as she regarded the young boy and his 2 lackeys, her urge to retort nearly overwhelming. Little cousin, perhaps you should think before you speak? Have you forgotten the less-than-flattering tales of your dear cousin's past? The audacious remarks from the young wizard drew curious glances from the surrounding young witches and wizards. However, after a mere glance, they returned their focus to Audrey, clamoring for her autograph. Audrey had no time to engage with Draco. Mischievous children needed discipline, but not in front of an audience. Especially since he was family and deserved a modicum of respect. Although Rodolphus Lestrange was not her biological father, Bellatrix was indeed the true mother of this body. Draco Malfoy's mother was Bellatrix's own sister. Thus, by blood, Draco was her legitimate cousin, the first degree no less. He needed to be properly educated, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Seeing that Audrey was ignoring him, Draco felt humiliated and attempted to push through the throng, only to be firmly blocked by the young wizards. You yist. If you want an autograph, queue up like everyone else. Miss Estrella, do you remember me? Brown curly hair. Cute buckteeth. It's Hermione Granger. What a coincidence. Audrey beamed. Are you here to ask for my autograph? No, Hermione replied, blushing. I just heard you were here. So I came to see. I have all your albums, both records and tapes. Each one bears your signature, and they are all well preserved at my home. Previously, Audrey would have shied away from the likes of Harry and Hermione, but her mindset had shifted. With only 3 years to graduation, she felt boundless. And there was nothing to fear. Thus, she did not distance herself from Hermione as she had at the concert, but instead engaged her with newfound patience. Witnessing this exchange, Draco Malfoy was incensed. While Audrey Estrella had previously ignored him, he could at least rationalize it as her being busy with the young wizards. But now, she was chatting amicably with a Muggle-born? This was intolerable. How did he know Hermione was not from a wizarding family? Because she embodied a distinctly Muggle essence. And she had yet to don wizarding robes, her attire clearly reflecting Muggle aesthetics. Moreover, among peers from wizarding families, Draco had a rough idea of their names. Granger? Sorry. But there was no such surname in the wizarding world. Estrella, he shouted as he pushed forward, hollering, let me through. I am Draco Malfoy, the son of a governor. His status as the governor's son still held some sway, allowing him to advance several steps before being halted by a tall 7th-year student. Back off, you ill-mannered brat. The older boy exclaimed, shoving Malfoy back. The son of a traitor has no place here. Draco was thrust backward, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Just as he was about to retaliate, he recognized his assailant and immediately lost his temper. The individual was Dalkea Caxley, whose father was a staunch Death Eater, holding a position of power even above Lucius Malfoy in the eyes of the Dark Lord, and whose uncle was also one of Hogwarts' governors. Draco lacked the courage to confront Dalkea, so he quietly rose and slinked back to the rear. Yet his indignation simmered. He could not bear to rejoin the queue. So he called out to Audrey, surrounded by young wizards clamoring for her attention. What is so special about her? Just a Muggle witch. Merely a singer. He ultimately dared not insult Audrey by calling her a mudblood in this setting, fearing the wrath of her fervent fans. Draco, possessing a modicum of shrewdness, understood the potential consequences. To be frank, Audrey's music had led many pureblood wizards to forget her lineage, firmly believing that she was distinct from those of lesser blood. Audrey's voice rang out. If you disdain my heritage, the door is right there. Feel free to leave. This was indeed an eviction notice. Draco flicked his wrist angrily and strode towards the exit. What a profound humiliation. He retrieved the new Era album from his pocket, holding it in his hand. The cover depicting Audrey beaming alongside Rick. He yearned to smash the record, yet ultimately refrained, placing it back with reluctance. Hurry, Harry, Audrey is in this compartment. Ron urged as he led Harry into the throng. Wow, this compartment, Ron rummaged through his vocabulary, finally exclaiming, is enormous. Harry twitched his lip, concerned about Ron's limited lexicon. Yes, it is indeed quite large, but I should extend some courtesy to my newly acquainted friend. Why is this compartment different from ours? It's the undetectable extension charm, Ron marveled. My father used it on our car, but it's not nearly this spacious. Ron, ever the blundering fool, inadvertently divulged Arthur Weasley's illicit use of the charm. As for Audrey employing the charm, she was a freshman and ignorance is no crime. Furthermore, the ministry was eager for her to inherit ancient magical knowledge, and wouldn't he trouble her over trifles, especially with Dumbledore shielding her. Draco, on the verge of exiting, halted as Goyle and Crabbe collided with him, causing him to stumble. He shot a fierce glare at his lackeys and addressed Harry. You must be Harry Potter. Am I right? Harry nodded. Yes, I am. A smile spread across Draco's face as he warmly extended his hand. I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Although his plan to meet Audrey had failed, he considered himself fortunate to encounter Harry Potter. A fine acquaintance indeed, Draco mused. Ron cleared his throat to suppress a laugh. And Draco shot him a disdainful look. Is my name amusing to you? I needn't inquire to know who you are. My father informed me that all Weasleys have red hair, and there are so many children they can hardly afford to raise them. Ignoring Ron, he continued to Harry Potter. You wouldn't want to befriend a fellow from such a wizarding family, would you? Such unsavory characters can only bring you misfortune. Seeing Draco's outstretched hand, Harry did not respond but instead stood resolutely in front of Ron. I believe I can discern who my friends truly are. Draco was nearly apoplectic. Nothing had gone his way since entering this compartment. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade on Harry, a furious girl approached him. Apologize. This was the mudblood who had spoken to Audrey, and Draco's face turned an ominous shade. You just insulted Miss Astley. You must apologize. Just a Muggle-born. Hermione exclaimed passionately. A person's worth is not determined by their bloodline. You insulted Miss Astley, and you owe her an apology. The expressions on Harry and Ron's faces shifted as well. How had he insulted Audrey? Ron, at that fiery age, could hardly tolerate the affront to his beloved older sister. He said Miss Astley is merely a singer. How outrageous. Harry glared at Draco, for Audrey Astley was his spiritual mentor, and such humiliation was intolerable. The trio from Gryffindor had instinctively gathered in solidarity for Audrey. As Draco sensed Harry and his friends closing in, he felt an unexpected twinge of guilt. He shouted, I spoke the truth. She is merely a singer. With that, he stormed out, while Goyle and Crabbe, having readied for a brawl, awkwardly followed him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, with Hermione being the first to speak. Are you also a fan of Miss Astley? Yes. I am Hermione Granger. I'm Harry Potter. The Harry Potter? Yes. I'm Ron. I heard you are the only one who survived the Dark Lord's killing curse. How did you manage that? I don't know. Okay, that's not particularly important. As long as you're a fan of Miss Astley, we can become friends. I'm Ron Weasley. Oh, wonderful to meet you, Ron Weasley. Ron felt a twinge of disappointment towards the little witch, but the next moment, I brought a Walkman so we can listen to Miss Astley's songs together. Would you like to join? Though unaware of what a Walkman was, Ron found the little witch's prominent front teeth rather endearing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the Hogwarts Express lurched violently, causing the young witches and wizards to tumble in disarray. The train gradually slowed, eventually coming to a halt. What happened? Harry rose from the floor, adjusting his crooked glasses. I don't know, but something must have forced the train to stop. Panic spread among the young wizards. The Hogwarts Express was a direct service and rarely stopped unexpectedly. The moonlight reflects on the lake, shrouded in mist. I wish to row my boat to ease my worries, yet fear the night's waters may chill my heart. Audrey's melodious voice resonated, refreshing like a spring, immediately calming the young wizards. As if they had found their anchor, Percy Weasley seized the moment, calling out, Please return to your compartments in an orderly fashion. Do not wander about until we ascertain the cause of the stop. With the Weasley brothers' efforts, the young wizards vacated the compartment, leaving it empty. After all, while Audrey was captivating, personal safety prevailed. With a flick of her wand, Audrey restored the compartment to its former state. Harry and Ron remained. Thus, within the compartment, there were Audrey Lee Jordan, the twins Harry and Ron, while Percy dutifully departed. Ron pulled Harry forward to face Audrey. Audrey, this is my new friend. He is also your fan, and his name is Harry Potter. Hello, Harry, Audrey smiled. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Harry blushed deeply. He had never dreamed of speaking with the illustrious star, but ever since that magical letter arrived at his aunt's house, his life had undergone a dramatic transformation. Dudley, did you see? The star from the poster you treasure is sitting right here before me, talking to me. Yet after the initial thrill, Harry despairingly realized he was too nervous to utter even a word. Lee Jordan whispered to the twins, Is that the renowned Harry Potter? Yes, indeed. Wow. What incredible luck I have today. I'm sitting in the same compartment as two legends. Lee's expression was exaggerated. Audrey, having encountered many young fans like Harry, knew precisely how to respond. Harry, would you like me to give you an autograph? Embarrassed, Harry lowered his gaze, finally finding his voice. I'm sorry, Miss Astley. I've never even bought one of your records. That's no concern, Harry, Audrey smiled. As long as one enjoys my music, they are my fan, regardless of whether they have purchased any records. Harry Potter is indeed a wealthy individual. His previous abstention from purchasing records does not preclude future acquisitions. The VIP custom record project must be prioritized. Audrey gently removed Harry's glasses, and under his bewildered gaze, she drew her wand, employing a slicing charm to inscribe a message on the leg of the glasses. To Harry, wishing you eternal happiness, Audrey Estrella. As Harry received the glasses back and caressed the engraved leg, he was profoundly moved. Oh, thank you so much. What a splendid spell. Fred exclaimed loudly. Audrey, do you truly reside in the Muggle world? I would wager that no more than 10 people in all of Hogwarts, including the professors, could perform that slicing charm as you just did. Just as Audrey was about to explain, the compartment door was abruptly flung open. Is Audrey Estrella here? Come with us. Audrey glanced towards the entrance, where 3 adult wizards stood clad in dark green robes, their faces obscured by masks. The silver masks were half blank on the left, while the right bore the intricate carving of a serpent. Chapter 38. This woman is extraordinary. Who are you? Lee Jordan was the first to step forward. This entire compartment was filled with Gryffindors, alongside Harry and Ron, destined for Gryffindor, and courage was certainly not lacking, even in the face of 3 adult wizards. Avada Kedavra. Without further ado, the masked figure unleashed a green beam of light. The young wizards gasped in horror. To resort to the killing curse without provocation was more reckless than the Death Eaters. The green light surged towards Lee Jordan, who upon witnessing the impending doom, felt his mind inundated with frantic images. An orange beam shot forth, colliding with the deadly curse and halting its advancement. Following the trajectory of the orange beam, its source was revealed to be Audrey, wand raised high. Clearly, these dark wizards, whose strength barely measured up to half that of Lucius Malfoy, were woefully misguided to challenge Audrey's magical prowess. The orange light swiftly overwhelmed the green, advancing rapidly towards the masked man. In a split second, the masked figure ceased his magical output and evaded to the side, as Audrey's magical beam sailed past his shoulder, shattering a glass window on the opposite side of the corridor. A fierce mountain wind gusted into the compartment, causing the 3 masked wizards' robes to flutter wildly. Audrey Estrella, do not resist. Come with us. Audrey rose from her seat, and Jean, who leaped onto the small table. Such minor adversaries were no match for Audrey, who confidently declared, with just the 3 of you, I doubt you can compel me to leave. She possessed this confidence. For the past 2 months had been harrowing. She had been relentlessly pursued and battered by that man, that figure who instilled dread across the European magical community. Family, who understands. No matter how harmonious her affinity with magic or how formidable her talents, the lessons taught by Grindelwald echoed loudly. Your grandfather is still your grandfather. Under the pinnacle of Grindelwald's magical prowess, Audrey had endured severe tribulations. Yet so what? After undergoing Grindelwald's rigorous training, Audrey had surpassed the majority of wizards. A rough estimation placed her strength at least 3 times that of Lucius. Thus, after her initial confrontation with the masked man, she concluded that the enemy posed no significant threat. Our side held a considerable advantage. Cannot take me. The leader of the masked men suddenly sneered. You may attempt to fight us here, but we cannot guarantee the safety of the students. This was a blatant threat, stark and unvarnished. The leader stepped forward, extending his palm. Quickly, hand over your wand and come with me, or you may choose to disregard my words at the peril of your classmates. Audrey, however, merely smiled slightly, and in an instant, her form vanished from the compartment. Utilizing the foresight granted by her invisibility beast, she glimpsed the events that would unfold in the next minute and a half. She saw no need to switch her physical state. She simply evaded their grasp. Use magic? Unnecessary. The combative techniques honed in her previous life could not be squandered. Audrey's current physical prowess rivaled that of a 5x fantastic beast, a humanoid fire dragon, if you will. As the leader of the masked men was taken aback by Audrey's disappearance, a moment later, a fist imprint suddenly appeared on his mask, causing it to cave in. He emitted a muffled grunt before collapsing backward, succumbing to an infant-like slumber. The other 2 were taken aback. One of them decisively raised his wand, the tip igniting with green light, aimed within the compartment. Regardless of how that impudent girl had achieved her feat, in such a confined space, Firing off a Nevada would surely hit something. Yet before he could act, a sudden blow struck his abdomen, causing him to double over and violently retch, nearly expelling his previous meal. However, with his mask firmly in place, the absence of an opening meant that the contents would merely fill the interior space, spilling out from the sides and chin. The young wizards in the compartment, far from frightened by the near brush with death, collectively donned expressions of disgust. Course. That is utterly revolting. It could be said that this was quintessentially Gryffindor. And very Gemini. Fortunately, the invisible Audrey did not prolong the masked man's suffering. A swift chop to his neck rendered him unconscious. With a crash, the door at the train's junction swung open, revealing the prefects and the train conductor. What has transpired here? The last masked man, sensing the dire situation, leapt out of the window Audrey had shattered, escaping with a swift whoosh upon landing. Audrey reappeared in her seat, placing Jinhu on her lap, then propping her chin with her right hand, feigning interest in the scenery outside. However, the current view from the Hogwarts Express's temporary stop was far from picturesque, merely a chaotic expanse of rocky terrain and overgrown weeds. In a soft voice, she asked, "You all saw nothing, correct?" She wished to avoid entanglements, and feigning ignorance seemed the best course of action. Yet, before that, she needed to manage the occupants of this compartment. "Audrey," Ron exclaimed in awe, "you're incredible. How did you do that?" "Not me, I didn't do anything. Please don't make wild claims." Audrey's triplet denials left Ron bewildered. He could hardly fathom her extraordinary abilities, especially when she had clearly done the right thing. Why would Audrey deny her actions? Audrey's mind raced. She required a rationale to persuade her fellow Gryffindors. "Ron, you must understand, one must always keep a card close to their chest." Though she continued to speak, her posture remained that of someone admiring the scenery. If others were to discover her trump card, the element of surprise would be lost for next time. "So, everyone present, please do me a favor and keep this matter to yourselves, all right?" The footsteps of the prefects and the conductor were drawing near. The twins exchanged glances, recognizing the validity of Audrey's reasoning. Wasn't mischief predicated on secrecy? If others were privy to their plans, how could a prank ever succeed? "Oh dear. How did these two suddenly fall unconscious?" George exclaimed theatrically, feigning astonishment as he stepped out of the compartment. Indeed. Fred chimed in, his acting skills rivaling those of his brother. "This is truly peculiar." In reality, Audrey needed no justification. This entire compartment was filled with her admirers, and with a mere word, they would comply without question. Percy appeared at the compartment door, his face a mask of panic. "Ron, George, Fred. Are you all right?" Fred laughed heartily. "Our prefect brother has arrived." George laughed heartily, finally realizing the importance of caring for his younger brother. Percy, irritated, ruffled his own head of red hair. "I am serious. Quickly, tell me what has transpired here." "Well, Commander," George replied, "3 masked individuals attempted to abduct Audrey." Fred interjected, "Perhaps they wished to take her home to hear her sing." George exclaimed, "Indeed, there are quite a few perverts of that sort." Then a giant appeared. "No, George. This compartment cannot accommodate a giant." "Very well." A mysterious wizard emerged and vanquished these 2 miscreants. Percy's forehead was throbbing. Is this truly the time for jest? The railway ahead had been maliciously pried open, forcing the train to halt. It was evidently an organized and purposeful criminal act. Ron. Percy turned to his younger brother. "You tell us, what exactly happened?" Ron furtively glanced at Audrey, who remained unfazed, admiring the peculiar rock formations outside the train. Percy," Ron stammered, "Audrey was singing earlier. And you mustn't have heard it. She sang so beautifully that I fell asleep. I truly know nothing about what happened." Harry and Lee's eyes lit up. "Ron is rather sharp today." Yes, we all fell asleep. We know nothing." Thus, the burden of inquiry fell upon Percy. As the one who had excelled in all 12 subjects, how could he not discern that the people in this compartment were merely performing for him? Their intent was evidently to obscure certain matters. Percy gazed at Audrey, who was still engrossed in the scenery. Should he trust them or not? Chapter 39. I kidnapped myself. Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, ambled to the compartment door, peered inside, and turned back to Percy. "Weasley, what is your take on this matter?" Percy felt somewhat flustered. He was unsure how to respond. He resorted to the only course of action available to him to buy time. He confiscated the wands of the 2 masked assailants, and then bound them using transfiguration. Penelope, investigating this incident should fall under the purview of the Aurors. Percy strained to find a justification. "What we ought to do now is preserve the scene." Penelope cast a disdainful glance at the scattered rainbows on the floor and hesitantly asked, "Are you certain?" "At least until the Aurors arrive. Percy replied vaguely, as you've heard. I've already questioned these individuals, and they know nothing. George and Fred were astonished. Percy was actually cooperating with them. The twins, for once, refrained from their usual antics and earnestly stated, indeed, Senior Clearwater, by the time we realized what was happening, these two had already collapsed. They had not lied. They merely concealed Audrey's sudden invisibility. The train conductor repaired the Hogwarts Express's windows with a Reparo charm, and informed the two prefects. I have already contacted the Ministry through the two-way mirror. The Aurors will meet us at Hogsmeade Station to handle the situation. As for your insistence on preserving the scene, it is entirely unnecessary. He regarded Percy as if he were a fool. We are wizards. We have plenty of means to recreate the scene. So, hurry up and clean up the vomit. My carriage is about to be spoiled. Percy. The tracks were soon repaired, and the train resumed its journey. The Audrey kidnapping incident could only be regarded as a mere interlude. The outcome had been predestined from the very beginning. 3 Hogwarts graduates attempting to kidnap a human-shaped fire dragon was the epitome of absurdity. It could only be said that Audrey's disguise was remarkably effective. What power could a Muggle world star possess? She awakened her magical abilities only at the age of 16. Such a weakling could be easily subdued. The Hogwarts Express leisurely made its way, finally arriving at the station as twilight descended. Audrey needed no change of attire. With a mere thought, her outfit transformed into a wizarding robe. Upon disembarking, she inhaled deeply. Hogwarts, the place she had longed for in her past life, was now an entity she had evaded for the first 16 years of this life. Yet here she was. First-year students, please come this way. Harry, how are you? Come over here. The towering keeper of keys and grounds, Rubeus Hagrid, was making an effort to gather the first-year students. Audrey observed as the Aurors shackled the 2 masked individuals with handcuffs forged from mithril, and led them out of the compartment. The shimmering handcuffs suddenly reminded her of Barty Crouch. There's an account yet to be settled. Had it not been for being pressed for time by 2 old men over the past couple of months, she would have long since submitted a report to Minister Fudge. Barty Crouch had rescued his son, Barty Crouch Jr., from Azkaban using his dying wife. What was this? A prison break. As long as she placed the report on the minister's desk, old Barty would have to share a cell with his son. However, Audrey quickly dismissed the thought. That would be too much trouble. With that time, wouldn't a beauty sleep be more delightful? After all, old Barty wouldn't survive until 1996, meeting his end at the hands of his son. As long as he didn't disturb her, she might as well let him live a few more years. I am indeed magnanimous. Yet the magnanimous Miss Audrey Astra found herself in a quandary. She was uncertain whether to follow the first years through their initiation process, or join the other years to board the night bus. Perhaps it would be best to simply fly over? Lost in thought, a glove suddenly materialized before her. The glove, as if an invisible hand were inside it, adeptly waved at Audrey. It then pointed toward Hogwarts Castle, tapping 3 times before extending a hand in a gesture of greeting. When Audrey remained still, the glove shook twice as if growing impatient. Was it asking her to shake hands? She recalled seeing Dumbledore perform this maneuver in Fantastic Beasts. Thus, she extended her hand and shook it. With a pop, she vanished from her spot, reappearing in a small room adjacent to the Hogwarts Great Hall. Wow! A host of familiar faces greeted her. Dumbledore and the 4 Househeads, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick and Sprout. Welcome to Hogwarts, Miss Astra. Dumbledore winked at Audrey, then feigned unfamiliarity. Your entry into the wizarding world must be quite overwhelming. I empathize with your predicament today. But you must understand that such occurrences are not particularly common in our wizarding society. Audrey noticed Kingsley Shacklebolt standing in one corner of the room, accompanied by several Auror colleagues behind him. I see, old fox Dumbledore. I understand your implication. Audrey shrugged. Are you suggesting that today I nearly got kidnapped due to my misfortune? Dumbledore smiled. That would seem to be the case. Under the current leadership of the Ministry, the state of security in the wizarding world has improved significantly. Audrey shook her head. Mr. Headmaster, I am unaware of how things were in the past, as you know. I have always lived in the world of ordinary people. Dumbledore, pleased that Audrey grasped his meaning, narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, prompting her to continue. But the fact remains that I nearly got kidnapped. When I initially accepted the invitation to attend Hogwarts, I relinquished an annual income in the tens of millions of pounds. Your persuasion was predicated on the Ministry of Magic's fervent desire for me to pursue my studies at Hogwarts. Am I mistaken? Dumbledore nodded. Headmaster, do you not believe that you, or more accurately, the Ministry, owe me an explanation? I cannot accept the excuse of mere misfortune. Dumbledore remained silent, directing his gaze towards Kingsley. Kingsley, understanding the unspoken cue, spoke up. Mrs. Stria, we have made headway in identifying the perpetrators behind the recent attack on you. They belong to a group known as the Venom of the Water Snake. The mention of the water snake caused Audrey's pupils to dilate momentarily. Kingsley continued. The leader of this organization is a wanted criminal, a dark wizard by the name of Hydras Lestrange. We are actively pursuing her, and are confident that we shall apprehend her shortly. Audrey interjected. Am I to understand that I have been made a captive of my own volition? She turned to Dumbledore, perplexed by the old wizard's intentions. First, he prompted her to express her grievances. Then he insinuated that she had effectively abducted herself. What could this mean? Dumbledore spoke. Mr. Shacklebolt. Regardless of who harbors ill intentions towards Mrs. Stria, the Ministry must ensure her safety, particularly with a killer organization targeting her. Kingsley nodded vigorously, leaving Audrey exasperated. Both of them were members of the Order of the Phoenix, yet here they were, theatrically performing. Kingsley then stated, Professor Dumbledore, I need to confer with my colleagues. He turned to his companions, gathering them for a discussion. Audrey glanced at Dumbledore seeking reassurance, to which the old headmaster responded with a gentle smile, signaling her to remain patient. Moments later, Kingsley addressed Dumbledore. Mrs. Stria shall certainly be safe at Hogwarts, as it is the most secure sanctuary. Therefore, we will ensure her safety outside of school, providing her with elite aurors for personal protection. Would that be agreeable? Absolutely not. The presence of aurors would strip away my freedom. Seeing Audrey frantically signaling to him, Dumbledore struggled to suppress his laughter. Her expressions were so vivid that the muscles around her eyes seemed ready to cramp. With a smile, he remarked, I believe we need not overly concern ourselves with Mrs. Stria's personal safety. Rather, it is her brother, a mere Muggle, who may be at risk from the venom of the water snake. Kingsley quickly replied, I understand now. He glanced back at his colleagues, receiving affirming looks before continuing. We will take responsibility for the safety of Mr. Rick Stria. You need not worry, Mrs. Stria. Audrey realized, after such a convoluted discussion, that Dumbledore and Kingsley had orchestrated this entire exchange for Rick's protection. A flicker of gratitude warmed her heart. Perhaps Dumbledore was not so bad after all. Mrs. Stria, do you have anything further to add? Audrey shook her head. No, sir. Dumbledore nodded. Very well, since that is the case, let us not delay any further. The sorting ceremony awaits our presence. The headmasters filed out in silence. They were merely summoned by Dumbledore to serve as a supportive backdrop, intended to apply pressure to the aurors aside from Kingsley. Suddenly, Dumbledore called out to Audrey. Child, after the feast, please come to my office. The password is Fizzing Wisby. Audrey blinked. But headmaster, I am unaware of where your office is located. Do not worry, child. Someone will guide you. Chapter 40, The Sorting Ceremony. Audrey followed Dumbledore into the great hall. The velvety magical night sky evoked a sense of romantic enchantment. However, the bright, floating candelabras raised concerns about wax dripping onto the food. The older students were already seated at the 4 long tables, while the first years stood before the professor's table, facing their older peers. Mrs. Stria, please join the line. Professor McGonagall beckoned to Audrey, her serious demeanor tinged with excitement. Although Audrey was unsure if she had garnered the admiration of an older fan, McGonagall's attitude towards her was evidently positive. Yet, as a 16-year-old girl standing among a throng of 11-year-olds, she felt distinctly out of place and awkward. However, the awkwardness was short-lived as the students below suddenly erupted into applause. Audrey, Mrs. Stria. The applause surged in waves, prompting McGonagall to raise her wand to her throat, amplifying her voice. Silence. The sorting ceremony is about to commence. Please refrain from making unwarranted noises. With a flourish of her wand, she conjured a 4-legged stool before the new students and placed an old, tattered sorting hat atop it. In Audrey's eyes, the hat resonated with echoes of ancient magic, its surface entwined with 4 distinct enchantments, undoubtedly the handiwork of the 4 founders. She fervently hoped the hat would not judge her by appearance as it began to sing. The moment it opened its mouth, Audrey covered her eyes in embarrassment. Oh my goodness! This wretched hat, with its same old lyrics, has now adopted the melody of my single from last year, Melancholy of Cancer. While she would be delighted to have fans, the prospect of being adored by a hat felt rather peculiar. And if that hat were to butcher her song, her irritation would certainly grow. Yet, the students below began to hum along, as if they were harmonizing with the sorting hat. Hey. Surely you do not sing the school song with such precision. This was utterly ridiculous. But Audrey found herself standing at the center of the stage, subjected to the scrutiny of all. Everyone knew the sorting hat was singing her song. The little wizards hummed along, seemingly enjoying the hat's performance. Yet their gazes were fixed solely on Audrey. Goodness, at that moment, the hat even cast her a pleading look for approval. Family, who understands this level of embarrassment? Once the Sorting Hat concluded its song, the hall erupted in applause, with some even whistling and cheering. The hat, however, fell silent, awaiting the young witches and wizards to place it upon their heads. This was the most acclaimed performance of the Sorting Hat in recent years. Dumbledore remarked with a smile to Professor Flitwick beside him. Professor Flitwick nodded, smiling. Indeed, look at how joyfully the children are laughing. Professor McGonagall, holding a roll of parchment, stepped forward. When I call your name, please take a seat on that stool and don the hat, awaiting your house assignment. Hannah Abbott. Hufflepuff. The fat friar waved at little Hannah, who was met with cheers from the Hufflepuff table. Audrey Astrea. The surname Astrea began with an A, placing her right after Hannah Abbott. Audrey exhaled in relief. The sooner she was sorted, the sooner she could sit down and no longer stand awkwardly under the gaze of the crowd. Suddenly, the young wizards fell silent, seemingly forgetting to breathe, their eyes fixated on the stage. Audrey seated herself upon the stool, casually placing the hat atop her head, and even adjusting it slightly to appear somewhat fashionable. Oh, another descendant of Salazar. The Sorting Hat remarked, ambition, indeed. If a life of idleness can be deemed ambition, you certainly possess the means and willpower requisite to fulfill such aspirations. From this perspective, you are fundamentally a true Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Audrey sensed a twist in the proceedings. As anticipated, the Sorting Hat continued, however, Dumbledore wishes for you to be placed in Gryffindor. He even threatened me for that. Therefore, Audrey Astley, do you have any objections to being sorted into Gryffindor? In her mind, Audrey thought, I have no preference regarding the sorting. You may proceed as you wish. Very well then, Gry. The Sorting Hat abruptly fell silent. An ancient voice echoed in Audrey's mind. My descendant, who has opened a second magical conduit, at long last, I have awaited your arrival. To think of sending my heir to Gryffindor? The current headmaster is truly lacking. In the next moment, the Sorting Hat opened its mouth and in a monotone voice declared, Slytherin. Dumbledore gazed at Audrey in astonishment. He had clearly made arrangements with the Sorting Hat. The Slytherin table erupted with joy, with Dorcas Meadows rising to enthusiastically applaud, and their head boy Gemma Farley, also standing and smiling in approval. Just as Audrey was about to remove the hat, that voice echoed once more, Child, accept my trials. Find my vault, and you shall inherit all my knowledge. Audrey set the hat down, letting out a quiet sigh. The owner of that voice was undoubtedly Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. After all, the Sorting Hat was a product of the combined efforts of the 4 founders, and it was not unusual for Salazar to leave a backdoor within it. The Slytherin vault? She doubted she would find anything of worth there. Voldemort had already opened the Chamber of Secrets at the age of 16. Thus, she thought it best to merely listen to Salazar Slytherin's request. Although she knew the location of the chamber, she had no desire to venture there, even if it might contain knowledge that Voldemort had overlooked. Just imagining the accumulated remnants of food and excrement from the basilisk over countless years made her feel quite uncomfortable. As she approached the Slytherin table, the initial cheers subsided, and the young snakes regarded Audrey with smiles, clapping modestly. Most Slytherin students revered pureblood lineage. Yet this very group displayed an extraordinary enthusiasm toward a witch of dubious Muggle heritage. Was that not peculiar? Not at all, in fact. For no Slytherin would resist befriending someone who could enhance their own prestige, save for those lacking in intellect. Audrey Astley was destined to become the most resplendent singing superstar in the wizarding world, and befriending her could leverage her immense influence for personal and familial gain. In such circumstances, even if Audrey's lineage were that of a pig, it would not deter the Slytherin youths from flocking to her. In the face of potential benefits, all else could be set aside. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, a collective sigh of disappointment arose. According to the descriptions provided by the Weasley twins, Audrey was intelligent and brave, kind-hearted and unconventional. Thus, she was undoubtedly a perfect fit for Gryffindor. The little lions held tremendous expectations. Enrolling at 16 was undeniably cool, and being a major singing star was simply extraordinary. If she were also an engaging individual, that would be truly amazing. However, the Sorting Hat's announcement plunged their hopes into despair. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. No. Ron, the new student, lamented, Harry, am I dreaming? How could Audrey possibly be a Slytherin? She is clearly suited for Gryffindor. Harry, equally disheartened, had been influenced by Ron's negative perception of Slytherin during their train journey. Yet now, with his idol sorted into Slytherin, he found himself grappling with an unsettling notion. If he were also placed in Slytherin, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. Susan Bones. Hufflepuff. Terry Bolt. Ravenclaw. Hermione Granger. The Sorting Hat suddenly began to hesitate. Undoubtedly, Hermione possessed a multitude of admirable traits: bravery, a thirst for knowledge, and a proactive approach to her goals. In the original universe, the Sorting Hat had taken little time to place Hermione, for she held no inclination toward Slytherin. However, this parallel universe's Hermione was an ardent admirer of Audrey. Thankfully, under the Sorting Hat's counsel, Hermione's high intellect ultimately subdued her impulse. Upon realizing Slytherin's unfriendliness toward witches from non-magical families, she decisively chose Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Draco Malfoy. Slytherin. The little cousin cheerfully dashed toward the Slytherin table. Yet he felt the gaze upon him to be anything but welcoming, bearing a faint hint of exclusion. He glanced at Audrey, his heart a tumultuous blend of emotions. Harry Potter. The moment Harry settled onto the four-legged stool, he began muttering, "I want to be sorted into Slytherin. I want to be sorted into Slytherin." The Sorting Hat replied, "Child, Slytherin is an excellent choice. There, you shall achieve great accomplishments." Yet the Sorting Hat hesitated, sensing Dumbledore's piercing gaze. For reasons unknown, Audrey Astley had been sorted into Slytherin, and should Harry Potter follow suit, the headmaster might very well tear it apart, though it could be repaired. And it did not possess actual pain. The memories imparted by the four founders indicated that the sensation of being torn apart was unlikely to be pleasant. Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in jubilation. The sorrow of losing Audrey Astley dissipated in the wake of Harry Potter's arrival. "We have Potter. We have Potter." Chapter 41. At the Slytherin table. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table. The enthusiasm of the little lions dispelling his melancholy at not being in the same house as Audrey. He smiled shyly, reciprocating their warm welcome. Just a moment ago, Audrey had casually found an empty seat, and the young snakes immediately gathered around her. "Hello, Miss Astley. I am Bonnie Hanover, a 4th year. I am Iselin Windsor, a 5th year. It is a pleasure to meet you." Audrey graciously acknowledged the greetings from the young snakes, and as the initial niceties subsided, her attention was captivated by the ancient magic that adorned the long table. The traces of ancient magic were strikingly evident. Lines of magical energy, nodes of power. She could see them all at once. In this regard, Audrey must express her gratitude to Nick LeMay. The old gentleman, with his unwavering desire to mentor, had infused many private lessons while teaching Audrey magical scripts, allowing her to unconsciously absorb a wealth of alchemical theory. Audrey's eyes traversed the echoes of ancient magic along the table, entirely oblivious to the sorting ceremony, until Dumbledore exclaimed, "Fool! Crybaby! Residue!" A delightful array of food materialized upon the table, and Audrey carefully examined the offerings. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausage chips, pudding, and pea shoots. However, before her appeared a plate of spicy crayfish, a dish of twice-cooked pork, and a plate of mapo tofu, along with a bowl of white rice and a pair of chopsticks. Audrey, of course, ancient magic could not be so intelligent. This food had been prepared by the house elves in Hogwarts kitchens. Thus, not only did they know her tastes, but they could also create such dishes. And that could only be attributed to Momo. 2 months prior, Audrey had gleaned from Dumbledore's foresight that Momo was indeed at Hogwarts. "It now seems that the individual who will likely escort me to the principal's office shortly is none other than her." Audrey smiled subtly, conjuring a line of text in the air with her magic. "Thank you, Momo." Subsequently, she located the information transmission node on the long table, inputting the text there. Her actions went largely unnoticed by others, not only due to their subtlety, but also because everyone's attention was riveted on the meal before them. "What is this? It resembles shrimp somewhat. Why is Estria's food different from ours?" Iselin Windsor gasped slightly, but her impeccable upbringing quickly kicked in, prompting her to cover her mouth with her hand. "Is this the little lobster from Huaxia?" She ventured uncertainly, recalling a visit to Huaxia with her father in her childhood, though she had been too young to dare to taste it then. Audrey chuckled and asked an unrelated question. "Do you dislike spicy food?" Iselin shook her head, explaining, "My family's cook is from India, and she excels at preparing curry, so I have a fair tolerance for spiciness." Audrey nodded, relieved that Iselin was not averse to heat, suggesting, "You might want to try this spicy little lobster." With deftness, she peeled a lobster, first savoring the roe, then skillfully discarding the shell and popping the succulent meat into her mouth. Observing the sheer delight on Audrey's face, Iselin felt a stirring of desire. Yet her noble upbringing and ingrained dining etiquette restrained her from indulging in such unrefined manners. Just as she was about to politely decline, she witnessed Audrey snap her fingers, causing a lobster to soar into the air, swiftly disassembling itself, with the shell falling away as the roe-laden meat floated directly onto Iselin's plate. "Do give it a try." Iselin expressed her gratitude, and used her fork to bring the lobster meat to her lips. Fresh, sweet, fragrant, spicy, bouncy, and refreshing. Audrey chuckled inwardly. In the culinary wasteland that is England, any dish from Huaxia would be a triumph, let alone this nationally adored late-night delicacy. As long as one could endure the spiciness, it would be unparalleled. Iselin was momentarily entranced, but quickly regained her composure. "Oh, this is indeed a rare delicacy," Miss Windsor exclaimed. "Yet what astonishes me even more is Miss Astria's magical prowess. Shouldn't you still be new to magic? How is this possible?" Audrey replied with a smile. "In July, Professor Dumbledore arranged for a tutor for me, so I have been diligently studying for 2 months." As she spoke, Audrey offered another peeled lobster to Iselin. "Miss Astria, may I call you Audrey?" Iselin inquired. Audrey found it amusing. This was a young serpent easily won over by a couple of lobsters. "Of course, Iselin." Seated to Audrey's right, Bonnie Hannavert wore a sulky expression, muttering under his breath, "I want to eat too." Yet no one paid him any mind. Audrey, with her keen hearing, clearly heard him but chose to ignore him. This was unrelated to gender. It was merely a matter of aesthetic disparity. Iselin resembled a porcelain doll, akin to a plush cat, while Bonnie's stubbled visage was reminiscent of a Shar-Pei. Suddenly, a hand reached across the long table, stabbing a fork into the lobster platter, splattering juices everywhere. With a flick of her wrist, Audrey reversed the flying juices back into the dish, ensuring no one was splattered. The owner of that hand withdrew with 2 lobsters skewered on the fork. Both Audrey and Iselin frowned in unison, outraged by the rudeness. The girl was quite attractive, yet her arched brows lent her a somewhat arrogant and fierce appearance. The fierce eyes beneath those brows glared at Audrey, leaving her feeling rather perplexed. "This is Aragnia Roar," Iselin introduced. "She is a 6th-year student." Iselin then blushed and added in a hushed tone, almost shamefacedly, "She has harbored a crush on Dorkiak Silly for many years." Audrey nodded, acknowledging the information. She had no desire to engage in such trivial matters. She met Aragnia's challenging gaze with a smile that appeared warm, yet concealed a sharp edge. "Is your crush on my fan the reason for your hostility towards me? If you have grievances, take them up with your crush, don't direct them at me, who is neither here nor there." Aragnia continued to glare at Audrey, viciously dismembering a lobster, squinting her eyes in a menacing manner. "How brazen! This is crossing the line." Audrey, although often delayed in settling minor grievances due to her laziness and procrastination, relished the opportunity for immediate retaliation. Believing she had intimidated Audrey, Aragnia began to sample the lobster, the enticing aroma having seduced her since earlier. Opening her mouth to take a bite, crunch! The lobster meat was as hard as rock, sending half of Aragnia's front tooth flying and blood gushing from her mouth. Audrey discreetly retracted her fingers, as if nothing had happened, continuing to savor her own delicacies. "After all, I can engage in a duel with a Transfiguration Master for 3 rounds. Bullying you is a mere trifle." What kind of low-quality food is this for commoners?" Aragnia seethed, standing up and leaving the long table, failing to suspect Audrey's involvement. The voice of Gemma Farley cut through several people, reaching Audrey's ears. "Astria, what kind of food is that? How could it break someone's tooth?" Audrey replied with a smile. "It's merely something she cannot handle. If you don't believe me, I invite everyone to try it." To counter Aragnia's disparagement of her food, Audrey decided to take a gamble. She inscribed in the air, "Momo, please send up 5 kilograms of lobsters." After inputting the command, she waited. 10 seconds later, 2 large bowls of lobsters appeared before Audrey. The Slytherin serpents exclaimed, "Wait, why can you still order food? Is Hogwarts your family's establishment? Is today not your first day at Hogwarts?" Audrey clapped her hands, and the lobsters sprang to life, shedding their shells and leaping into the serpents' plates. Thus, any doubts regarding Audrey dissipated amidst the delectable feast. Those serpents who could not handle the spice hissed and rushed for milk, naturally not pondering further. Among those guzzling milk the most vigorously was none other than Draco Malfoy. As a cousin, Audrey naturally took special care of her young cousin. Thus she provided Draco with lobsters that had rolled in the broth a dozen times. They were indeed delicious and spicy to boot. Seeing her little cousin move to tears, Audrey felt a sense of profound satisfaction. Lobsters were served plate after plate, and soon, everyone found themselves managing without Audrey's assistance. Realizing that the lobsters they peeled themselves were the most delightful, even Draco, who was already overwhelmed by the spice, could not resist continuously spearing lobsters to his plate. "How peculiar! Why is my own peeled lobster not spicy at all?" As the meal concluded, the Slytherin serpents sat in a daze, either lost in a post-meal reverie of satisfaction, or too overwhelmed by the spice to think. Dumbledore's customary post-meal reminders went largely ignored. as they were accustomed to hearing the same thing every year, with the only new addition being a caution against wandering the fourth-floor corridor. After all, they resided in the dungeons of Slytherin. Who would venture to the fourth floor except for classes? Now as bedtime approached, let us all sing the school song together. Audrey sighed. What must come has arrived. Was it now time for a raucous gathering? It is worth noting that the Hogwarts school song lacks a fixed melody. Each individual sings it in a unique tune. For the musician Audrey, such a disorganized chorus is undoubtedly a form of torment. I have a proposal, Dumbledore said. Since we have a renowned singer among us, why not let her lead the singing? Audrey thought to herself, I knew it. Don't come to Hogwarts to study. Throughout the day, the number of awkward moments she experienced far exceeded those of the past 16 years. Chapter 42. Singing, Ghosts, Dormitories, and Elves. Audrey deeply regretted having established a good student persona in Dumbledore's eyes. In truth, it wasn't a persona she had created, but rather a misunderstanding she had inadvertently reinforced. However, the obedient good child now had no choice but to step forward and prepare to lead the school song. Standing at the front of the stage, she carefully read the shimmering golden lyrics conjured by Dumbledore, pondered for a moment, and decided to sing the song to the melody of her own Thames River Rhapsody. This song, penned and composed by Rick, was a true original yet widely recognized. The tune and lyrics were quite similar. She merely needed to make a few adjustments. Hogwarts, 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 bestow upon us knowledge. Whether we are balding elders or children with scraped knees, we shall strive to learn and ultimately turn to dust. Indeed, more than half of the young witches and wizards were familiar with the melody of Thames River Rhapsody, thus providing a backbone to the school song's chorus. Even the cacophony of random singing could not undermine the strength of the collective. However, George and Fred still sang the funeral march, insisting on causing mischief. Audrey shot them an annoyed glance and, with a subtle motion during the singing, gestured for silence. The next moment, the Weasley twins' mouths seemed to be zipped shut, rendering them voiceless. Dumbledore, fully aware, chuckled and waved his hand, granting the twins their freedom once more. The two found this quite amusing, bursting into raucous laughter, which stood out distinctly amidst the chorus. Audrey sighed, choosing to ignore them. Fortunately, the song was brief. She merely needed to persist until it concluded. Standing on stage while waiting for the twins to finish their funeral march was indeed an unpleasant experience. She experienced another wave of embarrassment, as the twins, who should have drawn attention, failed to do so. The vast majority of young witches and wizards remained fixated on her. As she sang, the ghosts of Hogwarts began to gather around her, and soon she was nearly encircled by pearly white specters. What delightful magic, nearly headless Nick remarked. This sensation is utterly delightful. The fat friar nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed, this child makes me feel as if I have come alive once more. The Bloody Baron floated silently behind Audrey, his hollow gaze seemingly flickering with pride as he proclaimed, This is a child of our house. Lady Grey longed to approach Audrey but cast a disdainful glance at the Bloody Baron, opting to remain at a distance, her brow furrowed with irritation. Lady Grey, the resident ghost of Ravenclaw, originally named Helena Ravenclaw, was the daughter of the founder. She was referred to as Lady Grey because in England, women who were murdered out of love or unfulfilled desire become known as Grey Ladies. She had no ties to the Grey family. Ironically, the very one who killed her was the Bloody Baron. Regardless, no matter how long the twins dragged out their tune, the song had to come to an end. Dumbledore waved away the ghosts, wiping his eyes as if the recent melody had deeply moved him, declaring, It is far more enchanting than all we do here. Now, it is time for bed. Everyone, please return to your dormitories. He then looked at Audrey, silently reminding her, Do not forget. Returning to the Slytherin long table, head girl Gemma Farley nodded at her, then loudly proclaimed, First years, follow me and remember the path well. There are no fools in Slytherin, especially not those who cannot find their way back to their common room. Following Gemma, Audrey and the first-year students turned right at the base of the marble staircase, navigating through a labyrinthine, dimly lit corridor until they arrived at a stone wall. This is the entrance to our Slytherin common room, Gemma explained. You must answer the correct password to enter. Our password changes every 2 weeks, and will be posted on the notice board in the common room. So you need to keep an eye on it around that time. This is the current password. Remember it, she enunciated clearly, pure blood. As she spoke the password, a doorway began to materialize on the stone wall, revealing an intricate relief of a great serpent that formed an archway, exquisite and imposing. Come on in. The young witches and wizards filed through, entering the Slytherin common room. In stark contrast to the dungeon's decor outside, the common room was adorned in a quintessential Gothic style, enveloped in deep green hues, exuding an air of mysteriousness akin to a sunken ship. Gemma instructed the boys to wait in the common room while she led the girls to their dormitory. The corridor leading to the dormitories resembled a clean sewer, devoid of any unpleasant odors. The bronze floor echoed with the clattering footsteps of the young witches and wizards, and through the beautifully carved flooring, Audrey could see clear water flowing beneath their feet. Miss Astrea, Gemma smiled. Since you are entering as a 5th year, you cannot reside with the first years. However, as our year head has made an exception, you will be granted a private room, she added with a hint of nostalgia. This is almost akin to the privileges of our year head. Upon opening the door, Audrey found her empty suitcase already placed inside, with the golden tabby cat sprawled on the velvet-covered bed, sound asleep. Thank you, head girl Farley. No, just call me Gemma. Perhaps next year I will pass this position on to you, Audrey. Goodness, not a single Slytherin student is easy to deal with. Gemma Farley had been consistently referring to her title since they began speaking. Was she pushing for a declaration? Fortunately, Audrey had no ambition for such power. She smiled. Look at you, Gemma. The position of head girl is meant for capable individuals like you. I can only sing. I could never aspire to be a head girl. So do not worry. Indeed, Gemma Farley displayed a look of relief. Audrey Astrea herself might not even realize the extent of her influence within the wizarding world. Do you know Gilderoy Lockhart? The chap who gained fame in the British wizarding community through his charming smile and novels. Although Audrey wasn't present in the wizarding world, her influence was no less than Lockhart's. It was no wonder Gemma Farley felt concern. If Audrey desired to contest for the position of head girl, all she would need to do is speak, and she would undoubtedly have a legion of supporters, leaving Gemma with no chance whatsoever. Gemma chuckled. Then I won't disturb your rest any longer, Audrey. I sincerely hope we can become friends. Are we not already, Gemma? Audrey replied with a radiant smile, her lovely face causing Gemma to momentarily lose her train of thought. It is my honor. Remember to come by my dormitory to visit when you have the chance. Good night, Audrey. Good night, Gemma. After seeing Gemma off, Audrey closed the door. The room was spacious, and with her as the sole occupant, it contained only a large bed. The room's decor was naturally founded upon the rich hues of Slytherin green and silver, embellished with an array of mysterious trinkets that significantly enhanced its allure. Suddenly, a pronounced sound of apparition echoed through the air. Audrey turned to behold a familiar visage. Momo. Little master. Momo's large eyes sparkled like a dam bursting with joy. At long last, I have seen you again. Momo exclaimed. Oh Momo, these past 5 years have been exceedingly arduous without you. It is all Momo's fault for failing to locate the little master. Before Momo could chastise herself further, Audrey interrupted her. The little master remains as benevolent as ever. Momo mused, and even more powerful now, truly akin to a fire dragon. Momo lifted a corner of the pillowcase draped over her, vigorously rubbing her eyes. I have always asserted that the little master is the most remarkable young witch. No one in all of Hogwarts surpasses her brilliance. Audrey chuckled at this devoted admirer before inquiring. Did Dumbledore send you to escort me to the headmaster's office? Momo leapt up, a hint of panic in her expression. I nearly forgot the urgent matter. Little master, please grasp my hand. I shall lead you there. The headmaster is awaiting you with great urgency. Chapter 43. The Tooth of the Water Snake. Shall we bring some cockroaches? Just as Audrey settled into her seat, Dumbledore opened his box of sweets, and 2 cockroaches scuttled forth. Audrey shot him a disapproving glance and gently nudged the phoenix fox, who was seeking affection on her shoulder, away. With a flick of her finger, a cockroach flew directly into her mouth. The flavor was tolerable, albeit excessively saccharine. At your age, indulging in such sweetness is detrimental to your health, Audrey remarked while stroking the phoenix. Dumbledore, initially delighted to have someone share his cockroaches, was suddenly reminded of Frank Mitchell, the defense against the dark arts professor from 5 years prior, who had also once advised him against excessive sweetness, only to tragically break his neck on the staircase. Shaking off these somber thoughts, Dumbledore addressed Audrey earlier. Kingsley mentioned the tooth of the water snake. Have you heard of it before? Upon hearing this, Audrey grew anxious. I am not involved with any assassin organization. Please do not wrongfully accuse an innocent. Dumbledore chuckled. I did not imply that you were the founder of the tooth of the water snake. Audrey seethed with frustration. I wonder which unfortunate soul is masquerading under my name. Meanwhile, a certain unfortunate individual was hidden in a lair, angrily berating a returning subordinate. She is merely a Muggle witch. She has never attended Hogwarts. How did you manage this? Sir, we underestimated her. Her magical prowess is formidable, and she seems to have employed some form of magic that allows her to vanish without a trace. In the dim light of the basement, the leader of the Tooth of the Water Snake slowly revealed himself, half of his face obscured by a mask. That must be the disillusionment charm, you imbeciles. No. It is not the disillusionment charm, a subordinate clarified, for that spell casts a faint shadow when the person moves. Astria is entirely invisible. The leader stepped fully into the light, revealing himself to be the long-missing bowed grey. Do you not realize how crucial Astria is to us? The discovery of the Guardian's treasury, and the secrets of ancient magic rest upon her shoulders. The subordinates bowed their heads in silence, having nothing left to say, as they had indeed failed. Bowed grey, with a dark countenance, glared at his subordinates in silence. Had he not been so short on capable hands, he would have disposed of these incompetents long ago, for they were a source of great frustration. I certainly know that you did not establish that organization, Dumbledore said with a smile. Given your laziness, it is inconceivable that you would engage in such endeavors. One must admit, the old wizard had become quite adept at understanding Audrey's temperament during their 2 months together. She was a good child, albeit somewhat indolent. Do not presume familiarity allows you to speak so freely. Do you not believe I could accuse you of defamation? Dumbledore laughed heartily, for this child never failed to amuse him. Very well, Audrey. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. The tooth of the water snake has attempted to abduct you once. There may well be a second attempt. They might even dare to infiltrate Hogwarts. The old man tossed another cockroach into his mouth, crunching it noisily. You must be exceedingly cautious. Do not fall into their trap. Audrey jested. Did they not say that Hogwarts is the safest place on Earth? Indeed it is the safest, Dumbledore replied, but one must not become complacent. After all, there are many secrets within Hogwarts yet to be discovered, and numerous hidden passages even I am unaware of. So, you summoned me here solely to caution me? Yes, what else did you think I wanted? Audrey smacked her lips. I thought perhaps you wished to discuss Professor Quirrell with me. You have noted his oddities as well? Indeed. The dark magical aura emanating from the back of his head is even more potent than Professor Snape's greasy hair. That is your house head. Dumbledore glanced at the sorting hat atop the cabinet, inwardly sighing. If he hears you maligning him, you shall find yourself in quite a predicament. Not to worry. If he attempts to make my life difficult, I can always withdraw from school. Earning several £1,000,000 a year sounds rather appealing, does it not? Dumbledore was rendered speechless, and a moment of shared silence ensued between the elder and the youth. Let us change the subject. Dumbledore broke the silence. I hope you will refrain from interfering with Quirrell's affairs. Is it because of Harry? Indeed, I have my own plans. Oh. So you intend to use the Philosopher's Stone as bait to ensnare Voldemort while simultaneously training Mr. Potter? Dumbledore. Are you under the impression that I am one to seek out trouble? Audrey retorted with indignation, defending her reputation for laziness. As long as others do not provoke me, I have no interest in their affairs. Causing trouble is exhausting, you know. Yet, I hear you recently played a little trick on the Grey family. And now they are in utter disarray. Can I say that was merely a coincidence? The following morning, Audrey was awakened by Momo's cheerful voice. Little master, it is time to rise. Good morning, Momo. Audrey groggily climbed out of bed. What classes do I have today? Potions in the morning, transfiguration in the afternoon. Very well. I certainly cannot be late for Professor Snape's class. As Audrey rinsed her mouth, Momo snapped her fingers, causing the water to vanish mid-air. What shall we have for breakfast? Momo handed Audrey a toothbrush with toothpaste already applied. I have prepared youtiao, soy milk, and soup dumplings filled with fresh shrimp. Audrey opened her eyes wide. You truly are the best, Momo. Momo's eyes twinkled with delight at receiving such praise from the little master. On the first day of classes, the young witches and wizards arose exceptionally early. By the time Audrey arrived at the Great Hall, it was already bustling with activity. Her presence immediately drew the attention of her peers, for a host of ghosts flitted alongside her, making it nearly impossible to overlook her. Dear ghosts, I must implore you, Audrey exclaimed, your close proximity is quite overwhelming. Not only is it freezing, she complained, but your presence attracts unwanted attention. The fat friar inquired with concern. Audrey, do you feel cold? Not to worry, I can teach you a warming charm. It is quite simple, and you shall be warm in no time. Is this a matter of the warming charm? Besides, I have known that charm for ages. Nearly headless Nick chimed in. Worried about being observed? Fear not. We shall shield you from prying eyes. Audrey felt despondent. What is it about me that draws your attention? I can change. I can change. The Grey Lady floated at the furthest distance from Audrey, quietly stating, you are akin to a source of pure, unadulterated magic. Our existence relies on the magical framework of Hogwarts. Yet the daily demand for magic at Hogwarts is exorbitant, leaving us with but a meager portion. However, the magic that emanates from you can be wholly absorbed by us. Her melancholic gaze shifted towards Audrey as she continued. Thus, your presence invigorates us, allowing us to experience the essence of humanity. Goodness, have I become a mobile power source for these specters? Alas. I wonder if a legend of the Hogwarts ghost princess will emerge in the future. Sigh. This early morning Audrey, pampered by Momo, stepped out of the Slytherin common room, her 12th sigh escaping her lips. Surrounded by such a multitude of elder spirits, the bountiful breakfast before her lost its allure. Chapter 44. Slytherin gains 10 points. Audrey. Your rapport with the ghosts is remarkable, Esmeline remarked, setting down her cutlery and elegantly dabbling her napkin. Audrey's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, it feels rather refreshing. Would you care to experience it, Esmeline? I think not, Audrey, Esmeline chuckled softly. We have Professor Snape's class coming up, and you have never delved into potions, have you? Perhaps you could sit with me. I might be able to assist you. Audrey nodded. That would be splendid. Dorky Axley approached Audrey. Miss Astery, may I have the honor of escorting you to the potions classroom? Audrey looked up at the nearly 6'3" Axley, offering a businesslike smile. No need, Axley. Your 7th-year curriculum differs from our 5th-year studies. Guiding me would only hinder your own schedule, so I must decline. Thank you. Axley seemed poised to retort. But Audrey pointed towards Esmeline, adding, besides, I have a friend accompanying me, so I shan't get lost. With a nod, Axley bowed and departed. Esmeline leaned closer to Audrey, forcing the plump spectre to drift away a good 20 inches. She whispered, You aren't interested in Dorkery, Axley, are you? Audrey quickly shook her head. Of course not. That is for the best. Despite his current courteous demeanor, his reputation is rather unsavory. Esmeline noticed Audrey's puzzled expression and blushed, torn between the desire to gossip and the reluctance to speak ill of others. Finally, she murmured, He has changed girlfriends every semester from 1st to 7th year. He is likely on the hunt for his 13th now. Audrey chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Esmeline. I intend to focus on my studies for the next 2.5 years. I have no time for such frivolities. Primarily, after being deceived by a scoundrel in my past life, I have lost all faith in love. Having finished their meal, the two made their way to the potions classroom. Esmeline led the way, while Audrey garnered the gazes of numerous young witches and wizards along the route. She was indeed a star, never faltering on stage, for she relished the act of singing for others and basked in their adoration. Yet, the attention she received now stemmed from the eerie entourage she commanded, including a rather disconcerting headless hunt, with a dozen ghosts trailing behind her, creating a striking spectacle. The curious gazes of the onlookers were not those of admiration, but rather a mixture of intrigue, astonishment, and schadenfreude. Audrey found it impossible to shake off her clingy companions. Even upon entering the potions classroom, the ghosts eagerly surged ahead. This is a classroom. All of you be gone. Severus Snape, already stationed at the lectern, frowned as he shouted at the specters. Yet, the usual respect students held for the professor seemed to have been cast aside in the presence of the magical energy they sought to absorb. Leave at once. Snape waved his wand, for every professor at Hogwarts was endowed with the authority to expel ghosts, and thus, the specters were forcibly ejected from the classroom. It is said that only nearly headless Nick remained unaffected by this spell, as he himself was a professor and possessed the requisite permissions. Miss Astery. Snape's countenance was decidedly grim. You are quite famous in the Muggle world, and perhaps you have garnered a modicum of renown in the wizarding community as well. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scrutinized her, but that is no justification for bringing such nonsense into my classroom. My apologies, Professor. Audrey, well aware of Snape's acerbic tongue, refrained from retorting. When dealing with him, it was prudent to stroke his ego, regardless of whether his assertions were right or wrong. Otherwise, one would surely face a deluge of scorn. Take your seats promptly. Audrey obediently followed Esmeline to her place. Goodness, Snape's aura is truly intimidating. Intimidating, not powerful. In terms of sheer presence, Audrey reserved her admiration solely for Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Perhaps Bodega was also in that league, though it might be due to the shadows of childhood that lingered in her mind. This year, you shall be sitting for your OWLs. Should your exam results fall short of an outstanding, I shall not permit such foolishness to partake in my advanced courses next year. He cast a glance at Audrey. In order for you to gain clarity on what you have learned over the past 4 years, we shall revisit the potions you have studied. He ignored the disappointed expressions of the students as he continued. Until I am certain you have fully grasped prior knowledge, I shall teach you no new potions. As he spoke, he prowled among the students like a king surveying his domain. Once he concluded his opening remarks, he swiftly returned to his lectern and declared, Today, we shall brew the potion from our very first lesson in 1st year. Who can tell me what it is? Percy Weasley raised his hand. This potions class was shared between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and as an academic achiever, Percy's eagerness to answer rivaled that of Hermione Granger. However, Snape disregarded Percy, directly calling upon another, Miss Farley. Enlighten me with the answer. Gina Farley stood. It is the Scabbers potion, Professor. Excellent. That is the hallmark of a true student. What is learned is never forgotten. Indeed, today's lesson will focus on brewing the Scabbers potion. I trust you will not be so foolish as to fail at brewing a first-year potion. He added, furthermore, Miss Farley, your answer was commendable. Slytherin gains 2 points. Audrey was somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that Snape would award Slytherin at least 5 points for such a response, so the mere 2 points seemed rather conservative. Since this was familiar material, Snape did not provide the preparation method. Esmeline was neither a stellar student nor a slacker, but she handled the Scabbers potion with ease. Gathering the necessary ingredients, the two began their preparations. Snape silently glided over to their side, saying in a calm tone, Miss Windsor, you are not permitted to assist. This potion shall be prepared solely by Miss Astery. Audrey thought to herself, he grants me no opportunity to cut corners. Very well, Professor. While responding to Snape, she inwardly cursed him, then swiftly began processing the ingredients. She placed 6 snake fangs into the mortar, and began grinding them. Her technique was so adept that it caught Snape's attention. After a while, without needing Esmeline's reminder, Audrey commenced preheating the cauldron. After a minute of preheating, she completed grinding the snake fangs just in time. Snape was utterly astonished. Audrey's adherence to the process and technique was impeccable, entirely uncharacteristic of a novice. As the potion reached a complete boil, Audrey promptly ceased the application of heat, distancing the cauldron from the flames, and began to stir with her wand to facilitate cooling. Once the exterior of the cauldron felt warm to the touch, she decisively added an appropriate amount of slug slime. This action elicited a slight exclamation from Snape. For the quantity she incorporated perfectly matched his usual dosage, a feat that could not be achieved without several years of practice. After the cauldron had cooled entirely, Audrey added the final ingredient, hedgehog quills. The stirring commenced thereafter. At that moment, a loud bang resonated through the classroom, prompting Snape to rush over. Oliver Wood, have you been practicing Quidditch so fervently that you've filled your brain with muscle? Even first-year students know to wait until the cauldron has completely cooled before adding hedgehog quills. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, though not particularly adept at potions, had performed satisfactorily in his charms lessons. Before Snape could intervene, he managed to contain the explosion, making the liquid vanish entirely. However, this could not salvage Gryffindor's score. Foolish mistake, 5 points from Gryffindor. He cast a scornful glance at Oliver Wood, and then proceeded toward Audrey. From a distance, he noticed pink smoke wafting from Audrey's cauldron, a sure sign of successful brewing. As he approached, he discovered that the potion within her cauldron exhibited a stunning blue hue, accentuated by the magical elements emanating from her being, rendering the potion as enchanting as a starry sky. An exquisite batch of Scabbers potion. Snape expressed his astonishment. Miss Astrea, to brew Scabbers potion so flawlessly on your first attempt is remarkable. You all ought to come and witness this. I wonder if it might instill a sense of shame in you. He directed a glance towards Gryffindor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Outstanding talent and impeccable execution warranted 10 points for Slytherin. Chapter 45. The Ghostly Dilemma. Audrey's eyes widened in surprise. So this was the sensation of having a wildly biased head of house. Since this was a review lesson, and the class time had not been usurped by demonstrations, Snape allowed the students to proceed with the brewing of a second potion. The sleeping draught, a concoction learned in the second year. Once again, Audrey completed the potion with perfection, earning Slytherin another 10 points. As the potions class concluded, Audrey exited the classroom. In addition to the ghosts clamoring for her magical essence, a group of fifth-year students quickly surrounded her. Miss Astrea, have you studied potions before? Is there such a thing as Muggle potions? Could you teach me? I aspire to be an Auror, and I must excel in potions. But I'm too intimidated to ask Professor Snape. However, before Audrey could respond, the young witches and wizards parted ways, primarily to make room for the ghosts. What is it like to be in close proximity to ghosts? Only those who have encountered them would know. It's freezing. Faced once more with the persistent ghosts, Audrey contemplated for a moment before returning to the classroom. Professor Snape. Snape was busy organizing materials, and a gentle melody wafted through the air, soothing the atmosphere. Night Lilies, a lyrical composition by the Astrea siblings from 1988, played softly. Upon seeing Audrey, Snape immediately frowned and waved his wand, silencing the music. Miss Astrea, what brings you back? If you've forgotten something, I might question your cleverness as a Slytherin. Although surprised by Snape's choice of music, Audrey was too preoccupied with more pressing matters. Professor, I wish to learn the spell you use to dispel the ghosts. Being followed by these overly enthusiastic spirits is quite bothersome. Snape replied expressionlessly. That is a privilege granted to professors by Hogwarts Castle, not a common spell that can be learned. If you desire such a privilege, you must first become a professor. He regarded Audrey with a critical eye. As a newly enrolled student, I believe you should focus on your studies rather than aspiring for privileges meant for professors. Furthermore, Snape inquired, have you studied potions before? Yes, Professor, Audrey responded succinctly. In the 2 months leading up to the school year, Professor Dumbledore arranged for a tutor to help me catch up on the knowledge from the first 4 years. Snape's dissatisfaction was palpable. Oh, who was the potion master that taught you? His expression reflected displeasure. He could hardly believe Dumbledore had entrusted someone else with Audrey's potions education. Was the instruction adequate? Let us not squander such a promising talent. It was Mr. Nicklemore. Snape fell silent, for Nicklemore was a renowned alchemist with a legacy spanning centuries. And his expertise in potions was beyond reproach, a culmination of years of refinement. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Audrey's potion knowledge had been self-taught during her time masquerading as a mute, driven purely by boredom. I understand. Focus on your studies. Do not waste your talent for potions. Snape waved his hand dismissively, signaling that Audrey could leave. Yes, Professor. Deprived of the means to learn the ghost-dispelling spell, Audrey exited the classroom with a heavy heart. Elysian Windsor was still waiting for her. Audrey, let us hurry to the Great Hall for dinner. Although this friend had been wooed by 2 little crustaceans, it seemed that Elysian genuinely regarded her as a friend now. All right, Elysian. Yet Audrey found herself unable to walk alongside Elysian, trailing a good 10 paces behind. Observing the throng of ghosts surrounding her, she sighed softly once more. Before Transfiguration class commenced, Audrey entered the classroom accompanied by a lively entourage of ghosts, startling Professor McGonagall. The older cat witch waved her wand, and the Transfiguration classroom was instantly transformed into a ghostly zone. As the ghosts were forcibly expelled from the classroom, Audrey exhaled in relief. These spirits were exceedingly bothersome, always clinging to her the moment she entered the Slytherin common room. If this continued, her Hogwarts experience would undoubtedly devolve into chaos. Watching Professor McGonagall banish the ghosts, her envy of that privilege intensified. How she longed to possess such authority as the professors. During the class, Professor McGonagall did not conduct a review like Professor Snape, for she was well aware of Audrey's proficiency in Transfiguration, and deemed it unnecessary to cater to her. Before the term began, Dumbledore had briefed her, believing that this prodigious girl would undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor, a notion that had delighted Professor McGonagall for several days. Who could have anticipated that she would end up in Slytherin, leaving McGonagall with only her sighs of lament? Nevertheless, Audrey's transfiguration skills were indeed impressive. Miss Astrea was the first to transform an owl into a telescope. The patterns and details were flawless. A perfect transformation. 10 points for Slytherin. For someone like Audrey, who could adeptly apply advanced transfiguration in practice, demonstrating intermediate transfiguration was surely a trivial task. The 5th-year students found themselves engulfed in self-doubt. Is she truly from the Muggle world? Surely she must be an elite secretly nurtured by some family. If not, then what does that make us? As the first day of classes concluded, the potions lesson, being a review, required only those students who had failed to brew their potions to submit a 20-inch essay. In contrast, the Transfiguration class's requirements were far more outrageous. Each student was tasked with writing a paper on the transformation of animals into inanimate objects, with a minimum length of 40 inches. 40 inches. That equates to 3 feet and 4 inches. Converted, that's 1 meter long. 30 centimeters wide and 1 meter long. How many words would that entail? Professor McGonagall is quite strict about not allowing the use of large fonts to deceive others. How troublesome. It is evident that the students of Hogwarts endure even more hardships than full-time web novel authors. However, the matter of assignments can wait until later tonight, as they are not due tomorrow. After a long day of toil, Audrey decided to treat herself to a sumptuous dinner. Spicy chicken, stinky mandarin fish, boiled beef, and sauce duck. Mo, let us start with these. Audrey sent her culinary desires through the Slytherin long table to the kitchen, and then sat quietly, awaiting her feast. Iselin looked curiously at Audrey and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I've placed an order, but it's not ready yet." The little snakes gazed at her with intrigue, recalling the delightful feast of crayfish they had enjoyed the previous night. One by one they set aside their own food, watching the scene unfold. This exemplifies the cunning nature of Slytherin. Moments later, the tantalizing trio of spicy dishes and the infamous stinky fish appeared before Audrey. Yet, before she could take her first bite, the ghosts descended like a whirlwind. Wow, what a strong aroma! Oh, I can taste it now. Truly delightful. Even the typically reserved Ms. Gray floated down to savor the scent of the stinky fish. Audrey's lips twitched in frustration as her hands instinctively tightened around her chopsticks, snapping them cleanly in two. The steaming dishes were promptly transformed into cold dishes by the ghosts. The little snakes, hoping to snag a bite, immediately lost all interest. Had they not seen Miss Estrella nearly brought to tears by the chaos? Audrey, feeling utterly dejected, finished her meal and, before reaching the common room, was seized by unbearable abdominal pain. Her body, which had been healthy for 16 years, seemed to be succumbing to an upset stomach. It was hardly surprising. She had been enveloped in the ghost-chilling presence all day, and now her dinner consisted of cold dishes laden with oil and spice. Even her magically nurtured stomach could not withstand it. Could you all please give me some privacy? The iridescent forms of the ghosts, seeping through the partition, thoroughly vexed Audrey. Though the ghosts were considerate enough not to poke their heads through, the sheer number of them made it impossible for her to find relief. This is unbearable. I cannot endure this any longer. On her very first day at Hogwarts, she found herself tormented by ghosts to the brink of despair, a unique achievement indeed. With a determined heart and gritted teeth, Audrey cast a vanishing charm upon herself and bolted from the stall. With a swish, she vanished, leaving the ghosts in bewilderment. When she reappeared, she found herself in the headmaster's office. At that moment, old Dumbledore was immersed in reading a letter, a broad smile gracing his face, reminiscent of a young lad receiving a love letter from the school belle. Audrey, is that you? Dumbledore promptly tucked the letter away. Do you require my assistance? But upon seeing Audrey's tearful countenance, his heart sank. My child, what troubles you? Audrey, exuding an air of utmost grievance, looked more forlorn than when the Greys had vacated the Lestrange mansion. Professor Dumbledore, I am cold and hungry. I merely wish for a warm bite. Chapter 46, A Nighttime Stroll Through Hogwarts. Dumbledore, upon hearing Audrey's tale, was torn between laughter and sympathy. He had witnessed the scene of the ghosts surrounding Audrey during lunch and dinner, yet he had not anticipated the extent of distress it caused the young girl. Headmaster. Today I saw Professors Snape and McGonagall exorcising those ghosts. They stated it was within the professor's purview. Audrey gazed at Dumbledore with tear-filled eyes. Could you perhaps grant me that same authority? Dumbledore raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I am afraid that is beyond my power. This ancient magic was bestowed upon the castle by its four founders, and as headmaster, I am bound to abide by their established rules. He produced a large assortment of candies for Audrey, encouraging her to indulge as she pleased, then continued, unless you become a professor at Hogwarts, I cannot grant you this privilege. Otherwise Audrey's eyes twitched. Her plea had been in vain. I discovered that ghosts cannot enter the dormitories, is that correct? Indeed. Dumbledore affirmed. Except for the Fat Friar, Nearly Headless Nick, the Bloody Baron, and Ms. Gray, those four may access their respective common rooms. All other ghosts are barred from entering public lounges, and the dormitories, professors' offices, kitchens, and libraries are off-limits to all ghosts unless granted permission by a professor. Audrey nodded. I understand, Headmaster. Might you impose a ban on ghosts entering the Great Hall during mealtimes? Dumbledore nodded. Certainly, I will speak with the ghosts shortly, and I shall encourage them to refrain from bothering you. Audrey noted the headmaster's use of the word encourage. It was only natural. The ghosts respected the headmaster and professors, but should they choose not to listen, even the headmaster and professors were powerless against them. For they were part of the castle's very essence, remnants of Hogwarts past. Thus, it seemed that reliance on the headmaster to rid her of ghostly company would be futile. Well, I hope they heed your counsel, Professor Dumbledore, my child. You may call me Professor. Referring to me as headmaster feels rather distant. Very well, Professor Dumbledore, Audrey replied, her spirits considerably dampened, even her usual business smile failing to materialize. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Audrey. With a swish, Audrey vanished from the headmaster's office. Should I perhaps install an anti-house elf apparition device in my office? Dumbledore mused aloud, but then quickly dismissed the notion. But then I would have to clean the office myself. Never mind. Next time I'll just be more cautious when reading my letters. Audrey reappeared in her bedroom, scrutinizing her surroundings. Dumbledore had mentioned that the dormitory was a ghost-free zone, implying that some form of exorcising magic was at work. Thus she resolved to investigate further. If she could unravel the enchantments on the Great Hall's long table, there was no reason she could not decipher the ghost-repelling spell. The ancient magical echoes on her bedroom walls were plentiful, filled with unfamiliar runes, pathways, and nodes. After a lengthy examination, she found herself unable to discern any clarity and regretted not having accompanied Nick to learn these intricacies. Fortunately, her remarkable memory allowed her to imprint these echoes into her mind. Reflecting on Dumbledore's words that the professor's offices, kitchens, and libraries were also off-limits to ghosts, she decided to explore those areas. By comparing the magical echoes from various locations, she might discover the means to expel the ghosts. Adopting the qualities of an invisible beast, Audrey exited her room. At that moment, the common room was bustling with activity. The little snakes were either working on their assignments, engaged in wizardess chess, or gazing into the depths of the Black Lake. Audrey carefully maneuvered around them and left the Slytherin common room. Draco, did someone just leave? Pansy Parkinson inquired. Draco Malfoy, his head buried in his work, irritably replied, "Don't disturb me, Parkinson. Have you finished today's assignment?" Pansy stifled a laugh. "Why is our little Malfoy suddenly so diligent? Parkinson, did you not see in Charms class today? That mudblood from Gryffindor stole the limelight. We cannot allow that mudblood to continue basking in glory." Pansy was about to say more when a senior student interrupted. "Draco Malfoy, surely it's no trouble to interrupt you?" Draco lifted his head, only to be met by the fierce visage of a female student leaning toward him. Sister Arongnia. Draco recognized her as Arongnia Rowell, one of the Sacred 28, naturally acquainted with one another. "Is there something you need?" Arongnia cast a glance at Pansy, slightly raising her chin. The Parkinson family was no match for the Rowell family in strength. Yet Arongnia exuded an aura so commanding that the 11-year-old Pansy instinctively stood up and walked away. "Draco, do you understand why people in the academy have been ostracizing you these past few days?" "Why?" Malfoy was equally curious, perplexed as to why he, the son of a board member and a descendant of one of the Sacred 28, faced such disdain. "I heard you publicly declared Audrey Astory a street performer on the Hogwarts Express?" Without further elaboration, Draco instantly grasped the situation. Due to Audrey's considerable influence, many Slytherin students sought to align themselves with her. It was thus peculiar that Draco Malfoy, who had insulted her, would find favor in such a scenario. Everyone feared that by siding with Malfoy, they would incur Audrey's wrath. "Is that how it is?" The quill in Draco's hand rolled onto the parchment, leaving several ink blotches in its wake. "Do you wish to extricate yourself from this predicament?" Draco numbly turned to Arongnia and nodded. Arongnia revealed a triumphant smile and softly spoke, "It is quite simple. You merely need to tarnish Astory's reputation, and those individuals will no longer stand by her side. No one would invest in a tarnished mudblood." Her voice was soft and enticing, akin to the serpent in Eden, and you, Draco Malfoy, would thus be liberated from your plight, welcomed back into the fold. Audrey exited the common room, making her way to Snape's office. Why not use apparition? The first reason was that it could easily attract attention. The second was that since she was already out, she might as well explore Hogwarts, and besides, one could only apparate to places they had previously visited. As she walked, she encountered ghosts searching for her. Filch was diligently patrolling with Mrs. Norris. The Weasley twins were stealthily heading toward the kitchen. However, none of this concerned her. Arriving at Snape's office, located at the opposite end of the potions classroom corridor, Audrey meticulously studied the ancient magical echoes on the wall when suddenly, the door swung open, and Snape emerged. It seemed she had triggered some detection magic, alarming Snape. His eyes swept the corridor as he called out, "I know you are here. Come out at once. Do not compel me to seize you." Audrey remained unfazed. Through her glimpse into the future, she discerned that Snape was merely posturing. She continued to memorize the magical echoes on the wall, completely disregarding Snape's bluster. "I see you. I see you. Old bat, you deceiver." Audrey committed the runic patterns displayed by the magical echoes to memory, and quietly retreated from the corridor, soundlessly, as if, with my control over my body, if I made even the slightest noise while walking, I would consider myself defeated. Next stop, the kitchen. Chapter 47, The Hufflepuff Vault. Audrey departed the potions office, heading toward the kitchen. The original text indicated that one could find the kitchen by descending the stairs leading to the Hufflepuff common room. But the problem is, Audrey mused, I have no idea where the Hufflepuff common room is. It is often said that men and women differ in their sense of direction. But this is a flawed theory. Most men tend to remember the shapes of environmental objects, while most women focus on colors. Since shapes remain constant while colors frequently change, the discrepancy in perception leads women to believe they lack directional acuity compared to men. Unfortunately, Audrey's memory was also color-oriented. She wandered through all the staircases surrounding the Great Hall, but failed to locate the fabled fruit painting that opened the kitchen door. "George, is this enough food for us?" I think it's sufficient. We merely want to show Harry Hogwarts' vibrant nightlife, not throw a party. What do you think, Fred? Sounds reasonable. But it's a pity there's no alcohol. Why don't we ask Wood to lend us some? I know he secretly brought back a bottle of fire whiskey from Hogsmeade last year. We can visit Hogsmeade this year and return it to him then. But Harry will get drunk. So will we. Haha, then we'll all be late in the morning. What class do we have first thing tomorrow? Snape's potions. Oh. That's dreadful. Yes, we would only need to lose 10 points, but now it might be 50. 50 it is. Snape has already awarded Slytherin over 70 points today, as he strives for an 8th consecutive championship. You're right. With Snape giving points to Slytherin, our efforts are futile. Let them deduct points if they must. What do you call this? Lying flat. Oh George, I adore that phrase. Audrey's eyes lit up as she spotted Fred and George emerging from a door, laden with food. She playfully adjusted her voice to mimic Snape's. Weasley. This startled the twins, who looked around in confusion before dashing towards the Gryffindor common room. Blasted George, was that Snape? It sounded like him, but why didn't he come out to catch us? Who knows? It's truly maddening. I'd rather face Filch's detentions than Snape's. Forget it. Let's skip drinking today, or the point deductions will be too severe, and everyone will have a say about it. Indeed, point deductions are not frightening. What's terrifying is losing points without having any fun. Watching the twins scamper off, Audrey's mood brightened, dispelling her earlier frustration from being lost. Seeing the food they carried indicated that the door they had exited was indeed the entrance to the kitchen. Audrey entered through the doorway they had used and found herself on a staircase leading downward. Within minutes, she discovered the fruit oil painting. From her perspective, the pair depicted in the painting was the most concentrated area of ancient magical echoes. She tickled the pair, which giggled, twisted, and transformed into a green doorknob. With her invisibility cloak in place, she pushed the door open. The kitchen, situated directly beneath the Great Hall, was as expansive as the hall above, with 4 long tables arranged similarly to those in the Great Hall. The high ceiling and grand fireplace surrounded by gleaming copper pots and pans were bustling with house elves diligently preparing ingredients for the next day's breakfast. Upon noticing Audrey, one of the house elves quickly approached her, and soon a crowd of them gathered, eagerly asking, "What can we do for you, esteemed miss?" "Young master?" Momo stepped forward, addressing Audrey directly. "Is this the little master you often speak of, Momo?" the leading house elf asked in astonishment. Momo nodded. "Yes, this is my little master. The best little master." Oh, wow. "Dear miss, we often hear Momo speak of you. You are the most gracious, brilliant, gentle, and extraordinary young witch. Please allow us to serve you." Audrey smiled and shook her head. "No need. I am here to learn." Wow. Momo did not exaggerate. Your eagerness to learn indeed makes you the most remarkable young witch. Audrey felt a tinge of embarrassment as she spoke. "Please, do attend to your tasks. All I require is for Momo to accompany me." "Yes, my little master," Momo replied. "I am Audrey Astrea. You may call me Audrey." "Oh, how humble, Miss Astrea." "Miss Astrea?" A house elf suddenly froze. "Is she the singing Miss Astrea?" Audrey nodded, slightly puzzled. "Yes, that's me." "What is it?" "It is indeed Miss Audrey Astrea." The house elves erupted in cheers, realizing that Momo's little master was none other than Audrey Astrea. The leading house elf snapped his fingers, and music filled the entire Hogwarts kitchen. Specifically, the nursery rhyme "The Busy Little Bee," which Audrey had composed in 1990 for Charles Primary School. Indeed, the depiction of the little bee in this song was a reimagining through the lens of a house elf. Next time, if the opportunity arises, I shall help you record a version of The Busy Little Elf. This proclamation sent the little ones into a frenzy. They wept joyfully, exclaiming, "Miss Astrea is simply wonderful. How kind she is. We shall have our own song." Momo puffed out his small chest, brimming with pride. "See, I told you it was all true." Ignoring the exuberant house elves, Audrey began to observe the ancient magical echoes within the kitchen. Having already utilized the kitchen's delivery and communication functions in the Great Hall, she quickly discerned this aspect. Thus, aside from this, there remained other functions, which undoubtedly included the expulsion of ghosts. She wandered around the edges of the kitchen, memorizing as she went, until she arrived at the fireplace. This appears to be an entrance. Audrey noted something amiss, for the magical echo here bore a striking resemblance to that at the entrance to the headmaster's office. Numerous magical conduits converged upon a peculiar stone brick, setting it apart from the others. Curiously, Audrey tapped the stone. Instantly, the magical pathways responded, yet nothing happened. She tapped again and still, there was no reaction. Momo softly inquired, "Little master, can you also see the magical traces?" Audrey glanced at her and whispered, "A little, but please do not mention it to anyone." "Understood." Little master. Audrey continued to examine the stone brick, firmly convinced that it concealed the entrance to a hidden chamber. How might one unlock it? The kitchen and greenhouse were the domains of Helga Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff. Audrey's eyes lit up as if a thought had struck her. The method to access Hufflepuff's common room was to tap the bottom of a certain wooden barrel, wasn't it? She recalled that the tapping method was in rhythm with Helga Hufflepuff's cadence. Thus, she attempted to knock on the stone brick in that very rhythm. Indeed, the response of the magical pathways was entirely different from before. After 7 knocks, the entire fireplace began to tremble, with pots, cauldrons, and grates being pushed aside by the charred walls, which then shifted to reveal a vast entrance. Wow. Momo's eyes widened. This is the entrance to the legendary Lady Hufflepuff's vault. An older house elf exclaimed. Hufflepuff's vault? Audrey was momentarily astonished. But upon recalling that Salazar Slytherin had also left a vault at Hogwarts, she regarded it as quite natural. Miss Astrea. There is a prophecy that has been passed down among our house elves at Hogwarts. One day, a young wizard will find Hufflepuff's vault and inherit her legacy. To her surprise. You are that young wizard. Audrey sighed softly. She merely sought a method to expel ghosts, yet now found herself entangled in the inheritance of Hufflepuff's legacy. However, one does not turn down the opportunity to enter a founder's vault. After all, she was already here. Chapter 48, Father. Momo, come down, will you? After descending 4 or 5 steps, Audrey called back to Momo. Momo stood awkwardly, shaking his head. This is a trial set by Lady Hufflepuff for the little master. Momo cannot go down. Nodding slightly, Audrey turned and drew her wand, illuminating the tip as she ventured deeper. It was a long, winding corridor that seemed endless. The moss underfoot was slick, posing a risk of slipping at any moment. Why did these ancients have to dig the basement so deep? Audrey grumbled as she walked for several minutes, finally reaching a stone chamber. The chamber was as large as 2 transfiguration classrooms, and as soon as Audrey entered, lights ignited. Several unadorned stone pillars supported the grand space. Indeed, it was utterly unadorned. There were no decorations, no carvings, only a cauldron at the center of the room. The cauldron sat atop a pile of wood, and as Audrey approached, a line of golden text materialized before her. O Seeker, should you create a dish of satisfactory quality, you shall gain entry to my vault and acquire abundant knowledge. In the next moment, the projection of Hogwarts food storage appeared in the grand chamber. Goodness, a spatial translocation. Audrey felt indifferent towards the vault. If it proved too troublesome, she would simply leave. However, since she was already there, it would be remiss not to create something. She summoned eggs and tomatoes and with a few swift movements, casually prepared a tomato stir-fry. As the dish was completed, the golden text reappeared. Excellent creativity, perfect combination. Hufflepuff's knowledge vault is now open to you. Well, it was confirmed that ancient British cuisine was indeed rather dismal. The ingredients vanished from the room, and the spot where the cauldron had been now revealed a portal. A twisted oak doorframe, verdant leaves, and shimmering magical curtains awaited. Audrey stepped through, only to find that behind that door lay not a hidden chamber, but an expanse as vast as the universe, where she floated among the stars. A shooting star hurtled towards her at great speed. She attempted to evade it, but with no leverage, she could only watch helplessly as it struck her forehead. In the next moment, she felt as though her head were about to burst from the influx of knowledge. The overwhelming surge of information was too much for even her magically imbued body, having been steeped in magic for 16 years, to withstand. Within mere seconds, she succumbed to unconsciousness. It was unclear how long later that Audrey awoke to find herself lying on the dining table in the Hogwarts kitchen, surrounded by a group of concerned house elves gazing at her with worry. Little master, you are finally awake. Audrey sat up, rubbing her aching head. How long was I unconscious? It is already 11 o'clock, Miss Astrea. Would you like me to escort you back to your dormitory? No, Momo. Audrey shook her head, feeling capable enough. I have matters to attend to. I shall not return just yet. Very well, little master. I shall prepare your bed. Leaving the kitchen, Audrey made her way to the great hall, reflecting on the knowledge she had just acquired. The bulk of this newfound wisdom revolved around plant magic, domestic magic, and the culinary branch of domestic magic. While domestic and culinary magic bore similarities to contemporary practices, they were abundant and included many long-lost household spells. However, plant magic was genuinely ancient. Without a second magical conduit, it was exceedingly difficult to wield, and its power was vastly different. Plant magic, as it were, entailed the control of plant growth. To illustrate, one can nurture a seed to grow rapidly into a towering tree. Conversely, one may harness magical flora akin to the devil's snare. Audrey contemplated this, recognizing the formidable nature of such magic, capable of hastening potion maturation. Yet she found no use for it. After all, her aspiration was to lounge as a wealthy heiress atop a pile of Galleons, who would toil in the fields. With this thought, she approached the library's entrance. One might wonder how she so effortlessly located the library this time. The answer lies in the Hufflepuff heritage, which includes a map of Hogwarts. Although it lacked the ancient spells to control the castle itself, this map proved immensely beneficial to Audrey. Suddenly, Filch emerged from the library, heading straight for Audrey. She took a couple of steps back to allow him passage, their paths crossing without him noticing her. However, she was spotted by Mrs. Norris. Meow. Mrs. Norris circled around the invisible Audrey twice, prompting Filch to ask, "What's wrong, my dear?" "My dear?" Audrey was perplexed. What kind of endearment was that? Mrs. Norris meowed at Filch twice, and he stepped forward to cradle her in his arms, saying, "You must be exhausted. It's all right, we'll take another lap before heading back." Mrs. Norris's gaze trailed after Audrey as she slipped into the library, meowing anxiously. Filch, noting her fixation on the library, reassured her, "The one inside is Professor Quirrell. It's nothing to worry about, he's a professor." Filch hobbled away, murmuring softly, "But I think Professor Quirrell seems different this year. Rather peculiar." Audrey, oblivious to the exchange between Filch and Mrs. Norris, was uninterested, which led to her surprise encounter with Quirrell. Quirinus Quirrell emerged suddenly from behind a bookshelf, and Audrey found herself less than a meter away. Fortunately, her exceptional control over her body allowed her to pivot, extending her left foot to halt her momentum. Though a slight gust of wind was inevitably stirred up, how could there be a breeze in the library? Quirrell mused, perplexed. "Fool." A sharp voice echoed from behind Quirrell. "There's someone here." Startled, Audrey was about to flee when that piercing voice spoke again. "Is that my little snake?" Audrey froze, her heart racing. How could he know of her presence without seeing her? "There's no need to hide." Voldemort's voice softened. "I know you are here. It has been nearly a decade since we last met." Audrey turned to face him, releasing her polyjuice potion disguise invisibility, fully aware that even in this state, she was no match for him. "Indeed, it has been 10 years, she acknowledged, disregarding Quirrell's astonished expression, "My lord." Voldemort showed no surprise that she recognized him. After all, "my little snake" was his exclusive term of endearment for her. "No, child," he replied, his tone unexpectedly gentle to Quirrell's ears, despite being perceived as arrogant, mad, and fierce to those unfamiliar with him. "You need not refer to me as the Dark Lord. Did your mother not inform you? You are, in fact, my daughter." Feigning shock, she exclaimed, "What? You are? You are?" "Yes, I am your father." The revelation stunned Quirrell. Audrey's mind raced. Encountering Voldemort on the very first day of term was the worst possible scenario. He recognized her, which meant immediate danger was averted. Even if an ordinary student were to be caught, it would likely be dismissed as mere forgetfulness. Voldemort would not expose himself so soon. Yet the situation remained precarious. For Voldemort had long desired her to confront Dumbledore. What to do? What to do? If he commanded her to steal the Philosopher's Stone or procure unicorn blood, how would she manage? Unable to devise a plan, she resorted to theatrics to buy time. Adopting a melodramatic demeanor, she shook her head, stepping back in astonishment. "How can this be? If you are my father, then who is Rodolphus Lestrange?" "No. I refuse to believe it." "It is true, child. I am indeed your father. Were it not for our shared blood, I would not have recognized you so readily." Voldemort continued, "I know you have suffered greatly in recent years, even being cast out from the Lestrange estate by that traitorous Grey family. But fret not. What they have inflicted upon you, your father shall rectify." In an instant, Audrey grasped several crucial facts. First, Voldemort was aware of her expulsion by the Grey family. Second, he was oblivious to her alias, Audrey Astley, while she concealed herself in the Muggle world. Naturally, someone as arrogant as he would hardly concern himself with a Muggle celebrity. Audrey quickly concluded that maintaining the facade of a defiant daughter unwilling to accept her father's claims was most advantageous. "There's no need," she replied coolly. "The Grey family is of little consequence. I can handle them myself." "Such spirit!" Voldemort commended. "You are indeed my daughter." Her tone remained icy, laced with tremors. "Do you have further business? If not, I shall return to rest." Audrey portrayed a daughter who had been abandoned for over a decade, filled with resentment, grievance, and defiance. Her performance was at least an 8 out of 10. Such a frosty demeanor did not incite Voldemort's ire. Rather, he found her reaction entirely normal. Go on," he urged. "If you encounter difficulties at school, seek out Quirrell. He will assist you." "Understood." Audrey turned to leave but paused, her act far from complete. "What is the matter with your health?" A touch of concern could disarm Voldemort's defenses. Voldemort smiled. It is but a trifling matter, merely an accident. I shall recover swiftly. No need to worry, my dear. Audrey nodded, then once again concealed herself, vanishing into the library. My lord, Quirrell murmured, she truly is your daughter. Do you truly wish for me to assist her? Will such actions here not expose us? Humph, Voldemort scoffed, and Quirrell felt a sharp pain coursing through him, his muscles spasming as he gritted his teeth to suppress any sound. Voldemort's voice resonated. She is a vital piece in my game against Dumbledore. I have squandered a decade to foster a bond with her, and I must now make amends. Her power warrants my performance as a good father. She must become a weapon in my arsenal. Chapter 49. The Potion of Enchantment. Audrey cursed her misfortune as she exited the library, intending to disapparate back to her dormitory. Yet, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure stealthily traversing the first floor, pressed against the wall. Draco Malfoy? Audrey immediately pursued him, considering him her cousin. Being caught by Filch on the first day of term would hardly bode well. However, as she observed Draco twisting and turning, he unexpectedly arrived at Filch's office. What was he up to? Fearing he might get caught. Was he attempting to stir up trouble? Audrey was filled with confusion. Very well, let me give him a breather. Should Filch return unexpectedly, I can buy him some time. Standing in the corridor, Audrey's thoughts drifted. Encountering Voldemort so early had taken her by surprise. Reporting to Dumbledore? Only a fool would do such a thing. During their previous conversation, she had merely mentioned the intense dark magic surrounding Quirrell without revealing Voldemort's presence. She even elicited the best outcome that Dumbledore had advised her against meddling in. But now if she were to expose Voldemort to Old B, how would that differ from siding with Voldemort and opposing old Dumbledore? What she desired was neutrality. To refrain from assisting either party, and to distance herself from the whirlpool. As she pondered, Draco emerged from Filch's room, looking rather furtive. This lad, were he not a Malfoy, would undoubtedly be a Gryffindor. Sneaking into Filch's room to pilfer, I would W Hogwarts 6th brave. On the second day of the new term, Audrey arrived at the Great Hall, feeling quite disheartened. After returning home the previous night, she meticulously examined the ancient magical echoes in several locations. Although the library did not retain comprehensive records, it was largely accurate. Upon comparison, Audrey discovered that she had no means to ascertain which ley line was responsible for banishing phantoms. The magical conduits of Hogwarts were as chaotic as the tangled wires behind a computer in a techie-s abode. Attempting to identify the desired functional blocks through comparison was nothing short of Herculean. Good morning, Audrey. Upon raising her gaze, she saw Iselin and replied, Good morning, Iselin. Iselin seated herself 3 places away. It was necessary as Audrey, besieged by ghosts, exuded an unbearable chill. Did you sleep well last night? Iselin inquired. Having spent your first night in Hogwarts bed, you encountered no issues, I hope? Of course not. I am not one to be troubled by unfamiliar surroundings. The breakfast was rather bland, thus untainted by the ghost's influence, allowing Audrey a modicum of warm sustenance. Last night, Dumbledore had convened the resident ghosts of all 4 houses, expressing his desire for them to maintain a distance from Miss Audrey Astaire. However, the pure magical essence radiating from Audrey proved to be far more intoxicating to them than any drug is to an addict. How could their indulgence be curtailed by the mere words of an old man? Though it was merely September, Audrey felt as though she had arrived 3 months early to winter. She sighed deeply, realizing that she would henceforth have to dine in her dormitory, and would need to trouble Momo to deliver her meals directly. The number of students in the Great Hall was steadily increasing, with most having already arrived. At that moment, Quirrell began to pace between the 4 long tables. This is a new type of exorcism ritual I learned from the Japanese magical institutions. Quirrell stammered as he moved about, the strong scent of garlic compelling the students to cover their noses and mouths, severely detracting from their appetites. Fortunately, Professor Quirrell returned to the staff table after only 2 circuits, allowing the young wizards to collectively exhale in relief. Audrey did not even cast a glance at Quirrell. She was convinced that the polyjuice potion could not deceive Voldemort's perception. He had recognized her even while she was cloaked in invisibility. It mattered little. Exposing her identity to Voldemort was no different than revealing Hydras to Dumbledore. After all, in 3 years' time, she would be making her exit. Quirrell, having concluded his meal, hurried back to his office. The Master's fury was too intense for him to bear. Bursting into the office, he shut the door and activated the soundproofing charm. Voldemort's enraged voice immediately filled the room. Damn Gryffindor, that is my daughter, my pureblood daughter. How dare you force her to flee to the Muggle world to become a singer? At his behest, Quirrell had wandered the Great Hall in search of Hydras. None of the students bore the name Hydras Lestrange, although it was unclear how Hydras had deceived the book of admission. It was evident she had not used her true name. Thus, Voldemort wished to ascertain which student Hydras had transformed into. To his utter disbelief, the 16-year-old Muggle singer turned out to be his own daughter. This was an intolerable revelation for Voldemort. His daughter, the offspring of the great Dark Lord, was singing in the Muggle world, and the Greys, who had caused this calamity, must face annihilation. Master, Quirrell attempted to placate him. We should first acquire the Philosopher's Stone. He spoke cautiously. Once we possess the stone, and you have regained your body, the fate of the Greys will rest solely in your hands. No. Voldemort's fury was unquenchable. This weekend, I shall ensure the Greys become but a memory. All of them must die. Draco Malfoy felt a twinge of regret. Why had he so impulsively heeded Miss Rowell's suggestion, administering a love potion to Astaire, compelling her to pursue the aged and unattractive Filch, would indeed tarnish her reputation. The original text did not clarify how the love potion precisely caused the target to fall in love with someone. There are many speculations online regarding this matter. This narrative employs a method akin to the polyjuice potion, using a part of the target's body infused into the potion to achieve precise targeting. Indeed, he had included a strand of Filch's hair in the love potion. With a distracted gaze, he approached Audrey, his voice barely above a whisper. Astaire, I misspoke the other day. He extended a bottle of juice toward her. This is my apology. A fine serpent's scale fruit juice. Please accept it and forgive me. The serpent's scale fruit was a rare delicacy, found only within the realms of the erstwhile Marshland's 3 witches, celebrated for its sweetness and ability to invigorate the mind, making it highly sought after by wizards. Audrey smiled. How thoughtful of you. She had tasted serpent's scale fruit in her childhood, courtesy of Voldemort. The flavor was indeed delightful. Unscrewing the cap, Audrey took a whiff. Why does this juice taste like Galleons? Does Galleons even have a flavor? Having slept on a pile of Galleons for 5 years, Audrey could assure you it does. And with a decade of self-taught potion-making knowledge, a particular potion name immediately sprang to mind. The love potion. The scent of a love potion varies by individual. When people smell it, they perceive the aroma of their most beloved items. For instance, Harry detected a fragrance reminiscent of the flowers Ginny wore in the burrow, while Hermione caught whiffs of parchment, grass, and the scent of Ron's hair. Goodness gracious, my own cousin seeks to ensnare me. How foolish was I to have aided you last night? Wait a moment. Last night? Draco Malfoy indeed entered Filch's room. Blimey. Merlin, you wretched soul. Malfoy. How could you betray your own kind? The thought of nearly being compelled to pursue Filch sent shivers down Audrey's spine. Her expression turned cold, akin to the chilling air enveloping Malfoy as he stood beside her, savoring the ghost's icy breeze. It was a frigidness that dripped like ice water from head to toe. The likelihood of Draco Malfoy, a first year, possessing a love potion was exceedingly slim. Thus, he had been incited by someone else. Among all of Slytherin, there was only one person who openly opposed her. Audrey's gaze shifted towards the Slytherin table, where Aronia Rowell was indeed observing her intently. Perhaps a broken tooth will teach you a lesson. Very well. Let us repay her in kind. Chapter 50, Repaying in Kind. Malfoy, I am most grateful for your juice, Audrey said, smiling as she tightly recapped the juice bottle. However, I had my breakfast far too abundantly. It would have been better had you brought it before the meal. Oh, Draco stammered, the serpent's scale fruit is quite rare. It is not the same as the Muggle variety. You will surely enjoy it. You actually know about the Muggle serpent's scale fruit? How impressive. Faced with Audrey's flattery, Malfoy felt no joy whatsoever, merely managing a forced smile. Audrey continued, rest assured, I shall not squander it, Malfoy. Waving her hand, she turned to leave, while Draco relaxed. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions that revealed neither joy nor sorrow. He vigorously rubbed his arms, complaining, it's truly freezing. How does she endure it? The question reveals the power of Galleons. Audrey's attire is indeed of a high quality that withstands all climates. Upon exiting the great hall, Audrey snapped her fingers and appeared in the kitchen. Little master, she exclaimed, stroking Momo's small head, handing him a bottle of juice laced with a love potion, instructing him to mix it with milk and present it to Aronia Rowell. Very well, little master. Momo cared not for right or wrong. As long as it was the little master's command, he would comply. The little master was so magnificent that whatever she did was correct. The morning's lesson was ancient runes, and Audrey discovered that Nicola may indeed possess knowledge, though he had taught her for merely a month and a half. Her proficiency in runes had far surpassed that of her peers. Of course, This also pertained to her privileges as a time traveler, twofold soul, as the discerning would understand. Audrey listened to the morning lecture with remarkable ease. After class, she promptly submitted a request for exemption from the Ancient Runes course to Professor DADA, babbling. "Professor, I must complete a curriculum that would typically require my peers 5 years to finish within this academic year. Hence time is of the essence," Audrey implored sincerely, adding, "Moreover, I have already mastered the majority of the material under Professor Nicholmay's guidance during July and August." With an expectant expression, she inquired, "May I then be excused from attending Ancient Runes classes?" Professor babbling, with her large eyes rimmed with dark circles and long black hair cascading over her shoulders, regarded Audrey and spoke, her voice ethereal and melodic, "Then I shall need to assess your proficiency." She produced a thick tome, stating, "I shall flip to a random page. And you will translate it for me." Audrey shook her head. "This is the Book of Hieroglyphs, authored by Professor Nicholmay. Allow me to recite it to you." Professor babbling. Audrey successfully obtained the exemption from the Ancient Runes course. Although it consumed some time, she still managed to arrive in time for lunch. Yet, she had entirely forgotten about returning to her dormitory for a meal. She resolved to rectify that in the evening. "Audrey, did you know?" Iselin called to her from several seats away. "Senior Raoul has gone mad." Audrey looked on in astonishment. What has happened to her? She has suddenly embarked on a fervent pursuit of Mr. Filch. Iselin exclaimed, her expression one of horror. "It's terrifying. She even skipped Professor Snape's potions class this morning, clinging to Mr. Filch, insisting he become her boyfriend." Mr. Filch actually acquiesced. Salazar. Professor Snape deducted 2 points from Slytherin. This illustrates just how furious he is. "Wow." Audrey gasped, her mouth agape in apparent surprise. "She truly is a valiant seeker of true love." Iselin replied, "Huh?" Audrey chuckled. She must have discovered some undisclosed charm within Mr. Filch. Our illustrious star has concluded. Everyone possesses their own merits. When those merits are uncovered, even the most unyielding stone can transform into gold. Do not underestimate Mr. Filch. While Iselin found Audrey's reasoning somewhat valid, a sense of unease lingered. At the long table, Draco deliberately positioned himself at the far end, his gaze wandering, unwilling to meet Audrey's eyes. Blast it. Why did that love potion end up being consumed by Senior Raoul herself? This is not magic. But does hiding serve any purpose? The clutches of my cousin are not so easily escaped. After finishing his lunch, Draco found himself cornered by Audrey in the broom closet. "Draco Malfoy, do you know why I brought you here?" Draco lowered his head, too timid to speak. Audrey felt exasperated with her cousin. If she were to lecture him in her current guise, he might not absorb a single word. Sighing, Audrey dispelled her polyjuice potion transformation. "Draco, look at me and tell me who I am." Malfoy raised his head in astonishment, for Audrey's voice had changed. Yet upon seeing Hydras's true form, he was rendered speechless. Hydras. Audrey Astley was in fact his cousin Hydras Lestrange? Draco's mind became a tumult of confusion. "See, cousin." Draco lowered his head, pondering what he had done. "Draco, are you foolish?" Hydras grasped Draco's ear, forcing him to meet her gaze, her disappointment palpable. "As the future heir of the Malfoy family, how could you so easily allow others to use you as a pawn? Speak. What transpired?" Draco dared not conceal the truth, and recounted the events in detail. The memories of Hydras's childhood torment lingered vividly. He knew that defying her would indeed result in a swat on his backside. Not to mention, his father had already warned him. This woman was the daughter of that formidable man. Upon concluding Draco's narrative, Hydras inquired, "Have you considered the consequences if you had succeeded?" "Consequences? Wouldn't it simply tarnish your reputation?" Seeing Draco's bewildered expression, Hydras felt utterly exasperated. "Lucius, do you not teach your child? Failing even in that, it is no wonder you are deemed a mere measure of combat efficacy. Listen, Draco. If I were ensnared, the school would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. And your infiltration of Filch's office last night was not unnoticed." At this, Draco's complexion shifted. "I was seen? If that were to happen, I would suffer. And you would not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, the true instigator would remain at large, as you possess no evidence to implicate her as your instigator." Draco's mouth fell agape, for these were thoughts he had never entertained. He had spent an entire night devising countless methods to compel Audrey to consume the love potion, ultimately sacrificing serpent scale juice, which indicated he was not devoid of intelligence. However, he possessed merely a modicum of cleverness, devoid of greater wisdom. Yet Draco seemed to recall something. "But now that Senior Raoul has fallen victim, I will be implicated as well." Hydras shook her head. "Fear not. I shall take you to the headmaster to clarify the matter." The headmaster? Of course. Are you unaware? Every portrait within the castle serves as Dumbledore's eyes. Ah. Nothing can remain concealed from Dumbledore, unless one is invisible. Rather than waiting for him to confront you, it would be prudent to clarify matters proactively. After all, the instigator of this debacle is Arachnia herself. Oh, and by the way, Hydras reverted to her Audrey form. You are to keep my identity a secret. No more than 4 individuals in the entire school must know who I truly am. Should you dare expose my identity. Draco cast a timid glance at Audrey, resembling a recently adopted puppy, fearful and timid. How could I, cousin? You best remember that. Severus emerged from the headmaster's office with a thunderous expression. Draco Malfoy. That fool. Arachnia Rowell, that waste. Look at the mess you've created. Slytherin has been deducted 100 points. No, 102 points. He exhaled a deep, frustrated sigh. Detention. It must be detention. Yet, recalling Lucius and Narcissa's request for him to look after Draco, a wave of irritation surged within him. Ultimately, he settled on a punishment. Draco Malfoy, 1 month of detention. Arachnia Rowell, 1 academic year. Both of you such a burden. Was this still the cunning Slytherin? As for Audrey Astley, though she had reported Malfoy and Rowell, she was, after all, the victim. Severus Snape appeared to have an epiphany, suddenly exclaiming, Audrey Astrea upholds justice and exposes violations. Slytherin gains 50 points. With that, Snape hastily departed. Draco emerged from the headmaster's office, alone, having lost points. He surmised from Snape's expression that further repercussions awaited him. Nonetheless, this incident was behind him now. He felt a twinge of sorrow for a fleeting moment, only to be overtaken by joy. Who would have thought that Audrey Astrea was his very own cousin? Was this not more dazzling than claiming Lucius Malfoy as his father? Alas, it could not be made public. What a waste. What a profound waste indeed. Chapter 51. The Iron-Toothed and Copper-Mouthed Audrey. The hourglass representing Slytherin points fluctuated like a stock market, rising and falling, leaving the young wizards baffled. Yet classes must go on. In the following 2 days, Audrey was excused from astronomy, history of magic, and charms. Astronomy was a breeze for her due to her remarkable memory. She had long mastered the star charts. As for charms, being a direct disciple of Grindelwald endowed her with a combat prowess equivalent to 3 LUs, rendering her peers in 5th-year classrooms utterly outmatched. History of magic saw Professor Binns gravitating towards her the moment she entered, neglecting his emotionless readings, which led to Dumbledore enforcing her exemption. She had even wished to be excused from defense against the dark arts, but Quirrell would not allow it. Audrey sighed. This must surely be Voldemort's scheme. Yet Quirrell, with that fatherly gaze, what was that about? Friday arrived. After successfully evading Muggle studies, Audrey was intercepted by Harry Potter, Hermione Granger, and Ron Weasley outside the Great Hall. Audrey had been dining in her dormitory for 2 consecutive days, and today, unable to resist the invitation from Iselin, she had come, only to be halted by her 3 young admirers. Audrey, Harry exclaimed with excitement, Hagrid invited us to his hut this afternoon. Would you care to join us? Hermione added. Rubeus Hagrid is the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, the tall, bearded fellow you met at the beginning of term. Audrey was well aware of Hagrid. She had long desired to visit him, not merely because he was Hogwarts' hidden affluent figure, but primarily because she yearned to explore the Forbidden Forest and encounter magical creatures. However, her inherent laziness kept her from taking action. Now that she was invited by the trio, it seemed fortuitous. All right, what time? Around 3 o'clock. Upon hearing her agreement, the trio erupted with joy. Hermione had not been on the invitation list originally, but Ron, recognizing Audrey's apparent camaraderie with her, insisted on including her. Despite his deep-seated disdain for the arrogant, assertive academic, by a twist of fate, the 3 major figures found themselves united through Audrey. When the trio arrived at Hagrid's hut just 5 minutes shy of 3, Audrey was already waiting at the door. The pumpkins in the garden were thriving, a preparation for the upcoming Halloween 2 months hence, demonstrating Hagrid's considerable effort. A crossbow and a pair of rubber boots hung by the entrance. The bough was quite large, yet in Hagrid's hands, it appeared diminutive. Audrey greeted them, and Harry knocked on the wooden door. Hagrid cracked it open, revealing a face where the beard outnumbered the exposed skin. Wait a moment, Hagrid exclaimed, somewhat flustered, retreating to fetch Fong. Audrey observed with interest as Hagrid tugged at the collar of the timid dog Fong, opening the door wider to welcome them inside. The interior of the hut was far from luxurious, with ham and wildfowl hanging from the rafters and a pot of boiling water on the stove. Yet it brimmed with a homely atmosphere, albeit with an unpleasant odor. Hagrid released Fong, who immediately lunged towards Audrey. In the original universe, Fong had drenched Ron with slobber. But now in Fong's eyes, Ron evidently held little appeal. Fong bounded to Audrey, obediently sitting before her, tongue lolling, tail wagging like a propeller. His eyes gleaming with anticipation as he emitted a series of happy barks. "Oh, this is Miss Audrey Estria," Hagrid said, rubbing his large hands together. "I've never seen Fong take such a liking to anyone. Oh, and by the way, I really enjoy your songs, especially the Forest Dwellers. It's simply magnificent." Audrey patted Fong's head and scratched his chin, offering Hagrid a businesslike smile. "Thank you for the compliment, Hagrid." Harry promptly began introducing Hagrid to the others. "Hagrid. This is Ron." "Oh, another little brother from the Weasley family," Hagrid replied, pouring hot water into a teapot. "Your two brothers have been quite a handful. Sending them out of the Forbidden Forest has taken up too much of my energy." Ron chuckled awkwardly. Harry continued, "And this is Hermione. I've heard of you." Hagrid exclaimed with delight, placing rock cakes onto plates. "They say Gryffindor has produced a witch even more Ravenclaw than the Ravenclaws themselves. I bet Professor McGonagall is overjoyed. As she was just like that in her youth." Inviting everyone to sit down, Hagrid lamented, "It's a pity Audrey ended up in Slytherin." Ron's reaction was the most pronounced. He nodded vigorously, declaring, "Indeed, the Sorting Hat must have been befuddled. How could Audrey possibly be a Slytherin?" Hermione, concerned, asked Audrey, "No one is bullying you in Slytherin, right?" Audrey took a rock cake, took a hearty bite, and chewed as she replied, "Not really. My accomplishments in singing have allowed me to fare quite well." Hagrid slammed his thigh in indignation. "They merely wish to capitalize on your fame, those cunning little rascals." After swallowing the rock cake, which was somewhat hard yet pleasantly flavored, Audrey said, "Hagrid, I am still a Slytherin." "Oh, my apologies. I wasn't referring to you." The trio observed as Audrey crunched the rock cake, its delightful sweetness evident, prompting each of them to grab one as well. Hagrid beamed at their fondness for his rock cakes. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. What manner of cake was this? Was it truly made from rock? Crunch, crunch. As they witnessed Audrey showcasing another, they were left dumbfounded. Was this young lady made of iron and copper? "Why aren't you eating?" Hagrid urged warmly. "My rock cakes are delicious." Beyond the rock cakes, Hagrid's invitation proved remarkably successful. The conversation flowed joyously, with Hagrid referring to Filch as old rubbish, much to the delight of Harry and Ron. And when Hagrid learned that Miss Rowell had confessed her feelings to Filch, his face lit up with laughter. When the topic of Slytherin losing 102 points arose, Hagrid jubilantly danced about, completely oblivious to the fact that in just 2 days, Audrey had actually contributed 110 points to Slytherin. Naturally, when discussions shifted to Snape and the theft at Gringotts on July 31st, Hagrid remained firmly on Harry's side. Audrey chose to simply pet Fong, opting to remain silent. It was best not to engage in such main plot lines. "Hagrid, do you have any unicorn hair?" Hagrid nodded, "Of course. Those little darlings shed their hair every year. Could you spare some for me?" Audrey inquired. "I wish to knit a sweater." Hagrid stood up and, after rummaging through various containers, produced 2 large bundles of unicorn tail hair and some mane. "Here you go, Audrey. If you need more, just ask." Ron's eyes widened. That was unicorn tail hair. 10 galleons for a small pouch, containing only a pinch, yet here, Hagrid had entire bundles. Poverty constrained Ron's imagination, and in a state of shock he instinctively gulped down the tea before him, predictably scalding his throat. Just before leaving, Hagrid was taken aback when Audrey suddenly spoke. "As a token of gratitude for your unicorn hair, I shall assist your pumpkin in growing larger." Pumpkin? Everyone was left in a state of confusion. Yet Audrey had already begun to brandish her wand. This was her inaugural use of the ancient magic inherited from Hufflepuff. A form of plant magic. She felt her second magical circuit pulsating with extraordinary activity, her magical energy flowing within her like quicksilver. Beneath the twinkling starlight, the pumpkins in the small garden grew at an astonishing rate, expanding larger and larger. "Oh, how marvelous!" Hagrid exclaimed. "I thought this year's pumpkins were underperforming, and that the pumpkin carriage was a lost cause, but it seems it will break records." Audrey ceased her spellcasting. The largest pumpkin had grown to the height of Hagrid's belly, and intriguingly, these pumpkins were still far from ripe, showcasing a youthful green in harmony with the season. "Is this transfiguration?" Harry inquired. "No, this is not transfiguration," Hermione exclaimed in awe. "Merlin's beard. Godric above." Hagrid was utterly astonished. "What sort of magic is this? I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. It is said that only Lady Hufflepuff could accelerate plant growth. Audrey, you must join Hufflepuff." Audrey merely smiled and replied, "Don't forget to fertilize, Hagrid," as she waved goodbye to the others. "I must take my leave. Farewell, everyone." No sooner had she spoken than she vanished from sight. Oh. Harry, Ron lamented. Why didn't she come back with us? Are you daft? Hermione shot Ron a disapproving glance. Audrey is in Slytherin. It wouldn't be advantageous for her to be seen mingling with us Gryffindors. Ron pouted. Only you can think that. You're so clever. That annoying girl. Has Audrey returned to the castle? No, adhering to the spirit of exploration. How could she resist meandering through the Forbidden Forest? If she came specifically to explore, she might not be motivated to do so. But now, magical creatures, reveal to me your extraordinary traits. Chapter 52. The Encounter in Hogsmeade. Audrey fled in disarray. In her imagination, she envisioned herself like a Disney princess, seated upon the grass with magical creatures encircling her, birds chirping and squirrels chattering. However, reality was starkly different. The magical creatures did gather around her, but the screeches of the vile bird and the incessant probing of a niffler were utterly unbearable. Fortunately, she managed to acquire a wealth of unique traits from the magical creatures. Unicorn. An immense reservoir of magical power. Imagine being a wand yourself, how formidable that would be. However, the ability to discern virgins. Well, that was quite delicate. Acromantula. Please call me Audrey Gwyn Astrea. She attempted to traverse the forest using spider silk, and indeed, that sensation was exhilarating. If she ever found herself in dire straits, she could always regurgitate some venom as an emergency measure. Niffler. Mom will no longer need to worry about me finding treasures. Vile bird. Others sing for money, you sing for your life. Not that it would come to that, but it would drive one mad. Tree guardian. No comment. She had initially intended to search for the Guardian's vaults in Hogwarts Legacy, but the Forbidden Forest was vast, and she feared it would be impossible to find them in a short time. Upon returning to her dormitory, Momo had already prepared her bed. Lifting the covers, she discovered a layer of gleaming gold coins neatly arranged, magically secured to the sheets to prevent them from being uncomfortable during her slumber. Momo, you truly know what I appreciate. The weekend rolled around, and early in the morning, Izarine Windsor came to find Audrey, declaring that they could visit Hogsmeade today. To be frank, Audrey had no desire to go. Wasn't it merely shopping? Wouldn't sleeping be a far better use of her time? She had even planned to spend the entire day in her dormitory. After all, Momo would bring her meals. She wouldn't even need to leave her bed. However, unable to resist Izarine's enthusiastic invitation, Audrey reluctantly donned her attire and exited the common room. Just before the ghosts could surround her, she vanished with a swish of her wand. Mrs. Grey, we must protest to Dumbledore. How could he grant apparition rights to a mere wizard? Bloodman Barlow, you are right. Mrs. Grey, you shut your mouth. Hogsmeade, the only village in Britain entirely inhabited by wizards, was quite popular among them. Audrey seriously suspected that Hogwarts students were drawn to this place in order to experience the thrill of casting spells beyond the school's confines. Passing through the tall, leaf-shaped stone archway, Audrey and Izarine entered the village hand in hand. It was the liveliest day in Hogsmeade, with pairs of little witches and wizards visible everywhere. Audrey found it hard to muster any enthusiasm. The shops here were largely indistinguishable from those in Diagon Alley. If one grew weary of Diagon Alley, at least one could seek excitement in Nocturne Alley, or take a nap in Gringotts Vault. But here, it was all rather lackluster. Audrey, let us visit Madame Putafoot's tea shop, Izarine suggested, blushing slightly. I've heard their tea is delightful. I've never been there. Audrey blinked. Do not underestimate my knowledge of the magical world. That tea shop is clearly a rendezvous point for couples. Just as Audrey was about to speak, a voice rang out from behind her. Miss Audrey Astrea, you have kept me waiting for far too long. Cold and unyielding. Audrey turned to see a man with half his face concealed by a mask. After 5 years he had aged considerably. The half of his face that was visible was lined with wrinkles, and what had once been a plump cheek was now skin stretched over bone. Bodgry, Izarine, you go ahead. I need to speak with this gentleman. Audrey smiled as she gently pushed Izarine away, turning to face Bodgry with composure. Sir, who are you? I believe we have never met. Indeed not, miss, he replied, his years of service as a butler lending him an undeniable air of sophistication. He bowed slightly, his manners impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. However, I have long admired you, and thus, I have come to invite Miss Astrea to my home as a guest. Audrey replied with a smile. You may find yourself disappointed. I must complete 5 years of coursework within the year, leaving me no free time. Though I may be in Hogsmeade now, I will certainly pay the price of staying up late tonight. Bodgry chuckled lightly. Last time, my subordinate failed to apprehend you. But now I come personally to request, and I hope you will grant me some small favor. Audrey's pupils constricted. Water snake's Fong. So it is you, Bodgry, who has been impersonating my name. What had begun as a mere suspicion was now confirmed. Drawing her wand, Audrey wasted no time in casting the stunning spell. Bodgri deflected the spell with his wand, and upon sensing the strength of Audrey's attack, nodded repeatedly. No wonder my subordinates had no means to contend with a new student who entered at the age of 16. Bodgri retaliated with 2 bursts of magical energy. Protego. The memories of being severely beaten by him 5 years ago flooded back, igniting a fire of fury within Audrey. Tapping into her unicorn traits, she launched an all-out assault. Reducto. Expelliarmus. Bodgri deflected the first spell, his brow furrowing. The force of this girl's magic was overwhelmingly strong, more than double what it had been moments ago. As the second spell approached, Bodgri was compelled to defend himself earnestly. Protego. With a flick of her wand, Audrey cast Leviosa. This spell, once popular a century ago and related to Wingardium Leviosa, could affect living beings, and was even more potent. However, it was a spell that could easily injure an unwary young witch and had gradually fallen out of favor at school. At this moment, Audrey's actions completely caught Bode off guard. Even with the ironclad charm shielding him, he was swiftly propelled into the air. Audrey was aware of his proficiency in flight magic, and without hesitation, she flicked her wand downward, uttering Descendo. Bode plummeted toward the ground as if yanked fiercely by an unseen force. This combination of spells was one of Audrey's favorites from her past life while playing Hogwarts Legacy. However, Bode merely tapped his wand, negating his fall, and found himself suspended 3 feet above the ground. Remarkable talent, he squinted, but far too reckless. It requires taming. Infinite ice. This spell, which Audrey had encountered before, had nearly frozen her when she had transformed into a dragon. With no other choice, Audrey conjured a fire shield, even though it might reveal her connection to Grindelwald. It was a lesser evil than being recognized in her dragon form. Bode's brow furrowed. Did this girl have ties to Grindelwald? Considering the unique relationship between a 16-year-old newcomer and ancient magic, a sense of urgency gripped him. Grindelwald. Do you also covet ancient magic? The infinite ice and fire shield were at an impasse. Yet, Audrey began to realize that her magical strength and total magical capacity were inferior to Bode's. The cold was steadily compressing the blue flames, encroaching upon her. With a vigorous flick of her wand, the cobblestone ground morphed into stone spikes, lunging toward Bode. He leapt back, restoring the spikes with a mere flick of his wand. However, this brief delay allowed Audrey to turn and flee. Before escaping, she transformed her fire shield into a fire dragon that soared toward Hogwarts Castle. Fantôme apparition. She hadn't yet mastered the wizarding version of apparition. The house elf variant made too much noise, easily linking Audrey to Hydras. Moreover, she wasn't attempting to flee. She had a counterattack plan. Target, the Juniper and Mushroom Shop. This establishment sold magical plants and seeds. Do not underestimate Hufflepuff's botanical magic. It was indeed a legitimate form of ancient magic. Chapter 53. The Botanical Battle with Bode. Bode Grey levitated and quickly pursued her. Audrey's wand danced as a torrent of flames surged toward him. Such an assault evidently had no effect on Bode, who dispersed the fire with a wave of his wand, only to see Audrey dart into an alleyway to the right. The commotion had already drawn the attention of other wizards, who began to gather, uncertain whether to spectate or assist. Bode Grey was furiously agitated. He needed to capture Audrey swiftly, for the opportunity would soon vanish. He had not anticipated that the newcomer, Audrey Aster, would prove so tenacious. As he chased her, Bode's ferocity escalated. He whipped his wand, conjuring multiple ice blades that sliced through the air at remarkable speed. If she had remained under the protection of the fire shield, she might have withstood 1 or 2. But this foolish girl had dispelled it herself. Now she would pay the price. As long as she was alive, enduring injury would suffice. The ice blades glimmered with a brilliant blue light as they struck Audrey's leg. Yet to his dismay no blood was shed. She collapsed to the ground, motionless. A sense of dread washed over Bode as he pointed his wand at her. In an instant, Audrey transformed into a shattered wooden barrel. Transfiguration. Bode Grey swiftly turned, brandishing his wand menacingly at the gathered wizards. If they obstructed him further, he would not hesitate to carve a bloody path through them. That is the wanted criminal Bode Grey, a cold-blooded dark wizard. Run. He truly was capable of murder. Someone call the constable. Is there a hit wizard here? An aura will do. The crowd of wizards, young and old, recoiled in fear. A century ago, when trolls had attacked Hogsmeade, every wizard had brandished their wands in defiance. Yet now, as a wanted criminal chased a young girl, not a soul stepped forward to intervene. As time passed, the courage of wizards had waned, and their magical prowess was no longer what it once was. At this rate, it was merely a matter of time before wizards vanished from the world. It was a harsh reality, But this was the state of the wizarding community. Audrey was not in this direction. She must be elsewhere. Bode Grey quickly retraced his steps. His pace swift as he returned to the intersection where he had lost her. He needed to act decisively. They were too close to Hogwarts. He could handle one professor, but against a multitude he might not stand a chance. If Dumbledore arrived, he would be in grave trouble. Have you seen Audrey Aster? Bode casually seized a third-year Ravenclaw student, inquiring. The half-mask he wore, combined with his menacing expression and aura of a dark wizard, terrified the young wizard, who stammered, I just arrived. I haven't seen her. Bode shoved him aside and approached another young wizard, who recoiled and shook his head vigorously. He was a Hufflepuff. Are you looking for me? Audrey suddenly called out from the street, her voice ringing clear. If you want to catch me, then come and follow. With that, Audrey turned and dashed toward the outskirts of Hogsmeade. Bode quickly followed, his patience wearing thin as he resorted to the same tactic. Ice blades materialized once more. But how could the real Audrey compare to a transfigured object? Audrey was astonishingly agile, skillfully evading the ice blades without losing her momentum, even finding moments to counterattack. The chase continued until they finally exited Hogsmeade. They found themselves in a grassy expanse on the mountainside. Although the chill of September had begun to settle over Hogsmeade, the grass here remained lush and green. Audrey halted not because Bode was faster than her. After all, in her dragon form or as a nocturnal steed, she could surely outpace him, but because she had arrived at her destination. Aster, why have you stopped running? Bode Grey's smile was ominous. This girl had caused him far too much trouble. If he weren't relying on her to decipher the ancient magic ruins, he would have already struck her down with a bolt of lightning. Sir, I have no idea who you are, yet you relentlessly pursue me. Isn't that a bit excessive? Bode scoffed. I graciously invited you to my abode, and it was you who initiated hostilities. Audrey appeared unperturbed, her hands clasped behind her back as she smiled brightly. But you are the leader of kidnappers. Shouldn't I resist? Who says this is kidnapping? Bode retorted, completely oblivious to the plants behind him beginning to grow wildly. I simply extend an invitation to Miss Aster for a grand undertaking. Audrey shrugged. You haven't even informed me what this grand undertaking entails. Yet you're so hastily intent on abducting me. How can I possibly trust you? Bode's expression hardened. Stop the banter. Will you come with me or not? Don't force my hand. But will you truly resort to violence? I merely wish to know how you plan to deal with my little darlings. Bode Grey was utterly bewildered as he watched Audrey beckon with her hand. A cacophony of hissing and snapping sounded behind him. Whipping around, he was met with a terrifying sight. Countless robust devil's snare tendrils lunged toward him, resembling a small vessel encountering the oceanic leviathan, the kraken. Moreover, massive Chinese chomping cabbages, comparable in size to wagon wheels, opened their gaping maws to leap at Bode Grey. A single bite could spell either death or grievous injury. The devil's snare and Chinese chomping cabbages were not inherently formidable. Yet under the influence of Hufflepuff's ancient botanical magic, they now possessed a power akin to a legion of 5x. Bode Grey's visage was clouded with darkness. This Astrea had already begun to master ancient magic. If she were not subdued soon, he feared he would be unable to control her once she matured. The crux of the matter was that this wretched girl was cunning and had lured him to the shaded side of the mountain, where sunlight could not penetrate. Empowered by ancient magic, the devil's net could now operate freely. From the very beginning, she had been laying traps. She had diverted his attention with a wooden barrel, while she herself had likely gone to the shop for honeysuckle and mushrooms. Since that store lay directly in the direction of her true escape, Bode clicked his tongue, and the fierce winds surged beneath him, lifting him into the air. Should he become ensnared by such a vast expanse of the devil's net, no amount of roaring flames or fluorescent spells would suffice. And though the Chinese biting cabbage appeared fearsome, as long as he could soar above, these leaping plants could not reach him. Yet Audrey had anticipated this. With a swift motion of her hand, the tendrils of the devil's net surged upward, descending upon Bode with crushing force, compelling him to return to the ground. Under the enhancement of ancient magic, the devil's net could unleash an astonishing speed. The Chinese biting cabbages leapt into the air, 2 to 3 meters high, a trivial feat for their fortified forms. Bode dodged and swerved, but at last one cabbage successfully ambushed him, biting into his backside. In an instant, blood and flesh were scattered. Bode let out a cry of pain, and immediately, more cabbages lunged at him. The tendrils of the devil's net, which had just risen, now descended upon him like a tidal wave. Audrey caressed her wand, watching as Bode was engulfed by the devil's net. She smiled faintly. Could it be that Bode Grey would not perish from this? Suddenly, a flash of lightning flickered in the sky, followed by several bolts of thunder, as thick as serpents, striking down upon the devil's net. The The once formidable net was instantly obliterated, its juices splattering, charred and lifeless. Amidst the lightning, a deep crimson beam shot forth, striking the unsuspecting Audrey directly. A piercing pain coursed through her body. She collapsed to her knees, for this was the Cruciatus curse. As the lightning faded, the devil's net had long since been annihilated, and the Chinese biting cabbages lay cooked and lifeless. Bode Grey emerged, a pitiful sight, his body riddled with wounds, blood streaming freely, and his clothing in tatters. Half of his mask had been shattered, revealing a visage as terrifying as a skull on the left side of his face. "You little wretch." Bode Grey seethed with rage, the tip of his wand flickering with red light. "I have shown you mercy at every turn. How dare you? How dare you?" Audrey, gritting her teeth against the pain, lifted her head. "What is there to fear? Since you are my enemy, should I not resort to every means possible?" She forced a smile, though it appeared grotesque amid her convulsions. Yet she smiled, provoking a chill within Bode. "Sir," she trembled. "Though I know not who you are, I know you are nearing death." Bode scoffed. "Empty bravado." Suddenly he felt a tightening around his foot. Looking down, he saw a vine emerging from the corpse of the devil's net, ensnaring him. This vine was evidently not part of the devil's net. Poisonous tendril. Bode gasped in horror. Before he could wave his wand, the sharp spike of the tendril had pierced his skin. Ah! The poison was lethal. Professor McGonagall's husband, Ephesus Unquilt, had perished from a bite of the poisonous tendril. Thus it was classified as a Class C contraband item. The fact that Audrey could procure such a thing from the honeysuckle and mushroom shop indicated that the shopkeeper was no reputable merchant. Bode's fury surged. He had been outwitted by a Muggle freshman. In a fit of rage he lost all reason, wishing only for Audrey's demise. Avada Kedavra. A thick column of green light shot toward Audrey. She faced the oncoming green light without fear, merely shaking her head slightly. Those who have faced death once fear it no more. It was simply a regret that she had not yet fully savored life. Chapter 54. Audrey's Guardian Squad. The green light surged toward Audrey. However, Bode Grey immediately regretted his action. If Audrey were to perish, his ambitions regarding ancient magic would vanish into thin air. Yet, a blue light sliced through the air, transforming before Audrey into a splendid, shimmering shield that deflected the killing curse. Following the path of the blue light, an elderly man in a purple robe with a white beard was seen gazing in their direction. Audrey smiled, this time genuinely. It was not in vain that she had transformed her fire shield into a fire dragon to alert the headmaster. "Albus Dumbledore, you old man, have finally arrived." Meanwhile, in Hogsmeade Village, Isel and Windsor had arrived at the scene with Severus Snape and Professor McGonagall, all pointing at the spot where the thunder had struck moments ago. Sizzle, sizzle. The two heads of houses apparat near the battlefield in succession. Bode Grey's complexion turned ashen as he cursed under his breath. He made a swift decision, waving his wand to sever the leg ensnared by the poisonous tendril entirely. With a sizzling sound, he had come in brashness but retreated with decisiveness, akin to a lizard shedding its tail. Dumbledore flashed to Audrey's side, instructing her to lie back, his voice urgent. "Child, how are you?" He deeply regretted having allowed this child to depart the school alone, despite having been forewarned by Gale of the mortal danger she would face. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Audrey's voice quivered. She had nearly perished. Dumbledore sighed, "Fear not, it shall not happen again." He produced a piece of chocolate, placing it in her mouth. "Eat this, it will alleviate some of the pain." Audrey, well versed in potion making, recognized that the old man had infused it with the elixir of life. It mattered not, if sleep was to be her fate. She knew that old Dumbledore would not harm her. With that thought, Audrey closed her eyes. Snape and McGonagall approached, surveying the remnants of the battlefield with astonishment. The massive, formidable devil's net and the now-cooked chunks of thunder-roasted cabbage were beyond their wildest imaginations. Even more astonishing was the sight of the grass within a radius of 400 to 500 meters, now withered and presenting a scene of desolation. Poisonous tendril. Professor McGonagall observed the tendril dancing in the wind, seemingly reveling in its victory, twisting and writhing. Yet, to McGonagall, this creature was one of the principal architects of her tragic fate, and its boastful demeanor filled her with discontent. A lifetime of solitude erupted within her at that moment. "Flames!" Snape exclaimed, quickly restraining Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, such a large poisonous tendril is exceedingly rare. Do you know how much a single leaf of a poisonous tendril is worth? 10 galleons. This massive tendril is worth at least 3 years of our salaries." McGonagall, her face stern, ignored him but did lower her wand, turning to approach Audrey and Dumbledore. "Albus, how is Audrey?" "The child has fallen victim to the Cruciatus curse," Dumbledore replied, gazing at the now slumbering Audrey. "I have allowed her to rest for a while. We must take her to Madame Pomfrey. Madame Pomfrey, the chief healer at Hogwarts, was currently the only known healer. Oh, Godric above. McGonagall gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Who would dare cast an unforgivable curse on a child? This is utterly monstrous. Bodgrey. In truth, Audrey sustained little injury. Her time under the Cruciatus curse had been brief, and after a nap and a dose of a bitter calming potion, she lay in the infirmary for a day before being released by Madame Pomfrey. On Monday morning, the Ancient Runes class was scheduled, but Audrey had already secured an exemption by showcasing her literary prowess to Professor Babbage, allowing her to luxuriate in her dormitory for an extended period. She had intended to enjoy her lunch in the comfort of her room, but was interrupted by a knock on her door from the head girl, Gemma Farley. Audrey, are you awake? Audrey tumbled out of bed, her nightgown instantly transforming into her Slytherin robes. Oh, it's you, Gemma, Audrey said as she opened the door. What brings you here? Audrey, Gemma exclaimed, her face radiating joy. I'm so relieved to see you're all right. We were all so worried about you. Such enthusiasm, Shirley. You can't be a genuine Slytherin. Audrey teased. I'm fine. Madame Pomfrey is exceptionally skilled, she replied. Gemma seized Audrey's hand, pulling her towards the great hall. You must make an appearance to put everyone's minds at ease. Audrey was genuinely reluctant to go to the hall. There. She could neither order spicy dishes nor anything that might offend her sensibilities, lest the ghosts transform even the hottest meals into cold offerings. The very thought of consuming food that had been licked by ghosts was revolting. Nevertheless, with Gemma personally inviting her, she felt obliged to comply. Upon her reluctant arrival at the Great Hall, she was met with applause from the 4 house tables. Audrey was momentarily taken aback. Audrey Estrelle. She is a true hero. To protect her classmates, she single-handedly diverted a dark wizard. How brave. We commend you, Audrey Estrelle. A Hufflepuff student approached her with excitement. Thank you, Audrey. You saved me on Saturday. Audrey was perplexed. She had merely followed the plan to lure Gray away, and he had let the chubby girl go by mere coincidence. She glanced towards the staff table, where old Professor McGonagall nodded slightly, her eyes crinkling in delight as she clapped rhythmically. So it was you orchestrating this, you old codger. You put me on the spot. Yet here you are clapping. Audrey, the Hufflepuff girl continued. I'm Daphnis Banser, a third-year Hufflepuff. If you ever need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. You're too kind, Audrey replied with a businesslike smile. Isn't it only natural to help a fellow student? This remark drew another round of applause. Professor Snape's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Audrey Estrelle successfully saved a classmate from the Dark Wizard. Slytherin earns 50 points. Audrey McGonagall. The other 3 houses. Goodness, have you mastered the art of point accumulation? The jubilant atmosphere in the hall diminished significantly. Returning to the Slytherin table, Audrey faced not only her fellow students but also the ghosts. Audrey, I've missed you terribly, exclaimed the fat friar. Thank you. I can't say the same for you. Neither can I, chimed nearly headless Nick. Keep your distance. This is the Slytherin table, declared the bloody baron. I wasn't referring to you, Helena. Dumbledore waved his wand, activating the ghost expulsion charm, causing the specters to be pulled towards the walls by an unseen force. Dumbledore. You can't. The world suddenly grew quieter, and Audrey sighed with relief, casting a glare at Dumbledore. If you did this at every meal, I wouldn't have to hide in my dormitory. Are you certain? Eteline ormelig bekonede Audrey tog sit beside her. You don't know Audrey. I was terrified at the time. Audrey smiled. I must thank you for fetching the professors. Etheline smiled back. When you pushed me away, I sensed something was amiss. That person was clearly no good. Fortunately, I knew where Professor McGonagall's house in Hogsmeade was, and she happened to be home. And Professor Snape? Etheline chuckled. That's a secret. With the ghosts no longer a nuisance, Audrey confidently ordered a plethora of spicy dishes, relishing her meal. Have you heard? A 7th-year Slytherin student remarked to his companions across from Audrey. The Grey family was attacked yesterday. Over 30 of them were killed. What happened? Who did it? Unknown. The assailant was quite powerful, and the Grey family had no chance to retaliate. Serves them right. The Bode Grey family deserves it. Bang. A 6th or 7th-year Slytherin student slammed his hand down on the table, glaring fiercely at the speaker. Bode Grey has long been expelled from the Grey family. His actions have nothing to do with them. Alan Ash, I'm talking about the Grey family. Why are you so worked up? Alan Ash's face turned crimson. Thomas Dawson. You should just keep quiet. With that, he turned and strode away. Thomas Dawson, bewildered, turned to his friend. Is he out of his mind? The nearby Slytherin student sighed dramatically. Alan Ash's mother was a Grey. She returned to Grey Manor yesterday and was murdered. Audrey. This brief altercation stirred no tempest within Audrey's heart. She was merely curious about whom the Grey family had offended besides her. How tragic. May they find peace in the afterlife. Though it was a grim tragedy, why did she feel a tinge of satisfaction? Surely, she couldn't be the villain? As Audrey pondered these thoughts, Dalkea Kexley suddenly stood up, his voice booming enough for the entire hall to hear. Miss Audrey Estrell is our Slytherin flower. But she is evidently in peril. Slytherin flower? Audrey had not anticipated that she would one day be referred to as a flower. As her classmates. I believe we must protect her, he declared. Thus, I propose the formation of an Audrey Protection Squad. His proposal was met with unanimous approval from Slytherin. With all the boys and half the girls raising their hands, Audrey buried her face in her hand, feeling utterly exasperated. A protection squad? You lot are nothing but pathetic. If it weren't for the sake of maintaining my reputation, I could easily feed you all to the Chinese chomping cabbage. Dalkea beamed with satisfaction. Audrey Estrell was proving to be exceedingly useful for him, effortlessly boosting his own prestige. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor table erupted in commotion. George Weasley, we too? In Gryffindor shall establish an Audrey Protection Squad. Who else with me? Fred. I'm the first to sign up. Ron. Me. With the Weasley brothers leading the charge, Gryffindor quickly gathered followers. My goodness, what is happening? Daphne Spencer stood up. We too, in Hufflepuff, shall have an Audrey Protection Squad. Even if it's just me, I will protect Audrey. Audrey sighed. You might want to reconsider what you just said, little girl. You're quaking in your boots at the mere thought of Bode. And yet you claim you'll protect me? At that moment, the handsome Cedric Diggory stood up. We won't let you fight alone, Daphne. Count me in. Audrey felt utterly mortified, wishing to hide beneath the table. Do you see? At the staff table, Dumbledore was grinning like a fool. Had she truly been 16 and still possessed a hint of youthful exuberance, perhaps she would have felt a flicker of joy. However, with the sum of her past and present lives, she was older than even Snape. This is unbearable. And what of Ravenclaw? Surely they would maintain their composure and not engage in such frivolity like the other three houses? Yet Penelope Clearwater stood up, making Audrey's heart skip a beat. The initiators from the other houses were merely ordinary students, but why was it that Ravenclaw sent forth their head girl? I believe that the protection of Miss Astrea cannot be haphazard or chaotic. The individual efforts of each house would yield no significant effect. With a wave of her hand, I propose the establishment of the Audrey Guard Corps, thereby fostering collaboration among the four houses, which would indeed be the optimal solution. The Ravenclaw long table erupted in applause. Gryffindor quickly joined in, followed by Hufflepuff. The Slytherins hesitated for a moment before they too began to clap. Dumbledore smiled and remarked, Look, our four houses have finally united. What a wonderful thing this is. His voice reached Audrey's ears. She turned her head and shot Dumbledore a fierce glare, only to suddenly realize that one individual was conspicuously absent from the staff table. Chapter 55, The Forbidden Forest, Tears of the Phoenix. Quirrell was not present among the staff. Logically, prior to Halloween, Quirrell's body should have been resilient enough to withstand Voldemort's possession. His absence was indeed rather suspicious. Wait a moment. Audrey seemed to grasp something. The 30 lives of the Grey family could not possibly have been extinguished by the Dark Lord, could they? Wasn't he devoid of love? Would he truly stand up for his daughter? Such a characterization was utterly implausible. She pondered deeply and finally unraveled her thoughts. Voldemort first confirmed that his daughter was at Hogwarts within the library. He then ascertained that his daughter was masquerading under the name Audrey Estrella. Given that Audrey was a globally renowned star in the Muggle world, it would be intolerable for Voldemort to accept that his daughter was performing for Muggles. Audrey was unsure if her reasoning was correct, but she found the logic rather coherent. Enraged, Voldemort sought to annihilate the Grey family, yet he had overestimated Quirrell's physical endurance. Thus, Quirrell's absence was likely due to his body succumbing to the strain of Voldemort's intense usage. Would he then venture into the Forbidden Forest tonight to hunt unicorns? While she was lost in her thoughts, the captains of the Audrey Guard from each house were selected. Slytherin's captain was naturally the initiator, Hydras Lestrange. Gryffindor's captain turned out to be the Quidditch team leader, Oliver Wood. Hufflepuff was represented by a 7th-year senior, Luther Corral. Ravenclaw's captain was Penelope. Audrey, you must appoint a captain for the Guard Corps. Penelope proposed, as all the young wizards turned their gazes toward Audrey, each hoping to hear their name from her lips. Then let it be Iselin Windsor. The venue erupted in applause, and there were no objections. The surname Windsor indicated that Iselin was a member of royalty, belonging to the Windsor dynasty. Thus no one dared to contest her leadership. However, should this information reach other royal members, they might very well descend upon Hogwarts. infuriated that one of their own was chosen as the captain of a guard. Yet Iselin beamed with joy, leaping up to embrace Audrey. "I suspect you are taking advantage of this opportunity, though I have no evidence," Audrey remarked. "The Audrey Guard? Ha, merely a frivolous organization." Audrey dismissed the matter entirely, considering it merely a fan club activity. Indeed, during the afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson, Coral was absent, allowing Audrey to luxuriate in her dormitory for the entire afternoon. Comfortably enjoying a lavish hot pot meal in her room, Audrey prepared to retire early. She retrieved a handful of gold galleons from her pouch, scattering them across her bed, then leaped joyfully into the pile. The galleons bounced into the air, cascading down with a delightful clink, causing Audrey's eyes to curve into crescent moons. Such bliss. Though Momo had meticulously arranged her bed, none could compare to the exhilarating experience of sleeping among galleons. Just as she closed her eyes, a sudden flutter in her heart interrupted her contentment. Something was amiss in the Forbidden Forest. This was a result of a small enchantment she had left with the magical creatures during her intimate encounters last Friday, akin to a dark mark, establishing a simple link with the target. Now the unicorn Heidi was in peril. Audrey sprang from her bed, sending galleons soaring into the air. With a swish she vanished, and the galleons fell to the carpet, clattering softly. Deep within the Forbidden Forest, a new moon hung high, casting a gentle glow upon the pure creature lying on the ground, its silver mane shining with sanctity. Yet this pristine unicorn lay motionless, its muscles occasionally twitching, a sign that it still clung to life. A shadow cloaked in black robes was hunched over, viciously draining blood from the neck of the unicorn. "Heidi!" A chilling voice rang out from behind the figure. "You wretch! You have only slain 30-some individuals, and yet you are reduced to this state." The figure trembled, speaking in a stammering whisper. "Master, I shall locate the Philosopher's Stone as swiftly as possible, I assure you." "Silence. At present, you know nothing of the stone's whereabouts. Spare me your meaningless words." "Yes, Master, I apologize, Master. Have you had your fill? If so, it is time to depart." The figure in black robes quivered as it stood up. With a swish, a silhouette appeared beside the unicorn Heidi. Avada Kedavra. A beam of green light surged toward the figure. Voldemort bellowed, "Stop, you fool! That is my little serpent." Yet Quirrell's killing curse posed no threat to Hydras. His meager fighting power was far inferior to even Old Batty. Moreover, Hydra was currently empowered by the dual essence of the dragon and phoenix, boosting her combat prowess to 11. This was her strongest form. With a swipe of her dragon claw, Quirrell's curse was effortlessly deflected, sending him reeling. She possessed the confidence to withstand the curse unscathed. Should the dragon scales fail, she had the phoenix's essence, which could be reborn. Quirrell. Though Voldemort could not see, he could certainly sense. He struggled to contain his elation, for this was his daughter, his natural ally, the finest weapon in existence. With a few more years of honing her skills, once he resurrected, they would be an unstoppable force against Dumbledore. "Forgive me, my little master," Quirrell bowed low, praising Hydra. "Your power is unparalleled. I am but a mere shadow in your presence. Please forgive my insolence." Hydra remained silent, approaching the unicorn Heidi. Heidi was now on the brink of death, her silver blood pooling on her chest, her breathing growing faint, and her once bright, large eyes slowly closing. The magical radiance of her silver horn was also dimming. Hydra meticulously examined the wounds on Heidi, realizing that the dark magic had penetrated deeply. Conventional methods of healing would likely prove futile. What constitutes a conventional method? It involves the use of healing spells. However, due to the interference of dark magic, healing spells could not affect the wounds themselves. "Little serpent," Voldemort spoke, "I understand that girls are often drawn to beautiful things." His shrill voice echoed ominously in the night of the Forbidden Forest. Yet beauty is the most useless of all things, akin to the fleeting and fragile petals of a rose. This unicorn can restore my strength. Therein lies its greatest honor. You need not mourn for it. Hydra scoffed coldly. She is my companion. With that, tears streamed down Hydra's cheeks. Phoenixes not only possess the ability to be reborn, but their tears are also among the most potent healing agents, capable of mending many wounds inflicted by dark magic. Tears from Hydras dripped upon Heidi swound, and the remnants of dark magic dissipated like whispers in the wind, vanishing without a trace. Heidi's condition evidently improved. With a gentle flick of her wand, Hydras cast several soft green beams of light upon Heidi, causing the deep gash to begin mending almost instantaneously. Within mere seconds, Heidi struggled to her feet, retreating behind Hydras, gently nudging her with her large head. Hydras retrieved a potion from her pouch and administered it to Heidi, saying, "All is well now. You should return home swiftly. The nights have been rather perilous lately, Do refrain from venturing out alone. Heidi nodded in acknowledgement, turned, and leaped into the thicket, disappearing in an instant. Lord Voldemort, Hydras has reverted her dragon form back to the guise of Marcus, restoring Audrey's appearance. Please, do not harm the unicorns within the Forbidden Forest any further. Audrey produced 2 pouches of coins from her pouch and tossed them forward. This amounts to 2,000 galleons. The unicorn's blood purchase will suffice for a full academic year. Voldemort seemed incensed by such a gesture, his voice rising sharply. Hydras, is this how you address your father? Audrey shrugged nonchalantly. I have yet to encounter a father who slays his daughter's companions. With that, she soared into the air towards Hogwarts. A pang of pain striking her heart. 2,000 galleons. She dared not easily relinquish her phoenix form. With Voldemort having split his soul into 7 pieces, his mental state was evidently unstable. Who could guarantee that in a fit of rage, he would not seize Quirrell's body and cast Avada Kedavra upon her? Ahahahaha. Is Hydras dead? Hydras? Voldemort's voice echoed. This time, it was my error. Can you forgive me, my child? A smile graced Audrey's face. Her heart settling, it appeared Voldemort would not hastily take her life. The bottom line plan had succeeded splendidly. Audrey now understood where Voldemort's limits lay, allowing her to act with a touch more freedom in the future. Conclusion: Voldemort, in his quest to ultimately confront Dumbledore, would not sever ties with her prematurely. A slight defiance of his wishes would pose no issue. Given this, she could boldly refuse the trivial games designed for first-year children. First year secured. Second and third years. Old Voldemort would not appear, and young Voldemort was not to be feared. There could be no better tidings. Hydras ascended ever higher, vanishing with a swish as she exited the range of Avada. Voldemort's tone revealed no discernible emotion. Quirrell, Hydras is more significant than I had anticipated. This Christmas, I shall prepare a splendid gift for her. Quirrell replied, Master, our available funds are limited. Incompetent fool. Will you not earn more? Chapter 56, Snape, Exemption? Audrey awoke amidst Galleons, grasping a handful of coins, raising them aloft, watching as the glimmering discs slipped through her fingers and cascaded onto the bed. Let the day commence. Submerged in Galleons. This morning was dedicated to potions class, and Audrey was resolute in her determination to secure an exemption from her house head. With this thought, she sat upright, filled with vigor. A momentary effort was for the sake of long-term ease. Momo. With a flourish, the house elf appeared before Audrey. Young mistress, what shall you have for breakfast this morning? After a moment's contemplation, Audrey replied, perhaps some pot stickers, and if you have egg pancakes, that would be delightful. A knock resounded at the door, and Audrey opened it to reveal Iselin leaping inside. Audrey. Audrey felt a twinge of exasperation. When they first met a week prior, this girl had exuded the air of a refined noble lady. Yet, once they grew familiar, it became evident that such was merely a fade. This girl was quite the exuberant spirit. A house elf, Iselin exclaimed, peering over Audrey's shoulder at Momo, her eyes widening in astonishment. Audrey, are you not a Muggle-born witch? How is it that a house elf resides in your room? Momo, initially poised to leave, found herself caught off guard by Iselin's enthusiastic entrance. Startled, she performed a clumsy French salute, her round eyes darting about in confusion. Audrey chuckled, I never claimed to hail from a Muggle family. Ignoring Iselin's inquisitive gaze, she gently nudged her outside, turning back to Momo, please prepare another serving of what I ordered. Let Iselin have a taste as well. Audrey had long since discerned that Iselin was quite the glutton. Enticing her with delectable treats was the most effective means of keeping her quiet. Indeed, was it not with 2 small lobsters that Audrey had lured this friend? Upon exiting the common room, Audrey found herself once again surrounded by ghosts. Ladies and gentlemen, she sighed, if this continues, I may have to consider withdrawing from school. The fat friar immediately chimed in, yes, we must not trouble Miss Astaire. Nee? That includes you. Maintain your distance from the young lady. Audrey glanced at the ghosts who had shifted from a meter away to a mere 1.5, feeling a surge of helplessness. Was there truly no remedy for their affliction? The basilisk. Its gaze could petrify ghosts. Though initially repulsed by the thought of venturing into the Slytherin chamber, a surge of motivation coursed through her. However, that motivation waned within 2 seconds. Perhaps not. That place is simply too dreadful. Nevertheless, the basilisk could restrain ghosts. Surely one of her many magical creature forms could serve a similar purpose. A dragon? Who could say if dragon fire would affect ghosts, but even if it did, she could not be setting fire to the castle. House elves were clearly ineffective. Sniff, sniff. 8-eyed giant spiders, bird snakes, invisible beasts, flying arrows, and unicorns? Yes, unicorns. Ghosts are the lingering essence of wizards who resist returning to death, caught between life and death. Deemed unclean. Yet unicorns symbolize life, revered as embodiments of purity. The vision of moonlight cascading upon Heidi the previous night resurfaced, evoking a sense of the sacred. Why not give it a try? With determination, Audrey shifted to her unicorn form. In the next moment, chaos erupted among the ghosts. What is this? This abhorrent aura. No. I feel as though I am dying. The ghosts scattered, and the temperature around her surged. Audrey squinted her eyes in delight. Had she known this would be effective, she would have ventured into the forbidden forest on the very first day of term. Elated, she and Iselin made their way to the Great Hall, where the younger witches and wizards, accustomed to Audrey's spectral entourage, now found themselves bewildered. Why are the ghosts not clinging to Audrey today? I have no idea. Hermione pondered. Could it be that someone transformed into Audrey using Polyjuice Potion? Ron queried Harry. What is Polyjuice Potion? Harry, equally curious, looked to Hermione for an explanation. It's a potion that allows one to assume the appearance of another. Ron scoffed. Then remarked to Harry, wow, I like this potion. I'd turn into George or Fred and prank Mum with them. George chimed in, Ronald Bilious Weasley. I never imagined you had a knack for mischief. Fred added. I suspect Ron is envious of our height, and wishes to experience what it's like to be tall through Polyjuice Potion. George suggested, if that's the case, why not try the growth potion we invented last year? Fred affirmed, its effects are reliable. One dose guarantees you'll grow taller. Ron shook his head repeatedly. The twins' growth potion was nothing but a failure, having forced it upon the garden gnomes, resulting in them stretching like noodles, elongated and thin. He certainly does not wish to assume the form of a wand. Audrey is indifferent to the opinions of the young wizards. She has finally begun to enjoy a normal life as a Hogwarts student, and that is worth more than anything. As she approached the Slytherin long table, Audrey spotted Aronia Rowell, who had been missing for a week. The fearsome upper-classwoman appeared quite haggard, likely due to the disdainful glances from her peers. Such subtle cruelty can indeed be quite discomforting at times. However, the unique abilities bestowed by her unicorn heritage activated. Audrey gazed at Aronia in disbelief. Is something wrong, Audrey? Iselin tugged at her. Oh, nothing, Iselin, Audrey chuckled. I just didn't expect Rowell to recover so swiftly. The fifth-year wizard sat with confidence in the potions classroom, awaiting Professor Snape's inquiry. Since the class was meant to review previously learned material, they were determined to study diligently, ensuring they would not become the foolish example that was caught out by Professor Snape. The bat-like figure arrived punctually. He strode to the podium with fervor, omitting any pleasantries. Today we will learn the method of concocting the calming draught. The young wizards exchanged bewildered glances. Hadn't it been agreed that they would review the lessons from the first through fourth years? Why was a new potion being taught? What had been the point of their rigorous studying over the past week? Surely, they could cram for these topics just before the OWL's exam. Professor Snape remarked that the previous so-called review had been a concession made by the headmaster for Audrey Estria. But it seemed that her prowess far surpassed that of these lesser students. It was uncertain who was accommodating whom. The class concluded, and predictably, Audrey emerged as the top student once again, securing 20 points for Slytherin. Snape maintained his usual icy demeanor, but inwardly he was elated. Professor Snape. Audrey approached him as he gathered his materials. I would like to apply for an exemption from potions class, if that is permissible? Snape frowned, scrutinizing Audrey. Just because you possess a modicum of talent, you believe yourself invincible? I never anticipated that you, Miss Estria, would be so arrogant. Potions is a discipline that demands extensive time for practice and exploration. How dare you even mention exemption in my presence? Audrey sighed, beginning to extract vials from her pouch. One by one, she produced the calming draught, revitalizing potion, intelligence-enhancing potion, elixir of eternity, and confounding draught, followed by the 6th and 7th year potions. The joyous draught, Felix Felici's Hellfire Brew, and Dreamless Sleep Potion. Snape's expression darkened as he inspected each vial. All of these potions were of exceptional quality, each exhibiting the hallmark of Audrey's brewing, shimmering with a touch of starlight magic. This distinctive trait was unmistakable. Snape recognized instantly that these were indeed brewed by Audrey herself. Suddenly, Snape raised his gaze, locking eyes with Audrey. Even with direct instruction from Nicklerm, it would take you 2 months to brew this many potions. So you have been brewing potions long before. You are not from the Muggle world. Who exactly are you? A jolt of anxiety coursed through Audrey. In her attempt to evade class, she had acted recklessly, now drawing Snape's suspicion. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Professor, if you wish to understand my background, you may directly inquire with Professor Dumbledore. I trust he can provide you with a satisfactory answer. Audrey suddenly felt a powerful will attempting to penetrate her mind, probing her consciousness. However, with her dual soul, even lacking in the art of mental shielding, few could truly delve into her inner thoughts. Consequently, Snape staggered back 2 steps, then drew his wand, his expression grave. Professor Snape, Audrey endeavored to maintain a smile, as being treated as a potential threat was hardly a pleasant experience. I am not your enemy. I am merely your student. Might you consider lowering your wand? Slowly, Snape lowered his wand, realizing he had overreacted. Since Harry Potter's enrollment, he had dedicated significant attention to that boy. Although that brat was as insufferable as James Potter, his eyes. Harry Potter was Lily's child, and he needed to be protected. As for Audrey Estria, she was mysterious and powerful. Could she pose a threat to Potter? Seeing that Snape had relaxed his guard, Audrey let out a small sigh of relief. So, Professor Snape, regarding my exemption application. She noticed Snape's expression growing increasingly grim, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Might you consider approving my exemption request? Chapter 57, The Flying Lesson. I will consult Dumbledore regarding your situation. Snape's voice was cold. Until I receive a satisfactory answer, I will not agree to your exemption. Thus, Audrey left with a sense of inevitability. In the following days, her quest for exemption experienced unprecedented setbacks. The exemption request for transfiguration was mercilessly denied by Professor McGonagall, who stated that merely being able to perform transfiguration did not qualify one to become a master of the art. Mastery required profound understanding. The aging cat lady remarked, your 2 months of intensive study may have yielded your current level of skill, which is indeed remarkable. However, without accompanying knowledge and comprehension, your achievements are limited. As for herbology, Audrey willingly relinquished her exemption, reasoning, look, these poisonous geraniums are simply adorable. It is not easy to acquire seeds for these plants in the outside world. There are so many lovely specimens here. The Hogwarts greenhouse is my second favorite place. However, after a few days, fortune returned to Audrey. She secured exemptions for Muggle studies, numerical divination, and care of magical creatures. Now Audrey needed only to attend potions, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, and herbology, significantly reducing her course load. What had once required a time-turner to manage 12 courses transformed into a semblance of a vacation for Audrey. It remained unclear what Dumbledore and Snape had discussed. Although Snape had not granted her exemption, at least he no longer viewed her with hostility, his occasional glances devoid of the previous admiration. Naturally, points were still awarded, irrespective of his sentiments. On this day, Audrey made a long-awaited appearance in the Great Hall for a meal. After nearly a month of interaction, the young wizards had lost their initial astonishment at her presence. Audrey casually seated herself beside Iselin. Audrey, did you know? Iselin whispered softly, Raoul has dropped out. Audrey was taken aback. Why? I heard she is pregnant. Audrey. Iselin continued, as one of the Sacred 28. How could the Raoul family tolerate their daughter having a child with a Muggle? Audrey nodded. Many students at the school were unaware that Filch was a squib, but this was no secret among the families. The Raoul family had disowned Aronia, leaving her without financial support, thus necessitating her withdrawal from school. Oh, and Iselin added, she can no longer bear the Raoul name. If we see her in the future, we won't even know what to call her. Audrey sighed. Aronia's plight was indeed tragic. But what did it matter to her? Especially after using her own Na'vi little cousin as a pawn. Speaking of her cousin, he was currently engaged in a tussle for Neville Longbottom's memory ball. Well, that was the infamous little dragon attempting to seize the memory ball amidst the incident involving Harry joining the house team. Audrey pondered. Since she was exempt from Ancient Runes class later, why not witness this iconic scene? Truth be told, after lying around in the dormitory for so long, she was feeling quite bored. She is indolent, yet also yearns for entertainment. With this thought, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within her. What if the original storyline were altered? What would the future hold if Harry had not joined the Quidditch team in his first year? How would the narrative unfold? And without Draco's meddling, the midnight duel incident would never have occurred. Without that duel, the trio would not have ventured into the fourth-floor corridor to encounter the three-headed dog. Fluffy, a game of challenges? Alas, the protagonists haven't even glimpsed the levels. Ha ha ha. The more she pondered, the more delight she felt. Did not Dumbledore prohibit her from participating in this matter? Yet, she had not involved herself. She merely whimsically attended a flying lesson. It felt akin to orchestrating a butterfly effect, exhilarating. Thus, Audrey appeared on the field for the first-year flying lesson. Rolanda Hooch, affectionately known as Madame Hooch, was the esteemed professor of flying at Hogwarts. compared to her fellow professors. Her role was rather lighthearted, as she solely dealt with first years. Flying lessons were exclusive to them, aimed at teaching the essential wizarding skill of broom riding. Therefore, although Audrey was not a first year, she was still a newcomer, and being from the Muggle world, her presence here was quite reasonable. New students must learn to ride a broom, mustn't they? Indeed, Madame Hooch, with her piercing yellow eyes, strode in briskly, glanced at Audrey, and said nothing further. However, the first years began whispering and pointing at Audrey. Harry watched her intently, clenching his fist, resolved to make a lasting impression. Ron babbled incoherently, while Hermione's eyes sparkled with wonder. Only Draco, lacking his pre-class bravado, instantly morphed into a timid quail, resembling a true younger brother. Well, what are you all waiting for? Madame Hooch commanded sharply, stand by a broom, quickly, no time for chatter. Audrey glanced down at her broom, which was worn and old, with grimy spots on the handle and many bristles askew. A thorough cleaning was in order. Although the broom had not been restored, it certainly looked much cleaner now. Reaching out her right hand, hovering it above the broom, Madame Hooch shouted, now say up. Audrey merely extended her hand. Before she could even utter the command, the broom leapt into her grasp. As the center of attention, everyone witnessed this remarkable moment. Wow, Ron exclaimed, Audrey is amazing. Harry nodded in agreement. Not wanting to be outdone, Draco confidently shouted, up. The broom jumped into his hand, and Malfoy cast a triumphant glance at Harry, flaunting the broom in his hand. Up. Harry followed suit, and the broom responded obediently, akin to a well-trained puppy. Draco's smug expression faltered within moments. He had played with broomsticks at home, whereas today truly marked Harry Potter's first encounter with one. Did this imply that Potter's talent surpassed his own? No, he would not concede. While Draco's thoughts simmered, Audrey remained oblivious, her focus entirely on Ron, who was about to be struck by his broom, and Hermione, who was utterly resistant to her broom. However, the broom did not hit Ron, indicating that the director's adaptation had not garnered the approval of the gods of parallel worlds. As for Hermione, the young girl employed 18 different tones, infused with gratitude, sorrow, anger, and joy. Yet the broom merely rolled on the ground. Audrey noticed that there was another person with even less flying aptitude than Hermione, Neville. Hermione's broom at least managed to move a bit, while Neville's broom remained utterly still, akin to an ordinary broom. Satisfied, Audrey withdrew her gaze, feeling a sense of fulfillment akin to witnessing a classic moment. A future minister of magic passionately declaring his feelings, only to be cruelly rejected by a broom. Silently, she plucked a silver strand from her mind and cheerfully deposited it into a small crystal vial. She planned to sell this memory after Hermione took the stage. Perhaps she could fetch hundreds or even thousands of galleons, though such sums were not substantial to her. Who would ever turn down an excess of wealth? Hermione inquired of Harry. Harry, what is Audrey doing? I don't know, Hermione. Hermione then turned to Ron, who was quite pleased. Is there something that Miss Know-It-All doesn't understand? Yet, regrettably, Ron himself had no clue what Audrey was up to, thus missing an opportunity to impress Hermione. The lesson continued. Some things were immutable, such as Neville being sent soaring by his broom. Overcome with nerves, he pushed off the ground too forcefully, soaring into the air like a rocket. Ah, child, come back. Madame Hooch cried out. But Neville could not control the broom. His chubby face turned pale with terror as he gasped for breath, slowly sliding off the broom. Whoosh! A figure soared from among the young wizards. Audrey, with broom in hand. She zipped towards Neville like a rocket, and at the moment he lost his grip, she grasped him by the collar and gently lowered him to the grass. Thank you, Miss Astrea, Neville said, tears welling in his eyes, drenched in sweat, sincerely expressing his gratitude to Audrey. It was just a small effort. No need to mention it, Neville. A splendid rescue. Madame Hooch sighed in relief. 10 points to Slytherin. Madame Hooch, Audrey suddenly interjected. I actually wish to fly freely for a while. Would that be permissible? Considering the strength and control Audrey had just displayed, Madame Hooch nodded. With a flick of her wand, the memory orb that had fallen to the ground flew into her hands, and she tucked it into Neville's embrace. Neville, this is your memory orb. Do take care not to drop it. Feeling Neville's grateful gaze, Audrey beamed, and her broom took flight, mirroring the uplift of her smile. Wow, she's incredible, Ron remarked. Draco Malfoy held his head high. Of course, just look at who she is. The young wizards cast their eyes at Draco, who suddenly realized he nearly let slip a secret. His cousin had sternly warned him not to divulge her identity. Remembering the terrifying punishments she had imposed on him since childhood, Draco shivered. And consider who she is to us. Ron scoffed, as if she isn't our senior. Draco was infuriated. He longed to loudly declare that Audrey Astrea was his cousin, but ultimately lacked the courage to do so. Audrey soared through the air, her speed far exceeding the limits of her ancient broom, for she was currently harnessing the essence of a thestral. She was naturally adept at flying. The broom was merely a fade. Chapter 58. You will surely become a true star in the wizarding world. Audrey reveled in her flight, executing numerous astonishing maneuvers that the young wizards had never before witnessed. Meanwhile, they remained under Madame Hooch's guidance, practicing hovering 3 feet above the ground. In the headmaster's office, Severus Snape glowered as Dumbledore smiled faintly. I have already discussed this with you before. Audrey Lestrange poses no threat. She is a good child. And I can assure you of that. Snape's face darkened. Have you lost your senses? I visited the estate of that richest, and there is no such person as Audrey Lestrange. What nonsense about a 16-year-old newcomer from the Muggle world. What ancient magic. It's utter drivel. Audrey Lestrange is undoubtedly a part of the wizarding world. This must be a conspiracy. Perhaps it is the machination of that individual. Dumbledore shook his head once more, acknowledging Severus Snape's obstinacy. His concern for Harry's safety was exceedingly pronounced. Yet he could not divulge the true identity of Audrey directly to him. While the revelations concerning Lestrange and Black were manageable, the potential knowledge of Audrey's true father could lead to a confrontation. And Dumbledore feared that Snape's profound hatred for Voldemort, who had taken Lily Potter's life, would ignite a volatile response. Regardless, Severus, Dumbledore declared, she is now a member of your Slytherin house. If you remain apprehensive about her, then it is your responsibility to keep an eye on her. Snape rose and strode towards the door, asserting, I will keep watch over her. But if I catch her misbehaving, will you expel her? Dumbledore shook his head. No. I shall not, unless she violates a rule serious enough to warrant expulsion. Snape appeared deeply disappointed at this juncture. Suddenly, a melodious laugh, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed from outside the headmaster's office. Both Dumbledore and Snape approached the window to witness Audrey soaring through the air on her broomstick in an exceedingly unorthodox manner. She leaned forward, her broom not aligned with her direction of travel, but rather angled upwards, as if she were propelling it forward with sheer will. The broom, yearning to assist her flight, ultimately succumbed to its age, shedding bristles like a mere ornament. Despite her peculiar posture, her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Audrey had vanished from sight. Ah, what remarkable flying skills! Would you not agree, Severus? If my memory serves me right, she is currently skipping her Ancient Runes class. Dumbledore chuckled. Her Ancient Runes are taught by Nick LeMay himself. Professor Babbling has nothing left to impart to her. Dumbledore shook his head. Look at how exceptional her flying abilities are. Perhaps your Quidditch team could benefit from her prowess. Snape's expression fluctuated between frustration and contemplation as he flung his robes and exited. I shall consider it once I have proven her harmless. After the first year's flying lesson concluded, Audrey returned, clutching a bare wooden stick. Oh, Madame Hooch, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea the school's broomsticks were so antiquated. Will I need to compensate for the damages? I'm not entirely certain, dear. You may need to cover some repair costs, Madame Hooch replied, storing the stick away. However, the brooms should have been replaced ages ago. I have submitted numerous requests to the board. They are simply a bunch of clueless old fools. Audrey exclaimed. If they refuse you again, just throw that broomstick at them. Madame Hooch nodded repeatedly. You make a valid point. This broom appears beyond repair. If it leads the board to replace the brooms, then it has served its purpose. Patting Audrey's shoulder, Madame Hooch reassured her. You needn't worry about compensation, dear. You are correct. This is due to the broom's age, not your fault. Suddenly intrigued, she inquired. I see your flying skills are quite impressive. Have you ever considered becoming a professional player? I know many managers from professional teams. I could help you make connections. You are destined to be a star in the world of Quidditch. I can see it. On the eve of Halloween, Glenda Chittick arrived at Hogwarts to seek out Audrey. She was the host of the wizarding radio program Magical Moments, and the first to introduce Audrey's music to the wizarding world. Due to Glenda's immense influence in recent years, her likeness had even been included on chocolate frog cards, placing her among the ranks of legends like Dumbledore and Morgana, despite her official age being merely 27. Glenda, adorned with wide-rimmed spectacles and a pallid complexion, exuded the aura of someone who had spent years indoors. Her appearance resembled a more conventionally dressed Sybil Trelawney, hinting at a hint of eccentricity, yet her overall demeanor radiated purity and charm. Miss Chittick, are you a Ravenclaw graduate? Audrey inquired. No, I proudly hail from Slytherin. Glenda responded with pride. Very well, we are still housemates. Audrey beamed. You did not come to Hogwarts merely to tell me I am destined to be a musical sensation in the wizarding world, did you? Oh, certainly not. Glenda laughed. Despite my appearance, I am quite busy, tasked with discovering the finest music for the wizarding realm. She scrutinized Audrey as if examining a rare treasure. I had hoped to introduce Michael Jackson's music to the wizarding world, but alas, his recordings in the Muggle realm have lost too much magic, rendering them nearly indistinguishable from Muggle songs. Wait a moment. Audrey suddenly grasped the crux of the issue. Are you implying that Michael Jackson was also a wizard? Indeed. You were unaware? Ilvermorny School had extended an invitation to him, but he and his family declined, as he had already begun his career at the tender age of 7. They could not bear to part with their golden goose. Glenda lamented. What a waste of such a wonderful voice. If it weren't for the complications with the American Magical Congress, I would have made the trip to assist him with a recording. Curiously, Audrey asked. But what about young wizards who do not enroll? Aren't they afraid of their magic running amok and becoming viewed as monsters? Glenda sighed. He was a true genius, which is why people often say his voice possessed magic. He, like you, directed his magic to where it was truly needed. Audrey pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Miss Chittick, I just asked what you wanted from me, and you diverted the conversation. Oh, right. Glenda chuckled. I would like to organize a concert for Halloween at Hogwarts, to be broadcasted throughout the wizarding world. What do you think? Are you interested? Chapter 59. Before Halloween, faced with Glenda Chittick's proposal, Audrey shook her head. Miss Chittick, I am preparing for my OWLs this year. I am swamped with work and cannot spare time for rehearsals. Glenda's expression shifted to one of playful skepticism, a mix of amusement and puzzlement. But Miss Astrea, I've heard you have exempted yourself from 8 courses, and among the remaining 4, you have requested exemptions from 3. The only class you did not wish to exempt is herbology, in which I have heard that some seeds mysteriously go missing in the greenhouse. Glenda appeared to have everything figured out. Your ability to request exemptions indicates a high level of confidence. The OWL seemed to be a mere formality for you. Good heavens. Glenda has spies at Hogwarts. Even if I can pass the OWLs, I am still incredibly busy. I have so much research to conduct. After all, I am merely a first year. Glenda's knowing gaze made Audrey fidget uncomfortably. This woman knew her too well, and Audrey could only wonder how she had acquired such insights. Very well, Glenda did not press further, smiling as she continued. Though Miss Astrea is busy, I wonder if you could spare a moment to prepare 3 songs? Audrey was about to refuse once more when Glenda interjected. How about 1,000 galleons per song? Audrey internally reasoned that 3,000 galleons, equivalent to merely £15,000, was hardly worth it compared to lounging in bed watching Flying on a Broomstick for 3,000 miles. Yet her lips betrayed her, responding uncontrollably, sure, that sounds fine. Damn it. Why did I agree? Is this some advanced confundus charm? Glenda chuckled. Very well. We shall meet on Halloween night. There are still 4 days until the occasion. Miss Astery, please prepare the set list promptly and send it to me so that the band may familiarize themselves with it. Audrey inquired. Do I not need to rehearse? Glenda adjusted her glasses and fixed a steady gaze upon Audrey. I have faith in your vocal abilities. Besides, do you not have numerous other matters to study? Out of the blue, Audrey felt an inexplicable sense that this woman before her was rather antiquated. Her methods reminiscent of the old fool Dumbledore. Could it be that Dumbledore had resorted to the polyjuice potion? No, Dumbledore would never use a galleon to pave his way, yet this woman would. Indeed. Those who grace the chocolate frog cards are never mere trifles. At the Grey family manor, Serenus sat vacantly at the head of the conference table, flanked by a couple of kittens. The past 2 months had been akin to hell. She could scarcely fathom how she had endured. First, the vault had been robbed once more, and the family's 5 years of savings had vanished without a trace. Then came the massacre of the family by a mysterious force. That night, she cowered in the storage stairwell, listening to the screams and wails echoing through the manor, utterly powerless. Although she could not understand why the assailant had suddenly retreated and spared some lives, the current situation of the Grey family was scarcely different from annihilation. With nearly all core members wiped out, only the distant branches of the family remained intact, leading to a disjointed state of affairs. If no solution was found soon, those branches would surely rebel. Speak up, all of you. What are we to do now? Serenus nearly roared. The 5 individuals seated beside her bowed their heads, too fearful to meet her gaze. What could they possibly contribute? Silence reigned once more. The grandfather clock dutifully chimed 8 o'clock, and despair washed over Serenus as she buried her face in her hands, allowing her long hair to cascade over her features. A cold, mocking voice broke the silence. It seems that since my departure, you have fared poorly. Even the most insignificant of creatures have dared to confront you. Everyone raised their heads, recognizing that familiar voice. Bodgray, draped in robes, floated down from the ceiling. Serenus, Do you comprehend why the Grey family has descended into this state? Serenus, disheveled, shook her head. Even having been tormented nearly to death by Bode, she could not summon any hatred now. The recent near annihilation had dealt her a blow too severe to bear. Power. Bode declared emphatically. What you lack is power. Serenus and her kin murmured, power? Indeed power. Bode gestured for Serenus to rise. And she relinquished her seat for him to occupy the head of the table. He began 5 years ago. You must have blamed me for squandering vast amounts of money on my research? A chorus of silence met his words. What is there to be afraid of? I did what I did. What is there to deny? Bode removed his hood. You did not understand what I was doing. Skepticism is natural. He revealed his hands. One encased in ice, the other crackling with lightning. I am no longer afraid to divulge that I have been researching ancient magic. Ancient magic? Yes. The immensely powerful ancient magic, capable of summoning storms and reshaping the very earth. With a flick of his left hand, he froze the grandfather clock. And with a swift motion of his right, he obliterated it with lightning, leaving not a single fragment behind. An effect beyond the capacity of any ordinary spell. The Greys gasped in awe, their eyes igniting with fervor. Bode nodded in satisfaction. When we possess power, will such tragedies as these ever recur? Serenus? Serenus shook her head. Even if they had possessed power, had Bode still been present within the manor that day, the outcome would have been entirely different. I can teach you ancient magic. Bode reclined in his chair. But what will you offer in return? One of the Greys promptly spoke. We welcome your return, head of the family. Bode turned to Serenus. My dear niece, what say you? Serenus forced a smile and replied respectfully, Uncle, you are once again the head of the family. Bode was pleased with their responses. Although the number of Grey family members had indeed dwindled, as long as he could keep the branches in check, the family's foundation remained intact. Far superior to the motley crew he had previously commanded. I recall that Amy's son is currently enrolled at Hogwarts. Indeed, head of the family. What is his name? Alan Ash. Contact him. I require him as an informant. Are you planning to infiltrate Hogwarts? Yes, there is a student named Audrey Astery, a key figure in deciphering ancient magical relics. I must capture her. Serenus replied, I will contact Alan Ash immediately. Furthermore, Bode added, this manor feels too empty. It is quite unfavorable. I happen to have a group of subordinates. Arrange for them to reside here. Yes, head of the family. After accepting Glenda Chittick's commission, Audrey returned to her dormitory. Since she was to perform, she would bring forth her genuine talent to show that cunning vixen what a superstar truly is. Selecting songs, Audrey rummaged through her pouch, searching for the popular tunes she had organized from her past life. I remember placing them here. Ever since she mastered the concealment expansion charm, she had enlarged her pouch, which was indeed more convenient. Yet the abundance of items led to a certain disarray. Is this the one? Audrey unearthed several tomes from within her pouch. No, not that. She carelessly tossed the books onto her bed, and prepared to search again when her peripheral vision caught sight of a title on a cover. Written in runic script. It read, Introduction to Ancient Magic, by Percival Rackham. Audrey paused, then recollected. She had scavenged this book from the Grey family's vault. At the time, she had been unfamiliar with ancient runes and Old English, thus had relegated it to obscurity. However, she was now quite adept at ancient runes. Percival Rackham. Wasn't he a prominent figure from Hogwarts legacy? Why was this book in the possession of the Grey family? With curiosity piqued, Audrey opened the tome. Chapter 60. The Hogwarts Halloween Concert. Some events are destined to unfold according to the dictates of fate, unaffected by the fluttering of a mere butterfly's wings. For instance, at this moment, Hermione found herself incensed by Ron Weasley, retreating to the restroom, mirroring the original narrative and prompting admiration for the narrative's powerful correctional capabilities. Of course, none of this concerned Audrey. She was presently in the Great Hall, engaging in final discussions with the band before the performance. Glenda Chittick sat quietly to the side, observing Audrey with a beaming smile. Today was a momentous occasion. She had invited the renowned witch singer, Satina Wobeck, along with a host of talented young performers. But the most significant highlight of the day was none other than Audrey Astery. Glenda sensed that the recording of Audrey's voice using magical equipment would surpass the quality of her previous recordings in the Muggle world by 100-fold. If the 3 songs were broadcasted through the Wizarding Wireless on this Halloween night, she would be inundated with immeasurable joy and gratitude. The Halloween feast was scheduled for 6 o'clock, yet it was still not yet 5, and young witches and wizards had already congregated in the Great Hall. This was due to the Halloween Song Festival commencing at 5 o'clock, featuring Audrey Astery performing 3 songs. Jack-o'-lanterns and candles floated throughout the hall, while a grand pumpkin carriage adorned the center. The magical ceiling had adjusted itself to suit the Halloween theme, enveloping the hall in a festive atmosphere. The phantoms glided about, willingly becoming the ambience of the occasion, for this was their festival. Yet from time to time, their mournful gazes towards Audrey betrayed their true sentiments. Bloodman Barrow. Almost headless Nick suggested, why not plead with Audrey for just a sip? Just a single sip. It is Halloween after all. She ought to celebrate with us. Bloodman Barrow shot him a cold glance, offering no reply. The rotund monk chimed in, Mr. Barrow, you should go and plead. Bloodman Barrow retorted, why don't you go? The monk, with a sycophantic grin, replied, because she belongs to your house. Bloodman Barrow averted his eyes, dismissing the monk entirely. Ms. Grey floated before him, uttering a single word. Go. Very well. Bloodman Barrow scurried off to find Audrey. Moments later he returned brimming with joy. Helena. Audrey has agreed to grant us 10 minutes during dinner, but she has one condition. We must not touch her food. All the ghosts beamed with delight. Yet Ms. Grey shot him a disdainful look. Do not call me that name. You are unworthy of it. Harry and Ron entered the great hall, where many young wizards had already taken their seats at their respective house tables. Oh, Harry, Ron pointed to the enormous pumpkin carriage in the center of the hall. Isn't that the massive pumpkin Hagrid grew? Harry nodded, indeed, but do not forget that this pumpkin was magically coaxed into existence by Audrey. I certainly remember. The lad was practically buzzing with excitement. Look, Harry. That's Celestina Warbeck, one of Mum's favorite singers. He added, of course, now her absolute favorite is undoubtedly Audrey. But Celestina graduated from Gryffindor. Harry inquired. She looks to be around 40, doesn't she? Ron chuckled. She is 74 this year. Harry marveled as he and Ron settled at the Gryffindor table. Where's Hermione? Harry asked. Ron grimaced. Who cares about that annoying git? Harry sighed. She didn't even come to hear her beloved Audrey sing, clearly indicating her genuine anger. Ron, you were a bit excessive just now. All right, Ron shrugged. I'll apologize to her later. Look, Harry. That's Glenda Chittick, the host of Magical Moments. On stage. The faculty table had been moved aside to reveal a vast platform. Glenda Chittick, clad in her Slytherin robes, stood center stage, exuding a commanding presence. First, let us welcome the renowned singer Celestina Warbeck, who will perform her signature piece, You Stole My Cauldron, But You Can't Have My Heart. The audience erupted in applause. Especially Professor Flitwick, whose enthusiastic clapping suggested he was a devoted fan from decades past. The stage design and lighting were all orchestrated by Audrey, showcasing her ability to deliver a performance on a global scale, seemingly overshadowing everything else. Celestina Warbeck was momentarily taken aback by the sudden bright lights and the surrounding ambience, but quickly regained her composure. Her performance was poised, her voice brimming with narrative depth. And after 2 songs, she garnered unanimous acclaim from the faculty and students alike. Following her, Myron Wagtail and his newly formed band took the stage, which would later rise to fame as the Weird Sisters. Indeed, the Weird Sisters was a band comprised of 8 strapping gentlemen. Their performance was electrifying, and the young wizards were thoroughly satisfied, though they refrained from full-throated cheers, saving their energy for the grand finale. Finally, it was Audrey's turn to take the stage. The lights dimmed dramatically. A melodic voice filled the air, enchanting and ethereal. With utmost clarity, one could observe the reflection shimmering in the waves, revealing another self, an expression of my truest emotions, unwilling to mask my sincerity in everyday life, seen through the eyes of those who love me. A spotlight illuminated Audrey's solitary figure as the band began to play the accompaniment. I, the self within, am willing to pursue love with all my heart. During the interlude, Ron whispered, Harry, doesn't Audrey look like a princess? On stage, Audrey wore a flowing white gown, her hair cascading gently, adorned with a sparkling tiara. No, Ron, Harry responded, somewhat entranced. She resembles an angel. The opening song Self immersed everyone in its beauty. Glenda beamed, her predictions validated. Audrey's live performance outshone any Muggle recording by a staggering magnitude, the magic within her voice surging forth. Even mermaids would be envious. Following this, Audrey sang Big Fish, a piece the Weasley twins believed depicted magical creatures and time magic. To Glenda's delight, she insisted that Audrey perform it live, leaving Audrey both amused and exasperated. Yet, with Audrey's voice as a foundation, every song became a delight. As the final note lingered in the air, even Severus Snape, who had previously held reservations about Audrey, found himself enraptured by the music, and after a lengthy pause, the entire hall erupted in fervent applause. Celestina Warbeck nodded repeatedly. While this new talent was fresh, her prowess far surpassed even the peak of her own career, prompting her to ponder whether it was time for her to retire. Audrey cleared her throat and announced, "Next is our final song of the evening, dedicated to all the students of Hogwarts." All In was a rousing anthem, and accompanied by the Weird Sisters. Audrey transformed into a fiery phoenix, igniting the stage. The Phoenix's song served as a powerful motivator, and coupled with the invigorating melody and lyrics, the young wizards were swept away in the moment. "I am not the person you once knew. I will run forward." As they all rushed towards that door, "I will not sit down, nor will I turn back. You can never silence me, for I am on a mission, and I will not give up." The entire audience rose to their feet, swaying in rhythm as Audrey continued, "I am all in. I will no longer live solely for myself. I will resolutely follow Merlin." Harry waved his arms energetically. Audrey always empowered him through her song. Ron gaped in excitement. He had never experienced such a live performance, the magic of the music ensnaring his very soul. Draco shouted with fervor, "That's my cousin. Did you see? That's my cousin." Yet his exclamations were drowned out by the raucous crowd, no one paying heed to his words. Iselin stood tall, her hands crossed over her chest, courage surging from within her. In this moment, the Phoenix's song inspired her to shatter the confines of her royal destiny. "I am all in. I am all in. With every step I take, every drop of blood flowing through my veins, I will strive with all my might. I am all in." As the final note resounded, the hall erupted into enduring applause, whistles, and gasps. Dumbledore stroked his beard, smiling, yet pondering. This child's persona starkly contrasts with the song she sings. Could this truly be what she longs for deep within? Does she aspire to create something remarkable? Ultimately, every performance must draw to a close, and the Halloween concert concluded splendidly, ushering in the commencement of the feast. Audrey honored her promise, allowing the ghosts to gather around her. Yet the young wizards were preoccupied with their meals, most glancing towards Audrey repeatedly. The impact of Miss Estria's performance had left them utterly astonished. "Did you not see?" The hands of the Weasley twins trembled uncontrollably as they struggled to repress their impulse to dash back to the dormitory for experimentation. Ron, Draco, and the other children were all fidgeting restlessly, their minds echoing with the haunting melody of Audrey's song, unable to shake it off. Suddenly, the grand doors of the great hall swung open with a bang, and Quirinus Quirrell rushed in, his scarf askew atop his head. Audrey genuinely worried that the scarf might slip off, revealing his true identity. Quirrell, looking utterly terrified, stumbled over to Dumbledore's chair, leaning against the table as he panted, "A troll! A troll in the underground classroom." Chapter 61. It's Halloween and the little spirits are out. Quirrell's fainting spell sent the hall into chaos. Satina Wobeck rose from the Gryffindor table, shaking her head at the panic-stricken younger students. The current generation lacked the spirit. In her day, news of a troll would have sent Gryffindor into a fervor. Dumbledore's wand emitted a burst of purple fireworks, which calmed the young witches and wizards upon seeing him. Indeed, they had the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore, to quell their fears. "Prefects," Dumbledore intoned, his voice deep, "lead the students back to their dormitories at once." The prefects sprang into action, and students from all four houses began to evacuate the great hall in an orderly fashion. Audrey spotted two little ones in the Hufflepuff line, clad in tomato red and egg yellow, one of whom sported a head of fiery red hair. She smiled. After today, Hermione would truly be integrated into this small team. However, she had no interest in following them, for she noticed Glenda Chittick mingling with the Slytherin group, heading towards the dungeons. Among everyone present, it was only Glenda whom Audrey did not wish to lose track of, for Glenda had yet to pay her the 3,000 galleons owed. As they reached the entrance to the Slytherin common room, Glenda quietly slipped away from the group, venturing deeper into the shadows. Audrey switched off her invisibility charm and followed closely. What could Glenda be up to? She twisted and turned, passing through two concealed doors before finally halting before a wall. Audrey dared not approach too closely, only catching fragments of Glenda's voice. "Professor, look at you. Unsteady, hold on, you must strengthen." Audrey realized Glenda was speaking to a portrait on the wall. "Audrey, come out. You've been following me all this way," Glenda suddenly called out, raising her voice. Audrey's heart raced. How did Glenda see through her invisibility? With her cover blown, there was no point in hiding. It would be utterly embarrassing to sneak away now, given that Glenda had singled her out. Revealing herself, Audrey smiled and said, "Chittick, what brings you here?" Glenda beckoned her closer. "Shouldn't I be asking you why you're following me?" Audrey remained 3 meters away, unwilling to take another step forward. "Because you still owe me 3,000 galleons." Glenda had concocted 100 reasons why Audrey might be tailing her, but had never imagined it was for debt collection. Understanding dawned, Glenda tossed a letter of commission, which fluttered gracefully into Audrey's hands. "Here, take this. With this letter, You can withdraw 3,000 galleons from my Gringotts vault. Audrey blinked. No cash? Glenda shook her head. What age are we in? Cash. It would take several bags to hold 3,000 galleons. Who would do something so tasteless? It's utterly unrefined, like a nouveau riche. Audrey replied, though lacking evidence, I suspect you are alluding to me. Glenda continued, all right, take the letter and hurry off. Don't hinder me as I reminisce about my student days. Reminiscing about her student life? Had Audrey not overheard fragments of conversation? She might have suspected Glenda was secretly meeting a lover here. Never mind. Everyone has their secrets. She herself planned to bide her time for 3 years and then disappear. So why concern herself with others? Yet just before departing, Audrey caught sight of the sole portrait on that wall. It depicted an elderly wizard with silver-gray hair. Strikingly reminiscent of the character from Jackie Chan Adventures, albeit with a less exaggerated hairstyle. However, Audrey recognized him, Professor Fig, a Hogwarts professor from a century ago, and a guiding figure for the protagonist of Hogwarts' legacy. This was a man worthy of respect, having sacrificed himself to seal ancient magical powers. Did Glenda Chittick truly know Professor Fig? By all accounts, Glenda was born long after Professor Fig's passing nearly 80 years ago. Could it be that Glenda was a reclusive student seeking Professor Fig's counsel during her time at school? From her lively demeanor on the show, that seemed unlikely. Audrey, what are you waiting for? Glenda called out. Oh, I'm leaving now, Audrey said, turning on her heel without a trace of hesitation. The fewer secrets she knew, the longer she would live. She understood that principle well. After all, she was Slytherin, not Gryffindor. Goodbye, sister. Without waiting for Glenda's farewell, Audrey swiftly exited the scene. Professor Fig, Glenda smiled. What do you think of this girl? She's much cleverer than you were back in the day, the portrait of Professor Fig remarked. Audrey operated back to her dormitory. Glenda Chittick was truly no ordinary person. But what did that matter to Audrey? She tossed coins across her bed, comfortably burying herself in the pile, picking up a novel to pass the time. Something felt amiss, so she snapped her fingers, and Momo promptly appeared beside her, handing over freshly squeezed juice just in time. This was the life she yearned for. With everything at her fingertips, who would wish to embark on any adventures? Eating hot pot and singing songs. Wasn't he that the epitome of comfort? Within the secret passage of Hogwarts, Bode Grey was in a furious rage. Wasn't he Hogwarts supposed to be the safest place? How could a troll have invaded? Audrey Estria has already returned to her dormitory. How can we capture her now? Bode Grey and his entourage, clad in white sheets reminiscent of Gryffindor's Halloween antics, planned to use this disguise to seize Audrey. However, the sudden turn of events caught them off guard. If they missed Halloween, they would lose their cover. A group of unfamiliar adult wizards storming the campus would be far too conspicuous. Why not wait until midnight and grab her from the dormitory? Alan Ash suggested. Immediately, a member of the Grey clan echoed, exactly. Alan knows the password to the Slytherin common room. Yet, the only problem was that the girls' dormitory was protected by a charm, making it inaccessible to boys. Bode Grey's expression had improved significantly. He declared, a mere charm will not thwart me. Alan, do you know which dormitory Audrey resides in? Alan Ash froze. Having been at Hogwarts for so many years, he didn't even know what the girls' dormitory looked like, let alone where Audrey's room was. Useless. All of you. Both sighed. It seemed the infiltration plan would have to transform into a full-blown assault. Eliminate all witnesses, and we can achieve the perfect infiltration. Snape grimaced as he applied potions to the wounds inflicted by the three-headed dog. Injuries from such a creature were not easily remedied. A colossal beast has emerged within the hallowed halls of the school, evidently a ruse orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. And what could possibly be worth such deception? Only the Philosopher's Stone, concealed behind a trapdoor guarded by a three-headed dog named Fluffy, lurking in the corridor on the 4th floor. Alas! The unfortunate reality is that Hagrid's ferocious guardian does not heed the authority of a Hogwarts professor, engaging in a chaotic scuffle without discernment. With its 3 heads, it is all too easy for one to sustain an injury in the fray, truly an ill-fated turn of events. Even more distressing is the fact that that troublesome brat, Harry Potter, has chosen to confront the giant beast directly. Should he meet his demise, how could he face Lily in the afterlife? Gryffindor. Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is a creature of Hagrid's Gryffindor. The bullies from his youth were also Gryffindors, and now, it is that same Gryffindor, Harry Potter, who is giving him such cause for concern. Henceforth, starting tomorrow, Snape vowed to intensify his efforts to suppress Gryffindor, determined to transform them from a house of plenty into one of scarcity. Yet, he did not anticipate that the very individual he suspected the most, Audrey Estrelle, would remain conspicuously absent from both the fourth-floor corridor and the dungeon classroom. Could it be that she truly harbors no malicious intent? Meanwhile, Audrey, the subject of Snape's musings, has long since drifted into slumber, dreaming of acquiring a small island and constructing a grand castle, nestled in a vast treasury where she peacefully slumbers. In the throes of a delightful dream, she turns over in excitement, sending several gold galleons tumbling to the floor, producing a sound that awakens the giant cat. With his one good eye, he glances at the blissfully smiling Audrey, then shakes his head. Attempting to return to his dreams, he suddenly perceives an unusual noise from outside. It is 12:30 at night. Are there still young wizards roaming about at this late hour? Chapter 62. To be kidnapped is one thing, but to have my money stolen as well? Pansy Parkinson finally succumbed to sleep after a lengthy night of revelry in the common room with her exuberant companions. Of course, her primary motivation was to satisfy Draco's desire for a clever sidekick, as Goyle and Crabbe proved to be utterly dim-witted, incapable of even delivering a proper compliment. All night, Draco animatedly discussed Audrey Estrelle, seemingly having forgotten his earlier disdain for her at the beginning of term. This left Pansy somewhat dissatisfied. What merit could a mudblood possess to warrant such admiration? Upon returning to the dormitory, Pansy continued to brood, dragging Daphne Greengrass into a late-night discussion. Daphne, what is it about that Estrelle that captivates the boys so completely? Daphne, already weary and yearning for sleep, mustered her energy to reply, Pansy, don't dwell on it too much. She is merely a singer. Pansy nodded, sitting up with excitement. Exactly. She is just a performer. Draco and the others are simply beguiled by her. Estrelle is nothing but a vixen. That accursed mudblood. In her fervent disparagement of Audrey, Pansy conveniently forgot that she had been among the most enthusiastic cheerers during the concert that very day. Yes, Malfoy looks down on mudbloods, Daphne interjected, her patience waning as drowsiness enveloped her mind like a fog. She longed to end this topic. After all, in just 3 years, she would be graduating, while Draco would still have to endure 7 years with Pansy. You make a valid point, Pansy conceded, but suddenly grew anxious. Daphne, you'll be in the same year as Draco too. You're not going to steal him from me, are you? Daphne rolled her eyes in the darkness. Rest assured, I, Greengrass, have no interest in Malfoy. Pansy breathed a sigh of relief and settled back down. Bang. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a group of individuals burst inside. Before Pansy could even let out a scream, she found a wand pressed to her throat. Quiet, miss, or you'll find us less than courteous. The members of the Water Snake's Fong had entered this room because it was the only one from which sounds could be heard. Pansy, Daphne, and the 2 other roommates were swiftly yanked from their beds. Those 2 unfortunate roommates had been pretending to sleep for half the night to avoid Pansy's incessant complaints. And just as Pansy was finally ready to sleep, they were ambushed in their dormitory. They were on the verge of tears. The next morning would bring Transfiguration class, and Professor McGonagall had recently begun to target Slytherin students due to Professor Snape's reckless awarding and deducting of points. Although Professor McGonagall is principled, should anyone be caught making a mistake, she would not hesitate to punish them. The penalties for Slytherin had become absurdly lenient. If they were late or in poor spirits during class, they would almost certainly face the wrath of the aging cat lady. You best remain silent. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety, the leader, clad in a silver mask, spoke in a low tone. I simply have one question for you, and once we're done, we'll be on our way. The 4 young witches nodded nervously. Slytherin students are not known for recklessness in such dire circumstances. Tell me, where is Audrey Estrelle's dormitory? Pansy's eyes lit up. Salazar be praised, was this not the perfect opportunity to eliminate a potential rival? These individuals were clearly up to no good. That wench. Will she escape death this time? I'll tell you, Pansy exclaimed. Estrelle's room is the 3rd door on the right at the end of the corridor. The leader, satisfied with Pansy's cooperation, exchanged glances with his subordinates. Knock them out. Several spells were cast, and the 4 young witches collapsed to the ground. The giant cat had stealthily positioned itself near the door's bookshelf, its solitary eye fixed on the entrance. Creak. The door's lock was opened. In Hogwarts student dormitories, the locks are merely a deterrent for honorable individuals. In an environment where everyone knows the spell Alohomora, if something truly needs to be concealed, students tend to rely on enchanted and trap-laden storage boxes. The Water Snake's Fong and a few Greys stealthily entered. Bode Grey followed closely behind. Upon entering the room, someone immediately cast a low-powered Lumos charm, and the sight before them left everyone astonished. Audrey lay upon a large bed of deep green, a color they could discern due to their keen perception, for the bed was piled high with gold galleons. They had to peer through the gaps in the galleons to glimpse the bed linen's true color. Not only the greys and the water snake's fong, but even Bode Grey had never encountered such a scene before. Was this girl the fabled, avaricious dragon? How could she possibly sleep atop a mound of gold? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Under the inquiring gazes of his subordinates, Bode Grey murmured, "Quickly, bind her and don't spare a single galleon." The Grey family was utterly destitute. The water snake's fong had seen dwindling returns, relying solely on Bode's nefarious activities to sustain them. In short, he was desperately impoverished. Upon beholding the bed heaped with galleons, Bode Grey's eyes nearly turned crimson. Meow. A cat's cry rang out, piercing and chilling, rousing the slumbering Audrey from her dreams. Upon awakening, she heard someone urgently exclaiming, "Quickly, grab her, take all the galleons." What? Someone dares to steal my galleons? Audrey shot upright, only to be met with a stunning hex. "You dare cast a stunning spell?" With a swift motion, she deflected the spell barehanded, leaping from her bed, wand tightly grasped in hand. A glance revealed a cadre of masked men. The water snake's fong. 5 assassins unleashed curses towards Audrey, while the others commenced collecting galleons from the ground. In their estimation, with 5 assailants, Audrey was destined to fall. Thus, gathering the galleons first seemed the more efficient approach. However, contrary to their expectations, their actions incited Audrey's wrath. "A night raid on me? Not a problem, you are bound to fail. Kidnap me? Go ahead, if you succeed. I shall applaud your efforts. Attempt to steal my galleons? What? Steal my galleons? Who gave you the audacity? Merely entertaining that thought, I would reduce you to ashes. Moreover, you actually dared to lay hands on them. Fire shield." A surge of blue flames erupted. The comatose curse cast by the water serpent struck the flames without even igniting a spark, while those unfortunate souls scrambling for galleons too close by were instantly turned to ash. Dumbledore had advised Audrey against taking lives, yet she found it impossible to restrain herself. Those little coins were her very essence. To rob her of them was to rob her of life itself. Therefore, if her life was at stake, was she not permitted to retaliate? The blue flames rampaged through the room, incinerating the assassins upon contact. Yet astonishingly, the flames spared everything else in the room. Even the alarmed cat, which remained unscathed beneath the blue fire. Bodger, pale with anger, cursed the wretched cat. Had it not been for this tabby cat's warning, they would have long since abducted Audrey Estria. Avada Kedavra. A green beam shot directly towards the tabby. But the cat's reflexes were 7 times faster than those of a human. The tabby nimbly leapt from the bookshelf, evading the curse. Bodger clicked his tongue and forcefully redirected his wand towards Audrey, casting infinite frost. He had to take matters into his own hands, or else his minions would perish. Blue ice flowers manifested within the dormitory. Bodger knew well that although Audrey possessed extraordinary talent, she was still young, and in terms of magical quality, she remained inferior to him. "Everyone, retreat. I can handle this alone. Go. Secure the entrance to the common room." After issuing commands to his subordinates, the room was suddenly left with only Audrey and himself. This time she had no reinforcements, and there was no suitable soil for plant growth. In a one-on-one confrontation, he was assured victory. Yet, Audrey's actions exceeded his expectations as she transformed into a streak of lightning, charging directly at him. Bodger gasped in shock, twisting his wand to cast a bolt of lightning to intercept her. "How do you wield that spell?" The magic Audrey had just employed was an ancient mobility spell from Bodger's ancestral tomes, one he had failed to master despite dedicating his entire life to it. In reality, he had only learned 3 spells from the tome: ice, thunder, and the location spell. Audrey transformed into lightning again, darting to a corner of the room. "Is this spell truly remarkable? It is merely an entry-level ancient magic." Bodger fell silent. Indeed, the tome handed down from ancestors was titled Introduction to Ancient Magic. "You invade my chamber not only to claim my life, but also to seize my galleons. Let me tell you, this matter is far from over. I am furious." Had she encountered Bodger days prior, Audrey would have devised a strategy to outwit him, but now, she had mastered the spells recorded in Introduction to Ancient Magic. She had thoroughly assessed the capabilities of the man before her. Bodger was no longer a source of fear. Chapter 63, Trapped in a Jar. The tabby cat sat atop the bed curtains, observing the battle between the two. Bodger's attacks were forceful and heavy, while Audrey relied on agility. Although Audrey's magical power was somewhat inferior to Bodger's, he dared not withstand her assaults head-on. The tabby watched closely. If Audrey switched to her dragonfire form, Bodger would undoubtedly lose. Audrey was no longer the helpless hydras manipulated by Bodger 5 years ago, despite only having studied magic for 4 months. Moreover, the ancient magic she wielded was beyond the tabby's comprehension. He sighed. While he claimed to protect her, in reality, he had merely made a loud noise. Audrey no longer required his protection. Having learned from today's experience, she would surely be more cautious in her sleep from now on. Should anyone attempt to employ the same tactics again, it would be akin to lighting a lamp in a toilet. As for now, before this group intruded, he had already notified his uncle. By now, his uncle must be outside Hogwarts. Iselin's sleep was light, and she vaguely heard footsteps in the corridor outside, prompting her to sit up. Who could it be at such a late hour? Quietly approaching the door, Iselin cracked it open, revealing shadows swiftly making their way to the common room. This Astrea is truly formidable. I heard she is a new student this year. When did first years become so powerful? Ha! A fifth-year first year. I've heard adults say there have only been 3 such individuals in history. It's simply uncanny. Our people can't even withstand a single spell from her. Enough of the chatter. Guard the entrance well. The adults are invincible and will surely capture that little girl. Iselin retreated. Someone was plotting against Audrey. Hurriedly, she found her school uniform and pulled a small round disc from her pocket, pressing the button with fervor. Momentlate. A voice emanated from the disc. Miss Windsor, it is now well into the night. I trust you have a valid reason for disturbing your professor's rest. Professor Snape. A group of strangers has infiltrated our dormitory. They are after Audrey. There was a brief silence before Snape replied, Secure the door and do not venture out. I will handle it. Iselin sat on the edge of her bed, her heart racing. Rationality told her that listening to Professor Snape was the wisest course of action. Yet her concern for Audrey was overwhelming. She twisted her nightgown nervously, anxiously eyeing the dark door, as though a monstrous beast lurked behind it. Yet her dear friend was facing danger. Iselin stood up, striding towards the trunk in the corner of the room. As a member of royalty, she enjoyed certain privileges at Hogwarts, including a private room, allowing her to rummage through her belongings without fear of disturbing others. After a cacophony of clattering, Iselin pushed open the door. She was now clad in gleaming silver armor, adorned with crimson stripes, clearly not of mundane origin. This was a wizarding armor crafted by fairies. Cautiously making her way towards Audrey's room, Iselin's heart raced almost to her throat. Audrey's ancient magic, though not yet mastered, was sufficient to deal with Bodger, as he only knew those 2 forms of ancient magic. With a crack, whoosh, lightning, fire, ice, and fierce winds surrounded Audrey as she grew bolder in battle. Embodying electric light with remarkable agility, her magically enhanced reflexes showcased their true value here. Bodger could no longer land a hit on Audrey. He was forced to devote all his energy to defending against her relentless onslaught from all directions. Internally he lamented. He had initially thought he could easily subdue this young girl, but to his astonishment, in just a few days, Audrey had grown to this extent. Yet, Audrey too faced her own struggles. Lacking experience, while transforming into lightning granted her immense mobility, the spell was highly taxing and intended for emergencies. As she frequently maneuvered, no amount of magical energy could sustain her for long. Silently, she transitioned her unicorn physique to that of a house elf. Although the potency of her magic diminished, she could finally harness the ambient magical energy in the air, allowing her overburdened magical circuits a brief respite. However, Bodgry, being astute, sensed the decline in Audrey's attack power, and realized her magical reserves were also running low. With a surge of lightning unleashed, as Audrey attempted to counter it, Bodgry burst through the door, preparing to flee. Yet, at the very moment he bolted, he encountered a fully armored dwarf, standing at a mere 1.60 meters. The weight of the armor was considerable. It allowed the wizard clad within to move with ease, yet did not alter its inherently heavy nature, making it undeniably magical. Had Bodgry been in full possession of his limbs, he might have evaded the impact. Even if he collided, he could have adjusted his center of gravity to prevent a fall. But in his current state, he was left with only one leg, typically reliant on magic for movement. He was unable to react swiftly to the sudden collision. Crash. Elysian staggered from the impact, clearly indicating the force Bodgry had exerted to escape. However, compared to Elysian, Bodgry, lacking any protection, found himself in a far worse predicament, collapsing to the ground, his body aching as if it were falling apart. A gasp escaped his lips as several teeth were dislodged. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Audrey's wand tip crackled with electricity. 5 years prior, Bodgry had sent her plummeting from the skies with his lightning. Now, 5 years later, she resolved to repay him in kind. She was eager to discover if Bodgry's flesh could withstand the same punishment she had endured 5 years ago. Suddenly he collapsed unconscious. A red beam struck him, and he rolled his eyes back in a faint. Yet Audrey's lightning had yet to be unleashed. Retracting her wand, she recognized Snape's voice. He had always harbored doubts about her, And should he witness her commit murder, it would complicate matters further. As a large bat strode forth, the oil lamps in the corridor ignited in succession, resembling a king on a journey, followed by torch-bearing subjects. "Everyone back to your beds," Snape commanded, sending the curious little witches peeking out back to their dormitories. He approached Bodgry, glancing down with a hint of disdain. Bodgry." His gaze shifted to the fully armored Elysian. "Miss Windsor, I distinctly remember instructing you to remain in your chambers." His evident annoyance at Elysian's recklessness was palpable. After all, Bodgry was a notorious fugitive, a dark wizard. He cast a scornful glance at Elysian's armor. "Do you truly believe this fairy-crafted armor can protect you?" Elysian timidly lifted her visor, her voice barely above a whisper. "I apologize, Professor. I was just very concerned for Audrey." Snape halted her with a gesture. Stepping into Audrey's room, a single glance revealed the extensive damage. The room bore the scars of lightning strikes, torn by winds, frozen and scorched by fire. "Miss Astrea," Snape remarked, "is this how you care for the school's property?" He gestured to the scattered Galleons. "Do you presume your wealth grants you the liberty to destroy at will?" His gaze was scrutinizing. "Furthermore, I do not believe these spells were learned at school." "Severus, enough." Dumbledore's apparition materialized in the room, accompanied by a tall, elderly wizard. "It is quite late, and Miss Astrea requires rest." As he spoke, his elder wand waved, swiftly restoring Audrey's room to its former state. "But Headmaster, her magic is unaccounted for." "Those spells were taught by me," the tall wizard interjected. "In the 2 months prior to the term, I was entrusted by Dumbledore to instruct Audrey in magic during the summer." Snape scoffed and turned to leave. Elysian handed the communication disc to Snape, believing he might harbor resentment towards Audrey, and that the disc would soon be rendered useless. Yet to her surprise, Snape quietly remarked, "Keep it safe. Additionally, well done." Elysian stifled a laugh. Professor Snape truly possessed a sharp tongue yet a tender heart. As he exited, he announced, "Audrey Astrea bravely repelled a fugitive, safeguarding her classmates. Slytherin gains 50 points. Dumbledore added with a smile, "Miss Astrea's actions are truly inspiring. I believe 50 points are insufficient. I shall award Slytherin an additional 20. Snape's lips twitched, betraying either a smirk or disdain. He still needed to address the scattering of water snake fangs. His steps were brisk, echoing on the iron floor as he departed. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore bound the unconscious Bodgry securely. He turned to Elysian and said, "Miss Windsor, please return to your room. I have some matters to discuss privately with Miss Astrea." "Very well, Professor Dumbledore." Elysian cast a glance at her friend, who playfully winked back, causing Elysian to flush as she left. "Audrey, are you all right?" Dumbledore inquired with concern. What could possibly be wrong? Had it not been for Professor Snape's timely arrival, I would have dealt with Bodgry myself. Dumbledore furrowed his brow. "We agreed to refrain from seizing the lives of others." "Enough, Albus," Grindelwald interjected loudly, having already cast a silencing charm beforehand. "This situation cannot be blamed on Audrey. She was merely retaliating against those who bullied her." Dumbledore shook his head in resignation. "It is not about forbidding retaliation, but rather that once one gains the upper hand, there is no need to take a life. The hypocrisy of the strong." Grindelwald knew he could not sway Dumbledore on this matter and in frustration, declared, "You claim Hogwarts is the safest place. Yet if Audrey had not defended herself, you would be regretting it today." Grindelwald was attempting to divert Dumbledore's attention, having noticed peculiar powder scattered on the ground. Dumbledore, unfamiliar with it, was well aware of its implications. In Paris, he had witnessed its deadly consequences. If Hydra had murderous intentions, she would face severe reprimand. If Albus discovered she had taken a life, it would create chaos. Dumbledore was indeed led astray, explaining, "Today's events are astonishing. Outsiders infiltrated the students' dormitories, which undoubtedly raises concerns. I believe a thorough investigation is warranted." He turned to Audrey. "Child, do rest early. It is getting late." Before they departed, Dumbledore pointed to the Galleons on the floor. Jesting, "I now believe you can easily earn millions each year." He then added, "The capture of Bodgry signifies the restoration of Hydras Lestrange's reputation. Are you prepared?" "Restoration of my innocence?" Audrey chuckled. "Does that mean the bounty will be lifted?" "Indeed." Dumbledore nodded, however. "You may need to continue using the identity of Audrey during your time at school." Confused, Audrey asked, "Why?" "Because we have staff and students with grievances against your biological father. To avoid unnecessary conflict, it is prudent to conceal your identity for the time being." "But my surname is Lestrange." "The Lestranges also have numerous enemies within the school, such as Mr. Longbatten." Grindelwald scoffed, remaining silent but clearly disapproving of Dumbledore's stance. Why should a genius accommodate the feelings of the ordinary? Very well. Audrey was indifferent. After all, it was merely 3 years. And she still had 7 years before she would truly assume the identity of Hydras Lestrange. Now that the matters are settled, let us ascend and indulge in a couple of drinks. I hastened all the way from Numungard, and I am utterly exhausted. Halloween has come and gone. And the tales of the giant incident and the invasion of the Slytherin dormitory have swiftly circulated among the young wizards. However, the most enduring topic that emerged from this Halloween must be the 3 songs sung by Audrey before the feast. Meanwhile, the core group has established a solid bond post-Halloween. And Hermione no longer chastises Harry and his friends for their rule-breaking antics. In fact, she herself seems to be feeling a bit adventurous. As November dawns, the weather has abruptly turned frigid. Audrey has heard that Hogsmeade has been blanketed in a layer of ice and snow, yet she harbors no desire to venture there. Even with the formidable Bodgrey now apprehended. At this moment, she is cozily ensconced in her room, savoring the warmth of the fire pit, sipping the exquisite wine brewed especially for her by Momo, gnawing on delectable jerky, and engaging in a game of wizard chess with Iselin. Lately, Audrey has become quite enamored with this pastime. Who says the wizarding world lacks entertainment? These uniquely charming little pieces are simply delightful. That move was splendid. Praise you, Miss Astor. Damn it, how dare you send me to my demise? Alright, you are right, that was a clever move. I shall die with honor. Oh, we have won again. Long live Audrey Astor. Iselin, irritated, drained her goblet of fine wine. Having lost at least 9 out of 10 games, Audrey always seems to see through her intentions. I'm done. Iselin toppled the chess pieces, invoking a chorus of protests from her little pawns. Audrey, you ought to play in the common room. There are many who are far more skilled than I. Audrey replied nonchalantly, why would I seek out more skilled opponents? Besides, is there exquisite wine and delicacies outside? I have no desire to share my delightful snacks with strangers. Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door resounded. Iselin went to open it as Audrey remained tucked under the covers, finding it inconvenient to rise. It was their head girl, Gemma Farley. Is Iselin there? Is Audrey with you? Iselin nodded and ushered her inside. Audrey, Gemma exclaimed, why are you still in bed? Audrey chuckled, it is Saturday. Shouldn't T1 take the opportunity to rest? Gemma nearly shouted, but today is the Quidditch match between our house and Gryffindor. I came to summon you to watch. Not going. Audrey swiftly declined, it's freezing cold. Why would I venture outside to watch a bunch of novices peck at each other? Only a fool would do that. Audrey, Gemma pleaded, you must come. You are our Slytherin star. Your presence would greatly boost our team's morale. Audrey blinked. Are you certain that my attendance would not incite Gryffindor to play even harder out of resentment for Slytherin's audacity? Iselin chimed in, Audrey, do go. You cannot spend all day in bed. Well, I certainly need to move about. Otherwise, my reputation as a sloth will be irrevocably sealed. Very well. I shall go. Iselin's face lit up with joy, relieved to escape the torment of the chess game. However, barely outside the castle gates, regret washed over Audrey. It was dreadfully cold. Despite wearing the shop's finest from the enchanted garment store, she still could not withstand Hogwarts chill. Reluctantly, she cast a warming charm upon herself, and extended the same enchantment to Iselin and Gemma. Traversing through the castle gardens, they arrived outside the towering Quidditch pitch. We must hurry, otherwise we shall miss it, urged Gemma, prompting the trio to quicken their pace. As they reached the periphery of the pitch, Audrey could feel the fervor of the young wizards for Quidditch. The air was alive with excitement, their enthusiasm seemingly melting the frost. And the grass surrounding the pitch remained a vibrant green, thanks to the professor's frost removal spells. Gemma had reserved a seat for Audrey. The 3 settled side by side, and within moments, the match commenced. Just in time, Gemma remarked, had someone dawdled a bit longer in bed, we would have missed it. Audrey shrugged, choosing to ignore her. The bludger has been seized by Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson. Lee Jordan's voice echoed throughout the pitch. What an exceptional chaser she is, and so enchanting as well. Jordan. Audrey heard Professor McGonagall's bellow, causing her to chuckle. This commentary was proving far more entertaining than the match itself. Gryffindor's skill evidently surpassed that of Slytherin, as Angelina and her teammates outmaneuvered Slytherin's keeper, Blaise, sending the bludger soaring into the goal. The Gryffindor stands erupted in jubilation, while Audrey sensed her fellow Slytherins around her sinking into despair. However, under Captain Flint's leadership, Slytherin managed to score 30 points through dubious means. The little snakes cheered, indifferent to the methods employed. As long as the outcome was favorable, the process mattered little. Today Gryffindor's seeker was a 7th year named Gomez McCand, whom Wood had reluctantly added to the team for numbers. Audrey had thwarted Mr. Potter's Quidditch debut. Yet she felt no guilt. Look. Had Harry joined the team as a first year, how much torment would he have suffered under our dear Professor Snape? Not only that, he had avoided the peril of potentially falling from his broom today. Audrey considered herself quite virtuous, indeed a veritable saint. Yet, without Harry's near-fall moment, Gryffindor players were playing with heightened focus, quickly leveling the score, and even taking the lead. Slytherin's players visibly began to lose morale and grow increasingly agitated. Audrey, sing. Gemma Farley called out, your voice could uplift our spirits. Audrey replied, the song of the Phoenix indeed inspires courage, but it's indiscriminate. If I sing, Gryffindor's courage will rise alongside ours. What purpose does that serve? Yet, as the saying goes, desperate times call for desperate measures. The surrounding little snakes, having heard Gemma's entreaty, began to urge Audrey as well. Even Iselin cast her a pleading glance. Audrey sighed, next time I come to the Quidditch pitch, I shall be a fool. She transformed into her phoenix form and began to chant. The effect of the Phoenix's song was immediate. Slytherin's players perked up and began to organize a counterattack. However, correspondingly, Gryffindor's players were also greatly inspired. Moreover, the little wizards in the stands were stirred by Audrey's singing, rising one by one to shout fervently at the pitch. The audience's fervent emotions, in turn, influenced the players' morale. They seemed to be invigorated by adrenaline, playing with reckless abandon. Oh, from Slytherin Academy, Audrey Aster begins to sing, her melody invigorating all players on the field. Look, they are as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Speaking of giants, one must mention Marcus Flint, of giant lineage. Lee Jordan. The scores fluctuated wildly. Although the skill level was average, they played with the fervor reminiscent of a Quidditch World Cup final. The golden snitch has appeared. Lee Jordan shouted, as Gryffindor's Seeker Gomez and Slytherin's Seeker Terrence charged towards the snitch simultaneously. No, have they lost their minds? At such a steep angle. They are shoving each other. Merlin's socks. Please do not break your necks. The two seekers were clearly not themselves. They were overly exhilarated, feeling invincible. It's just a simple dive. Isn't it easily manageable? In truth, it is evident to discerning eyes that they have gradually lost control of their brooms. Madame Hawk has drawn her wand, and Madame Pomfrey has dashed out from the lounge, both foreseeing the impending tragedy. Bang! Crash! Gomez and Terrence collided, their brooms entangled, leading them to lose their balance and crash to the ground. Terrence lost consciousness on the spot, while Gomez bounced along the ground for over 20 meters before finally coming to a halt. Lying sprawled on the ground, he raised his hand, proudly displaying the golden snitch he had caught. Blood trickled down from his head, and with a tilt of his neck, he followed Terrence into unconsciousness. Oh. It is Gryffindor that has captured the golden snitch. In this match, Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin with a score of 210-70. Yet, our seeker is clearly in a dire state, gravely injured. Let us hope he endures. Audrey ceased her murmuring, shaking her head in disbelief. How could one consider such an affair worthy of their time? It appeared intense, yet was utterly crude, devoid of any elegance. How far more delightful it would be to recline in bed, listening to Momo narrate the quaint stories of house elves. As I have said before, should she return to the pitch, she would be a fool. Chapter 65. The message delivered by the owl. This morning, there was no escaping potions class. Reluctantly, Audrey rose to head towards the great hall. Ah, a day free from ghostly entanglements is indeed a good day. Good morning, Audrey. Morning. Barely seated, Audrey overheard the small snakes across from her discussing Quidditch. Have you heard? Gryffindor is selecting a new seeker. I know. It seems their seeker was seriously injured in the last match, and is too frightened to return to the field. Ha ha ha, and Gryffindor? Where is his courage? Stop mocking them. Our Terrence is not faring any better. He has also submitted his resignation. What? Why? His mother forbade him from continuing Quidditch, saying he is the only heir of their family and cannot risk injury. So, does that mean we have no seeker left? The substitute seeker seems to be that third-year Avery. He flies worse than I do. Oh dear, at this rate. We are bound to lose to Ravenclaw after the Christmas holidays. I'm sure Professor Snape will organize a selection. There must be a solution. Audrey listened to the little snakes chatter about Quidditch, nonchalantly taking a bite of her meat bun, causing juices to squirt forth. Her eyes narrowed as the juices coalesced mid-air. Returning to her mouth. Quidditch. What concern is it of mine? I would rather focus on my meal. Audrey. Iselin approached. Why are you up so early today? When I went to your room, you had already left. Audrey shook her head, unable to admit that her right eyelid had been twitching severely that morning, keeping her awake. So she had simply decided to come down for breakfast. Am I really that lazy in your eyes? Iselin tilted her head. Isn't that so? Iselin Windsor. I am quite diligent. Or do you think my singing talent came from nowhere? Iselin hesitated. Well, yes, Audrey sings so brilliantly. She must have undergone rigorous training. Iselin. Audrey said softly, have you ever seen Hogwarts at 4 in the morning? Iselin's eyes widened, realizing that Audrey had been rising early to practice singing. And what she saw was merely Audrey catching up on sleep after her strenuous training. Audrey. Iselin's eyes sparkled. Next time you practice singing early, do call me. Audrey. Oh dear, I may have overdone it. Audrey chuckled awkwardly. We'll see, we'll see. Fortunately, the flock of owls flying in provided a timely distraction, delivering letters and parcels accurately to the young wizards. Draco Malfoy gleefully opened the package sent from home, filled with his favorite sweets. Malfoy. Audrey, ever observant, spotted her beloved lemon drops and exclaimed, all the lemon licorice, please. Without a hint of shame from the mudbloods, Draco picked up a box of sweets and rushed over to Audrey with a grin. Here. I had my mother buy these specially for you, he whispered. My father remembers that you love these. Audrey paused, whispering back, you told your father about me? Don't worry, cousin. Draco lowered his voice further, ensuring only they could hear. My father wouldn't speak of it to others. Audrey frowned, not due to Lucius, but because she felt an aggressive gaze upon her. The scrutiny came from Pansy Parkinson. Oh, little yellow-haired girl, what business is it of yours if I'm chatting with my cousin? Cousin, my father has also contributed to restoring your reputation. Draco's words jolted Audrey from her thoughts, just as Iselin exclaimed in astonishment, Audrey, you must see today's Daily Prophet. She handed the newspaper to Audrey. The headline read, after 5 years on the run, Hydras Lestrange is proven innocent. Another case of wrongful accusations manufactured by the Ministry of Magic. After Bodger Gray was apprehended, he revealed that he had framed Miss Lestrange in a bid to seize her family's wealth. Our reporter has ample reason to suspect that the ministry employed Veritaserum during the interrogation. The former head of the magical law enforcement, now the director of international magical cooperation, Barty Crouch, has also provided pertinent evidence from that time. Hydras Lestrange's actions against Norse Grey and Daniel Grey were acts of self-defense. Iselin remarked. The Grey family has overstepped. This time, they are utterly finished. Draco interjected. My father has already taken over all of Lestrange's assets, awaiting Miss Lestrange's return to restore everything to its original state. Audrey glanced at Professor Quirrell seated among the faculty. Had it not been for the intimidating presence of my dear old dad, Lucius would hardly be so invested. Iselin, astonished, asked, why is Lestrange's estate being managed by your family? Draco proudly raised his chin. Because Hydra is my cousin. He finally spoke it aloud. Although he did not explicitly say that Audrey was his cousin, does it matter? Sooner or later, you fools will learn that the greatest singer, Audrey Estria, is indeed my cousin, Draco Malfoy. With this thought, Draco trembled with excitement. Audrey face-bombed. Foolish cousin. Pansy Parkinson slammed her hand on the table, startling Daphne beside her, before rising with a thunderous expression and storming away. All because of that woman. She is to face 2 months of confinement. Damn it. Iselin suddenly seemed to recall something. By the way, speaking of Grey, do you remember that Alan Ash? She looked at Audrey. He is the 6th year whose mother is from the Grey family. Audrey nodded. Of course I remember. Iselin continued. The group that attacked you that night was led into Hogwarts by Alan Ash through a secret passage. Oh, how do you know that? Iselin sighed. You spend all day hiding in your room, so of course you wouldn't know. He has been expelled from school and left Hogwarts yesterday. Audrey felt a twinge of disdain for Snape. He was filled with doubt and hostility toward her, yet he eagerly utilized her contributions to Slytherin. In one class, Snape once again used her as an excuse to award Slytherin 20 points. Man, have some dignity. Estria, stay for a moment. Elysian cast a glance at Audrey that seemed to say, I shall wait for you by the door, as she exited the potions classroom, while Audrey approached Professor Snape. Is there something you need, Professor? Snape's face was inscrutable, which left Audrey with grave doubts about whether he had employed a mental block. Was such caution truly necessary? After all, she wasn't capable of legitimacy. I want you to serve as the seeker for our house's Quidditch team. Audrey, what? Audrey, excuse me? Audrey was so taken aback that she inadvertently produced the book's first emoticon. I refuse, Professor. I don't believe I am suited for Quidditch. Exemption. I can arrange your exemption. Audrey, is it impossible to have both the fish and the bear's paw? Audrey began to wrestle with her thoughts. Although the exemption was quite tempting, she truly did not wish to play Quidditch. Professor, why do you want me on the team? I saw you fly last time. Professor, I don't have a broom. Though she doubted that he lacked the funds to procure one, Snape remained impassive, observing the peculiar little witch before him who was laying down galleons. But I shall resolve this issue for you. Professor, upon reflection, I still believe I may not be well suited to join the team. 500 galleons. And an additional 500 galleons, Snape said, somewhat pained. Though he was not short of money, it was not as if it came to him without effort. If you refuse again, then be gone. I agree. Audrey hurriedly acquiesced. She would receive a broom for free, earn a reward, and most crucially, attain an exemption. She truly did not fancy Quidditch, but Snape's offer was too enticing. After all, whose galleons came without toil? Apologies, hers did. Chapter 66. Signs of a Diverging Destiny. Audrey is our new seeker. Audrey has joined our Quidditch team. This news spread like wildfire among the Slytherin wizards and soon reached students in romantic entanglements with those from other houses throughout the entire castle. Neville Longbottom once again forgot the password to the Gryffindor common room, and found himself blocked from entry by the fat lady's portrait. Poor child. Have you forgotten the password again? Neville sheepishly shrank back. The fat lady inquired. I heard that the remarkably talented singer, Audrey Lestrange, has become Slytherin's seeker? Neville nodded repeatedly. She's incredible. When I heard the news, I could hardly believe my ears. The fat lady shook her head, fanning herself as though she could conjure a breeze from within the frame. That child is wasting her talent. With such a gift for singing, she should not dabble in anything so crude as Quidditch. Such a vulgar sport cannot even be compared to the elegance of song. The fat lady covered her face with her fan and discreetly glanced at Neville. If I were to sing Carmen alongside Lestrange, who do you think would fare better? Neville was momentarily taken aback. Did she even need to ask? Of course it would be Audrey. But he had an epiphany. If he answered that the fat lady sang better, she might be so pleased that she would let him in. It is you, fat lady, who sings best. Oh ho ho ho, such an honest boy. But you didn't say the password, so I cannot let you enter, the fat lady said with a smile. I do so love singing, Carmen. Observing Neville's impassive demeanor, the fat lady sighed. What was it I loved to sing again? Carmen. Correct password, come in, child. Neville. It was Saturday and breakfast time. Audrey had received notice from Snape the previous day that she must attend the Great Hall for breakfast that morning. Bewildered, Audrey had not anticipated experiencing the treatment akin to that of Harry in the original text. 6 long-eared owls swooped in, carrying a long parcel, circling down as they aimed to land on the table before Audrey. Frowning, Audrey waved her hand, sending her breakfast flying away from the table to make room for the owls. She certainly did not wish to sip soy milk only to find feathers in it, or discover unidentifiable yellow-white substances atop her zongzi. Elysian curiously asked, Audrey, you usually receive no letters, and now this arrives with a bang. Hurry up and open it so I can see what's inside. What else could it be? A broom prepared by Snape. For her, it mattered little what she rode. Even an ordinary broomstick would suffice to outmaneuver the little wizards. Moreover, judging by Snape's demeanor, she would be fortunate to receive a Comet Series broom, so what was there to anticipate? Audrey casually waved her hand. You open it. I want to eat first. Her breakfast returned to the table as Audrey resumed her focused eating. Elysian dragged the parcel before her, unwrapping the layers to reveal a flying broomstick. Oh, it's a flying broomstick, and quite beautiful. Elysian exclaimed, this doesn't seem cheap. Nimbus 2000. Though Elysian was not well versed in such matters, Draco, sitting across the long table, recognized the Nimbus 2000 he had long coveted at a glance. Nimbus 2000? Audrey's broom is a Nimbus 2000. The Slytherin snakes quickly gathered around. Draco's eyes widened as they fixated on the Nimbus 2000. Miss Audrey. Call me Senior Lestrange. Audrey retorted. Senior Lestrange. Draco said. May I see that broom? Oh. It's just a broom. If you like it, feel free to take it for a spin, Audrey replied nonchalantly. As she finished her last sip of soy milk, she elegantly wiped her mouth. As long as he didn't break it, she was fine with it. Audrey returned to her dormitory, surprised that Snape had been so generous as to procure for her the finest flying broom available on the market. That old proud one. Audrey shook her head and asked Elysian beside her. Shall we play wizard's chess? Not today, Audrey, Elysian replied, her gaze evasive. I don't have as many exemptions as you. My assignments are piling up. What fun was there in being continuously tormented? Elysian thought to herself. She would not step foot into Audrey's dormitory again until she found new amusements. Alan Ash had locked himself in his room. His father, Elvin Ash, was a smuggler who spent most of the year away from home, having married his mother merely to forge connections with the Grey and Lestrange families. His son was simply a byproduct of passion, and now that the Grey family had fallen, Elvin had no reason to care about Alan's well-being. Alan lay flat on his bed, his eyes vacant. His room was in disarray. Clothes were carelessly tossed on the desk, while books that should have been there were scattered across the floor. He harbored intense resentment, but did not know whom to blame. Bode Grey? That old man had already been apprehended by the Ministry of Magic. Audrey Estria? The girl bore him no grudge. In fact, she was the one who had brought people into Hogwarts, and it would be to his detriment to act against her. Dumbledore? Well, his role as a guide had indeed been discovered by that old man. But revenge? Ash shook his head repeatedly, hastily dismissing such impractical thoughts. Are you filled with resentment? A hoarse female voice called from outside the door. Who is it? Alan Ash sprang up suddenly. My apologies, the voice said as the door swung open. Hello. Alan Ash. Entering was a female elf, who compared to the male goblins of Gringotts, could undoubtedly be described as possessing an alluring figure. Though she was of diminutive stature, her physique was remarkably well proportioned, her skin smooth with a hint of green, and her hair a striking shade of red. I am Titus, as you can see, a fairy. Alan Ash gripped his wand tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Despite the general disdain wizards held for fairies, their magical prowess was not inferior to that of wizards. As a mere dropout, he stood no chance against the fairy before him. What is it that you seek by intruding into my home? Titus elegantly gestured, and a chair flew from beside her desk to rest before her. She sat gracefully, smiling as she locked eyes with Alan, her gaze shimmering with an insight that seemed to pierce the very soul. You must be quite vexed now, are you not? You must be in torment, Alan Ash. I can see it clearly. You are bewildered, uncertain as to how you have found yourself in such a predicament. Alan Ash was taken aback. This fairy understood him. Titus continued, let me enlighten you. The reason for your current state is your lack of power. She extended her hand, clenching her fist as if speaking to herself. Yes. Power. It is because you lack power that you are at the mercy of others. It is because you lack power that you cannot resist injustice. And it is because you lack power that you cannot earn the respect of others. Titus's voice was imbued with an enticing allure. Come with me, and I shall grant you the power you seek, and together we shall overturn the injustices of this magical world. Alan Ash felt a stirring within him, yet he clung to his reason. Why me? Titus replied with a smile, because of Audrey Astery. Once again, Audrey Astery? Until now, he had merely acted at the behest of his elders. Bodger had not disclosed the connection between Audrey and ancient magic to Alan Ash. In essence, he was but a pawn, a piece easily discarded. Yet now he yearned to break free from that role. I do not comprehend, Alan Ash spoke. I do not understand what Astery has to do with power. Do not fret, Alan, Titus smiled gently. We are unlike Bodger. I shall reveal everything to you. Titus produced a metallic sphere engraved with runes, and with a firm grip, she released a cascade of shimmering silver particles. These particles coalesced in the air, constructing vivid images. A gale that scattered all, flames that consumed everything, ice that encased all, thunder that tore apart the very fabric of existence. With a mere gesture, the world transformed, the winds and clouds shifting. With a mere step, the earth revived, bursting forth in vibrant hues. Do you see, Alan? Titus proclaimed, this is true magic. An irresistible force. This is the power that will aid us in dismantling all injustices. This is ancient magic. Titus quelled her fervor, gazing sincerely at Alan Ash, softly stating, we fairies regard you as an ally, and therefore, we shall not keep secrets from you. This declaration stirred within Alan Ash a profound sense of camaraderie. Not because Titus's rhetoric was particularly eloquent, but rather due to Bodger's previous ineptitudes. According to our ancestral records, the key to unlocking the secrets of ancient magic lies with individuals like Audrey Astery. Mastering Audrey Astery means mastering ancient magic. Alan gazed at the ever-shifting silver particles, his eyes glazed with wonder, murmuring, ancient magic? For the sake of power, for the sake of justice, Alan Ash, do you wish to join us? Background. The fairies assisted the guardians who wielded ancient magic in constructing a secret vault, using fairy metal to seal the powers of ancient magic. From the fairies' perspective, anything crafted by them belonged to them. Hence they believed that the powers of ancient magic were also theirs. The fairies considered themselves a highly intelligent species deserving of equal standing with wizards. However, wizards did not share this view, leading to numerous fairy rebellions throughout history. A century ago, the fairy Lonrock had orchestrated an attempt to seize the powers of ancient magic, only to be thwarted by an unspeakable individual, the protagonist of Hogwarts Legacy, a ruthless figure who transformed Hogwarts. A history into Hogwarts, a tale of the school. Chapter 67, A Christmas with Snape. Very well, Alan Ash nodded solemnly. I shall join you. Excellent, Alan. Titus spread her arms wide. Welcome to our band of free warriors. A century prior, The fairies who had followed Lonrock referred to themselves as loyal warriors. Yet Titus eschewed that title, for loyalty is the most unreliable of traits. Only comrades united by a common goal are truly worthy of trust. Titus, what must I do now? Titus placed a belt and a slim tome upon the table. This belt, forged from fairy metal, will enhance your ability to control and amplify your magical power. And this book contains the instructions for the 3 unforgivable curses. Unforgivable curses? Trust me, Alan, Titus replied. While ancient magic far surpasses the unforgivable curses in potency, our adversaries may well encompass the entire wizarding world. Without sufficient power, success in acquiring ancient magic will be exceedingly difficult. Titus's fingertips glimmered with a green light. I imagine you have not had the opportunity to learn this at school. Would you not like to try? She suddenly smiled faintly, extinguishing the green light in her hand. Do not shy away from this. I believe your father is quite adept in this area, otherwise he would not thrive in the smuggling trade. Alan nodded, picking up the tome. Very well. So all I need to do now is learn these spells? Not quite, Titus replied. This belt and the spells are our gifts, yet you must also prove your worth. She pressed her hands down, easing Alan's nervousness. It is not a momentous task. We simply need to understand Audrey Astery's character and preferences. After months of being classmates, you must know something, do you not? It must be said, Titus was an exceptionally captivating woman. Though she was not human, Alan felt as though Titus was akin to a friend he had known for many years. His impression was not unfounded, for Titus was a natural empath. I know. Alan Ash began. She is quite avaricious, that is common knowledge. Yet I have heard it said she is very lazy, which I cannot believe. For how could a lazy person achieve such great success? Titus was thoroughly pleased, for Alan Ash spoke the truth. At this moment, his heart and mind were aligned. Harry Potter had indeed become Gryffindor's seeker. He longed to share his joy with his idol. Yet Audrey had not been seen in the Great Hall since that day she claimed her Firebolt 2000. Aside from passing her potions exemption application, Audrey had also exempted herself from herbology for several months. Having extracted all the benefits she could, attending classes seemed pointless now. Thus, with only 2 classes to attend, Audrey hardly resembled a student preparing for her OWLs this year. Unable to locate the elusive Audrey, Harry sought out Hagrid to share his excitement. As his friends had grown weary of his enthusiasm, Harry, Hermione remarked, "This is the 45th time you've mentioned that you became Gryffindor's seeker. The first freshman in Hogwarts history to join the team." She closed the book she held. "But I must remind you, Harry. The first freshman to join the team was Audrey, though she is already in her 5th year." Hermione's jest was not the source of Harry's greatest dismay. After all, losing to Audrey was no shame, and he even felt a sense of pride. He and Audrey were both newcomers to the team. What truly troubled the young savior was the arrival of the Christmas holidays, when most would return home, while he had chosen to remain at school. Although remaining at school is preferable to returning to the Dursleys, the absence of companionship may render these 2 weeks rather arduous. Thus, when Harry learned that Ron and his 2 brothers would not be heading home, he could hardly contain his joy. This Christmas might well be the most splendid he has ever experienced. Astley Manor. "Brother, I'm here." Rick burst from his room, peering over the banister on the 2nd floor, calling out, "Audrey." He hurried down the stairs, even losing one slipper in his haste, which he deemed too trivial to retrieve, discarding the other one as well, and rushing down barefoot. "Why didn't you let me pick you up? I would relish the experience of welcoming my sister home from school." "No, you wouldn't understand," Audrey replied with a laugh. "I didn't take the slow and tedious Hogwarts Express. I operate directly back." "Humph," a voice scoffed from behind Audrey. "Your apparition is far too rough. And the noise is alarming. Those unaware might mistake you for a house elf." Rick beamed. "Ah, you must be Professor Snape, as mentioned in Audrey's letters. A pleasure to meet you." Snape nodded slightly, while Audrey rolled her eyes. This wretched bat, under the guise of protecting her, insisted on accompanying her home. Wasn't it glaringly obvious he was merely there to keep an eye on her? Why was he fixated on her when there was a giant quarrel at school? Even if she were to reveal the truth, she was merely the daughter of his enemy, whereas that figure at school was indeed his legitimate foe. The most outrageous part was that Dumbledore had actually consented. Well, as the adage goes, a good person has no need to fear shadows. If it meant Snape would cast aside his suspicions and cease bothering her, then perhaps it was a blessing in disguise. Yet, just as Audrey envisioned a blissful and leisurely fortnight of holiday, Peter Waterman arrived. Audrey Waterman, whose hair had turned half-gray, enveloped the girl in a hearty embrace. "How was the Royal Academy of Music? How did Professor Macmillan treat you?" Audrey paused momentarily, then realized this was orchestrated by Dumbledore. To Muggles, It appeared she had been receiving advanced musical education during her time away. All is well, Audrey replied with an awkward smile. However, it was evident that Waterman was unfazed by her discomfort. Audrey, your return is a cause for celebration. This Christmas, you must make a public appearance, otherwise, everyone will forget about you. Rick interjected, Mr. Waterman, my single sales have been quite impressive these past few months. No one will forget the Astley siblings. Audrey deserves a respite at home. Please allow her some peace. It turned out that in Audrey's absence, Rick had composed his breakout hit, Never Gonna Give You Up, propelling his fame to new heights and showcasing his true talent, making both him and his song an overnight sensation across Britain. Waterman wrung his hands, torn. Yet, due to Audrey's long absence, fans were eagerly anticipating her return. If she could undertake a 10-day Christmas tour, ticket sales and advertisements could yield a profit of £15 million, a not insignificant sum. He glanced slyly at Audrey. I only want to earn a modest fee. 500,000 would suffice, and the rest can be yours. I'll do it. Audrey readily agreed. Rick helplessly ruffled Audrey's hair. This sister had always been infatuated with money and had never escaped its grasp. Snape, on the other hand, wore a grim expression. A staggering £14,500,000. Divided with her brother, Audrey would still receive over £7 million, equivalent to about 140,000 galleons. So this wretched girl had not been exaggerating. Are Muggles truly so affluent? Why had he not noticed this during his youth? Damn it. He had even bought her a Firebolt 2000. The money she could earn in 10 days would be enough to purchase the entire company that produced racing brooms. What a level of miserly. Snape shamelessly joined the Astley family for Christmas Eve dinner, courtesy of Momo's cooking. Yet Snape did not partake without offering something in return. After the meal, he specifically reminded Audrey, you must leave the window open tonight. Audrey tilted her head in confusion. But tomorrow is Christmas. Has your mind been filled with braised intestines? Now she understood. That night, thousands of owls descended upon Astley Manor. Had Snape not reminded her? The peculiar event of thousands of owls lingering near the renowned singing duo's home would have made headlines worldwide. The following morning, after a night of deep sleep, Audrey opened her eyes to find herself buried beneath a mountain of gifts, along with a multitude of owl feathers. Chapter 68. An Invitation from the Cursebreaker. December 29th. Birmingham. Gracedy Road Stadium. The Astley siblings' Christmas tour concert was a complete sellout. However, among the audience were many oddly dressed individuals, some resembling relics from the last century, while others appeared to be exceptionally bright students from a special school. Nonetheless, the attendees barely paid any mind. After all, Audrey Astley had been absent from the stage for a full 5 months, and tickets for this concert were nearly impossible to obtain. Just being there was a privilege. Who cared about the attire of other attendees? During Audrey's hiatus, Rick had showcased his talents magnificently, and when they reunited on stage, the effect was immediately greater than the sum of its parts. The electrifying atmosphere was palpable, evident in the throngs of fans who surrounded the stadium, desperate to hear the melodies seeping from within. The concert commenced at 7 in the evening. Due to the rushed preparations, the stage materials were woefully inadequate, and the set design was nearly an eyesore. Yet none of this could dampen the audience's enthusiasm, for they were there to hear music, not to critique the scenery. Audrey opened with A Pot of Fiery Love, a song well known in the wizarding world, eliciting exuberant cheers from the witches and wizards present. Audrey was indeed one of them, and had genuinely kept them in her heart. The Muggles were equally thrilled, mistakenly believing it to be a new composition from Audrey. The selection of this opening song was masterfully executed, pleasing both sides, and the atmosphere quickly heated up. It could be said that, under Audrey's influence, the Muggle and wizarding worlds had drawn closer than ever before in centuries. The pinnacle of the evening arrived when Audrey and Rick performed The Magician. As Audrey stepped into a large cabinet, she astonishingly re-emerged from the back of the audience. When Audrey dashed back to the stage, the entire venue erupted in excitement. The wizards believed she had performed magic in defiance of the Underage Wizardry Prohibition Act, and they resolved that if the Ministry of Magic pursued her, they would claim responsibility for the spell, ensuring Audrey faced no repercussions. Meanwhile, the Muggles were astonished that Audrey could perform magic. They couldn't detect any trickery, as the time between her entering the cabinet and reappearing was scarcely a second. How wondrous! Was this not on par with the skills of those international magic masters? Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, sat in the audience, observing Audrey's blatant disregard for the law. She merely shook her head slightly. After all, the girl had only performed a Muggle magic trick. What was all the fuss about? Audrey was acutely aware of her limits. She merely employed a few minor techniques, cleverly utilizing props to obscure her methods. Thus, Bones chose to turn a blind eye. It is said that the lens of fandom can distort one's perceptions more profoundly than the Cruciatus curse. The concert was a resounding success. As Audrey and Rick returned to the backstage area, the audience's fervent calls for an encore reverberated through the air, with even fans lingering outside the stadium joining in the chorus. Upon entering her dressing room, Audrey adhered to her customary practice of taking a 10-minute respite before re-emerging to perform 2 additional songs. As she pushed open the door, she was greeted by the sight of a petite yet graceful middle-aged woman smiling at her. "Hello, Miss Estrella." The woman extended her hand in greeting, introducing herself as Taylaka, a cursebreaker from Gringotts. Audrey shook hands with Taylaka, and her expression instantly shifted to one of peculiarity. It was widely known that whenever Audrey's demeanor took on such an oddity, it heralded an impending event. "Miss Taylaka, what brings you to me?" Audrey inquired. "Well, Miss Estrella," Taylaka began, "we recently unearthed an ancient site on the outskirts of Gothenburg, Sweden, which we believe to be the tomb of one of the handmaidens of Frigg, the queen of Norse mythology." With a tone of exasperation, Taylaka continued, "However, we have encountered a formidable obstacle. The magic within that site is exceedingly powerful, leaving us utterly helpless." Interrupting Taylaka, Audrey gestured towards the sofa in the dressing room. "Miss Taylaka, please have a seat." Once seated, Audrey chuckled. "I am merely a singer. Why would you seek my assistance regarding curse breaking?" Taylaka explained. "The mythological era is so far removed from our present day that our current methods of breaking curses are ineffective against ancient magic. Yet you, Miss Estrella, possess a profound understanding of archaic magic," she said, flashing a charming smile. "Wait a moment, Miss Taylaka, from where did you learn of my expertise in ancient magic?" "Miss Estrella, you wielded powerful ancient magic outside Hogsmeade, and there were numerous witnesses. Moreover, every wizard who began their education at the age of 16 has been entwined with destiny and ancient magic," Taylaka summarized. "Thus, we believe that with your assistance, we could potentially unravel the protective enchantments of that site." Audrey regarded Taylaka in silence, her expression inscrutable, leading to an abrupt chill in the atmosphere. Taylaka lowered her gaze to mask her discomfort, and when she looked up again, she spoke. "It is well known that Frigg has an immense fondness for exquisite garments and sparkling jewels. Given the millennia of accumulation by her handmaidens, they must have been exceedingly affluent." Seemingly confident that Audrey would acquiesce, she added, "Once the site is opened, we shall only take items of historical and research value. All the gold and silver treasures shall belong to you, Miss Estrella. What do you think?" However, Audrey's response took Taylaka by surprise. "I'm afraid, Miss Taylaka, I must decline." With a furrowed brow, Taylaka asked, "Why? Is it the compensation that gives you pause?" "Indeed, none can predict what treasures lie within the site, making such a reward rather precarious." After a moment's thought, she continued, "I can assure you on behalf of Gringotts that should we successfully breach the site, we can offer you a reward of 5,000 galleons. The previous terms would still apply." Audrey rose with a smile. "No, it is not a matter of compensation. Rather, I do not trust you." Taylaka's expression grew grave. She was convinced her performance had been flawless. Yet she had gleaned from Minnie that Audrey was indeed a woman driven by avarice. But now, the outcome was unexpected. This fairy lady, when you chose not to present your true visage to me, trust became an impossibility, especially considering I have recently suffered an abduction attempt by Bodegray. Audrey pointed towards the door, her intent to dismiss clear. "I must return to perform shortly, and I need to rest, so I shall not keep you." Taylaka's features began to morph dramatically, swiftly reverting to her true fairy form, revealing none other than Thetis, who had ensnared Alan Ash. "Miss Estrella, I apologize for not presenting myself in my true form," Thetis said, her composure unshaken despite being unmasked. "Wizards have always harbored disdain for fairies. Hence I believed that meeting you as a human would facilitate a better understanding." She gracefully approached the door, turning to say, "I am Thetis, indeed a cursebreaker from Gringotts. Should you reconsider, you may find me at Gringotts in Diagon Alley. My offer remains valid." With that, Thetis departed. Audrey let out a sigh of relief, nearly falling for the fairy's ruse. The treasures within the site, along with the 5,000 galleons, were an almost irresistible offer. Fortuitously, during their handshake, Audrey had acquired Thetis's inherent magical affinity for thought reading. In that fleeting moment, Audrey discerned that the individual before her was a fairy. An innate thought reader is far more potent than one who learns the skill, rendering it nearly undetectable by the subject of the reading. Audrey swiftly adapted her own magical affinity, thereby grasping that Thetis's true intent was not a Norse god's relic, but rather the burial site of an ancient Norse wizard. Within lay the remnants of ancient magical power left by that sorcerer. In the dressing room, Audrey reveled in her shrewdness for avoiding the fairy's trap, wholly unaware that a figure was materializing just outside the dressing room door. Grandal Chittock. A smile graced her lips as she murmured, "The little one is quite vigilant. Far more so than I was in my youth." Chapter 69. A threat from the Ministry of Magic. The Astrea siblings' tour had been exceptionally successful, achieving their set goal within a mere 7 days, raking in 15 million. Audrey beamed with delight, reflecting on her past foolishness. Had she known the effectiveness of scarcity marketing, she would not have exhausted herself with numerous gigs in previous years. Now, by occasionally making an appearance to reap rewards, her commercial value had only risen. Indeed, it seems that what one cannot have is often deemed the best. Humans are, after all, rather foolish. When one undervalues their own labor, they later find others willing to spend lavishly to gain access. As it happened, American entertainment companies extended invitations for the Astrea siblings to embark on a tour in the United States, yet Audrey declined. Consequently, offers were made daily, and as of January 8, 1992, her appearance fee surged from $100,000 to $600,000 per show. Peter Waterman was no short-sighted individual. He declined the American offers under the pretense of Audrey's desire to continue her studies. His strategy was clear: to wait until Audrey's summer break to capitalize on the opportunity. Perhaps by then her worth would have increased even further. During the Christmas holidays, although Audrey did not rest adequately, she harbored no complaints. After all, it was nearly 10 million in earnings. If she sought rest, Hogwarts presented ample opportunity for that. Furthermore, in the final 2 days of the holiday, she was able to enjoy her time at home. With the exception of Snape being a bit bothersome, everything appeared quite splendid. That was until Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, personally visited the Astrea residence. He was a stout, short man, his gray curls firmly held in place by a dark green hat. He exuded a generous and amiable demeanor, far removed from the image of a man at the pinnacle of power within the British wizarding community. "Hello, Miss Astrea." Fudge removed his green hat, tousling his hair. "This is our first meeting, and it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am indeed your fan." A ministerial visit naturally required prior notification, and an owl had already delivered the news of his impending visit. Thus, Audrey was well aware of the man before her, and had prepared accordingly. "Please come in, Minister," Audrey called upstairs. "Brother, I have a guest. Could you play a little softer?" In the next moment, the melodic sound of the piano faded from the estate. "Minister, I sincerely apologize. My brother is rather engrossed in his music." "Oh, not at all," Fudge replied with a smile, showing no concern. "In fact, I would prefer to converse in the company of music." Audrey said nothing, gesturing for Fudge to make himself comfortable. With a wave of her hand, the teapot filled the cup in front of the minister with a rich brew of black tea. "An impressive display of silent, wandless magic, Miss Astrea," Fudge complimented. "Your talent truly knows no bounds. No wonder you were admitted to Hogwarts at the tender age of 16. Audrey remained silent, waiting for Fudge to continue. The unexpected visit from a minister of magic could not merely be for the purpose of flattery. There must be another motive. As anticipated, Fudge continued, "However, I am here to discuss your use of magic outside of school, Audrey. May I call you Audrey?" "Of course, Minister. You have been studying at Hogwarts for quite some time now, and are undoubtedly aware of the decree for the restriction of underage sorcery. I believe you must realize that you have contravened the law." Audrey shrugged, non-committal. Fudge produced a document from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "This is your warning letter. Should you repeat this error, you may face expulsion from Hogwarts." Suddenly, Audrey laughed, beckoning for fruits and snacks to be brought from the kitchen. "Well, Minister, I have used magic again. So please do expel me." Cornelius Fudge was taken aback. He had no idea how much effort Dumbledore had invested in persuading Audrey to attend school. Now that the reputation of Hydras Lestrange had been rehabilitated, Audrey's continued presence at Hogwarts was merely to honor a promise. She did not wish to cause a rift between Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic, especially since it was the Ministry that insisted she attend Hogwarts. But if the Ministry were to expel her from Hogwarts, that would be splendid. A twofold triumph, a perfect resolution. What could be better? Fudge was caught off guard. This girl was not adhering to the conventional script. "I've longed to live in America, Minister," Audrey said cheerfully. "You know, the ghosts at Hogwarts are utterly insufferable. Leaving there would be a blessing." Fudge paused for a moment before responding, No, that's not what I meant, Audrey. I simply hope you will respect the law." "Yes, respect the law. Punishment is secondary. The key issue is that you should hold the Ministry in reverence." "I have always held the Ministry in great esteem, Minister." Audrey replied with a radiant smile. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to attend Hogwarts. All right, Fudge said, taking a sip of tea. Let's gloss over this topic. Just be more careful in the future. Audrey felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed the Ministry's desire for ancient magic was not any less than that of Titus's fairies, even tolerating her transgressions. Fudge cleared his throat, steadying himself, and spoke earnestly. Now, I must address a second matter. Realizing that Audrey was not someone to be easily misled, his demeanor grew serious. According to information I received from Gringotts, Miss Astrea, you possess a vault there, reportedly containing approximately 100,000 galleons? Audrey furrowed her brow. Minister, is it illegal to save money? Of course not, dear, Fudge replied with a smile. But as a young witch raised in the Muggle world, where did you acquire such a fortune? The currency exchange service at Gringotts for young witches and wizards is quite limited each year. So what are you implying, Minister? A few months ago, a family by the name of Grey reported to the Ministry that their vault had been robbed, losing a sum of 100,000 galleons. We have initiated an investigation, and Gringotts will assist us. Audrey, if you cannot clarify the source of those galleons, you may very well be considered a suspect and subjected to scrutiny. This was a blatant threat. If Audrey were to reclaim her identity as Hydras, it would resolve everything. Considering the Lestrange family had always been subservient to the Greys, how could a servant question their master's integrity regarding stolen funds? However, Audrey did not wish to reclaim her identity too soon, for the prevailing sentiment in the wizarding world still looked down upon Muggles. If she were to assert her identity as the heiress of the Lestrange family, her aspirations to capitalize on her singing career in the Muggle world would be met with disdain from all levels of the wizarding community, particularly from pureblood families. Audrey Astrea could perform in the Muggle world, but the heiress of the Lestrange family could not. Restoring her identity must be predicated on possessing absolute power, or transforming the wizarding world's status quo to broaden their horizons. A restoration with only drawbacks and no benefits would be a futile endeavor. For a mere 100,000 galleons? Ridiculous. She had just completed a concert that had earned her nearly 2 million galleons. Thus, it was not the time to reclaim her identity. Her original plan was to inherit the Lestrange estate after the battle at Hogwarts, once officials from the Ministry, led by members of the Order of the Phoenix, assumed power. Now, barring external factors, it mattered little whether she reclaimed her identity as Hydras, for her current persona was more favored in the wizarding world. Audrey pondered deeply. If the Ministry truly wished to investigate her, they would have done so long ago. Fudge wouldn't have come to inform her of these matters. Therefore, the sole reason for his words was clear. The minister had a request of her. This was the classic political maneuver. First pressure someone to the brink of desperation, then offer a marginally better, yet still undesirable, demand. Utilizing her innate ability to read minds, it became evident. Very well, I understand the situation, Minister. Audrey reclined against the sofa. Although I have a perfectly legitimate source for that wealth, it remains my secret. I comprehend your intentions. What is it you wish for me to do? Please speak plainly, no need for circumspection. Cornelius Fudge nodded. Then I shall be forthright, he said, retrieving an invitation letter from the inner pocket of his grey suit. Gringotts wishes to conduct research on a Nordic site, but has encountered difficulties in deciphering it. They previously sought your assistance, but you declined. The minister continued. As you are aware, Gringotts and the Ministry share a profound partnership. It would be unbecoming of me to refuse a rare request from Gringotts, even as minister. If you could partake in this excavation, we would assure you that the gold in your vault is undoubtedly of legitimate origin, lawful and compliant. Audrey sighed. Compared to the Goblin rebellion orchestrated by Ranrock a century ago, this seemed even more troublesome. Indeed, when Titus found Audrey, she had used the innate ability to read minds to glean her thoughts. The goblins were indeed on the verge of rebellion once more. In contrast to Ranrock's armed insurrection a century ago, this time, the instigators behind the Goblin Rebellion had already gained leverage over Gringotts, which could, in turn, influence the Ministry's decisions. That was rather alarming.